The story begins with one of the terrible demons holding the main character by the neck and starting to choke him. The guy did not believe that he would die so stupidly. The hero, barely breathing, did not understand what kind of jokes these were, but he realized that he did not have much time left. The guy was sitting in front of 12 cards, which, when choosing one of the deck, could change his life for the better. He chose one of the cards in the hope of his success in the future. Clenching his hand into a fist, he was ready to rush to the battlefield and crush the terrible demons. Having turned into a new image, he immediately went to the battlefield. Destroying the demon that initially strangled him, he knew that even though he had worse cards, he believed that he would turn this world upside down. Events are transferred shortly to this incident, where the main character walking down the corridor realized that he had been in this game for more than 6 months, but his name was still displayed as lifelong loser. The hero's name was Lin Huang. He was 25 years old. Even though he was a loser, he could not believe that even the game was trying to console him. On the phone screen there was a proposal for some kind of movement. The guy did not even know what it was, but decided to accept the offer. Suddenly he was pissed off with the game and started tapping the screen at random areas of the screen just to get a random card out faster. While waiting for the unknown, Lin Huang sat silently and carefully watched the screen. Suddenly he gets a black card, which blesses him. He did not understand anything that was happening at that time, because he had never seen anything like it. Suddenly his body was dragged into the phone screen and transported to Monster Paradise. And the main character's phone fell to the floor and a wish for a good journey was heard from it. Lin Huang had no doubt that he had been transported to another world. He thought that he would start, without a shadow of fear, cutting everyone right and left and then celebrating the victory. But in fact, he was just preparing food. Although he had been a player for a week, he still could not awaken the ability. In addition, every day he was only engaged in housekeeping. The main character is very lucky, because the body obtained in the game turned out to be a great success. But he was also sad. Opening the door to his sister, he wanted to call her to eat. But suddenly the guy saw that the girl was not yet fully dressed, and therefore was shocked by what he saw. This girl was his sister, Xingling. She was the only relative in this world. Almost immediately after what the main character saw, a book flies to his head from his sister. Sitting at the table already, the girl explained to the guy that this was not appropriate between them, so she wanted this to never happen again. Suddenly, the emperor ring that was on the protagonist's finger began to shake. The emperor's ring was an identification card in the game world in which the protagonist was located. It was literally a private office. But not only was Lin Huang's ring shaking, but Xingling also began to react. The reason for the shaking was the message of bad news. The guy from his sister was near the scene, so Lin Huang began to reassure his sister that this could not happen. But in reality, the area in which the guys lived was of a very small level, so the level of security was extremely low. If strong monsters appear, then the city will simply end. After Xingling ate enough, she wanted to go do her homework. The guy did not detain the girl and said that he would clean everything up. He sat and looked at the news about their quarter in which they lived. Suddenly, a girl's scream sounded from Sin's room, and he immediately knew that she was in danger. He quickly got up and ran to her room. Kicking down the door, Lin Huang saw a demon climb into his sister's room through the window. It was the same creepy demon that first tried to kill the guy. Without thinking twice, the main character grabbed his sister's backpack and tried to protect himself from the evil monster. Throwing it right in the face of the vampire, the guy immediately grabbed the girl and began to run away from him. Lin Huang hid the girl in a closet and told her to wait there until it was safe. He himself wanted to distract the demon and take it outside for the safety of his sister. He couldn't let the girl get hurt because he didn't have anyone else in this world. He began to distract the vampire so that he could not find the girl and followed him. Pursuing the main character, the monster destroyed everything in its path. At the same time, the guy was already almost in the safe zone for his sister, where he could fight him. He took out a gun and started shooting at the vampire. The monster was covered with a bloody red glow and began to transform into a new look. The main character was surprised by what he saw. Therefore, he understood that he needed to run away from him, because this vampire was at least a bronze rank, and such a rank already carried great danger. He jumped out of the window to force the vampire out of here. Suddenly, the monster tried to attack the main character, but the guy dodged in time. He noticed that the vampire's strength had diminished. In an instant, Lin Huang noticed that the vampire was very injured. At that very moment, he began to play for time, shooting at the vampire because he knew that with such wounds won't last long. But the monster did not stop. He still attacked the guy. Lin Huang was on the verge of powerlessness, so he missed one attack from the vampire. Lying on the ground and seeing how the monster flies at him, he has already come to terms with the fact that his end. But he still did not give up, because he did not want to die as a loser. He still continued to shoot at the enemy, and in one moment, his attack pierced the vampire right in the heart. The monster fell from a great height to the ground. With the last of his strength, he held on to his limbs. Bleeding, he tried to cover his wounds with his hands. But the guy did not hesitate and immediately shot the vampire. With a sigh of relief, he finally relaxed, because he knew that everything was over. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a congratulatory notification for the successful completion of the test. The guy looked at the open tab of the system, which announced the reward for completing the test. Suddenly, his assistant appeared behind him, explaining the rules of the game. The guy was shocked by this surprise. The assistant immediately began to explain the new information about the bonuses in the game. At one point, the guy was a little surprised. From his card and the card of the vampire he killed, the main character did not really understand how to evaluate the significance of cards in this world, but the assistant decided to play a joke on him because the guy only had loser cards. He asked if it was possible to pull out the card himself, to which the assistant laughed at him again. Lin Huang still resigned himself to the fact that he was a loser. Suddenly someone came to the guys. The boy was immediately surprised by what he saw. It was a beautiful girl who asked who killed the vampire. The girl's name was Li Lan. She got a call about danger, so she came here. Lin Huang did not deny this information that this call was made by his sister. The girl, without thinking twice, asked the guy if he killed this vampire. The main character, with a smile on his face, said that he was just lucky. But the girl could not believe in such a coincidence because the guy was of low rank. She kept asking about defeating the vampire to get more information about the guy. But the guy decided to continue their dialogue after he checked the safety of his sister. Lin Xin stood and watched the destruction of their home where they lived. Suddenly, her brother Lin Huang spoke behind her, who was a little out of breath from his haste. She immediately rushed to hug her brother because she was very worried about him. At the same time, Li Lan was watching the guys, who had more and more questions for the guy. She didn't understand how the boy could defeat such a powerful vampire on his own. The sister immediately began to brag about her brother because he was the best graduate of the hunting school. Lin Xin started to ask about the hunter girl who had come to call the danger. Li Lan started scanning the guy's house. She had equipment similar to those of the highest ranks of hunters. This equipment was of great value. It could instantly scan and save the surroundings. She did this so that the guys could receive compensation for the destroyed house. The girl was in awe of Li Lan and thought she was very rich, but then she was even more surprised when the girl started bragging about it. The huntress gave the girl a certain thing. It was a 3-year life crystal. She gave it to her because she called her sister. At the same time, the guy was a little surprised by this situation. Li Lan continued the dialogue about killing the vampire. Even for her, it was difficult to kill such a vampire. So she began to guess that the guy had some kind of equipment that she offered to buy at a high price. But the main character dispelled doubts that he had something. He just relied on luck. The girl, having learned all the information, decided to praise the guy for a good job. If his wheel had not broken, he could have become an excellent hunter. After that, she immediately began to leave, because it no longer made sense for her to stay here and learn something. The girl asked the guy not to die because she still wanted to meet him. At the same moment, the hero's younger sister began to wonder where the guys would sleep that night. They decided to spend the night in another room which remained intact. After that, Lin Huang put his little sister to bed. Looking at her, he realized that the girl was still just a child and fell asleep very quickly. He also understood that being a responsible brother was not easy. Suddenly, the main character was again frightened by his assistant, who again humiliated the guy. According to the assistant, one could understand that only the guy could see him. The boy agreed with what the assistant said and decided to draw another card to protect his sister. The assistant decided to ask again about the request of the guy, and he again answered positively. He sat in front of 12 cards and thought about which one to choose. Selecting a card, he immediately pressed it with his finger. He was looking forward to what would happen this time. He was given a mission card and didn't know what it was. This map displayed the name of the mission. Lin Huang had never heard of such a card before. Her ability was that she gave the guy a corrective card for a rookie. The protagonist was a little shocked by the news he heard about this card, but the assistant said that the task had already begun and all the information was on the map. Desperately holding his head and holding the card in his hand, the boy let out tears from his eyes, thinking that he would always be a loser. But he still decided to fight to the end. He was ready to go against any difficult test so as not to lose the blessing. The next day, the hero's sister, running away from home, shouted to him that she was going to school. From his appearance, it could be understood that she was in a hurry, because there was still a sandwich in her mouth. The guy at this moment asked the girl to be careful. He looked at her with loving eyes. Closing the door in the house, he realized with a tired expression that it was time to do business. While the superdog licked himself to be cleaner, the protagonist picked it up because he had an urgent matter. He wondered how he could complete the task. As he continued to lick, the assistant told the guy that he first needed an iron rank, but he did not have it, so he could not pass the test. But the guy did not believe the assistant and began to threaten him, although he was telling the truth. Lin Huang understood that it was impossible for him to reach such a high rank in such a short time, so he thought about how to bypass the system in order to participate in the exam. Sitting on the floor, he began to come up with ideas. The assistant was a little shocked at the guy's idea because he planned to use the level up card. But the protagonist had no other choice but to use this method because he wanted to get into the exam at any cost. Only he, the monster and the helper, could see Lin Huang's cards, so he didn't worry about being exposed. He stood and looked at the vampire card he held in his hand. He activated this card and his vampire form appeared behind him. In the dark form of a vampire, an exact copy of Lin Huang appeared. The protagonist and his assistant looked at the copy of the guy motionlessly. At the same time, Lin Huang suggested that the superdog activate the level up card on the vampire. He was completely confident in his decision. The assistant immediately, without hesitation, activated this card on the vampire. The protagonist covered his eyes with his hand because it was very bright from the effect of the card that was used on the vampire. When the process was completed, the guy immediately removed his hands from his eyes and looked with an interested look to see if it worked out or not. In front of him was a vampire around whom there was a beautiful red glow. The protagonist, without thinking twice, named the vampire Bai. The guy instantly had a new card in his hands. It was Bai's map, which had all the information about the vampire. Lin Huang immediately noticed that his vampire rank had dropped. It was because the guy had a low rank. That's why it happened. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the house. The guy opened the door, wondering who was on the other side. Opening the door, there were two men in suits. The main character was a little shocked because he did not understand who it was. The stranger sternly asked who the guy was, and after they happily greeted each other, it became clear that they had come here to start repairing the guys. Agents in the work circle announced that everything would be repaired in a few days. They handed the map to Lin Huang for temporary residence. The guys stood in front of a luxurious hotel and discussed how they had long wanted to visit here. They were greeted by the hotel staff who showed them inside. The younger sister stood in the hotel restaurant and saw how expensive everything was here. She did not want to spend money on expensive food, so she said that she was not hungry. But suddenly she saw Lin Huang, who was already enjoying a lot of delicious food because everything was free in the restaurant. After that, the girl immediately pounced on a lot of food. At one point, the guy noticed that everything had become very quiet. The people who were in the restaurant and having lunch began to look frightened, all because of the terrible one-eyed warrior who looked very intimidating. Xing Lin started pointing her finger at him and asking her brother who he was. But in excitement, the guy asked his sister not to do this. The main character, although he was sitting with his back to the terrible warrior, realized that he was staring at the guys. I didn't understand why he looked like that. The girl finally ate. The guy immediately took the girl by the hand and began to take her out of the restaurant into the room, because the stranger was causing concern. At that moment, the strange warrior also stood up from the table. He started chasing the guys down the corridor of the hotel. When the guys approached their room, the main thing for the guy was to protect his sister. He turned abruptly to the stranger and asked why he was following them. The strange warrior looked down terribly, and then answered that his room is next to the guys. The girl was very impressed with their room, and the guy still could not move away from what was happening in the corridor. She jumped onto the sofa and with a smile on her face tried to calm the protagonist. Lin Huang accepted his little sister's words and decided to relax at last. He put Xing Lin to bed and began closing the door to her room. He understood that too much had happened to them in those 2 days. He began watching videos of the benefactor of the hunter elite who had come to their rescue that day. The protagonist was in awe of Li Lan because she was very strong. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound from the next room. He looked out the window because he saw the man who had made fear upon him in the hallway. The guy saw a stranger heading somewhere, and he couldn't figure out what he was going to do. Suddenly, the stranger took out a sword and began to swing it in different directions. He practiced with the sword in the yard at night so that he would be less noticed. The protagonist looked at the man and did not take his eyes off his technique because he understood that the warrior had good sword skills that he did not have. He continued to watch the man practice because he knew that if he continued to watch, he would be able to remember his movements. Staying in this hotel was worth it for a guy. Events are postponed to the next day, when a bird flies to the children's window and informs them that a package has arrived for them. Xing Lin, while brushing his teeth, wonders if Lin Huang ordered something. She catches a guy picking up a package who is a little excited about being noticed. With his eyes closed, he pushes the girl into her room so that she quickly gets dressed and goes to school. He himself stands and looks at the boxes in which the equipment for the hunter is located. All this cost him dearly, so he hopes that this will be of use. He starts unpacking the boxes and then begins to rejoice in his new sword. It's the best he could afford. He well remembered the 18th style, which the stranger practiced at night, so he decides to try it. The protagonist begins to practice swinging the sword in different directions and at the same time performing the correct movements. Suddenly, he receives a congratulatory notice for unlocking the Great Devastation skill. He immediately began to question his assistant Xiao Heya. What should he do with the skill now? He immediately began to question his assistant Xiao Heya. What should he do with the skill now? The guy dreamed that he could also get other skills. But Xiao He immediately dispelled the doubts of the protagonist, pointing out that in order to obtain all the skills, one must perfectly master his technique. Lin Huang did not think that it would be so difficult to acquire skills. He immediately began to keep practicing to get all the fragments. After 9 hours, the guy lay exhausted on the floor, choking from overtraining with the sword. Lying down, barely breathing, he realized how hard it was to collect all the skill fragments. Suddenly, his sister and the founder of the hotel, Mr. Yu, entered his room. He wanted to personally meet the main character. Lin Huang barely sat on the chair, without strength, and the founder of the hotel treated the guy to his signature tea. For Mr. Yu, if the client was satisfied, then it was an honor for him. Having visited the guys and having learned that everything is in order with them, he began to leave. The guys watched the gentleman leave their room and at the same time were pleased with him. The girl almost forgot to start giving the main character an award that was from the Association of Hunters for killing the monster. Lin Huang was very curious what the reward was in the suitcase. Opening the suitcase by fingerprint, the main character was very happy with the award. It was the latest super pistol of the highest rank. He had many different combat functions. It was by far the best black steel mechanical weapon on the market. Such weapons cost a lot on the market. But to the great regret of the protagonist, he would be able to use this weapon only after reaching the iron rank, since a lot of energy was required to activate such a weapon. The younger sister was very worried about her brother, as he wanted to take part in the hunter's exam. The guy immediately reassured the girl, assuring that everything would be fine. After having tea with Mr. Yu, the protagonist had a good rest and was ready to continue practicing with the sword. With each swing, he received a new fragment of the skill. The guy noticed that he became more calm. It was probably because his skill had improved. He felt a strange feeling and could not stop. It was already morning and the girl was heading to school. Seeing Lin Huang, she was shocked to learn that he had not slept all night. Leaving for school, the main character continued to train with the sword, and at one point he finally collected all the necessary fragments for the Great Devastation skill and could transform them into the rare skill he wanted. He immediately confirmed the transformation into a rare skill. By transforming the fragments into a skill, he received his card, which he held in his hands. Lin Huang was surprised because the first part was written on the map. The assistant began to tell that if you add 2 such cards together, you can get an epic rank card. But even he didn't know where the second part was. The guy, thinking about the man he copied skills from, decided to go and thank him for it. He rang the doorbell of the room where the man lived. Immediately after the call of the protagonist, the door opened, and there was a man standing there. As soon as the door opened, Lin Huang thanked the man for teaching him his skills for 3 days. The stranger told the guy that he didn't teach him. All his achievements were the result of his own efforts, and not of a man. After that, he loudly closed the door, preventing the main character from finishing the conversation. Lin Huang did not have time to ask the man about the second part, so he decided to try to do it after the exam. The guy received a letter saying that their house had already been renovated. The girl was a little surprised, realizing that they would have to return tomorrow. She sat on the floor because she began to feel sad. She really liked it here and didn't want to leave. The protagonist reassured his younger sister so that she would not be sad. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the man who taught the guy the skills. He was talking to his master and could not understand why all this was necessary. The master never made a mistake in choosing people. That's why he chose the main character. According to the Lord, it was understandable that he wanted to train Lin Huang to excel other hunters. It took 103 days for a stranger to master a skill that the protagonist mastered in 3 days. The gentleman told how long it took the guy to master the skill. After that, the man was very surprised to learn how long it took the guy to master this skill, and he began to collect things in the hotel since his mission was already completed. The next day, the guys stood in complete bewilderment. They couldn't believe what was in front of their eyes. This was their new home. At the door of the house, they were greeted by an agent of the organization. He was glad to hear the guy's emotions about the new house. The protagonist did not expect such a strong change in his house. But the agent happily replied that the organization went all out because they were Ms. Lee's friends. The guys were surprised by the words of the worker. Li Lan helped with the restoration of the children's house because her parents were one of the leaders in the organization that restored the houses. After that, the agent began to say goodbye to the guys, and they hoped not to see him again because they did not want their house to be destroyed again. Lin Huang finally sighed from the fact that he knew that they were in the black. While his sister was considering a new home renovation, he realized that he needed to focus on something else. After 3 days, the protagonist had an exam for a novice hunter, so he had to prepare. Events are postponed to the next day. The main character screamed a lot and was scared. But after that, I got used to it and began to get positive emotions from flying on a griffin. Lin Huang only took 2 hours to reach his destination. The speed of the griffin was truly amazing and deserved its reputation. Big cities are very different from small ones. The guy wondered where he should go first. He handed over all his savings to Lin Xin. She should have had enough for the time he was gone. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy appeared behind the protagonist, who called Lin Huang brother. He asked him to wait because he was on the way with the main character. The stranger immediately introduced himself. His name was Yin Han. He was very talkative for a stranger. They were in the citadel and did not really know where to go. In this place, ordinary people left missions, and hunters came and took them away. Yin Han, in order to become a hunter, studied everything related to this craft. On the threshold of the building, they were greeted by a beautiful cat girl. She asked to follow her to get to the appointed place. The guys were shocked by her appearance, but they were also very surprised that all the people who were in the hall came to the exam just like them. Sitting in a corner away from the crowds, the boys discussed the briefing before the exam. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a red-haired girl holding a whip in her hand. She named herself Yue Yu, and she was their examiner. The girl also added that from that moment the hall was closed. Yin Han was impressed when he saw this girl live, and the main character did not understand who she was at all. She began to tell the guys the rules, but at the same time she warned them not to interrupt her. The guys get goosebumps from the rules and the examiner's statements. Meanwhile, the girl continued to explain the rules to the participants, which forbade even bringing any water or food. They had to be mined in the desert itself. The protagonist did not write down the location of the water, but wrote down the location of the monsters, because he was afraid to die ahead of time. The girl showed the finish line to which the participants had to reach. If someone does not reach, they will be disqualified. All participants sat silently and continued to listen to the demoness. It was forbidden to take something higher than the iron rank, so before the start, everyone was checked for the presence of things they had. Suddenly, the demoness stopped the protagonist, and she began to laugh at the guy. He did not understand what was happening to him. After that, she released Lin Huang to go through the portal. When he entered the portal, he was very surprised by the device and the structure of the mechanism. The main character was a little excited about what was happening around, because the demoness asked to hand over all communication devices. Only inventory could be used. All the members started to panic because of this. They thought the exam was too tough this year compared to previous years. But the demoness, on the contrary, liked it. She announced the beginning of the exam with an evil smile. Immediately after the examiner's words, all the participants ran at full speed to be the first to find valuable survival items. Yin Han ran at great speed ahead of the protagonist. Lin Huang also wanted to, but he couldn't due to his lack of strength. The main character was very slow compared to the other members. He was several hundred meters behind them, and that was just the beginning. An examiner was sitting at the beginning of the path, and her assistant stood next to her, who claimed that the guy would not be able to successfully pass the exam. But the girl was sure that Lin Huang would not last even 3 days. Events were transferred far into the depths of the desert, where the main character went to his goal. The guy understood that he was very different from the participants who had good iron rank skills. To reach the finish line, he had to walk 100 kilometers a day. Lin Huang knew that he could not rely on himself alone. Therefore, he needed Xiao Hei's help. All he needed was information, and he could do the rest on his own. The protagonist wanted to find a group of ogres in order to kill them and get the missing fragments to summon the card. But the assistant thought it was too dangerous. It was already night in the desert, and the guy finally got to the Shatu tribe. Ogre was sitting near the fire, snoring lightly. Suddenly a stone flew into his head. He could not understand who was far away in the desert, and it was the main character who called the monster to him. The two-headed ogre was walking with a stick towards an unknown silhouette, and immediately began to attack the hero, but the guy was able to evade the attack. Lin Huang began to run away from the big monster and at the same time beckoned him to run after him. The ogre was already catching up with Lin Huang and was about to hit him with a stick, but suddenly he fell into the trap of a guy and died. The one who killed the ogre was the vampire Bai. Lin Huang ran with his finger up and rejoiced at the success of his assistant. Holding Bai by the shoulder, the hero rejoiced, because he was sure that with his help he would pass the exam. But suddenly he received a prana system alert. Lin Huang did not understand what it was. A strange bright wheel appeared above him. This was his wheel of life. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Xiao Hei remembered that he forgot to tell Lin Huang that his wheel of life could be restored. To do this, he needed Bai to kill monsters. The main character's eyes began to sparkle from such news, because he understood that now he was not slowly dying. He even got a chance at the highest stage. Charged with energy, the boy raced with his sword to crush more and more monsters after hearing this news. Ordinary ogres stood and yawned quietly. Suddenly, one of them was immobilized by a red glow, and after they both destroyed the main character with a vampire. The other ogres heard this and began to head towards the battlefield. But the hero and the vampire cut one after another and received more and more vitality, which the guy needed. According to Xiao Hei, Lin Huang had little time left to break through to the iron rank he had wanted for so long. He knew that he finally had a chance to succeed. Lin Huang and Bai destroyed more and more monsters each time. But suddenly, from the distance of the desert, where the Shatu tribe stood, a very loud and at the same moment terrible cry was heard. The hero's assistant told the guy that he had very serious problems. The same cry was heard by other participants who were sitting by the fire not far from the place of the cry. According to participants, these calls were made by a sand ogre. They were terrified of guessing who might have attacked him, because those screams meant that he had gone berserk. One of the members sitting around the campfire was a little worried about the main character. Ogre hand emerged from the sand. Lin Huang was shocked at how big the ogre was. It was a three-headed giant ogre that was from the Shatu tribe. The protagonist dodged the monster's attacks and shot at it at the same time, while Bai tried to attack the monster. The skin of this monster was too hard, so the bullets could not penetrate it. The guy understood that the ogre had a lot of health and strength, and if this continues, he will definitely die. He began to attack the weak spots of the giant. Only then would he be able to defeat him. At the same time, the ogre almost killed the hero in one fell swoop. Miraculously, the guy dodged. Shooting and running away from the giant, Lin Huang yelled at Bai to attack from behind. The vampire tried to knock out the giant, but he did not succeed because the giant had 3 heads and he noticed him. However, he was still able to stick some kind of seal on one of the monster's heads. Behind the ogre, the protagonist screamed, distracting the monster and urging the vampire to finish him off. Suddenly, the giant changed direction of attack and ran towards Lin Huang. The main character was shocked because of such an action of the monster. The 3-headed giant almost reached his goal. He had just a little bit to kill the guy. But the main character was waiting for this. He changed his gun magazine and started shooting at the monster. He fired at the giant ogre with iron-grade explosive rounds, of which the boy only had 10. The hero was still able to destroy this giant. The guy began to resent his assistant, who at the necessary moment simply ran away. Suddenly, Lin Huang received a new card for killing a monster higher than his rank. It was a progress card. He was very surprised by such an award, because he did not think that a loser like him could be so lucky. Ogre map in his hands and understood why Bai couldn't kill him himself. They were of the same rank, but the giant also had a cool ability. He decided to take advantage of the ogre's new skill to increase his stamina. After the destruction of the Shatu tribe, he received enough map fragments. Now he had 3 monsters to summon. Lin Huang knew that only one hero could be summoned, so he brought Bai back to rest. And he himself called a huge and strong ogre, whom he called the Tyrant. Xiao He thought that Lin Huang wanted to cross the desert with the help of an ogre, but the guy had a completely different idea. He returned the giant to inventory, and he summoned a new ogre, which looked weaker than the previous one. The main character did not want to show his trump cards, so he called on this monster. While the monster carried the guy on his shoulders, Xiao He explained to the hero that he could feed the monster to the tyrant and improve the strong monster's skill. Lin Huang had thought of all the moves very far. Even his assistant didn't expect this from the guy. They ran at high speed through the desert, catching up with other participants in the exam. The protagonist, sitting on an ogre, who raced at high speed, understood that without his help he would not have been able to advance so far. Suddenly the monster stumbled over the stretched chain and fell to the ground with a big sound. The guy did not understand who dared to attack him. He was a little surprised and excited. There were several members in front of him talking about his clumsy rank. At that time, the hero's monster was already ready for battle, and the guy also decided to pin up the enemies. One of the participants asked for forgiveness for Lin Huang falling into the trap. He assured them that they had no evil intentions towards him, but the main character immediately realized that he was lying to him and trying to deceive him. The leader of the enemy group offered to unite to become allies, and then helped the guy climb the mountain to the finish line. Lin Huang refused the stranger's offer, but he still persuaded him to go for it. Behind the leader of the group, the bully turned to the main character due to the fact that he insulted their family by refusing their offer. They didn't like how Lin Huang treated them, so they decided to teach him a lesson. At the same moment, the group immediately attacked the guy. They hit where the hero was, but he was able to dodge their attacks. The fair-haired bandit began to run with a knife at the guy, but suddenly a vampire appeared in front of the main character. The enemy was shocked by the appearance of Bai. Bai immediately defeated the guy with one attack. Other bandits began to rush to the rescue. But suddenly a large ogre appeared behind them, which was several times larger. They couldn't believe that the main character had 3 monsters in his inventory at once. In one fell swoop, the tyrant scattered all the bandits. The leader of the bandit group could not understand how a person who did not have an iron rank could do such a thing. But Lin Huang looked at him with an evil look and joked at the bandits that they had failed. The tyrant continued to attack the leader of the group, but he was getting worse shield, so he wanted to move on to peace negotiations. He began to assume that this ogre was a copper rank, because his shield is not so easy to break. Lin Huang stopped the tyrant because he was wondering what the guys would say. Zuo Qiu admitted that they made a big mistake regarding the main character, so he began to ask for forgiveness. He began to offer Lin Huang interesting proposals, but the guy was not interested. All he needed was all the items in the leader's little brother's inventory to make up for the moral damage caused by his arrogance. But the blonde didn't care about the truce between the guys. He threw shurikens at the main character. The tyrant was able to protect Lin Huang with his hand from the shuriken. The guy did not tolerate this and began to shoot at the opponent. One of the bullets pierced the shoulder of the fair-haired bully. He began to ask for help from his older brother. But the leader did not help him and prevent the main character. He let Lin Huang go to see his younger brother. The protagonist stood in front of a wounded opponent and smiled maliciously, pointing a gun at him. But the guy did not believe that the hero would dare to kill him. Lin Huang didn't care about the guy because he didn't care about qualifications. He could summon strong monsters, and therefore any other organization would have taken him. With a murderous look, he looked at the fallen rival and continued to say that he could have avoided any punishment. After that, he began to pull the trigger and say goodbye to the opponent. But suddenly he was stopped by a young gentleman who did not want the death of his younger brother. He asked to be spared. The leader was ready to go to any lengths for this. They were ready to give up all the things from the inventory only for the protagonist to spare them all. Lin Huang thought about it and decided to spare the guys. He was in favorable conditions because he understood that if he did kill, then there would be many problems. Suddenly, behind the guy in the distance of the desert, a certain silhouette appeared, which begged for help. The protagonist turned around to look and realized that this figure was very familiar to him. After some time, the guys rested next to the fire. If not for Lin Huang, then his friend would have been buried somewhere under the sand. They cooked delicious meat. A friend told why he was left alone, and the tyrant, who was sitting next to the hero, really wanted to eat meat from the fire. The guy offered to try an armored boar, which his team caught. His lifelong goal was to become a gourmet hunter. His goal was to travel the world in search of the best ingredients to create the most delicious dish. They continued to sit and discuss food from all over the world, while the ogre continued to salivate. It was useful for the protagonist to keep his buddy around, but he was noisy for him. The guy asked to go to Lin Huang's tent because he lost his in the desert. But the main character was categorically against this, because he always liked to sleep by himself. A friend met his fate and decided to lie down by the fire. And meanwhile, the tyrant was sitting by the fire and was not at all tired. The main character decided to leave him for protection. Late at night, when everyone was already asleep and the fire went out, Lin Huang was also sleeping. But suddenly he opened his eyes. He saw behind the canvas of the tent the silhouette of an ogre, which stood with its back and made sounds. The guy immediately ran out of the tent and did not understand what was happening. He began to look at the tyrant, who continued to shout about the danger. Lin Huang, noticing this, realized that things were going very badly for them. He immediately started waking up Yin Han so that he would wake up faster. But the friend did not want to wake up because he did not understand why he needed it. The protagonist showed the guy what danger is approaching them. It was a flock of crows that brought only death with them. The guys began to run away with great speed on the ogre, which was rushing at a speed from a flock of crows. The protagonist asked Yin Han not to shout so loudly. Lin Huang did not know how to escape from this danger because this flock could pass through objects. Everyone who fell under the attack of crows died due to the fact that his soul was sucked out by them. Suddenly, unable to hold on to the giant, Yin Han fell from the tyrant to the ground, but the ogre managed to grab the guy while he was in flight down. The giant did not stop for a minute. He tried to escape from the ghostly crows. Sitting on the giant, Lin Huang pondered how to save himself. Other than asking for help, nothing else came to his mind, but he couldn't do it because he would lose everything. He continued to think of various options on how to escape from a flock of ghostly crows, because with any stupid mistake made during the exam, there is a high chance of losing his system. Further events are transferred to the code area where the rescue manual was sitting. Demoness sitting on a sofa in a beautiful dress and holding a glass. She was a little sad because this year the participants were very weak, and the thought that no one would pass the exam made the girl more and more sad. Suddenly, a message arrived on her imperial ring, giving no rest after a hard day's work. The girl saw on a special card the mark of one of the test participants. This card asked for more help every second. The examiner did not understand how this mark could move at such an incredible speed. She began to go to the rescue, opening a portal and wondering how difficult it would be for the contestant to move across the desert at that speed. Having moved to the desert, she continued to think about how the guy could move so quickly and completely considered that the main character simply ended up inside some kind of creature and simply died. Suddenly, a large ogre appeared in front of her, which was rushing straight at the girl. At that moment, Lin Huang was on the monster, shouting about quickly moving to a safe place. Lin Huang, jumping off the giant, flew straight to the demoness so that she would quickly save the guys from this creepy and too dangerous place for ordinary people. Having moved to a safe place, the tyrant could not pass through the small portal compared to his body and continued to growl just lying on the ground. Therefore, the guy asked for forgiveness and soon hurried to call him back, while a huge piece of stone fell on the guy's head and caused some pain when falling. Suddenly, the demoness began to scream at the guy to get off her, and a similar situation turned out to be even embarrassing for the main character, since he was right on the girl. A little later, he, sitting on his knees in front of her, began to explain to the examiner why he sent a request to her purely out of the hopelessness of the prevailing case where they were being chased by a horde of ravens. Listening to Lin Huang's story, the girl believed at her word, and in her head she understood that the speed she saw, like that of an ogre, was abnormal for him and most likely he mutated in an unknown way. The guy began to explain why the monster could move so fast, while he diverted his thoughts to the natural mutation of the tyrant, about which the girl herself is perfectly clear. The protagonist asked forgiveness from the mistress for the mistake made, due to which the higher-ranking leaders would have to work a little and eliminate the remaining crows during one evening. But in his heart he hoped that he would not be disqualified from the exam, because the very fact of interacting with the examiner is a terrible violation of the rules, and you can immediately fly out of the test. The demoness began to tell the guy that as soon as they deal with the crows, she will immediately send them back to take this exam to test the abilities of the participants. She admitted that the protagonist was smart enough to complete his mission, and then asked the protagonist and his unconscious buddy to leave her apartment immediately. But suddenly something stopped the guy and did not give him the opportunity to properly comprehend the current situation. Only after a couple of minutes the guy sewed everything and he realized that they would not be disqualified and could forgive all mistakes. The examiner indifferently began to threaten that if they did not leave after the time allotted for this, then she would have to ask the chiefs to kick them out of this exam without hesitation. Immediately after her words, Lin Huang dragged his friend along and asked for forgiveness, closing the door and giving the girl the opportunity to rest peacefully without any worries. Demonisa, immediately after the departure of the protagonist, sat quietly watching TV without making any sounds. And after that, she immediately began to rejoice loudly, because she finally found a good warrior capable of mastering the summoning card of a mutated monster, while the main character who was worthy of success was a good tamer. Events moved to the next day. The protagonist was surprised that such a huge flock of crows seen last night just disappeared in 1 minute and left no trace. Satisfied, the Dominus sent the guys to continue passing the exam in order to get the desired iron rank, due to which there will be more opportunities or ways to fight. Leaving the portal again, the girl threatened the guy not to send the signal again. Otherwise, the guy would have to pay all the accumulated hotel bills for her and thus punish Lin Huang. Yin Han decided to play a trick on the guy because he was unconscious at the time of his blackout in order to remember all the details of what happened at the hotel last night. But the main character didn't like his joke, and he decided to threaten his friend with a refusal to take him to the right place. They were in the middle of the desert talking about how they had to run away from a flock of crows that drove them into the very depths of the northern part where there is a recreation area nearby. The protagonist looked at the location map and well understood that at the moment the guys had spent the whole night, so they needed to speed up to catch up with the other participants in the verification test. The guys were very hot, so they decided to move around the desert on a giant. They came to a certain building, which was in the middle of the sands. Opening the door to the inside, they confirmed that it was a supply point. Lin Huang asked his friend to take only the essentials for survival, when suddenly he noticed that someone was here. Yin Han was not surprised that someone was here, because this supply point was the only one in the area. But for the main character, it was too strange. All these things were not particularly valuable, but necessary for further passage through the wasteland. They wouldn't just leave them like that, so there was only one option. Something caused the members to run away from here, and the friend immediately panicked at Lin Huang's words. Suddenly, a giant of children began to shout angrily from the street, and such shouts carried the thought of the danger that had developed around the tyrant. They knew right away that they had to get out of here. The guys began to run away on Tirana, and something ran after them underground, so the main character tried with all his might not to let his summoning creature stop or lag behind his opponent. The danger, which was right under the scorching sand, moved much faster than the giant, so she almost managed to catch up with the large ogre. The tyrant stopped abruptly and began to swing with all his might in order to deliver a blow capable of either stopping the approaching enemy or completely eliminating him without giving him the opportunity to strike a counter blow. He hit the sand with incredible force. Because of this, a huge worm appeared from under the bottom, which was several times larger than the giant. The guys looked up at the head of the worm and were very shocked by what they saw. It was a hell worm. The protagonist knew that it was a demonic monster that even a giant could not handle. Lin Huang knew not to be idle, so he immediately started shooting at him with a pistol. But the bullets could not do anything. They just bounced off the body, because the body of the worm was very strong, and the bullets could not stop it. While the guys were panicking, the infernal worm just stared at the guys motionless. The guys were sitting on the Minotaur and understood that the worm was too fast, so they could not escape in any way. But suddenly the protagonist noticed that the infernal worm did not react to them in any way. Because of this situation, he understood the weak point of this monster. This monster had no eyes or ears. He tracked his target through the vibrations that emanated from it, so all the guys needed was just to stand still and not move, and then the infernal worm would leave. The huge worm began to turn in different directions in order to hear at least some vibration. Lin Huang was right. All that was needed to save the guys was just not to move. Suddenly, Yin Han had an idea. He did not listen to Huan's advice, so he took out a piece of meat from his pocket, and making sounds he threw it forward to distract the monster. Lin Huang looked at his friend's actions and was shocked that his friend had done such a stupid thing. The hell worm immediately felt the vibration that came from the fat man, so he noticed the guys. And because of this, Yin Han got scared and fell from the giant. He could not bear the emotional load of his opponent, so his legs could not hold him because of the great panic inside. Landing directly in the sand, it caused a large vibration, due to which the monster knew where they were. The fat man, raising his head up, began to shout for help because the infernal worm began to attack him. The protagonist immediately began to ask the giant to help them. The giant, after the request of his master, immediately kicked the infernal worm from his foot. Because of this, the worm found out the real location of the ogre, and therefore a conflict broke out between the monsters. Lin Huang, while on the giant, began to distract the giant worm so that it would pay attention to him. After that, the infernal worm chased the giant, running away from him. And behind all this, Yin Han sat on the sand, who prayed for the main character to stay alive. After all, he could never pay him if he died. The protagonist, running away with his giant from the infernal worm, asked him to keep running in the same direction and threw him aside, and the tyrant, without stopping, immediately threw the guy into the air with great force. Lin Huang landed on the sand and watched as his giant ran away from the giant worm. He looked with an exciting look at how a giant worm was catching up with his giant, so he asked for forgiveness from him, because he needed to use the giant as bait. The infernal worm, having caught up with the giant, began to move the sand under him so that it would be more difficult for him to dodge. After his victim was immobilized, he immediately appeared from under the sand and immediately swallowed half the giant. But the guy still smiled because he, as a tamer, would never give it away. He, holding the tyrant's card in his hands, immediately summoned him again. And while the worm could not understand where they had gone, they went to save their fat friend. After evading the infernal worm, they began to make their way back across the desert to retrieve their comrade. After a few minutes, when they reached the place where they dispersed, the guy, standing on the giant, looked at the distance of the sandstone, hoping to see his friend. But they could not find any traces of Yin Han himself, so he decided to move on, hoping that he would meet him at the mountain. On the way to the east, they had to face great dangers, such as beast monsters, which attacked the guys from all sides. After they fought against the snow dinosaurs, and it was the safe route suggested by the association, but it wasn't that safe, continuing to fight with Bai against scary monsters. Then he realized that it was very strange. But at last they reached the mountain, the Ridge of the Goddess. Lin Huang looked at the giant mountain and realized that the size of the giant was not suitable for mountain climbing. Therefore, only he and Bai will climb. They began to move towards the top along a steep rock, ensuring each other. Lin Huang knew that if it wasn't for the giant's stamina, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Suddenly, a collapse occurred under the hero's feet, and he, unable to resist, began to fall down. But the vampire reacted in time. He secured himself in the place where he could reach and began to hold the rope to save the guy from falling. Lin Huang was very frightened that he almost fell to his death. If not for Bai, he would already be dead. But when Bai picked him up, the guy was a little embarrassed, because the vampire dragged him on himself and this rotted his male pride. He was a little embarrassed because of this. He would like to climb himself without forcing anyone. Quietly to himself, he whispered to himself that he still had a man's pride. Closer to the night, the protagonist with the vampire stood by the fire and wanted to stay here. The guy still had some meat left, which was cooked by the bun, but where he disappeared, they had no idea. The main character didn't want his fat friend to die. He wanted to try more of his cooking. Suddenly, he heard some sort of rumble behind him. Turning back, the guy saw how the vampire jumped down from the cliff. Almost immediately after the jump, Bai returned. But he was not by himself, but with some sweet creature who was in sorrow. Lin Huang was very surprised because it was a snow beast. He heard that this is a very sweet and harmless creature. The snow beast came here from afar because he was hungry and wanted some back meat. The guy happily looked at the vampire and said that this animal was very harmless, so he shouldn't have worried. But this little animal ate too much. The guy thought that the snow beast would turn back home. But suddenly a small animal grabbed the guy by the leg and wanted to say something to him by this action. The main character began to assume that the animal wanted to take him somewhere. The guys started chasing a small snow animal that ran to the appointed place. They ran after him because they had nothing to do anyway. Suddenly the animal jumped at high speed right into the wall and hung on the ice wall as if stuck. But suddenly he passed through a hard, icy wall into her. Lin Huang was very surprised by what he saw with his own eyes. He reached out to the wall and noticed that the wall looked like an ordinary ice wall, but it was just an illusion. There was something on the other side. He invited his vampire friend to go with him and see what was inside. The main character first went into the wall. When he went inside the untruthful wall, he felt cold all over his body. The guy seemed to plunge into a cold pool. Suddenly, he began to cover himself with his hand because of the bright radiance that sowed everywhere. Opening his eyes, he saw before him a charming sight. He could not fully understand where he was and what kind of secret place it was. The hero began to call his ward vampire. But suddenly, a snow beast began to speak to the guy, which brought the guy to this place. Only people with permission could enter the secret place. There was no place for monsters here. Lin Huang was a little surprised that the beast could talk to him. A small animal spoke in a very adult and rough voice. Even the main character told him that his voice did not match his appearance. Suddenly, after the spoken words, the snow beast began to transform. A strong snow whirlwind rose in front of the guy, and then a gigantic transformed beast appeared from it, which was even bigger than the giant Lin Huang. It was a Yeti. Lin Huang looked at him and realized that the Yeti was an ice attribute monster. They were even stronger than the superior level monsters. If he wanted to, he could easily kill the guy. Suddenly, the Yeti spoke to the hero again and asked not to worry. He could read minds and knew what he was thinking. He brought the guy here to ask for help. Looking at the giant beast, Lin Huang did not understand why such a powerful monster needed his help. He became interested in how he could help him. Yeti reached out his big hand to the guy and lifted him up on it. Before they would destroy, the Yeti wanted to tell the main character one story. He asked him to listen very carefully and not to interrupt. But the guy didn't think he had any choice but to listen to the big guy. Long ago, when the Yeti was still a child, he had a mistress. She was the kindest creature in the whole world, and all his memories from that time were connected with her. Yeti was in the childhood of her pets. It took him a moment to realize that she wasn't human, but he realized this only after he began to evolve. He went on talking about his mistress. She loved people. She loved to communicate with them, and often hid her identity, and therefore she is often from this snowy mountain. Because of this, he was lonely, but he endured because he knew that she was happy. Subsequently, she fell in love with a human, an ordinary mortal. She was ready to give everything for him, and from that very day, he never saw her again, until one day she returned. The Yeti was so happy that he rushed towards her until he saw that she will soon be gone because of the wound, which she covered with her hand. When that mortal found out that she was not a human, he gathered a group of hunters to kill her. During the battle, he was wounded and almost died, and in order to save her beloved, she pulled out her own. She lay completely in her blood. That man survived, but she only had to wait for her death. The Yeti listened to her last order and then plunged her deep into the icy lake. The guy did not understand how the Yeti could help. Yeti began to explain that his mistress told him before her death that the day would come when the chosen one would come to this place. And then she will come back to life, and the ice on the mountain will melt. The protagonist thought that he was the chosen one, but the big man dispelled his assumptions that there were already 3 people here before him, and they all failed. Yeti chose only people with a good heart. Several thousand years have passed, and he was the 4th Tench to enter here. The Yeti explained to Lin Huang what he needed to do, and if the guy didn't succeed, he would simply erase the guy's memory of this place and let him go. The protagonist decided, since such a thing, it was worth it for him to try to save the mistress of the big man. He dripped his blood from his finger into the icy lake and hoped that he would help the frozen girl to help her return again. They both stood and looked at the drop of blood that spread over the ice, but nothing happened. 1 hour later, they sat on the cold snow next to a drop of blood, and there was still nothing. Lin Huang had already lost all hope and begged the Yeti for forgiveness for his failed attempt. But suddenly the lake began to melt, which meant that everything went well. Everything around the lake began to turn green. The plants returned to life. The protagonist was very surprised by his blood because he thought it was special. An unfamiliar body of a woman began to rise from the lake. Yeti was very excited to see the body of his mistress. Before them appeared a woman in a beautiful ice dress with snow-white hair. Lin Huang looked at this girl and was struck by her unearthly beauty. She stood on the water and began to speak to the Yeti, calling him the Ice King. After the queen flew up to the head of the big man and thanked him for protecting him for all the time while she was lying in the lake, she turned to the main character and thanked him as well. She asked to be called Shui Luo. Lin Huang was worried about one interesting question, so he asked for forgiveness earlier and decided to ask if the girl was a monster or not. The woman began to say that she was not a monster. She was from the divine race. The goddess began to demonstrate her power to the guy so that he could understand what it was all about. Suddenly, he felt that his cracked wheel of life was now fully restored. She decided to restore the guy's wheel of life, because it interfered with him for a long time. As a reward, she healed him. But the girl said that it was not all the power of the gods. The goddess decided to give Lin Huang another reward. Enveloping the boy in celestial lightning, she upgraded his Great Devastation skill card to an epic rank. The main character was very happy with such a gift. The goddess, smiling at the guy, said that he was very unusual for a mere mortal. The girl with the Yeti decided to send the guy back and were ready to help him in the future. But the guy got a lot from the goddess anyway. After Lin Huang leaves, they will also leave this place. The goddess wanted to return back to her world. She warned the main character not to linger on this mountain because they would meet many monsters. The goddess felt the aura of a monster that had reached the rank of superiority. It was said about one of the tamed heroes. Because of this, the monsters hunted the guy. After the woman's words, he finally understood why the monsters were after them. They said goodbye to each other. Lin Huang walked back out of the barrier and felt cold from it. At the exit, he was met by Bai, who had been standing motionless since entering the portal of the protagonist. Lin Huang was full of energy, so he wanted to continue straight after leaving. They began to climb further on the steep rock after his wheel of life was restored. The guy became much stronger. As he climbed, he wondered how strong he could be now. Finally, they reached the top. The guys just made it to the end of the exam. Suddenly, they heard a sound that was coming from before them. Lin Huang saw ordinary ducks looking at the guys from the corner of the cliff. In an instant, the main character began to think about how to grab one of the geese and cook it for dinner. But suddenly his plans are interrupted by geese, which began to attack them. Lin Huang and the vampire began to run away from the goose monsters. While Bai climbed onto the rock, the main character, meanwhile, covered him from the monsters with a pistol. The vampire saw a cave in which to hide from them. He immediately began to pull up the guy who was shooting back from the geese. Pulling into the cave, they decided to wait for the monsters to attack in this sheltered setting, trying to warn themselves against a hostile intrusion. Suddenly, the situation in the air changed rapidly. The geese, having stopped their attacks, began to express alarm and panic. The protagonist was at a loss and could not understand the reason for this change. The sky was eclipsed by a huge blue hawk that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The hawk instantly rushed at the geese, starting a devastating attack. With the power he gained, he eliminated the monsters one by one, ruthlessly exterminating them. Lin Huang stood beside Bai, frozen as his eyes turned to the black crow that was playing the role of a puzzle and a solution. He turned to the vampire and flared with joy, realizing that now no one would stop them from moving forward. And suddenly, behind, in the depths of the cave, there was a sound of a stepping foot. It turned out that it was an evil hawk that had clearly come to them. The protagonist noticed that the black raven also headed towards them, carrying some kind of secret or threat. He felt confused, not understanding why all the monsters were attacking him. Bai was about to start a fight with the raven, but Lin Huang held him back, realizing that it would be difficult for the vampire to deal with this dangerous flying creature. Afterlife shots from a pistol began to be heard in the direction of the raven, but even the bullets could not penetrate even the feathers of the enemy. The protagonist was shocked to realize that his attacks didn't deal even the slightest amount of damage. The guy reached out for the button to call for help, but he had to believe that he was faced with this choice again. The black crow continued to attack the cave, creating an atmosphere of menace and unrest. While the hero slowly began to have an idea in his head how to turn the situation in his favor, they decided to wait for the moment when the raven was weakened or vulnerable. Together, in a coordinated manner, they launched an attack on the enemy. Lin Huang realized that he could only inflict wounds on the monster in the most vulnerable place, in the eyes. He pointed the muzzle of his pistol straight at them. With a shot, Lin Huang landed a fatal hit on the crow, depriving him of his life. They watched the black crow fall, and the last of Lin Huang's bullets had been used up into it. Suddenly, a new notification appeared on his screen. This notice contained the information that he had received the Black Crow card. For Lin Huang, this card was of little value, but his inner assistant reminded him that the failure of the card was due to his failure. Because of this, the guy pushed Xiao He away, shifting his attention away from his inner turmoil. The guys began to rush to the top because there was little time left. They had to get to the top as soon as possible so as not to miss the deadline. They overcame many obstacles on their way and finally reached the top. A silhouette appeared behind the main character. Neither the vampire nor Lin Huang sensed his presence. The stranger turned to the guys and told them that he was just like them. It turned out that he was also a tamer and also owned the Black Crow. It was his bird that the guys accidentally destroyed. The guy with white hair felt anger towards the main character for his act and longed for revenge. He summoned an even more powerful monster to him to destroy Lin Huang. Before Lin Huang's eyes, the sight of a blood eagle opened up, able to easily deal with him. He understood that he needed to develop a survival plan quickly. However, the stranger, riding a bloody eagle, put off revenge for a while. The guy flew away, leaving the main character alone with his thoughts. For him, Lin Huang remained a weak and unworthy opponent. He flew off to the side, preparing to give the second round of the fight. It was time for Lin Huang to develop a plan to descend the mountain. He found a chain and decided to use the wings of a vampire as a kind of hang glider. The protagonist clung to the chain and made by his hang glider in order to go down as quickly as possible. He had long dreamed of flying on the back of his friend. Now it became clear to him why people are so eager to master the art of flight. When he landed where it all began, he felt a sense of longing as his fun on the mountain came to an end. They descended and met with the demoness who was standing at the meeting. The guys were the first to get here. The examiner congratulated them on successfully passing the exam and informed them that they would soon be able to register as hunters. However, the guy was surprised that he was the first in this area. He started asking about the guy he met on the mountain. The girl said that his name was Bai Yang and that he was an exception. He turned out to be a participant, but his special status and abilities made him different from others. Thus, he did not take the exam but still desired to pass it. Bai Yang could immediately become a copper hunter, and not an iron hunter like everyone else. Lin Huang carefully studied his balance of money, assessing what financial resources he had left. A smile of unspeakable relief bloomed on his face as he realized that he had been able to successfully sell certain items and earn 3 million. After all, he could finally call himself truly wealthy. In line with the demoness's advice, Lin Huang realized that he still had a few more days to spend here. Instead of letting the time fall on deaf ears, he decided to make the best use of this time. He began to plan how he could efficiently resupply ammunition and start hunting monsters. When Lin Huang entered the weapon shop, he immediately encountered disappointment. During the search, he could not find the very bullets for the Dark Eagle, a valuable weapon, which he was so eager to acquire. The seller explained that such bullets are rare on the market. Despite being disappointed, Lin Huang sighed and accepted the fact. Instead of deepening into thought, he decided to adapt to the circumstances. He toured the entire gun market, but realized with increasing anxiety that he would not be able to find the items he was looking for. Even in the places where he lived before, the choice turned out to be much richer than here. Long hours were spent searching for the necessary items and moving to their destination. Lin Huang glanced at the shop's sign, realizing that he should keep looking to meet the owner of this shop. Crossing the threshold of the shop, Lin Huang saw an old, small, and hunchbacked old man in front of him, who carefully looked at him. Approaching the counter, the protagonist asked the old man to provide him with bullets for the Dark Eagle, the weapon that he was so eager to acquire. His requirement included 3,000 conventional bullets and 300 armored ones. The old man slowly pulled out a box from the shelf, placing it carefully on the table in front of Lin Huang. Minutes seemed to stand in the air when the old man named the total cost of the goods, the sum of which was close to 200,000. The seller skillfully could get almost any product, even relics. But for him, the main criterion has always been the availability of money from the buyer. While paying for his purchase, Lin Huang was slightly surprised to find such an experienced salesperson at this place. Interrupting his thoughts, he hears a loud alarm alert, indicating that something is going on. Unable to restrain himself, he quickly thanked the old man and was ready to leave the shop. The shop owner just watched him silently, his eyes expressing something more than just attention. Blending in with the crowd, Lin Huang walked towards the source of the noise, trying to understand what was going on. At the very center of the crowd, a demoness stood, actively explaining the appearance of a monster in the desert. This monster had the unique ability to control other monsters, but the strength of the people was not enough to cope with this threat, so they were called to stay here. One of the participants, obviously displeased, began to resent near Lin Huang. The demoness's eyes flashed with fearsome fire as she responded to this protest. She assured that such a decision was made for the benefit of all. If they went to battle against the monsters, their fate would be just food for those monsters. The crowd froze for a moment, imbued with the terrible words of the demoness. The examiner tried to calm the audience, claiming that the Monster Association had sent an outstanding hunter to this region, who hopefully could deal with the main monster. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the depths of the crowd. It was Bai Yang who expressed his fears to the demoness about the possible consequences for the area. His determination was unwavering. Lin Huang listened to the boy's words and realized that despite his intensity, he was saying very reasonable things. Speaking to the demoness, Lin Huang shared his thoughts and questions. The protagonist felt anxiety for his friend and wanted to know how his fate had turned out. The demoness replied that his friend had decided to leave the exam as soon as Lin Huang approached the ridge. Then she turned away and left him. At the late hour of the night, a huge explosion was heard from the depths of the forest. Lin Huang sat at the window, carefully watching the fight between the excellent hunter and the monster. Looking at the battlefield, he realized that now all hope lies with this hunter. With the dawn of a new day, the protagonist continued to sleep. The window was ajar, and the rain was pounding outside. Suddenly, a sea of fire blossomed in front of him, illuminating the battlefield. Immediately, an alarm alert sounded, the voice of which pulled him out of the quiet atmosphere. Lin Huang left the room and found himself in a corridor where people were rushing back and forth in complete confusion. Stopping one of the workers, he asked what was going on. He replied that the situation was very serious. Lin Huang was shocked to learn that the excellent hunter had died. Panic reigned in the conference room. People were at a loss and demanded to be released from this atmosphere of fear. The demoness insistently explained that the wounded monster had sent his minions to attack. She stressed that now both hunters and beginners who have just passed the exams will have to protect the area. However, the young warriors were scared and not ready to go to the battlefield. They begged to be released. At this moment, Lin Huang addressed the crowd, expressing his disappointment. He called them pathetic and fearful. He began to convince the guys that they had no other choice but to stand up for themselves and fight the monsters. Trying to escape will lead to much worse consequences. The protagonist asked the demoness, how long could she hold out against the monsters? She analyzed the enemies she had to fight and was confident that she could last a day against them. The guy, after hearing the answer, began to motivate others to also go to the battlefield with him and the girl. For a more exciting and motivational experience, he sat down on his knees and continued his motivational speech, so that everyone understands the real danger that threatened them if they escaped. If the monsters are not resisted, they will quickly deal with this place and then move on to other settlements. Lin Huang continued to motivate the entire crowd because they needed to work together and fight back to protect this area. He convinced everyone why they shouldn't have fled the area. They were all ready to go and fight against the monsters. Behind the crowd stood Bai Yang, who simply said that they were all a bunch of jerks. The protagonist suddenly noticed how a special guy was leaving the hall. Suddenly he was hugged by Mrs., who continued to tell the crowd of hunters to follow the hunters from the association and help them protect the area. She continued to maintain a motivating attitude to keep the guys confident. All participants, after hearing the instructions, began to go and prepare for battle, equipping themselves with weapons. Lin Huang, with a joyful and captivating mood, was also about to leave for the battlefield. But suddenly the demoness with a serious expression stopped him. The guy looked at the girl with a blank look and could not understand why she stopped him. Miss started telling the guy that her relic was capable of teleporting a maximum of 50 people. She wanted to give him and all the members under 20 the opportunity to leave first. The main character didn't understand what she was saying. After all, she contradicted her previous words. But the woman started yelling at him. She was trying to calm all the people, but she knew that soon this place would turn into hell. The guy listened attentively to the demoness, who explained to the guy that the nearest help could come only after 48 hours, and the monsters would get to them in 10 hours. With a sad expression on her face, she knew that she would die protecting this area, but she was ready to save everyone she could, and will not allow such talented people to die here. But Lin Huang wasn't going to just retreat like a coward, so he resolutely said that he would stay behind to fight against the fearsome monsters. He said those words were not just to comfort people. He was ready to fight as much as he could against the monsters and couldn't just run away. They only had to wait a little while before the hunters arrived. He began to tell his plan. He wanted to evacuate the civilian population and use the highlands for defense and stretch out 2 days before the arrival of the hunters. The girl understood what the guy was talking about. They only needed to find something to cover that gorge and hold out in it until help arrived. Lin Huang joyfully grabbed her by the shoulders, begging her to let her help. The girl in front blushed a little because she began to find the main character attractive. Walking along the corridor, the girl told him that 200,000 people had to be evacuated, so they had to try. She hoped that, thanks to him, they would be able to survive this crisis. Across the mountainous area, there were many crowds of people who were heading to a safe place. Behind the main character, there were new members who were a little worried about the fact that they had to protect a large number of people. The guys thought positively, so they believed that their team was very balanced and they would definitely cope. The team of the protagonist walked through a terrible place, which around the path was littered with the corpses of dead monsters. Lin Huang tried not to lose his positive attitude, so he reassured the guys so that they would not swear. And then he continued to inspect the territory in which they patrolled. Suddenly, he felt that something was approaching at great speed towards them. The guy immediately jumped back towards the girl and barely managed to save the girl from the attack. They sat on the ground and looked at the axe, which, having flown from the distance, was intended to kill the hunters. The main character did not dwell on this for a long time. He immediately looked in the other direction and was a little surprised. Before them appeared large minotaurs, who were eager to kill the guys. They were far ahead of the guys. There was a full army of them, which carried only chaos. All the newcomers began to panic, but Lin Huang still tried to calm them down and get ready for battle. To defeat the minotaurs, he knew he had to deal with the totem first. A bunch of minotaurs, opening their mouths, began to prepare for a bloody battle. The main character did not wait for the enemy to attack, so going forward to attack, he asked his friend to cover him. Yu Guang, after his captain's order, began to cover by shooting at the eyes of the minotaurs. Having blinded one of the minotaurs, Lin Huang immediately dealt with him. Moving forward, he asked his team to help each other in battle. Girl activated her staff, who stopped the minotaurs. Her friend was surprised by her, because she yelled a lot, but at the same time she wielded great strength. The blonde-haired guy himself crouched down and began to activate the traps that appeared from under the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Huang rushed to meet the evil minotaurs. Getting closer every second, he decided to try out the new power of the Great Devastation. The guy in 1 second passed the blade through the minotaur, thereby killing him, and destroyed the totem. Stopping, he looked at his sword and was happy with his new blade. In the meantime, while the guy was not thinking about the danger around him, he rejoiced at the new weapon. Behind him, a giant minotaur wanted to kill him. But the guy was in control. Therefore, he easily evaded the attack of the monster, and then destroyed the giant in one fell swoop. Yu Guang was surprised by the hero's blade, and the girl didn't have time for that. She asked him not to stand as a pillar, but to help her. Suddenly, the minotaurs began to fall into the trap that had been set by the guys earlier before. Thanks to the bleed effect from the trap guys, a bunch of minotaurs didn't have long to live. They stood in the middle of the battlefield and could not move. Meanwhile, Lin Huang wasted no time in destroying the enemy with his new sword. Suddenly, he received a new temporary transformation card, which allowed the main character to transform into other creatures and be him for a certain time. Holding the card in his hand, he read the conditions for using the card. Thanks to this card, it was possible to turn into another monster with whom there was a connection. While the protagonist was reading carelessly, suddenly a giant minotaur appeared behind him. He understood that he did not have great speed, therefore he could not evade or defend himself from the enemy's attack. But suddenly, splashes of blood began to fly towards the guy due to the fact that someone was killing the monster. It was the vampire Bai. He silently looked at his tamer, thereby expressing indignation that the guy was not attentive. The guys just stood and watched as Lin Huang and Bai destroyed the monsters alone without anyone's help. And at first they thought that he was an ordinary weakling. After the minotaurs were all defeated, the guys from his squad began to praise the main character, because he was very cool in battles. He understood that they had spent too much time on this. They needed to speed up to get to their destination. Suddenly his ring began to shake and glow. A hologram of a demoness appeared from him, who was interested in where his team was. The girl anxiously told them that they had only 1 hour to arrive at the appointed place. But the monsters headed towards them, therefore they need to run. After hearing the information, the team was shocked by the words of the girl. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, where there were already terrible monsters that attacked by hundreds of hunters, but the demoness did not give up. She continued to destroy monsters one by one. Suddenly, behind her, her ally is killed by one of the bloody hyenas. The girl understood that it was too dangerous on the battlefield, so the hunters had too many wounded. She gave the order for everyone to retreat, and she would try to delay the enemy. She wanted to save everyone she could, so she turned to the remaining hunters and said that whoever was left would fight her to the very end. But suddenly, her attention was attracted by something more terrible. Her gaze stopped and began to look at one place. Yu looked at the bloody hyena that was in front of her. This monster was significantly larger than the others that were around him. The hunters could not contain their emotions. They began to panic at the sight of this terrible monster. One of the assistants told the girl that even she could not cope with a whole flock of demonic hyenas. If she joins the fight, she will simply die. But the eldest was still eager to fight, but one of the hunters kept her so that she would not do stupid things. Suddenly, the attention of all the monsters switched to the other side. The girl, after what she saw, began to rejoice. It was Lin Huang who had already flown to fight the monsters. He had come straight to the center of the battle to help. The hero swung at the bloody hyena with his sword, but she managed to stop his attack with her teeth. The protagonist began to tell his team what they needed to do. His giant and his friends destroyed one after another terrible monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Huang was still able to break free from the blood hyena's grip. and landed right in front of the mega monster. He was ready to attack. The bloody hyena did not wait long, so it immediately began to attack and sparkle with red lightning. The guy was shocked and did not understand why she raised her rank to the highest. It didn't take long for the monster to take down the guy. The hyena immediately crushed hers. Paw protagonist directly to the ground. Zhou Lo, noticing Huang's difficult situation, began to worry about his ally and thus did not look at the danger that lay ahead of him. But fortunately, suddenly they come to his aid and save him. Under the guidance of an experienced head huntress, the group came together to form a well-coordinated team, preparing for the upcoming showdown with the aggressive hyenas. While the tension before the impending battle was at its peak, Lin Huang remained calm, not letting the panic take over. He demonstrated his unparalleled skill, easily cracking down on the advancing monsters, accurately wielding both his giant and his sword. However, the real threat came from the bloody hyena, which had an amazing ability to read the intentions of the protagonist. Adjusting to the new threat, Lin Huang instantly changed his tactics, moving his trusty giant to the safe haven of his inventory. Magic rings lit up around the head of the bloody hyena, foreshadowed a magical attack that could become dangerous for everyone present. Bai Yang appeared on the arena, and with the joint efforts of the main character they managed to cope with the bloody hyena. After a hard-fought victory over the mega monster, Lin Huang felt an increase in confidence and strength, remaining on the verge of an emotional high. Lin Huang's skill with the sword amazed the entire group of hunters, giving the impression of unsurpassed expertise. The look of the demoness, contemplating the events, reflected her admiration for the power of the monsters under the control of the protagonist and his skill as a warrior. One of the protagonist's friends was relieved to see that they had come to the rescue at a critical moment, and this alliance was a true gift of fate. Shouts of alarm sounded in the distance, strongly indicating the urgent need to retreat to the mouth of the gorge to regroup. The gaze of the protagonist slid across the desert horizon, and shock seized his soul as a new, terrible threat loomed there. The silhouettes of many spiders rushing forward with frightening speed began to occupy the horizon, foreshadowing a new battle. The girl leading the group stood in front, her face expressing concern and determination, emphasizing that all this was real and not a dream. The look on her face suddenly changed to a look of desperation as she realized that something was standing before them that they had not yet encountered. The massive army of terrible spiders moved forward at a terrific speed, their numbers creating an atmosphere of imminent danger. Panic gripped the group of hunters, causing them to attempt to flee the approaching threat, highlighting the chaos that dominated the situation. While the others felt inner chaos and fear, Lin Huang continued to remain calm, realizing that time was running out. The state of panic began to take over, causing some of the hunters to lose control and flee in an attempt to get away from the monsters. Lin Huang realized that the spiders were getting closer, and there was little time left to prepare for the confrontation. A group of hunters, remaining on the opposite side of the passage, decided to use the fallen monsters as a barrier to slow down the advance of the spiders. Lin Huang suggested using the dead monsters as a temporary barrier, delaying the attacking spider army. Despite the objections of one of the hunters, Lin Huang stood his ground, realizing that this was a necessary move. Finally, the elder hunter agreed to his plan, trusting his experience and insight. The protagonist and his comrades decided to divert the attention of the spiders in order to make the task easier for those who were creating a barrier of corpses. The senior hunter began to implement a plan to create a barrier using the bodies of the fallen monsters. Invariably, the thought of Lin Huang's heroism and his important role in this situation swirled in her mind. While Lin Huang continued to actively fight the spiders, his prowess became more and more impressive with each strike. In the midst of the battle, he took the opportunity to call in his ally Xiao He for help. Xiao He, appearing on the battlefield, expressed his surprise at the scale of events and the strength of the confrontation. By launching a new card with a spider skill, Xiao He gave the main character a new tool in the fight. With green lightning from his eyes, Lin Huang activated the card and acquired a powerful skill. The new skill allowed him to quickly maneuver among the monsters, inflicting devastating blows on them. In order to use the skill to its full potential, Lin Huang asked Xiao He to block his wheel of life temporarily. He continued to push through the crowd of spiders, reducing their numbers with each blow. With his incredible speed and skill, Lin Huang amazed all the hunters around. The spiders were virtually powerless to attack him due to his amazing mobility. Having temporarily lost the ability to use the Wheel of Life, he concentrated all his strength on the destruction of monsters. Xiao He for help. Impressed by Lin Huang's heroism and the scale of the battle, Xiao He answered the call. With the new card in hand, Lin Huang continued to defeat the spiders, switching between targets instantly. He fought relentlessly throughout the night, slowly but surely exterminating the monsters. The hunters waiting at the other end of the aisle called the protagonist to them, admiring his resilience. The protagonist continued to fight, despite the depletion of his strength. As morning fell, they finally defeated the spiders. At the other end of the aisle, the hunters congratulated the protagonist on his heroic deed. He was exhausted, but inside him eternal vigilance against new threats smoldered. But suddenly, on everyone's finger, the ring of the Empire began to vibrate, which meant a new notification of the incident. This notification told that certain areas were destroyed at night by a horde of creepy monsters. Some hunters began to worry about their families who lived in those areas. The demoness stood and considered the next actions of the main monster. She understood that everyone in the area around the area was destroyed by his anger, and there was only one area in which there were people. The girl with the main character looked at each other and understood that the next target of all the monsters was their base. Little by little, the elder began to doubt that they could hold out for the arrival of an excellent hunter. She tried to sound confident because she didn't want the other hunters to lose heart and not continue to protect civilians. Suddenly, Lin Huang grabbed the girl's hand, and he began to cheer her up so that she would not fall into depression. Due to the action of the guy, the demoness's face turned red. She didn't listen to the words that he said because she was seized by feelings of romance. To hide her feelings from the protagonist, she pushed him away and began issuing commands to the hunters in the hope that the guy would not understand how she felt about him. Suddenly, one of the scouts informed the guys that the enemies were advancing again. They immediately ran closer to the barrier and began to look into the distance, where a lot of new monsters were advancing. The guys could not say anything because they were a little surprised by what they saw. On the horizon, from where a new army of monsters was moving, they saw armored iron elephants, fully armored, charging at the people with incredible fury. These large monsters did not leave anything alive in their path. They simply crushed everything that was on the ground. The demoness was surprised that the superb monster was too cunning. He purposely sent elephants in the first place to destroy their fortifications and cross the canyon. She resolutely, no matter what, was ready to give her life, but at all costs to protect the passage to the civilian population. But at one moment the girl saw a man in the distance in the sky, who was flying in the air above the monsters. It was a gold-rank hunter, fully dressed in elite gear. He quickly reduced the height and flew straight at the armored elephants. The hunter, brandishing his sword, destroyed a large monster in one fell swoop. From the appearance of new reinforcements, The guys finally had hope for a future life. They began to rejoice at the success of the new hunter. One of the furious elephants tried to attack a professional hunter, but he immediately died at the hands of him. A hunter with a gold rank was named Zheng. According to the demoness, he was a genius, and in the ranking he was in the 11th place of the hunters of the association. He brandished his sword, and he destroyed the armored elephant in one fell swoop without even blinking. At that moment, when Zheng fought against the horde of elephants, a girl shouted for him in support. According to Yu Hei, it could be understood that he was her older brother. Killing the last mega-elephant, he descended to the ground next to which his younger sister met him. The girl ran to her brother with joy in her eyes. But Zheng did not show mutual feelings. On the contrary, with a serious face, he told all the hunters to stay where they were because this was not the end. On the horizon on which the dawn of the sun could be seen, a new wave of the army of monsters was visible. They were black arachnids that could skillfully shoot silk webs. There was a whole army of them. Zheng, standing and waiting for a new wave, said that they might not be very strong, but their spider threads are extremely strong. He understood that the superior monster wanted them to shake their defenses with his web. The guys were thinking about how to protect themselves from the monsters, and I think only one solution came up. This solution was to use firearms, but they did not know where they could get them. Suddenly, behind them, a demoness called out to them, who was holding an already powerful cannon with the size of herself. The guys were shocked by what they saw because they understood that it was a golden rank weapon. The girl told her older brother that it was not the time to show emotions, because she was ready to destroy all the monsters with her weapons. Instantly, she fired from her cannon, which emitted powerful energy. With one shot, she caused a rock to fall into an army of black spiders. With a confident look, the girl watched as the rock began to crack from the shot, and then it will completely collapse on the horde. All the spiders were instantly buried under the rock falls and destroyed with one shot. Zheng, seeing what his sister did, decided to give advice to the protagonist. The advice was to never make women angry. Yu rejoiced at her success, so she carelessly walked back to the guys without thinking about the danger that was behind her. Far in the sky, a flock of ghostly yin crows could be seen advancing toward the guys. The guys immediately pushed the girl away and ran forward to see the new danger. Lin Huang immediately realized what was coming towards them. They were the yin crows who had tried to kill the protagonist during the hunter's exam. But the guys, not suspecting that there was someone else behind the collapse, thought that only danger was directed at them in the air, but in fact, the whole army of the excellent monster was advancing on them. These were all the monsters that the hunters had fought against before. With incredible fury, they advanced on the guys to wipe them all off the face of the earth. The hunters fell into despair one by one because they did not believe in their victory. Even Lin Huang lost his last hopes and admitted that this was the end for them all. But as soon as Zheng held on, he asked his little sister to activate her relic. He ordered her to teleport herself and take the best new hunters with her, because they were the hope of mankind in the future. But Yu started arguing with her older brother. She did not want to leave him to the mercy of fate and wanted to die in battle with him, but Zheng dissuaded him as best he could. While there were family disputes behind the back of the protagonist, Lin Huang at that time contacted his assistant, Xiao He. Leaning towards him in a whisper, he began to ask about his invented idea, how to save all the guys. He asked what would happen if all the received cards were combined into one. But the assistant himself did not know, so he could only guess the outcome of events. One such outcome was the merging of a new card with the highest rank. Lin Huang knew that even if he drew a card with a strong skill, with his low level, he would not be able to use it. Looking at the enemy, he still decided to take a chance, because death was breathing in the back of all of them, so he had nothing to lose. Xiao He, on the orders of the protagonist, began to merge all the cards that fell out in battles with monsters to him. Lin Huang didn't care what he got, so he ordered his assistant to activate this card right away. By combining all skill cards into one, he received a small annihilation card. She immediately began to activate, because of which she began to shine in all directions. When activated with the main character, a sphere was created from which a powerful radiance with lightning emanated. She blinded all the people who stood next to Lin Huang. Even Zheng and Yueyu did not understand what was happening. This sphere grew larger every second, so its radiance spread farther and farther. Once it reached creepy monsters, it immediately wiped them off the face of the earth. And at one moment, when the radiance reached the distant horizons, it destroyed all the evil around the guys. After eliminating all the danger, the magical power at the same moment simply disappeared, as if it had never existed. The girl, after completing the magic, opened her eyes, and at the same moment she was shocked by what she saw in front of her. There sat Lin Huang, who was barely on his knees. The guys from the detachment of the protagonist were surprised by what was happening, because the protagonist with a mysterious force erased the invincible army in an instant. At that very moment they began to rejoice at the victory over the army of monsters. Only by the cry of the guys, the hero understood that he had saved everyone. While the guy was recovering, Yueyu abruptly jumped on the guy with a smile on her face and happily praised him. But Zheng, instead of rejoicing, could not believe that Lin Huang was able to use divine magic. But after that he smiled, because he understood the feelings of his younger sister for the main character. While the guys rejoiced at the victory, suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard from nowhere. Lin Huang immediately turned around and saw a strange silhouette on the rock, and Demoness immediately knew who it was because of his aura. On a high rock stood a mysterious character who was disguised with his clothes so that they would not recognize who he really was. According to the stranger, he was surprised that it was here that he would be able to meet the divine descendant. Lin Huang understood that it was about him, but the girl asked him to be more careful, because in front of him was not just an interlocutor. It was an excellent monster. The new hunters were shocked that this stranger was the perfect monster. Some even found it difficult to breathe due to the presence of this monster. Suddenly, the superb monster raised his hand to the cloak to remove it from his face. He was very confident in himself because he was ready to face any of the excellent hunters. Lin Huang, due to the unexpected actions of the monster, immediately became a fighting stance with the guys. After removing the cloak from his head, the full appearance of the excellent monster became visible. Stretching his hand forward, he began to point to the main character. The superior monster was willing to spare all the hunters just to have them give Lin Huang to him. Everyone was shocked by the statement of the excellent monster because he was literally ready to spare 200,000 people in exchange for one person. The demoness didn't understand why the monster wanted Lin Huang, but Zheng had the answer to that question. He assumed that if he absorbed the guy's blood, he would be able to evolve to a divine race. The excellent monster began to frighten all the hunters with his words. He destroyed all the hunters who were moving to help the guys, so he had a quiet hour and a half to talk with them. Because of the terrible and at the same time frightening statements, all the hunters became afraid of him, and more wanted to give the guy to him. But at that moment, when everyone was ready to give the main character to an excellent monster, Lin Huang himself tried to find a way out of this situation. Xiao He, having analyzed all the possible situations, did not find any in which there was at least a small chance for the protagonist to win. Suddenly, Yueyu spoke up behind the guy, who was willing to make a deal with the superior monster because she didn't want to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people for one guy. The elder brother could not understand what the girl was up to, and Lin Huang couldn't say anything at all due to the shocking situation that had been created around him. The demoness went straight to the excellent monster and asked him to give 1 minute to say goodbye to the main character. She then called Jing to come with her because she needed a witness. Holding his hand, she led him through all the hunters, who stood silently and just watched what was happening. The girl came very close to Lin Huang, and then she took his hand. Because of the actions of the girl, the main character began to blush. The girl continued to say exciting words to the guy. She admired him. The guys immediately realized that it was a declaration of love. Yu, with tears in her eyes, continued to confess her feelings to the boy. And at one point she asked the guys for forgiveness for her trick. The girl activated her teleportation relic around the guys because she wanted to save them. She, with great sadness in her heart, nevertheless pushed the guys into the portal, thereby saving them from terrible danger. With a smile on her face, she sacrificed herself to save the kids and save the future of humanity, because she believed that the future was in the hands of the protagonist and her older brother. But the superb monster quickly reacted to the actions of the girl who tried to trick him. Therefore, he immediately threw black magic in her direction. He did not want to kill her with this attack. His goal was to destroy the teleportation portal so that the guys could not move. He barely managed to destroy the road to safety. The superb monster, after destroying the portal, immediately pierced Yu with black lightning. Due to this sudden attack, the girl lost all her strength, so she could not stand on her feet. She fell to the ground and couldn't even move. The guys immediately ran up to the girl. They tried to help the girl with excited faces, but it was all to no avail. Having come to terms with her death, the girl with the last strength asked for forgiveness for being so weak. After the girl said the words, Lin Huang turned to the excellent monster with an angry expression on his face, who was angry because no one listened to him. In an instant, his head changed because of the fury of anger at the hunters, so he began to attack people one after another.
And then, from his terrible head, a huge snake began to appear.
In an instant, he covered half the sky with his body to all hunters, because his body surpassed even the height of the mountains. This was the last step before the fall into despair of all hunters. They finally lost all hope and joy at the sight of a terrible snake. Suddenly, a creepy monster shot something out of its mouth. It was the tongue that wrapped around the protagonist and grabbed him. The superb snake instantly began to pull Lin Huang into its mouth. He was ready to swallow the guy into his stomach and merge with him into one organism, but the main character could not move in any way to get out of the snake's shackles. Losing consciousness from lack of air, he already measured that this was the end for him. A second later, the great serpent swallowed the protagonist and closed his mouth. All hunters were shocked by what they saw. The excellent kite was sure that now the guy would become a part of him, but suddenly he felt some energy inside him. He did not understand what was happening in his body and why it vibrated. Suddenly, a portal appeared above him from which a large hand could be seen. She immediately crushed a large snake and pressed it into the depths of the bowels of the earth. Due to severe pain, the superb monster opened its mouth and spat out the protagonist from its stomach. The superb monster didn't understand whose hand it was. He was in a great rage because he was one step away from divine rank. The serpent tried to take revenge on the giant hand, but he didn't succeed. The divine hand sent an excellent monster into the depths of the earth in one fell swoop. Because of what there was a collapse of giant stones, which, with each fall, crushed the snake in the depths of the earth. At the same moment, the protagonist fled as soon as possible from the scene, because he did not want to be sucked there as well. But suddenly he heard a familiar voice that was calling him. These were his saviors, namely the divine lady with a giant yeti. Miss Shualo sat on the Ice King and looked at the guy, and then she began to descend to Lin Huang, who ran to meet her. They arrived from another world to the main character, because they were very worried about him and wanted to visit the guy. Lin Huang thanked them with great joy on his face, because if not for them, then all people would have already died. But suddenly he became worried that others might see the queen. Turning to the rest of the guys, he saw that they were all asleep, because the queen had just used magic and made everyone fall asleep. In the meantime, an excellent snake lived out the last minutes of his life under the collapse of stones. The queen, holding out her hand towards the monster, told the guy that she could not just leave him without paying for her life. Gathering all the energy in her hand, she gave the main character a black snake. Lin Huang could safely absorb it and place it in his wheel of life to nurture. Inside the small black snake there was a faint trace of dragon blood. When the guy reaches the superlative rank, he can make her his fighting spirit. The main character, of course, thanked the Ice Queen, but he had more important priorities. He asked Miss Yue Luo to help his friend survive. Meanwhile, the girl lay already unconscious and lived out her last hours. It was impolite for Lin Huang to ask the queen for such a thing, because she had not used her powers for 700 years. But he had no other choice, because Yue received these severe injuries because she wanted to save him. In order to restore her wheel of life, the queen will need at least a superior soul stone. She asked the protagonist if he was ready to give up this dragon-blooded beast to save her, to which he promptly gave his consent. For him, the main priority was saving the girl, not his future. The queen smiled at the guy's answer, and then she threw the snake into Lin Huang's hands because she joked about sacrificing a superb monster. She had several spare souls in reserve, which she could use to restore the wheel of life. Ice King put his giant hands on the girl, and then the queen herself came up to her. She put her hands on the girl's heart and began to heal her wheel of life. She then raised her hand up and took the magical baby bird, which was the soul for the healing of the inner life. The Ice Queen used a healing soul on the girl who lay in the center of the seal of healing. After the end of the operation, the queen told the guy that the girl would wake up soon. He thanked the queen for saving his girlfriend and knew that now he was indebted. They began to face each other and began to say goodbye, because the queen understood that most likely they would not see each other again. But in the end, she wanted to ask Lin Huang one question. The queen approached the guy very close and then turned to the main character. She looked at the guy with an interesting look, and then asked her cherished question, which was whether Lin Huang believed in love or not. The protagonist looked anxiously at the queen and did not understand why she asked him about it. But then I realized that this was probably due to her past, where she sacrificed her heart for the sake of her beloved. He sighed and began to talk about what love meant to him. For him, this was the feeling that happened in everyone's life, regardless of whether he believed in it or not. Mrs. stood silently and attentively listened to the guy, because she was interested in his opinion. The protagonist, holding the queen's hands, continued to tell her about love. Leaning towards her, he told her that she had to be ready for love at any moment. She was very impressed with Lin Huang's words. Therefore, she even blushed a little because of the guy's answer to the question. Straightening her hair, she said that she seemed to understand everything after hearing her answer. The Ice Yeti told his master that everything was ready, and then he extended his hand to the man who was supposed to help the guys but fell into the monster's trap. She will change the memory of all people, and when they wake up, they will think that it was he who killed the monster and his entire army, so all the merit will go to him. Lin Huang understood why Miss Shuelo did this, it was due to the fact that many bad people could find out about the guy's god power and therefore he could be in danger. The Ice Queen smiled at the main character and began to say goodbye to him, because they should go already. They smiled at each other, and behind them began to see and increase the portal for teleportation. The main character said goodbye and watched as the goddess went to her world, and then the girl took one last look at the guy, and they both began to fade into the beautiful blue glow of the portal to another world. Suddenly, after the departure of the guys, a girl came to consciousness, and everyone else began to wake up behind her. None of them knew the real truth. Therefore, everyone believed that an excellent monster with his army was defeated by an excellent hunter. But Yue Yu still had the feeling that she had died, and then someone appeared and pulled her out of the darkness, thus bringing her back to life. She looked at Lin Huang, who was behind the crowd, and she knew that she forgot something very important. Events are transferred to the night to Lin Huang's house. The protagonist stood next to his younger sister's door and realized that in the end he returned alive to his house. Opening the door to the girl's room, he looked at how she slept. The guy did not want to wake her up because it was night and her sister would go back to school tomorrow. He came to his room and fell on the bed, sighing with a satisfied face that it was finally over. Xiao He, who appeared, could not believe that the main character was able to return alive and unharmed to his home. Lin Huang was happy that everything worked out for the best, and now he could complete the tasks because he was a hunter. The assistant, as a token of reward, returned the card to his owner, which was intended specifically for him. It was a flawless card that could restore the body once. All the hidden problems of the body could be healed in an instant. This even applied to the Wheel of Fortune. The protagonist already had a suitable use for this card, but the assistant decided to ask the guy again for the decision whether he did the right thing or not. Lin Huang was sitting on the bed holding two cards, a flawless card and a vampire card. He wanted to apply the new card in further battles to improve his chances of winning. So he summoned Bai. He needs to repair Bai's blood vessels. If the blood suppression poison is removed from his body, his combat power will increase noticeably. The guy looked at the flawless map and understood that as a tamer, he must first of all make sure that his monsters are strong, because they are the ones who guarantee his safety. With a squeeze of his hand, he crushed the card into small pieces, thus starting the activation for the vampire. Bai was enveloped in a yellow flame, and after the power of the card, filled the vampire with strong energy, thereby increasing his power. Xiao He, with a cunning face, wanted to try using suppression poison on him again because he had never seen this kind of monster enhancement before. At that very moment, while the assistant was thinking about his insidious experiments, the main character, before falling asleep, asked Xiao He to call the vampire back, and for now he would sleep a little. The next day, the sister at home rejoiced that Lin Huang was back at home. She joyfully hugged the main character and told how she worried about him while he was not at home. Suddenly, the girl's gaze froze in place from what she saw in front of her. Lin Xin was frightened when she saw a graphic screen in front of her with Zheng on it. He spoke via video link with the main character. The girl immediately started to run upstairs to her room because she was worried that she was talking to Yue himself, Zheng. The guys returned to the case about what they talked about earlier before the arrival of the sister. The dialogue was about the new opponent of the protagonist. For Lin Huang, it was important that his opponent was a six-armed demon because he was the only one who owned sword skills and met the requirements of the protagonist. Zheng understood the guy's choice, but still warned him that the six-armed demon was one of the most dangerous iron rank monsters. But Lin Huang looked at the characteristics of the monster and was confident in his choice and did not want to step back. At the moment, he did not see a more suitable option to reach the iron rank. He had no other choice because it was the fastest way to rank up. The gold-ranked hunter was a little touched by the guy's words, so he didn't argue with his choice. Before the end of the negotiations, he asked the protagonist to familiarize himself with the rules. Suddenly, Lin Huang turned to his sister's voice, and I saw a beautifully dressed girl there who was looking at Yue Zheng. She greeted the golden hunter again and hoped they would get to know each other better. After these words, the elder brother realized that his sister dressed up so beautifully just for Zheng. The girl excitedly began to leave for school, and Lin Huang sat and did not believe that his sister had already matured. He understood why Lin Xin admired Yue so much. Zheng, so he sighed heavily. Zheng looked a little embarrassed and then said that Yue asked him to say hello to the guy. Lin Huang did not understand why the girl herself could not call the guy, but Yue Zheng did not answer this question, but simply began to leave the video chat, adding that the guy should have watched the video and only then tell him his answer. After the end of the conversation, the main character thought about what the girl could be so busy with. He decided to watch an introductory video about the demon by clicking on the GUI. Suddenly, he was shocked at what he saw. In the video, the six-armed demon was killing one by the hunter. He was impressed by the monstrous speed the demon had. Each of her hands is a fast killing machine. You could not even try to guess her movements. In less than a minute, the team of hunters of 6 people simply disappeared. The camera began to approach the head of a terrible demon, but suddenly his head turned to her, and he smiled maliciously. The guy paused the video at the evil smile of the 6-armed demon, wondering if he could defeat him because he expected less from him. After that, events are transferred to the code area, the city of Baki. Lin Huang walked to the appointed place and thought about his fate. He went in search of a 6-armed demon to the forest where he lived. He stopped in front of the tallest skyscrapers in the city of Baki. He himself arrived here, because only here was the aircraft that he needed. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from the side. The guy was surprised by what he saw in the sky. In the sky above high-rise buildings, a huge aircraft was flying, which the guy was looking for. It stopped, hovering in the air, next to the largest skyscraper, to load new passengers who went inside it. The protagonist, walking up the stairs, looked down and admired the beautiful views that opened up to him below. After entering at the aircraft, Lin Huang began to head toward his apartment, walking along the corridor. His room number was 298. Entering the room, he immediately happily fell on the bed. Continuing to lie on it, he was impressed by the aircraft, because he had as many as 11 floors. He now understood why the tickets were so expensive for this ship. Opening the GUI that was playing from his ring on his finger, he began to dream that someday he would also live on the 11th floor of an aircraft, because only rich people lived there. The main heroes of the news were the guys from the protagonist's detachment. They were praised as heroes who did not have a title, but still they saved all people from the death of terrible monsters. But suddenly, Juan began to watch the news more attentively, because it was about a young talented hunter named Bai Yang. Because of his actions that he didn't help the other hunters in the battle against the superior monsters, everyone began to condemn him. Various reporters ran up to him to find out why he did it. But the young talent just stood there and looked into the camera, not even trying to say something to them. The main character understood that no matter what world he was in, he would still be able to escape from cyber violence. Suddenly, his old friend with whom they survived the exam appeared from the ring on the graphic screen. With a tearful look, he was glad that the guy was alive. Lin Huang began to ask about the day when Yin Han disappeared, because the guy told him to stay where he was and not go anywhere. The friend, continuing to cry, explained why he then disappeared. Before leaving the exam, he found out about the phone number of the protagonist in Demonis so that he could call him later. Huan said that he forgot about him after the mountain range. After all, such chaos was happening on it that he could not think about something else for a long time after it. After all the clarifications, Yin Han asked the guy about his upcoming fight. The main character confidently said that he was already on his way to the six-armed demon, and if everything goes well, then tomorrow he will be in the forest. The protagonist's friend wanted to make sure that Lin Huang went there voluntarily. After all, only one of the strongest hunters could go to such a demon. Convinced of the serious mood of the protagonist, he nevertheless accepted the choice of the guy. After that, he began to tell why he called him. The reason for the call was that Instructor Yu had asked him to call and dissuade the guy from looking for that demon. Huan was surprised that it was she who gave this order, but he still could not understand why the girl herself did not do this. Yin Han said that the demoness told him that her brother had already tried to dissuade the hero, but he did not listen, so she asked him. Suddenly, Lin Huang heard a strange noise. He couldn't figure out what that noise was. He abruptly ended the video chat to find out what was going on outside. Running out into the corridor, he saw that all the passengers of the aircraft were panicking because of the noise. No one could understand why such a large ship was shaking. But suddenly they heard a warning in which all the guests of the aircraft were ordered to leave the deck and return to their rooms as soon as possible, because a flock of birds was approaching them. Lin Huang didn't want that. A great flock of birds flew over the aircraft, which was high in the sky. These were not just birds, but terrible monsters with red eyes, who loved to attack the victim in a flock and kill her. This monster's real name is Explosive Bird. The wings of such a bird reached a length of about 2 meters in span. They had claws and a long beak, so they could easily drag creatures weighing over 300 kilograms with them. Standing on the roof of the great aircraft, the passengers began to panic that they would all soon be finished. But only the main character tried to figure out how to save everyone from these terrible monsters. Explosive birds flew at high speed to the iron ship, but suddenly they were stopped by the protective dome of the ship. This shield will be able to withstand any attack from these vicious birds, so assured the new message of the ship, which notified the passengers. But the guy still had a bad feeling. While the passengers rejoiced in their safety, Lin Huang froze in place at what he saw. With every second, he began to worry more and more. In the far heavens on an aircraft, the king of explosive birds flew. He began to accelerate rapidly, and then he hit with all his might on the protective dome, which began to crack from his attack. Because of the blow, everyone started to have a headache and they all fell to the floor. Next to Lin Huang, his grandfather sat on his knees, who spoke about the power of the golden monster, the king of the explosive birds. After all, such a monster would definitely have enough strength to break through the protection of the ship. The protagonist sat down with an elderly man to find out if everything was all right with him. But he did not listen to the guy, because his thoughts were completely focused on the danger. Lin Huang didn't know what he needed to do. After all, even if he released Bai, then with his rank, he still could not do anything in confronting these monsters. In the meantime, the king of the explosive birds almost broke through the protective dome. The main character began to look up with incomprehension. The attention of all passengers was caused by the fact that an unfamiliar person was flying over the protective dome who arrived to help the aircraft. It was Li Yangxing. He was the 5th in the top gold hunters, so he had golden wings, which were gold rank flying equipment. He immediately began attacking the explosive bird king. Stretching out your hand to your sword, he instantly destroyed the king of explosive birds with many ordinary monsters. The flying monsters immediately began to fly away after a quick and crushing defeat. All passengers of the aircraft began to admire the Golden Hunter, because it only took him one swing to get the victory. Lin Huang was also impressed with the hunter. After all, he made only one move to win, so he had a brilliant idea. The guy wanted to convert this technique into a skill card. Its rating should be at least rare. With dreamy eyes, he dreamed about this technique. If he manages to imitate this movement correctly, then he will master the new technique. The old man called the main character to thank him, but the guy refused thanks because he had urgent business. He returned to his room to recreate that technique with your perfect reps. Xiao He had little faith in the guy, because last time he watched to repeat the technique for an hour, and here it was only one moment and one swing. But Lin Huang did not think about the bad. He said that if he did not try, he would not know the real truth. He began to concentrate and remember that attack of the Golden Hunter in order to understand the essence of the technique. If he does, then there is a very high chance that he will be able to get the skill fragments. He swung his sword for the first time. He swung a second time. Huan did not want to give up. He was ready to repeat these movements hundreds of times. The main thing for him was success. He understood that for the loser it was the only way to survive. It's been 5 whole hours. The completely sweaty protagonist could barely stand on his feet. At one point he decided to try a new workout scheme. It consisted in the fact that he had to not just repeat the movements, but imagine a real battle in front of him. He knew that the 6-armed demon's attacks looked a little complicated, but in fact, any move he made could instantly kill him. He imagined being attacked by a 6-armed demon at full speed. Thus, he trained to get the cherished skill. Great devastation, in itself a good technique, but it lacked speed in the opinion of the hero. But in an instant he was able to cut 2 of the demon's limbs, but missed a critical attack for him. The 6-armed demon stabbed the boy to death. Considering all the outcomes, he came to the conclusion that he could not be compared with the speed of this monster. At best, they'll just kill each other. Lin Huang kept looking for a winning option for him against the strong demon. And one of those options was that he needed to find a way to immobilize the demon. While strategizing, he had to make sure that Bai could hold off the 6-armed demon. 1 second would have been enough for him to take advantage of the chance. He had only 1 hit and only 1 opportunity. Concentrating to the fullest, he abruptly opened his eyes, and then he began to repeat the technique exactly like a Golden Hunter. The protagonist's attack nearly hit Xiao He, who was shocked by the unexpected situation. Lin Huang still performed a perfect sword swing, slicing through the floor and sofa. He was pleased with his new achievement. If he continued to train, he could get the remaining missing fragments, and then he could get the full set of moves of this sword technique. The next morning, the aircraft reached its destination. Walking down the street, the main character looked very emaciated due to the many trainings that took place at night. In addition, Xiao He was offended by him, because the guy spent almost all his savings during the time spent on the aircraft. Lin Huang discussed with his assistant some of the details of his upcoming battle. He needed hunters, at least a silver rank, who could accompany him and enter the forest with him. Arriving at the appointed place, they were greeted by a nice lady at the front desk. According to the girl, one could understand that the main character wanted to join one group of adventurers who went to the forest. The guy had little time, but he had no other choice, because the next group went to the forest in 12 days. The girl also suggested that he hire a whole special group to accompany him. But the guy with tears in his eyes said that he did not need this, because he did not have money for such a service, due to compensation for damage to the number on the ship. He signed a contract with his signature to accompany the group to the forest. As soon as he enters the forest, the group will not be responsible for him. After signing, the girl told the protagonist that as soon as the payment was received, the team captain would contact him himself so he could not worry. After leaving the office of adventurers, the guys began to talk about the outcome of the protagonist in that group. Lin Huang knew that even if he couldn't kill that monster, sooner or later it would still come to an end. Suddenly he receives a new message. It was written in it when the group went on a campaign and where they would gather. The guy immediately rejoiced at this news. He imagined that the captain of the group was a strong and reliable man, but Xiao He asked not to rejoice in him ahead of time. Evening came and the main character arrived at the appointed place to the south gate. He stood at a loss because he did not understand where everyone was. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, speaking to him. It was the voice of a girl, namely the captain of the team, whose name was Lin Yuexil. She warned the guy that if he wanted to get to the forest alive and unharmed, he had to impeccably obey all her orders. The guy with a surprised face introduced himself as his name. He was surprised that the captain of the team was a girl. Lin Yuexil told the guy that they were responsible for him only until the forest, when suddenly a certain guy interrupted her. Judging by his words, it was one of a group of adventurers. With a smile on his face, he told the main character that they had a specific mission, so the guy Lin Huang was lucky that he was mistakenly listed in the contract and got into this group. Lin Huang recognized this guy as the golden-winged savior who saved the aircraft from the flying monsters. Li Yangxing hoped that he would refuse to go with them, since they could not take outsiders with them on this trip. The protagonist was thinking about his next steps, because if he does not go on this campaign, then he will be stuck for another 2 weeks in this place, but he really did not want to. At the same time, he understood that if he still decided to go with them, he could learn new sword techniques, but he would be a little embarrassed because of this guy. With each new offer, the guy more and more wanted not to go with them, because Li Yangxing was ready to pay him decent compensation for which a special team could be hired. Lin Huang was about to agree to his proposal when suddenly covering the main character's mouth, he was stopped by Xiao He. He raises his hand which held the glowing mission card and activates it. The objective of this mission was for the protagonist to follow Lin Yusin into the forest, and after that, he still continued to follow him until he returned back to the city. Lin Huang reacted a little tiredly to his assistant's actions, but this time, if the main character completes the mission, he will still receive a reward, and if not, he will be very severely punished. But he still accepted the new mission, because he understood that he had no other choice. He must still go with them, even if they displease him. Otherwise, he may lose Bei or the tyrant, and then he will certainly be finished. While he was thinking about his future fate, the guy behind him rejoiced at the fact that they still agreed on compensation. But suddenly, Lin Huang turns to him and says that he does not agree and will go further with them into the forest to complete his mission. Lin Yusin just simply kept silent over the guy's answer because she understood that it was his decision and she could not do anything about it. But after that, Lin Yangxing began to intimidate the guy a little with scary words that they did not guarantee that he would return back from the forest. While Huan pondered why they wanted to kick him out of the group so much, he told the guys that he did not want to accept compensation because he was already halfway through. The team captain did not continue to listen to the guys, so she interrupted their dialogue because they had to go on a dangerous path already. She looked at the guys and told them that she didn't want to waste time, so she started telling everyone to pack up. Of the 4 guys, only the main character happily agreed with the captain to set off. The same ones just measured up and went after the girl. Night has come. A lizard crawled along the sand above. Suddenly he is blown away due to a strong current of wind. This whirlwind produced a huge flying bird on which the guys flew. Lin Huang, sitting behind the captain, looked at the bottom and was very happy, because the distance to the forest is about 3,000 kilometers, but riding gold-ranked monsters, they can get there in an hour and a half. He just didn't have the words for it. He looked back with one eye to where the other 3 adventurers were flying, and he assumed that all 4 of them should be from noble families. Otherwise, where did they all get such wealth from? He could not imagine. The Golden Hunter had a very sour face. The protagonist thought for a moment that it was because he was sitting next to Leng Yuzhou. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a girl. She asked the guy why he was heading into the forest. He answered without hesitation that he went there because he wanted to reach the iron rank. And so this forest was his goal, because of the monster with the seed of life he needed, a 6-armed demon that lived in that forest. The girl did not understand why this particular demon was the guy's target. After all, with the guy's strength, if he stumbles a little, then that's it. He could immediately say goodbye to life. Lin Huang enthusiastically replied to the girl that there was no reason to worry, for if he fails, then he will simply find himself a new monster and try. He continued to thank the group captain because he was very happy to be on this team. But he still couldn't stop feeling tension behind him as that guy kept staring at him. Suddenly they saw Vanya forest in the distance, and after they were shocked, what they heard was a growl and it came from the forest. They instantly determined that these growls were not a simple monster, but a monster with a gold rank. They descended to the ground and continued on foot through the forest. The protagonist felt that the source of this sound was somewhere near them. The 2 adventurers who were the captain's assistants asked her to leave the protagonist here because they needed to move towards their goal and not hang around here. But the girl told them that all of them were on the same path anyway, so she wanted to deliver him to the final destination and then continue her task. The Wanyu forest was infested with monsters that Lin Huang was unable to defeat alone. Suddenly, one of the assistants was stopped by their envious friend, who assured that everything was under control. With a smile on his face, he told everyone that Miss Lan was right, so it couldn't affect their schedule in any way. The girl ordered the guys to follow her forward, and Lin Huang looked at the guys and spoke sarcastically about what a good heart they had. The growling got louder and louder, so Rayata knew they were on the right track. This sound came from 2 monsters that were fighting against each other. The guys stood behind the bushes and carefully watched their battle. The girl said that in front of them they saw a kind of golden armored dragon that had gone through the first mutation. People called him the Crimson Armored Dragon. They kept talking about the armored dragon because among the gold rank monsters, it was considered one of the strongest. Suddenly, one of the adventurers said that that there was no tamer among them, they could tame and seal this monster. Lin Huang immediately began to recall the words that he had previously been told about the fact that he, who does not even have an iron rank, fighting against the 6-armed demon alone would become a mere toothpick for him. He knew at once that this was his chance. Behind him were 2 assistants to Miss Lan, who told the guy that only the captain and their brother could handle the Crimson Dragon. He turned to the other side and began to listen to what the Golden Hunter was saying. The adventurer glared angrily at the armored dragon and with a fearful look wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Suddenly, a gold-rank monster noticed the guys and began to growl at them. The adventurers were immediately overtaken by terrible pressure. The protagonist not only could not fight, he could not even move. Li Yangxing, with a smile on his face, did not want to let the lady fight, so he waited for this moment to be given this battle. He took out a sword from his inventory and began to say that he could deal with the monster in a minute. He immediately after his words rushed to fight on the armored scarlet dragon which ran to meet him. The other guys in the group looked at the guy with an anxious look, because not everyone could go alone against such pressure. But Miss Leng instantly reassured the protagonist that, although this monster was a gold rank, Li Yangxing, by the way, was his opponent. An armored dragon with an open mouth ran at the golden hunter in the hope that he would swallow him in an instant. But the guy didn't panic at all, but rather smiled, because he had been waiting for this for a long time. He was almost already in the mouth of the golden dragon, when suddenly, from his presence there remains only a silhouette that has not yet dissipated in the air. Li Yangxing instantly appeared above the dragon above. He looked at the monster with a great desire to defeat him. Lightning flashed around his body from the speed of the guy. He took the life of an armored dragon with one blow. Lin Huang was very surprised that once again it only took one hit to defeat a gold rank monster. Because the golden hunter's attack was too fast, he couldn't see his technique at all. The defeated armored dragon immediately fell to the ground and died. The protagonist realized from this battle that Li Yanxing was too strong. The winner proudly and at the same time with a smile on his face silently walked past the protagonist. Suddenly he decided to stop to hurt the guy with words. In his words, there was a sense that the main character was weak and that the guy got angry. When the guys resumed their journey to the designated place, Lin Huang stood behind them and just looked at the defeated dragon with a sad look, because he was sorry that he still did not have the attribute of a dragon. Otherwise, he would have been able to collect an entire dragon monster card. But suddenly he receives a notification saying that a dying mutated monster with dragon blood has been discovered. The monster was suitable for integration with the mutated soul of the beast that was in the body of the master. In other words, the guy could integrate the dragon into the new map. Lin Huang was surprised by this. After which, he immediately began confirming the fusion to get a new dragon card. For him, it was an unexpected surprise. Waving joyfully with his hand, he told the guys to continue the journey without him for the time being, because he had more important things to do. Miss Leng looked at the protagonist with an anxious look, but Li Yangxing did not miss the opportunity to continue to convince the girl to continue on their way without him. The other guys who were standing behind, they thought that the guy just went to pick up the corpse for a small reward. They didn't even imply that the main character was really capable. Lin Huang went up to the defeated dragon and began to call his assistant, Xiao He, so that he would suggest his further actions. Appearing, he began to tell the guy what to do. First, the main character needs to touch the dragon with his hand, because the monster must form a connection with the black python that is in the guy's body. Lin Huang touched the armored dragon with his hand. After that, he felt the soul of the black python being released. The huge body of the dragon began to disappear, crumbling into pieces. These pieces of the body began to move towards the guy, and then the implanters moved inside his head. This was all due to the fact that the black python has the blood of a dragon, so it is ideal for merging with a crimson armored dragon. After the completion of the entire operation, a new dragon card appeared in front of the main character. Lin Huang, holding his head with his hand, was happy to receive a new card because it was blue, which meant that the card was epic rank. The epic map had a new name for a tamed monster called Immortal Dragon. While studying a new card, the main character asked Xiao He about the initial stage of the dragon, which was written in the characteristics on the card. The same one began to explain that the dragons were divided into different levels and that the cards could even reach the divine rank. The guy began to remember the words of the Ice Queen, who said that strong monsters are of great value. Now he was sure of her words. He wanted to get enhanced regeneration, so his assistant activated a random choice, which gave the guy absolute protection. When he saw what happened to him, he immediately fell into frustration. And at that moment, Xiao He began to laugh at him again, who was glad that the main character had become a loser again. But Lin Huang did not become sad for a long time. He found positive qualities in this skill. He is just right for short-range battles. Walking through the forest, Xiao He told the main character that he could use the new dragon only after receiving the iron rank, otherwise it would increase his chances in the battle with the six-armed demon. Meanwhile, Lin Huang still caught up with the group of adventurers. He immediately began to keep pace with the captain and thank her for her concern. But only the main character was joyful. The guys who walked behind him were furious again, because he was talking with Miss Lin. With a smile on his face, he decided to ask her about the crimson armored dragon. He was very interested in whether he belonged to the dragon family. The girl replied that he did not belong to this kind, but still continued to talk about him. Therefore, since he did not die from one blow of Li Yangxing, then, probably, the concentration of dragon blood in him is slightly higher than 8%. With this concentration, the dragon could once again mutate to the highest level. Lin Huang continued to wonder about the dragon. Suddenly, Li Yangxing bursts into the dialogue. He continued to answer the protagonist's question, pushing him away from the girl. According to the guy, it could be understood that a demigod was involved in the battle with the excellent dragon, so all this information was classified by the government about this battle. The protagonist realized that his dragon immortality card was very rare. Finally, a group of adventurers reached the place where their paths diverged. They happily pointed where the main character had to go. Lin Huang had to walk another 3 kilometers to the habitat of the six-armed demon, and the guys had to go a different way. As soon as the hero began to walk in the designated direction, the girl grabbed him by the t-shirt. She hoped that the guy would still give up his trip. But Lin Huang positively replied to Miss Leng that he was ready for battle, but if something suddenly went wrong, he would immediately change his mind. After answering, he did not know what mission they had, yet wished them all good luck, and while he was talking with the girl, Li Yanqing was jealously angry behind him. The group captain looked at him with a smile, and then she went with her guys in the other direction. The protagonist was still standing and thinking about her smile because, for the first time, he saw how she smiled. He realized that she only looked cold on the outside, but inside she was quite pleasant. After all deliberation, he summoned Bai and went on his way to hunt the six-armed demon. In the distance of the forest, lightning struck in the same place. There lived a six-armed demon. Lin Huang and the vampire looked at the demon from the side. He wanted to wait for the dawn and start acting, because at night the combat power of these creatures is much stronger, so there was a great chance that they could not cope with such an opponent. He saw 2 six-armed demons in front of him, which were too close to each other. If he wants to survive, he must first lure them one at a time in order to win. The guy ordered his vampire to find a nearby monster who walks alone. The guys quickly and quietly began to move so that the demons would not notice them. Lin Huang looked at his rank bar and realized that in order to reach the iron rank, he would need to kill at least 2 six-armed demons. But suddenly, Bai grabbed his shoulder, who wanted the guy to pay attention to the actions of the six-armed demon. He was surprised as he focused his gaze on the enemy in front of him. The protagonist never saw that the six-armed had purple flames. This color of the flame meant only one thing, and that was that this demon belonged to a mutated species. He knew that going against 2 was very risky, but he didn't want to miss this chance. Lin Huang acted according to the plan, sent Bai forward to attack, because he didn't want to drag this fight out. After all, taking the opportunity, he wanted while the demons were alone to deal with them in turn. He knew these demons didn't have vocal cords, so they couldn't warn others of danger. The goal of the guys was to destroy the demon mask, because her life was enclosed in it. The six-armed demon, as soon as he noticed the enemy in front of him, began to attack. But for Bai, this did not pose a great danger, because his wings could protect him from the demon's attack. After the defense, he immediately, on the orders of the protagonist, launched an attack on the enemy in order to destroy her mask. Meanwhile, while Bai was holding one, Lin Huang ran towards the other demon because he had time to get behind the other. Thus, they had more chances to win. He was getting closer and closer to the rear of the enemy. Suddenly, a mutated demon notices him. He immediately began to attack the guy with all six hands. Thereby, he reduced the area on which the hero could move. Lin Huang was shocked that the six-armed demon used a magic attack in combination with a physical attack at the same time. With great difficulty, he was still able to dodge this powerful attack. Bai, in the midst of the battle, was distracted by the main character, but he ordered not to think about him, because his task in the first place was to deal with his demon first. Lin Huang fired his pistol at the enemy, but the enemy was able to defend himself by covering his mask with six hands. The guy's attack did not last long, because the demon did not become defensive for a long time. He immediately began to attack with all his might. The only thing that saved the main character is that he was able to quickly respond to the attack of the enemy. But Lin Huang understood that it was very dangerous, and if this happens again, he will not last so long. Suddenly, he was pierced by one of the hands of a malicious enemy. But luckily it was a clone of the hero. The real Huang was behind the six-armed demon. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the battlefield to Bai, where the vampire has already managed to grab one of the demons. While Bai fettered the movements of the terrible demon, the main character pierced the demon's mask with his blade. He wanted to deal with this first, because he had already killed the second, so he came to the aid of a vampire. Suddenly, a second mutated demon appeared behind the guy. The guy with the vampire did not expect such an outcome of events that the demon would abruptly appear in their place. Lin Huang was in a very bad situation because he was notified by a security system that told him that in half a second the fatality rate would be 100%. When the demon's hand began to pierce the guy, he received a new notification in which he was asked to use the transformation card. He immediately started using it immediately. A purple glow appeared around him, which prevented the six-armed demon from attacking the protagonist. Lin Huang began to transform with a terrible scream into an evil monster. He got wings of fire and his hair turned white, and his eyes and pupils became like those of a vampire. Looking at his hand, he now knew what power the vampires had, because he himself was transformed by him. After that, he immediately smiled evilly. The battle between the main character and the six-armed demons became more intense because Huang could face the enemy on equal footing. With his fiery one blade, he finally took out the demon mask, because of what he began to maliciously mock the enemy. But suddenly, he felt someone's presence from the side. It was a six-armed demon who was preparing to attack the guy. He barely had time to defend himself with his fiery wings from a strong attack that came from the demon's mouth. Most likely it was the power that he received during the mutation. From the expression on the guy's face, one could understand that he could barely withstand this strong attack. But suddenly he noticed something terrible in front of him. It was a new kind of creepy demon. He was shocked by this and didn't understand what was going on at all. The demon started a new wave of attacks, sending magic blades at the protagonist. Lin Huang immediately activated his passive ability, Absolute Defense, by shielding himself with wings from the demon blade. He realized that in transformation mode, he could still use his skills. Six-armed broke through the defense and hit the place where the main character was. But he was no longer there because he activated the second ability, which moved the guy to another place. For Lin Huang, the situation that had just happened to him was very dangerous because he almost lost to this demon. Not wanting to procrastinate, Lin Huang decided to go straight to the counterattack. His sword darted forward with amazing speed aimed at the enemy who was only what represented threat. Suddenly, the demon began to publish terrible and gloomy sounds that made even the surrounding nature freeze with fear. Strange was hear similar sounds from the demon, and Lin Huang experienced surprise. This demon, it turns out, possessed not only physical power, but also ability to make sounds that affect the environment. It turned out that these sounds were not just an accident. It was some signal for another six-armed demon. In response to this sound, another six-armed demon immediately responded, going to help to his brother in battle. The guy the demon expected to see ahead, all of a sudden turned out to be behind. Bai demonstrated incredible skill in evasion and stealth, grabbing the demon in his dexterous naughty hugs and paralyzing his movements. But despite several break moments, the confusion of the demon, his mighty limbs still could break free from Bai's shackles. He slowly turned around facing the vampire and sent his hands, launching an attack on Bai. In one from the 6 hands of the demon gaped ferocious force, and her blow hit the right shoulder vampire, inflicting tangible damage. Despite being injured, Bai didn't give himself long relax. His determination only hardened, and he immediately responded to the demon's attack by directing your sword towards him. Crossing Bai's sword with the demon's face was the final blow to his being. The mask, the symbol of his sinister essence, shattered, and the demon's body began to fall to the ground in a helpless agony, as if the cut threads that held him broke, and the demon fell to the ground dead and weak. Confidence in your victory allowed Lin Huang to ask Bai how he feels. Check. Not received whether a vampire too much serious wounds. At that time how they chatted, mutated 6-armed demons suddenly decided to attempt slip away from their judges, rushing to flight. However, observation the guys helped them notice the attempt escape. Realizing that demon escape can undermine everything that they reached, Lin Huang and his companions immediately set off in pursuit of him. Destruction this demon has become inalienable condition for Lin Huang to advance on the path to iron rank. Bai tried use their wings to stop running demon, but his efforts were in vain. Demon fast reacted, and with one movement managed dispel wings vampire. However, before the demon could escape, he spotted a young guy, swiftly approaching him. This guy was Lin Huang, and he carried the entire arsenal of his strength and determination. In one, with a powerful swing of the sword, he cut creepy 6-armed demon for 2 parts, putting an end to his flight and threat. The last blow of the sword symbolized victory over the darkness and the danger that the demon represented. The mask that recently covered his face was chopped up along middle sword blade. The demon, deprived of strength and support, could no longer stay in the air and slowly sank to the ground, finally dying. At the epicenter, Lin Huang's victory and triumph began to feel like his transformation starts to fade away. Under impact baptism prana, he began to return to his ordinary human shape, interrupting its powerful transformation. Looking at the graphic interface in front of him, Lin Huang saw how the wheel of life starts rotate, meaning restoration of his strength and energy. After this, he drew look at the place where the body lay defeated demon. There, from demon body, escaped magic ball emitting light. This ball was hereby seed life, symbolizing how would new beginning. It automatically transformed into a new map for Lin Huang, ready provide to him new strength and ability. Taking this in-hand glowing map, Lin Huang with surprise and admiration considered her. In her characteristics, he saw differences associated with the demon in purple, the dress that turned out to be mutated species. Noting her uniqueness, Lin Huang decided to attentively explore its characteristics. They could come in handy in future fights. Clasping your hand with a new one card, Lin Huang felt the power seep into him, as if opening up new horizons opportunities. Upgrading his map was not only internal victory, but also an incentive for further development. He felt happiness and confidence because he knew that advancing on the path to the gold rank, his skills will become more strong. Now, having complete self-confidence, Lin Huang decided, celebrate your victory by going for a walk in the woods, enjoying freedom and tranquility. However, before start your walk, he called Xiao Heya his faithful satellite. That arrived with soapy head expressing their longing for rest and relaxation. The purpose of the call Xiao Hai was more serious. Lin Huang wanted his companion, also saw results battle and met a monster who was improved. Lin Huang called Immortal Dragon, a monster that, despite its might, looked how baby. However, its size distorted impression. The dragon turned out to be almost as big as Lin Huang himself. Joyful and delighted, Lin Huang decided name of his new companion Eagle because of his black colors. However, Lin Huang did not stop there. He wanted to raise rarity Ember from epic to legendary to make his monster become more powerful. Instructing Xiao Hai activate the promotion card, Lin Huang turned out to be hit in the head by satellite. He wasn't going to carry out an order that would hurt the monster. Xiao He became angry and yelled at Lin Huang because the main character didn't fully listen to him. He explained to the guy that one card was not enough to increase the rank of the monster. And even if the protagonist had enough promotion cards, he still didn't advise him not to use them on the Ember, because he himself is still a vegetable. The monster cards that the guy can now learn are limited to epic rarity and below. Monster cards higher than epic rarity were temporarily unavailable to him, and will open only after reaching an excellent rank. Lin Huang quickly resigned himself to not being able to improve his dragon, but he still did not let go of the decision to take a walk in the forest, because now it was not difficult for him to do so. He and his conscripts began to destroy one by one the monsters that lived in the forest. After each kill, he received more and more new monster cards. After defeating the Great Blue Wolf, the guy received 30 cards of this monster so he could combine into one card. Standing on top of the defeated Blue Wolves, Lin Huang rejoices over a new card that could summon a Blue Wolf. This monster was welcomed as mounts. Now he will have one too. Looking at the characteristics of this monster, the guy wanted, in addition to his riding services, also to get the skill. Lin Huang received a new skill called Blood Hunt. After activating this skill, the user's sense of smell is sharpened, allowing him to distinguish all smells within a radius of 10 kilometers. He was pleased with the new additions to his abilities because he had finally acquired the tracking skill. But he did not dwell on the skill for a long time, so he immediately continued hunting with the guys. It's been 7 days since the protagonist and his dragon sat next to the fire on which the meat was fried. At the same time, Xiao He joined them, who came to them to ask why the guy broke his wheel of life again. Lin Huang did not draw any intrigue, so he immediately began to talk about his plan, which was to transform prana into life force. He went on to say that if the prana conversion rate exceeds 70%, then consider that this is already the ceiling, but he completely missed this conversion process. According to the guy, whenever Bai or the dragon kills monsters, they absorb their prana, which is automatically converted into life force, and at the end goes into his wheel of life. Based on how quickly they can manage monsters, he can easily reach the 3rd level of Iron rank. He thought through all his actions in advance, because he still had to go back with Li Yanqing's group. He had no choice but to seal the channel to the Wheel of Life in order to remain at the first level of the Iron rank so that the guys would not suspect anything. Xiao He was surprised that the guy thought of such a thing. The protagonist continued to voice his thoughts, that if we add his improvement to all this, then he thinks it will be superfluous and continue to strain like this. After the assistant heard the guy's additional words, he immediately believed that he had overpraised him. While Lin Huang was about to eat a delicious chicken leg, Xiao He began to report to him what the guy had in his inventory. According to him, it was clear that he had as many as 29 working cards that the guy could use. But suddenly the assistant tells the hero that one of the mission cards has been updated. This was a new mission map task. It has been updated due to unforeseen circumstances. In the new mission, Lin Huang had to go deep into the forest and find Leng Yuzhen, who was currently considered missing. If the main character refuses, he will lose 2 random monster cards. He was shocked after hearing that Miss Leng was missing. The hero began to refuse this mission because he knew what level he was now. He understood that it was too dangerous to go into the depths of the forest alone. Lin Huang began to cover his ears because Xiao He warned him what would happen if he refused the mission. If he surrenders, then failure will be attributed to him, which means punishment. With an evil smile, the assistant told the guy about the fact that he could lose his epic card. But the guy did not endure this bullying for a long time, so he immediately grabbed Xiao He's head with fury in his eyes. The assistant, out of panic, began to suggest what the guy should do in this situation. It showed on the graphic map where the last contact was with Miss Lan. After that, no one heard from her again. Lin Huang stood and looked at the sky. He understood that the predator was going its own way, and the prey was going its own. By this, he meant that the forest was full of monsters that he could not defeat. However, with a blue wolf he can easily get away from unwanted opponents, because he has super speed. Moving through the forest on a wolf, the guy could get to the desired point in 2 to 3 hours. After a few hours, they nevertheless reached the place they needed. The main character immediately got up from the wolf and began to examine the ground under his feet. He saw that in this place, as if everything was burned, there was not even any grass, and those deep cracks seemed very scary to the main character. He suspected that the stone that stands in the middle of the forest was obviously not simple, but there was no trace of Deng Yuexin and her team here. The wind blew around him and he became more concentrated because all he had to do was use his survival skill. He activated the blood hunt mode and his eyes immediately became like those of a vampire. His nose became more sensitive to smells. Therefore he began to crawl along the ground and sniff out some traces of adventurers. He smelled a familiar perfume, so the hero immediately remembered that Leng Yuexil had such a perfume. This smell led the guys to a high waterfall. Lin Huang started thinking about various theories about this waterfall. One such theory was that there was some kind of hidden cave behind this waterfall. Suddenly he had an idea. He began to smile confidently because he realized that it was finally time to use the new monster card. This monster was a black silhouette of a ghost that was surrounded by a green glow. The protagonist immediately sent his new ghost to inspect whether there is a hidden cave behind the waterfall or under the water. Lin Huang hoped that there must have been some kind of passage under the water, otherwise the guys would have simply choked and died. Then they would hardly have been found either. Half an hour later, the main character with the vampire were in the same position. Lin Huang, holding his head with his hands, began to panic because he did not understand what was happening, because his ghost also did not return from reconnaissance. But suddenly he saw how the ghost began to emerge from under the water. The guy immediately began to ask him what he had scouted. After the ghost told his master about what he saw underwater, Lin Huang immediately realized that the team had special diving equipment, but he did not. He deduced based on how long it took the ghost to explore, the passage should be long enough. The guy began to think about what he should do now. Lin Huang comes up with an idea after a few seconds. He activated the transformation card, which allowed him to breathe underwater and swim freely. They sank to the bottom and the ghost immediately led him to the cave. The guy stood and looked at this passage about which the guys from the group did not want to tell him. A strong curiosity raged in him, so with a smile on his face he wanted to quickly go through and see what was there. Having entered the cave, they began to swim along a long underwater tunnel, which advanced into the depths of the earth. Lin Huang did not feel any pressure. He did not need to breathe, and his heart did not beat. Such an invulnerable form came in handy for him. Having reached the right place, the main character looked at the underwater passage that led here. Coming out of the water to land, he brought the ghost back, but he himself still wanted to stay in this form for a while and inspect everything here. He surveyed the tunnel that stretched out into the distance of the underwater world and wondered where Miss Leng could go. Suddenly he noticed one of the adventurers who was lying unconscious and bleeding. Coming closer, Lin Huang immediately recognized the guy. This guy was Li Yanxing's lieutenant, and he was also in the same group as Ms. Leng. The main character began to examine the body of the adventurer. He saw that he was pierced from behind. Having drawn all the conclusions, he realized that the guy died when he tried to escape. The dead guy had a strange wound. She looked like she'd been burned through. Lin Huang did not stay long in one place, assuming he understood that he had not received information about the failure of the mission, which means Ling Yuexin is still alive. But it was too dangerous here, so he had to be extremely careful, because at any moment he could be overtaken by danger. Going further, he came to the other end of the tunnel. Coming out of the tunnel, the protagonist was immediately shocked by what he saw. In front of him was a very huge monster, which is as good as a purple jellyfish. It was enough for Lin Huang to feel the fearsome aura of the monster and immediately realize that there was an excellent monster in front of him. Holding his head with his hand, the guy did not understand how he manages to stumble upon excellent monsters every time. Suddenly, his attention turned to a distant stone which was stained with blood. By the blood on the stone, he realized that Ling Yuexin and others were here. The hero believed that they fled from here after they were injured. He activated his new skill Blood Hunt because the cave was very huge and easy to get lost in, so he needed to know their exact location first instead of going in circles. When suddenly the superb monster began to attack the protagonist with its tentacles, the guy immediately sensed the impending attack with the skill and realized that he had been exposed. But suddenly the limb of an excellent monster passed near him and headed further towards the tunnel. The protagonist, clinging to the wall of the cave, tried not to declassify himself to the tentacle. If not for his ghostly transformation, then only a wet spot would be left of him. Lin Huang, in a ghostly form, began to run away from this place because he understood that he needed to get out of here and then activate the skill again. Running away from an excellent monster, he knew that he was not even fit for toothpicks. Running through the tunnel, Lin Huang felt that someone was seriously injured. The blood hunt could pinpoint their location, so he felt they must be nearby. Suddenly, he still finds the guys who were walking holding each other through the tunnel. In ghost mode, he approaches them closer to eavesdrop on what they were talking about. The girl was worried about the guy and said that she would pull him out, but Li Yanxing told her that it was already too late because the excellent monster's tentacles contained poison and therefore he had almost no time left. Lin Huang, watching the guys, knew that if they saw him now, then problems might arise, so he wanted to watch them more. Li Yuexin laid her brother on the ground with horror in her eyes and looked at his wound, which was bleeding. She didn't have an antidote, so she didn't know how to save him. But Li Yangxing knew that now he had only one option, and that was blood replacement. Lying near death, he asked his sister to bleed and pour a little into his body. This will help dilute the poison so it can reach the city. The girl wasted no time, immediately cut her finger to transfuse her brother's blood. After that, she folded her hands together, symbolizing a certain seal, and began to pour blood into the guy. Magic red threads appeared between them, which connected them together. Lin Huang watched them at the same time and thought about what Li Yangxing had said, because he had some doubts that blood transfusion could so easily get rid of the poison of an excellent monster. But suddenly he had thoughts that the guy wanted to sacrifice Miss Leng for the sake of his salvation. After a few minutes, Lin Yuexin's face turned pale and she herself could barely hold on. Lin Yangxing also lay without strength. But suddenly he had an evil smile and he said to himself that he was already almost completely gained strength. He quietly took a knife in his hand, and then he stood up abruptly and stabbed the girl with a knife. The captain didn't expect this from her brother. But he looked at his sister with an evil smile, who was very frightened by the actions of the guy. Li Yangxing viciously told his sister that she was stupid. He did not care about his sister, so he is ready to sacrifice her for his own good. After the words he said, he released the girl and she immediately fell to the ground due to lack of strength. Lan Yuezhen held on to the knife wound and said what a scoundrel her brother was. She looked at her brother with a disappointed look and did not understand why he knighted. But Lin Yangxing did not care about the girl. He told her with a smirk on his face that he liked her at first, but after that he only used her for his own benefit. Lin Huang couldn't stand the girl's bullying, so he canceled the ghost skill and started calling on Bai to save her. The villain at one point was shocked by such a situation, but he still barely dodged the vampire's attack. While the gold hunter was fighting the vampire, Lin Huang ran over and pulled Ms. Leng up to him. Li Yangxing even dodged Bai's attacks, but his gaze was directed completely at the main character. Due to the appearance of the guy, he was so angry at the guy that he wanted to kill him. Bai tried to attack Li Yangxing, but he suddenly disappeared. It was a movement skill that allowed the body to instantly move to the designated place. The guy moved right behind the main character. He was shouting out to Lin Huang with a knife in his hands. How dare he interfere with the gold rank master? But Lin Huang did not listen to the words of the villain. He, with a furious look, summoned an immortal dragon that attacked Li Yangxing from behind. A gold rank guy was very surprised that some iron rank guy was able to summon two monsters at the same time. He reacted quickly and dodged the dragon's fiery attack. Lin Huang held a dangerous cannon in his hands with a confident smile. He understood that due to a serious wound, Li Yangxing had lost half of his strength, so their strengths were approximately equal. The villain simultaneously began to attack two monsters at once. Bai attacked from above and the dragon from below. All he had to do was dodge the attacks of the monsters. But in addition to all this, the main character also shot at the bastard with his rifle. Shooting at the villain, he told him the words that, if he kills him, he will cleanse this world of dirt. Suddenly one of the bullets hits the shoulder of the villain. After that, he is immediately twisted by Bai with his wings and thereby immobilizes him. While the vampire was holding it, the dragon was already preparing to shoot fire at the villain. But all of a sudden, Li Yangxing became angry because he was pissed off. He couldn't believe he was losing. Therefore, with furious force, he freed himself from the shackles that bound him. He immediately began to attack the main character with the words that all his monsters were just a bunch of garbage. He was completely sure that none of them could handle him. He was heading at great speed towards the protagonist, who was standing in anticipation of his attack. Suddenly both of their eyes turned red, because Lin Huang, saying that he was just a cheater, pierced the scoundrel with one of his wings. He was in vampire mode, which is why he was so sure of himself. Li Yangxing fell to the ground from the main character's severe injuries. There was a large hole in his back, which was made by Lin Huang himself. With an evil smile, the main character stood and looked at the scoundrel, who had less and less to live. He did not continue the dialogue with the villain, so he decided to quickly finish him off. For a cross-rank kill of a gold-ranked person, he receives rare skill cards, Thunder Sword and Cloud Step for this. After this notification, Lin Huang now knew that he could gain skills by killing ranked warriors. This time he got a really good jackpot. While the guy was delighted with getting new skills, he completely forgot about the girl who was lying exhausted. Ms. Lan began to regain consciousness and therefore made a sound. Lin Huang turned to the girl and realized that he almost forgot the most important thing. He stepped closer to the girl and lifted her up with his hand. The protagonist, holding a certain card in his hands, said that Lin Yuexin could not just die. To save the girl, he used a healing card on her. Her wound immediately after activating the card began to heal. After the wound had healed, she immediately opened her eyes. Lin Yuexin, with a frightened face, began to ask what happened to her. But the guy with a smile on his face reassured the girl because everything was already over. He told the girl that he saved her from Li Yangxing. He finished off that scoundrel so the girl could no longer worry about it. While the girl was asking the main character about his two monsters, one of the tentacles of an excellent monster suddenly began to be seen from the wall. As soon as he broke through the ceiling, he immediately began to attack the guys. One limb was followed by another. The guys stood in a fighting stance. Miss Ling told the guy that the excellent monster must have been attracted by the monster summoned by the hero, or rather, his dragon blood. Lin Huang ordered Bai to get the girl out of here, while he himself would distract the monster from them. He turned to the girl with a thumbs up and told the girl not to worry about him because he wasn't that easy to kill. He asked the girl to wait for him upstairs. The vampire began to pull Lin Yuexin from the battlefield, but her face showed how worried she was for the guy. At the same moment, the superb monster launched an attack on the protagonist, but Lin Huang dodged the enemy's attack in time. Dodging, he realized that fighting him was not as easy as fighting Li Yangxing. Going head-on him is certain death. Without hesitation, he activated the ghost skill, after which he began to turn into him. But that didn't help Lin Huang much in the fight against the excellent monster, because he had already focused on its scent, so he needed to take a little time so that Bai and Lin Yuexin could get out of here as soon as possible. In the guise of a ghost, he decided to hide underground. But it did not help him. The excellent monster understood the guy's intention and therefore immediately began to attack in that place. From underground, he himself appeared. Lin Huang was very much surprised at what a smart monster he was. The protagonist noticed that there is a small hole at the top from which light penetrates, so he only had to take a chance and try to break through to him. In the form of a shadow, he began to tease the excellent monster so that he would catch him. Because of this, the excellent monster got angry. He instantly opened all his eyes on his head and then began to hit the guy with all his limbs. The monster began to destroy everything around to hit the main character. He became angry and yelled with all his might at the guy, thereby generating a strong wave of sound that destroyed the entire cave. Lin Huang felt that it was time to apply the transformation card. Therefore, it immediately transformed into a purple ghostly eagle upon cast. He quickly flew up to the source of light to get out and escape from the furious superior monster. After he flew upstairs, he was chased by an excellent monster which provoked a strong explosion around. As soon as his tentacles appeared outward, their strength began to decrease. It was because he was being restrained by magic stones so that he couldn't get out. Suddenly, the black lightning that came from the rocks began to hit the monster's limbs so that it could not continue to be released further. The protagonist, in the form of a purple eagle, looked at what was happening and was impressed that his theory turned out to be true. He transformed back into a human, and then began to look further at the excellent monster. His theory was that an excellent monster was sealed under this stone, so he could not get out of there. Lin Huang stood on the edge of the abyss and looked into the darkness there. Looking at the bloody eyes of the monster with delight, he said that his risk was still justified. A few minutes later, the main character still gets to the waterfall, where the meeting place with the guys was appointed. Looking around, he wondered where the guys could be, but he was sure that they were somewhere nearby, because Lin Xin had devices for immersion in water, which meant that Bai must have led her to the main exit. Suddenly, a pebble hits the guy in the head. Holding his head with his hand, he did not understand why the vampire was silent. After all, when they fought, he could speak, and when he became the hero's monster, he suddenly turned out to be dumb. Lin Huang began to look for the girl and therefore decided to check what was behind the rock. Suddenly, he finds a girl who was changing clothes behind a rock, because she was completely soaked in water due to water travel. Lin Xin immediately blushed when she saw that the guy was looking at her. Suddenly, a loud slap sounded throughout the area. It was a slap on the cheek. Lin Huang was a little sad from getting hit. The girl scolded him for having the audacity to spy on her. If he had not saved her, then she would have simply killed him. But he sat on his knees and understood his guilt, so he asked for forgiveness for accidentally peeping at the girl. But suddenly he was surprised, because the girl sat down to him and with a pretty face thanked him for saving her from there. With a reddened and agitated face, she told him that she would definitely thank him for saving her. But the guy with a happy face told her that you should not do this. He needed her to simply return to the city with him, and they would be quits later. He said that because, in fact, he needed to complete his mission as soon as possible, because for all this time he was already very tired of all this. The girl immediately called her bird to go home as soon as possible. While the girl stroked her eagle's beak, she decided to ask about her brother Li Yangxing. The main character, returning Bei, said that he simply finished him off, and the poison did all the main work for him. He did not tell the whole truth because he wanted to keep silent about the transformation card. The girl, having heard the answer, was a little sad, but after she said that it was the best outcome, Miss Ling told Lin Huang that 2 of his henchmen were also dead. When she returns, she will tell Li Yangxing's relatives that he was eaten by an excellent monster, so the main character could not worry. After that, they crashed back to the city on an eagle. Flying on an eagle, Lin Huang was worried about the girl because Li Yangxing tried to kill her. He could not be completely sure whether the girl would be all right or not. But the girl began to dispel the guy's concern by the fact that she and her brother belonged to the aristocrats, and they have no evidence of his death. In any case, they will need to be afraid of unnecessary trouble. The protagonist understood that she was worried, that things could escalate, and he could be drawn into all this. He noticed that this girl also knew how to take care of others. But he didn't think about it further, so Lin Huang asked why the group of adventurers went to the excellent monster. Miss Lan began to tell that this floating orchid was an immortal from the abyss. 100 years ago, one of the members of the Lin family sealed him in the forest so that one of his descendants could kill the monster and advance to an excellent rank. A little discouraged, she continued that it was her mission to just kill him and become stronger. What she didn't know was that it had mutated twice since then, and although his strength remained the same, his abilities became 10 times stronger than they were 100 years ago. Suddenly, after telling the story, the girl turns to the guy with a smile and says that if it were not for him, she would have died there. Lin Yuexin was worried that she still did not know why the protagonist came to her in that cave, but the guy couldn't tell the truth, so he said he liked her. Miss Leng just looked at the guy with an interesting expression. Flying over the beautiful forested mountains, she knew that he was hiding something from her. But for his kindness, she won't ask him any more questions. Finally reaching the carefree city, the guys just stood and looked at the night city from above. Lin Huang looked tired and rejoiced that they had finally returned. Suddenly, a girl turns to him and asks him with a serious face to give her Li Yanxing's thing. The protagonist tried to hide that he took something, so he began to pretend that he did not take anything. But the girl didn't believe the guy. She specified what item he had picked up. After death, the Empire ring had to close, so he couldn't open it anyway. Lin Huang still had to give the girl her brother's item. But the girl did not need this ring because of the awards, so as soon as she gets what lies inside, she will send everything to him. Lin Yuexin looked at the guy with a romantic look. She told him that they parted here, but she still hoped that they would see each other someday. Lin Huang, with a businesslike expression, confirmed that they would definitely see each other. At the same moment when the guys parted, the hero received a new notification in which he was congratulated for completing the mission. Events are transferred back home to the main character. Arriving home, he was glad that at last he was at home. After washing in the shower, Lin Huang, opening a can of cola, asked Xiao He to sort out all the cards he had before Ling Xin returned from school. A graphic screen appeared in front of him, which indicated what the guy had in his inventory. Xiao He told the guy with a sly smile that he now had a total of 19 cards, as well as 5 with new monsters. This time, the harvest was really good for the hero. But Lin Huang was not happy about this, because he saw that he had no transformation cards left at all. This upset him very much. Xiao He proceeded to tell the hero that his best achievement was the new skill he got from killing Li Yanxing. Lin Huang began to consider his new skills. He saw that everything was very good, but he was interested in what kind of storage card and the restriction removal card he had. Xiao He began to explain that if you activate these 2 storage cards, you can get 2 more life wheels, which means that he will have 2 more life energy storages. The protagonist was surprised by what his assistant said, and therefore immediately began to ask them to activate them faster. After hearing the information, Lin Huang was delighted with it. After all, now killing monsters, he will not have to waste their life energy. And before going to the next level, he just, so to speak, expands the warehouse. Xiao He also added to his words regarding the lifting of restrictions map. After use, it increases his ability to use any item. After considering his assistant's words, Lin Huang decided to increase the enjoyment. But not on himself, but on Xiao He, who was shocked by the guy's decision. The main character with an insidious smile looked at the assistant and was ready that he would try to deceive him. But he did not deny the guy's assumptions, so he answered that it could be used on him. Xiao He, confident in himself, immediately began to activate equipment cards on himself. After activating the card, a new store of card fragments appeared in front of the main character on the graphic screen, where you could buy a card. But this news didn't please Lin Huang, because almost all of these fragments were beyond his means. Xiao He told the boy with a joyful expression that this list of fragments was only the rank of iron and bronze. He cannot view pages with higher card ranks. The protagonist began to blush with anger because they are all of the same level, but he must give 2 fragments in order to bargain for one he needs of the same rank. According to the guy, it was a real theft. But Xiao He knew with a sly smile that this would be the outcome. He proceeded to tell the guy that in order to get the fragment he wanted, he had to pay a reasonable price for it. Suddenly, Lin Huang immediately calmed down, because he understood that there was no need to be angry. After all, he still doesn't have the funds to buy at least something from the store, so it's better to wait until he advances to a new rank. But then suddenly he was interrupted by an assistant who wanted to tell the guy about the promotion. He began to remind him that even though his iron rank life wheel is already full, it must take at least a few months for it to stabilize. Otherwise, the transition to the next rank will cause the life force to drain, and it will be extremely unstable. And even a slight leak of this power can cause fireworks from his guts. Therefore, he must be careful. Lin Huang was very surprised because he didn't know it was that serious. He began to ask about whether it is possible to somehow reduce the term or not, to which Xiao He replies that practicing life skills can shorten the required time. In addition, the higher the level of the skill, the faster the life energy will accumulate, and the more the stabilization period will be reduced. The protagonist, because of all this, began to think that it seems now is the right time to choose a life skill. But Xiao He, with a slightly sad face, began to say that choosing a life skill is not an easy task. It is necessary that it corresponds to the attribute of the hero, and not only, even he will not be able to immediately advise him on the right one. After the previous dialogue, Lin Huang decided to call Yue Zheng to ask him for advice on which skill to choose for him. Zheng told the guy that after that operation to clear the territory of monsters, he had not been able to sleep properly for several months. The protagonist with a bright smile asked for forgiveness from his friend. But he could no longer consult anyone about this. Because of all the people he knew, Zheng has the most experience in this matter, so he can only turn to him. Yue Zheng asked the guy to stop sucking up already. He said that Huang was able to kill the 6-armed demon and reach the iron rank, which is very difficult, so it was an honor for him to help him. The hero was surprised and at the same moment embarrassed by the words of the Golden Warrior, so he thanked him for the above words. Zheng began to advise that when choosing a life skill, one should check one's life force for an attribute, as a life skill of the same attribute as Huang's life force would give him an advantage. However, many people, including him, may not have any attribute at all. Also, the choice of life skill depends on personal preferences, and of course, the higher the skill class, the better it is. The protagonist's weapon was a sword, so Zheng recommended that he choose the martial life skill. This life skill has 9 levels. Most people can't get past levels 4 and 5, and few even reach level 6. The 6th level is the key stage. If Huang manages to reach him, then his strength and speed will be at the level of the highest life skill. He knew that with Xiao He's help, reaching the 6th level would be easy. He made up his mind with the choice, so he chooses military life skill. He started asking how much it cost and if he could get it right now. Yue Jing curiously asked the guy if he received the package that he received or not. But Lin Huang had no idea what kind of package they were talking about. Zheng immediately began to tell that the last time everyone who helped resist the horde of monsters had been sent rewards, Lin Huang had just been given a martial life skill, and the delivery should have arrived a long time ago. But the main character heard about it for the first time, so he was shocked by this news. Events are moved forward a few hours. Lin Xin, with joy in his eyes, throws the briefcase from his hands and starts running to his brother to hug him tight. She hugged Lin Huang tightly with a smile on her face. She had not heard from him for so long that she even began to fear that he had died. But the guy told her not to think about such bad things anymore. With sadness on her face, the girl told him that she had only him from her relatives, and if something happened to him, she did not know what she would do. The older brother began to reassure his sister. He told her that as long as she was with him, nothing would happen. But inside, he also believed, like his sister, that she was also the only relative in this world. With a happy face, he began to amuse the girl with the fact that her vacation starts from tomorrow, so he had already booked tickets for the aircraft. Lin Huang wanted to travel together. Lin Xin was very happy at this news. She said that he was the best brother in the world. She immediately began to run to her room, because she had to quickly pack her suitcase and take with her the most beautiful dresses. But while the girl happily climbed the stairs to her room, suddenly the protagonist turned to her and asked if any package had come to him. The girl with a happy face turned to him and said that 2 parcels had arrived. She asked to wait for her because now she would bring them to his room. Lin Huang looked at the boxes and was surprised that there were 2 because he didn't understand where the other one came from. He began to unpack the smaller box that contained the note. Huang and Xiaohe looked at the note with interest. Unfamiliar numbers were written on it, which were most likely needed in order to open the ring, which was also in that box. The guys could not understand who this box was from. But suddenly the protagonist smelled a familiar scent of perfume. He immediately realized that this package was from Lin Xin. As soon as Lin Huang and Xiaohe began to inspect the ring, they first saw that the ring's capacity was 100,000 square meters. And although the capacity was huge, but there were not enough things inside, several thousand full life crystals, and some kind of weapon. But suddenly they were shocked by what was inside the ring. The inventory contained a weapon, namely the battle sword of Li Yangxing. As for the other 2 artifacts, the main character cannot use them yet, but in the city these things are considered very expensive. Lin Huang also saw that there was a vault for loans here. He was very eager to see how much Li Yanxin had accumulated. But Xiaohe was not very interested because he thought that there was some money there. The system started upgrading to a VIP account to see the full value of the credits. As soon as it was updated, the entire number of credits appeared. The guys were very shocked by this amount because Li Yangxing had already 38 billion credits in his account. The guys were shaking with excitement because he could not even imagine such a large amount. After all, this is still a military award, and Lin Xin gave the guy all the contents without batting an eyelid. The protagonist, with experiencing feelings, could not even imagine that the influence of these aristocrats is much more terrible than he could imagine. Lin Huang knew that he now had enough credits and 4 promotion cards in reserve, which meant that he could improve Bai and Ember. Xiaohe confirmed the guy's assumptions, but a double improvement equals a single life transformation. Both of them will turn into a different species, and during the evolution they will need a large amount of life energy. Xiaohe continued to tell the guy that an unusual wave of vitality could attract the attention of a superintendent or even a surveillance bureau, so he advised not to start upgrading in the territory of the strongholds or in the lands adjacent to them. It is also dangerous to do it in wild places, as there could be excellent monsters there. Lin Huang, listening to all the advice, decided to ask what he was holding in his hands. What he held in his hands was called a bronze token. This means that he was promoted to the rank of bronze. That is, he is now a real hunter and not a reserve one. And what he was holding in his other hand was the study crystal that Yue Zheng was talking about. Xiaohe advised the hero to try activating it with life energy. Suddenly, a radiance appeared from the magic crystal, which illuminated the entire room. From this radiance, an unfamiliar old man appeared in front of Lin Huang in a graphic projection. They silently looked at each other. Suddenly, the old man began to move in the projection and demonstrate various military techniques to the guy. Lin Huang was very surprised by what the old man was doing, because he could not predict such a turn of events. Looking closely, he realized that the old man was demonstrating hand-to-hand combat to him. It seemed to the main character that every blow was fatal. In style, it was more like military equipment. But Xiao He was telling the boy that it was a training life skill crystal that was supposed to train the hero. Folding his hands behind him, the mentor stopped. After that, he turned to face the boy to tell him about a melee combat technique called military tactics, which is used in conjunction with the martial life skill until the wearer reaches gold rank. Showing the guy the movement of the technique, he continued to say that learning this technique is not at all difficult. The main thing is to reach a higher level. At the same time, Lin Huang didn't waste time sitting on his pants. He also recited and practiced the new technique taught by the master. To master this skill, the protagonist needed to split the stream of life into several other streams. According to the master, Lin Huang's life energy will eventually be divided into 12 streams, and then he will be able to fully master military tactics. But the guy, repeating the actions of the technique, did not fully understand why he should share the life force, because he had previously thought that, in this way, on the contrary, he would weaken it. The protagonist adhered to the rules of teaching technique. He divided the energy from all sides and gathered together to inflict one blow with all his might on her. According to the old man, it is the formation of various forms of force that can develop military tactics to maximum efficiency. Holding in hand the collected life energy, he understood why everyone likes the military life skill. Thanks to him, you can arbitrarily change the shape of your life force. Lin Huang concentrated to the fullest, divided his strength into 12 streams, and then began to concentrate it in the center of his body where his hands were folded. He knew that if he succeeded, he would be able to shape his power into any shape. After perfect concentration, he receives a congratulatory notification, which states that the hero has reached the first level of military tactics. At the same moment, Xiao He immediately began to say that now Huang can turn military tactics into a card, and if the guy continued to train, he would be able to receive fragments, which meant that in this way he would reach the next level. The protagonist immediately asked what were the rules for improvement. He held a military tactics card in his hands to learn more about this skill. Xiao He did not hesitate to answer the guy's question, so he immediately began to tell that the skill would be upgraded to the second level when he collected 200 fragments. And to go to the third, he will need 400, and so the number will always double. And to go from the 8th to the 9th, he would need 810,000 life skill fragments. Lin Huang was a little surprised because he did not understand why it took such a large number of fragments to advance to the 9th level. The assistant also agreed with the guy, but for stability and the 6th level would be enough, so he was sure that the hero would reach this level. Xiao He continued to inform the guy about martial skills. He said that when the skill reaches the 6th level, the increase will already be 72%. Which was already the highest rank level. Lin Huang did not want to waste even a minute. He sincerely believed that if he collected the fragments, he would be able to reach the highest levels much faster than others. But Xiao He, being behind the guy, was a little surprised that he got to the genius, because he understood that the words he said were sarcasm. He went on to say that there are people in this world who have simply monstrous abilities. After several hours, Lin Huang could barely stand on all fours and was sweating. He was able to reach the first level in one evening, but according to the assistant, there were those who took half an hour to do it. Suddenly, a girl turned to the guy. It was Lin Xin, who wished her brother a good morning. From the way she dressed, it was clear that she was cooking. Lin Huang stared at her with intense eyes and suddenly smelled a strange smell. The girl did not drag out the intrigue for a long time, so she began to lead Lin Huang to the kitchen. With a happy face, she told him that they were on vacation, and the guy promised that they would go on a trip, so she felt a little embarrassed. Lin Xin decided to thank the protagonist with her cooked food. Arriving at the kitchen, Huan immediately saw a terrible soup in a bowl from which a terrible smell was emitted, and he himself looked terrible. With excruciating pain, he nevertheless sat down at the table with the food that the girl had prepared. Lin Huang took the pig in his hands and filled it with soup, and then he brought it to his mouth. He looked with an agonizing look at what was in it. He really didn't want to eat it. But turning to his sister, who was very worried whether he would like the food, the guy nevertheless decided on this terrible feat. He is with strong reluctance pushing one after another a spoonful of food. In addition, he said that he was happy that he was eating this wonderful food. The sister was glad to hear that, so she put a full pot full of this soup on the table so that the guy could pour the tasty supplement that he asked for. After a few hours, Lin Huang still ate all of his sister's cooked food. Lin Xin, washing my plates, complained to the main character for eating very slowly. She told him to pack his suitcase because the girl wanted to catch the next flight, and in order to do this they had to use the eagle to the aircraft. But Lin Huang was in no hurry to go anywhere. He was barely sitting, curled up at the table. He became ill because of his sister's food. He even had poison in his body. Having slightly risen with the last strength, he told the girl that they did not have to fly on an eagle. But after a few minutes he still overcame himself and left the house. The girl standing near the house was worried because she did not know how they would get into Shagun if they did not fly on a service eagle. But the main character closing the house knew one way. He activated one of his cards to summon a creature that was even faster than an eagle. It was a ghost falcon. The guys didn't waste time, so they immediately sat on it. The girl sitting in front smiled at the main character because he was now a tamer. Flying over the city on a ghostly eagle, Lin Xin was surprised by how cool her brother was. She was a little offended by him for not telling her about it before. Having overcome a difficult air flight, the guys still got to the city of Sayagun from which the aircraft was sent. Lin Xin, walking around the city, was delighted with this place. She now understood why everyone went here on vacation. Lin Huang walked behind the girl and told her that he had already booked a hotel so they could go shopping before heading there. Suddenly, the girl stopped and pulled out a very long list from her sweater, which, as she said, was the most necessary. The guy was a little in a stupor from what the girl called this scarlet list. Later in the evening, the guys began to go to different entertainment, which the girls really liked. But suddenly the girl, dressed in different rattles, stopped in place and began to look in the other direction. Lin Huang also suddenly stopped because the news was about the Leng family. This family is the most powerful among the 6 royal families, so no one could compare to them. The reporter went on to explain that the daughter of the Leng family had reached the rank of excellence at the age of 19. She was praised as a genius who is born once in 100 years. But suddenly the girl grabbed the main character by the hand and began to lead him on to have fun, thereby preventing him from listening to the news about Miss Lin. After several hours of entertainment around the city, they finally got to the hotel. There they were met by a woman who kindly led them down the corridor to their room. But only the main character listened to her, who carried his sleeping sister to the room. She was so full that she fell asleep halfway through, so Lin Huang had to carry her back to the hotel. Arriving at the room, Lin Huang decided to call his assistant, Xiao He, who was unhappy that he was called. The protagonist, having delivered Lin Xin to her room, decided to continue to improve his life skill in the remaining time, which is why he summoned him. Lin Huang, having concentrated now, could easily separate the life streams. All he needed to achieve his goal was to observe patience and work, which could help him with the study of military tactics. Xiao He, with a displeased face, told him that he could get one fragment if he completed one full rotation cycle. But this did not frighten the main character at such a speed. Now it will take only half an hour to complete one cycle. Even if he trains for 15 hours a day, it will still take him at least 7 days to get to the second level. However, according to Lin Huang, he found that as the number of workouts increased, the time to complete the cycle could decrease. Late at night, when all the guests of the hotel were asleep, Lin Xin was walking around the corridor, who couldn't sleep. She went to her brother's room to see what he was doing there. Approaching the door, she knocked on it. But no one opened it because Lin Huang was completely focused on training the skill. He did not hear the knock on the door because he was thinking about the rotation of life energy, which was successful. He knew that if he was lucky, he could reach the second level tonight, so he trained harder. Without reaching the main character, the girl thought that he had fallen asleep, so she decided to go to her room. But after thinking everything over, she decided to take a walk, because she no longer wanted to sleep. Walking through the hotel garden, Lin Xin felt a little sad that her brother had gone to bed so early. She wanted to have more fun and play with him. Suddenly the girl felt a strange tension. Therefore she began to look around in different directions, because it seemed to her that someone was following her. Standing next to the urn, the girl already wanted to throw out the trash and go to the hotel because she was getting a little uncomfortable. Throwing paper in the bin, she was a little surprised. Suddenly the urn came to life. It began to open its mouth wide to swallow Lin Xin. Grabbing the girl with her mouth, she staggered in different directions to push the girl deeper inside. After the missing girl, the police quickly arrived at the hotel. One of the police officers walking down the corridor asked the owner of the hotel to show him that the cameras were filmed. The owner of the hotel, standing behind with a dejected voice, told the police that the hotel has always been very popular among the guests, as they carefully monitor the safety of their stay. He really didn't want a lot of people to know about it. The owner looked at the cameras with excitement and realized that their cameras could only film the process of how the missing girl left her room, but the criminal must be very familiar with how the cameras are located throughout the hotel. The police, analyzing the video from the cameras, realized that after the girl left her room, no more cameras could film her. According to their assumptions, most likely, the crime was committed in the blind spots of video surveillance. This case was almost identical to the increasing cases of kidnapping. The investigator has already sent all his agents to search the hotel. He wondered who was the first to notice the missing girl. The owner did not hesitate to answer, so he immediately said that it was her brother. He found that she was not in his room and immediately reported to them. The policeman wanted to talk to the main character, so he asked the hotel owner to bring him to him. At the same time, while Lin Xin's disappearance was being investigated upstairs, she herself was lying at the bottom of some basement. Raising herself a little, she saw a little girl with braids in front of her, and also a great creepy caterpillar behind her. Lin Xin, with horror in her eyes, wondered who she was and what kind of place it was. The unfamiliar girl didn't remain silent for a long time, so she called herself Lily, and this worm was her good friend. Smiling sweetly, she continued to say that he helped them find new family members, so from today she will be her sister, and they will all be Daddy's daughters. Lin Xin was very scared because of Lily's words. She was shaking a lot and couldn't move. Suddenly, she was grabbed by the neck. It was Lily, who warned the girl that if she tried to escape from here, she would become food for her worm, just like everyone who had been here before her. Lily continued to choke her, saying that Lin Xin liked her, so she wanted the girl to be an obedient sister. Barely inhaling the air, Xin wanted only one thing, so that her brother would save her as soon as possible. While the girl was being tortured at the bottom, the main character did not waste time. He began to look for his sister using the bloody hunt skill. The guards saw a guy approaching them. They immediately pointed a gun at him without hesitation, because he was in the restricted area. But suddenly Bai appeared behind them, who instantly defeated all the guards with one of his attacks. Lin Huang, with a creepy look, told the vampire not to feel sorry for them, and if someone gets in his way, then you immediately need to kill without mercy. Continuing to defeat the enemies on the lower floors, a large number of guards were already waiting for the protagonist at the top. The guards stood and were very excited about the coming enemy, because they did not understand how one person could defeat everyone. When they reached the 50th floor, the elevator doors opened, and as soon as the doors opened in front of him, a crowd of guards immediately began to shoot at him. But he deceived them by not being there. He broke into them, kicking the door from behind them. With an eerie aura, he held a sword in his hands and wanted to kill them all. After a few seconds, he was the only one standing in this room on his feet. Everyone else was simply killed by his hands. But suddenly Lin Huang heard a childish voice that came from behind him. He turned back and saw frightened people he did not know. It was a man with his daughter, whose name was Lily. It was she who mocked the protagonist's sister. They tried to look scared so that Lin Huang wouldn't suspect anything. The man introduced himself under name Wei Shen, and counting that guy is just a little wrong in my assumptions. Regarding hold Lin Xin under guards politely asked the guy not to scare his little daughter. Into time for the protagonist was a priority view all buildings, so that makes sure that the sister was not here and the interlocutor is not just trying to brazenly deceive. Seeing all intentions of Lin Huang, Wei Shen decided stand in front of the door with the hope not to let the guy holding the cold weapons and hide something very important to him. But Lin Huang, not for long thinking about possible consequences, put an insolent to the throat a sharp blade and made it clear how stupid it was to try interfere during searches, sisters, and with a serious mood pointed out quicker. Get out of his way not to interfere him in search any leads possible signs holding girls or at all several people. Lily burst into tears of fear and her father started her soothe. To the girl was not worried. But the main character was all threats are indifferent. By goes detailed inspection, all corners, huge rooms which human owns. When the guy went to another place, Wei Shen started to annoy something unknown from the pocket. By expression faces this men, all the hatred for Lin Huang was visible. Pulling out a card from clothes, he was going to destroy an ordinary hunter of iron rank. He immediately threw the card towards the protagonist in order to summon a monster. Hurry up, interrupt boy life. Summon card looking at all different from the real draft cards and shares. Seconds in front of a guy turned into a huge worm set to liquidate enemy. Appearances, so an insignificant monster seemed enough funny and stupid for Huan, who could not hold back your smile at a sight like this. Considering such a monster unworthy of life, he prepared for battle without using own ward's monsters. One stroke of the blade, the protagonist managed to divide sedentary two worms' parts. Percussion wave huge force from Lin Huang's weapon hit the shoulder of an old man who failed dodge in time due to the incredible attack speed. Unable to stand such strength, that immediately fell on his knees in front of the chief hero covered dark aura, wishing liquidate human dared use cunning tricks. The main character listened huge quantity prayers for salvation co-sides, Wei Shena, and seeing that human lied for all the evidence regarding Xinglin decided eliminate absolutely everyone who dared to inflict the slightest harm to his younger sister. Suddenly, small girl was the only daughter Vile Shella put a gun to her head, related ropes, Lin Xin. Wei Xin, even with heavy wounded and beaten body, was very satisfied work his not native daughter, to which he gave the opportunity to become his family. For the protagonist, who is on some distance from the prisoner, became interesting current well-being crying sisters. She could only nod or publish strange sounds from closed tape mouth trying to convey their thoughts for Big Brother. Then the guy is a little cold from what you see. Lawlessness reassured Xing Lin. As soon everything will end, and then there will be an opportunity finally return home. Lily, tired of watching them family drama, staged her demands about the wounded father, also began to threaten Life Junior Sister's incapable move. In just one instant, Lin Huang was behind girls have absolutely no idea what walked speech and why he should listen stupid, the talk of a weak child. After this, the main character hit the butt of the blade on Lily's neck, and she was completely seized by the impossibility move limbs. Girl, having lost consciousness, fell to the ground right in front of her father. Wei Shen saw similar counted girl at all useless times she is not capable even liquidate two-person. Sometime later, the main character cut fetters on Lin's hands shin and freed her from the pressure, leaving some wounds on tied place. They hugged tightly after long separation, and younger sister instantly burst into tears, snuggling up to her brother and couldn't stop. The entertainer himself, this story sneaked hatred for the guy who prevented all the plans in which Xing Lin took the main role, and a huge hope. The main character is unable more to endure such stupid behavior of the old man, put a blade to Lily, recalled all his words in which gave promises, liquidate dared harm, junior sister. He has already covered weapon special technique, getting ready to put enough strong blow capable destroy strong opponents. How suddenly into the room broke in police officers investigating disappearance crimes, saying that happens when you try liquidation these Wei Xin and his little daughters. In response, absolutely nothing was said from the guy, and he expected some explanations. Why are the hunters trying to stop him? Taking Wei Xin commander-in-chief, plot police officer promise provide all possible safety family main character to similar cases more never happened again. Lin Huang spoke to a detective about the missing girls cases in which involved family Wei Shena, unwilling sometime leave someone alone and give opportunity lock him up for crimes. The policeman perfectly understood everything and thanked for all the entrusted main hero help with search actions, guilty criminal. But even so could not eliminate Lily after all. The same is a victim, random circumstances. Wei Xin, a little changed in behavior, having heard for punishment according to the rules of private law, and asked again about it in order to get an accurate answer. He started himself strange to lead, as if all people are not capable point him out, and he was hard to keep two strong employees police not allowing to him break free. This man with a smile said terrible things to Lin Xin, promising ever come back to again, kidnap girl to use in their goals, and ultimately stop not able to live normally. Hearing similar the statement of a stupid criminal, the main character simply remained silent, trying to listen to everything. Police officer counted compulsory attributed culprit into custody, separating him from her daughters, and take care of Lily some time. The child will not be able to recover. After what saw how strange their expression faces, Lin Huang silently leaves along with the only human from family in this world. Lose for your nonsense. Police officer stopping Huan wanted warn how much Wei Shen can be dangerous. If will receive opportunity go out from prisons unharmed, and how much it has connections capable of finding the right one in a fraction of a second target. Huang, hearing everything, just smiled, trusting employees police in his opinion, knowing needed to protect human laws. He just left by assistant wanted to start some case for intentional causing harm a man, and so get rid of most of the problems for beaten people. Inspector pointed to the liquidated caterpillar, not so easy to defeat, usual a person of a similar rank that the protagonist has, and only a good hunter is capable of such destruction-summoning monster. When exiting a multi-story building, where did the old man do their dirty things? Wei Shen was surrounded by a lot, leaving no policeman to him. Possibilities free move. But even with all available holding co-sides, police officers, Wei Shen managed without difficulty beat off the hand of one of employees, counting their unworthy, even a little touch him. Wei Shen was extremely dissatisfied with the nasty touches of ordinary people, and due to the defeat at the hands of the protagonist, he had an irrevocable goal to find the protagonist again, along with his younger sister who does not leave his head. While he was trying to break free from the hold to stretch his body, which had accumulated a lot of fatigue, Lin Huang's vampire appeared behind him, who, when falling from the sky, formed a loud sound behind him and destroyed the earth's surface under him. The people had no idea who it was that appeared in front of them and, shrouded in fear, were only able to stand while Bai performed a full examination of the offender. The vampire during this time managed to prepare for the further development of the battle by creating small magical threads around the hand in the form of lightning. Wei Shen, around whom small threads began to appear, begged for mercy, because he was quite scared from the horror that was happening. But since the summoning monster is incapable of feeling any pity for its target without the owner's order, the words were incomprehensible to the ears of such a vampire, and he instantly enveloped the entire head of a person with his threads, allowing anything. Police officers could simply watch without interfering in the battles, and listen to how a person suffers from inevitable death at the hands of an unknown monster. At the same time, Lin Huang himself was on the roof not far from the incident, controlling the vampire with a special technique for using the power of a pet without standing near him. The guy, having finished his business upon completion of the given promise to destroy each person and having eliminated the offender, withdrew the special pet's draft card back to himself. At that moment, right behind was an eagle on which the younger sister sat down, waiting for her brother. The girls became interested when they would already go to their house and finally be able to have a normal rest after completing all their problems where they have to endure all sorts of things. Since the affairs were absolutely completely finished, the main character warned the younger sister with a smile that it was the right time to return. Lin Huang has been extremely careful so far when it comes to Lin Xin's safety, being hit by an unknown camera all the time, filming his behavior and the attack that he made, as if he was even happy about it. Not far from the location of the protagonist, there was a strange man who was watching him from a special apparatus, and it was he who managed to film the scene of the attack along with the liquidated Wei Shen with the help of a summoning monster. This stranger carefully listened to what Lin Huang said several times, and stopped the transmission of the image of his face in order to stop observing the remaining spectacle. When the main character flew away little by little, the man continued his communication with his teammates and spoke for the guy who managed to eliminate Wei Shan without applying any force. Little by little, the man in the hood transmitted a photo of the main character along with recordings of his voice for further instructions from the brothers who had to agree on what they saw. The main idea of an unfamiliar man whose face was hidden by the night situation around the location was to eliminate Lin Huang at any cost and then report evidence. After the incident, not much time passed, and the main character walked around the city thinking about his sister's well-being because she got into a terrible situation because of his inattention to trifles. But she was there, and it didn't take long for her to get back to normal. She also started to enjoy having fun with her older brother and punching different tasty things. Lin Xin, like a small child, ran shopping with the desire to try everything from food to ordinary children's toys. Entering the clothing store, the girl wanted to buy something in order to look a little older, and according to the main character, the younger sister had a very cute face to look a little more feminine. While she was doing this, Lin Huang sensed some kind of evil presence of strangers nearby who wished to harm him along with Xing Lin. Due to such a premonition, a vampire had to be summoned for the purpose of safety and, for the most part, adding the ability to save the girl from any attempts on her life. The fact that Bai suddenly switched to combat mode instantly at his first appearance among the rest of the people warned the girl a little, and she asked her older brother about it. While they were looking at new things, talking about all sorts of stories, the woman who owns this clothing store appeared and asked if the guys wanted to buy something for themselves, or were they just looking around. The protagonist saw the clothes he needed at the moment and decided to buy a cloak for a vampire, even without paying attention to the fact that Lin Xin did not buy anything and was extremely unhappy with this, because they were going to buy something for her. Having bought what they wanted, they went on to walk along the streets of the night city and walked in front of the recruiting vampire in order to save their lives. It was extremely uncomfortable for her sister to walk at a dangerous moment not only for herself, but also for Huang. Lin Huang simply told her to have fun while he was watching everything. A very suspicious image came into the field of view of the protagonist, who clearly wants to do something bad. And Lin Huang had to pretend not to notice as long as the hooded man walked farther to the side and never looked back. Remaining in anticipation of something dangerous, they passed each other without any obstacles from outside ill-wishers. The stranger after some time simply disappeared among the crowd of people, so he himself appeared, and therefore it was a mystery to notice where he managed to disappear. Hiding somewhere in an inconspicuous place, the not well-wisher took out a cold-blooded weapon, having decided to start fulfilling the order of his commander-in-chief, who was currently not near him. In front of this man who made his way into the crowd of people remaining unnoticed, the image of a magic wolf suddenly appeared, which only he could see and the rest passed by did not pay any attention to it. The creature by its appearance showed hostility towards the usual killer who was going to eliminate the protagonist until he was able to locate. After seeing the summoning monster, the man for some reason divided into 3 spirits with their own thoughts and differences between themselves. As time passed, the hooded stranger almost completely disappeared without a trace and left behind only a little spiritual energy. The protagonist finally stopped feeling an unknown thirst for causing any harm to the life of his sister. While he was thinking about the mistake in his yet another misplaced caution regarding other hunters, somewhere nearby stood an unknown person who had been watching him since his arrival in this alley. This was the same guy who had a spirit wolf pet, and he was surprised at the protagonist's rich potential to be able to find out the presence of an assassin's aura with only an iron rank, even with the ill-wishers having a slightly higher rank. Suddenly, he noticed quite an important detail near him and completely turned his full attention to it. Thus, the most interesting sight was how the man transmitted information to the boss about the attack of an unknown enemy on all killer teams, and they could not find out the real identity of the attacking man in any way. Then a guy with a pet appeared behind him and scared the killer to the very horror, trying to show at least a little his unfriendliness towards him. This guy with a wolf firmly grabbed the hand of a man who wants to take revenge on the main character for the death of his friend. And he began to turn around the ring to the most important among the killers who started something not good, which the killer actually did not like, who transmitted all the necessary information regarding the Lin family. A direct question followed from the ring about who this interlocutor is and what he wants to get in order to give his real name. The killer serving his boss decided to shout out the real appearance of the person standing right in front of him and thereby indicate that the boss is well acquainted with him personally. Dark and silent instant interrupted sudden awareness. Criminal. Surrounded severe atmosphere and sinister premonition. Thought about the fact that the time has come warn main killer. This was the one who ordered the elimination of Lin Huang. Instant tense thoughts was violated sharp wolfish howling, which shot up in the air. In this terrible atmosphere, Wolf, like Ghost, got out from darkness and went straight to the criminal. Wolf bite pierced air and immediately broke off flow thoughts, as if warning him against the risk of talking too much. The owner of the wolf all of a sudden appeared, offered boss meeting without insidious tricks and traps. He insisted on meeting face-to-face to revealing your true essence, without games and masks. Sight the owner of the wolf, sparkling in the dark, seemed enigmatic and determined, as if he was looking for something more deeper than simple words. Acute collar pain. Killer, bitten by the monster's jaws, was so strong that the man could hardly contain tears. This was painful moment when he tried, keep your share of dignity, fighting the agony and trying to speak through the pain. Under the night sky, the owner of the wolf chose symbolic place meetings, the clock tower. They stood silent witnesses time, emphasizing the inevitability of its course. This place and time were how embodiment secrets and urgency that Mauve dominated the air. Answer came instantly confirming. Consent to the offer meetings. Wolf, now free from his mission, returned to his owner as if waiting new directions. As the man contemplated his throat, he felt strange feeling, as if captive his own voices. He realized that lost control of the ability to speak. Surprise attack and strike-specific hit led to the idea that he could be left without your voices. Pet right served. The owner decides that killer, no more room in this history. Fate is bound too much many secrets, and to prevent them disclosure, Wolf decides finally eliminate threat. The owner of the wolf realizes that the monster has begun its bloody work. With a quiet distance, he walks away, leaving the creature alone with his prey. Terrible fight sounds and eating sounds merged with the dark at night, creating an atmosphere of horror. Watch continue tick while the place meetings near towers, association's hunters freezes in absolute silence. Only wind spreads rustles nights like portending the advent of a new day. A person named Feng Zhuo Ran, famous as Lin Huang's savior, awaits unfamiliar interlocutor. They only talked on the phone, and now expectation fills night air. How passes time, stranger finally is. In his mysterious clothes, he says, Krao, expected meet exactly Feng Zhuo Rana, and is perplexed about the reasons for guarding the guy he was talking to. Conversation develops over time. Reflections on family Leng protecting Lin Huang. Feng Zhuo ran full resolve. Come personally to Zabuang prove your allegiance. Stranger, Zata. Willow's breath starts. Suspect what? Connections associate Lin Huang with this family. But Feng Zhuo Ren interrupts elementary question, showing interest in the motives to send such a strong mercenary to a guy with a low rank. In this question sounds bewilderment and surprise. Stranger remains relentless, refusing participate in philosophical debates. He is interested only one thing, the answers to his questions, which Feng Zhuo Ran is evasive ignores. Feng Zhuo Ran's silently waving hand emphasizing received instructions that should complete in the rest time. This a reminder of an urgent task before him, despite the difficulties. One of Wolves approaches. His bloodlust and hunger grow. Rest follow him, ready fight to the end for your own owner. The attack begins. The wolves rush to the attack, teeth and claws aimed at one goal, destruction. The enemy is in shock. An unexpected fight breaks his plans. He subjected Feng ridicule, underestimating him as nothingness until I met this unexpected force. Flying into the sky with magic and technology, Stranger realizes that its time is getting smaller. Uncertainty future lies in wait for him, and he prepares for decisive actions. He starts realize that Yixir faced a struggle between families and association hunters. This a war for power and influence, hidden behind the facade of everyday life. Wolf approaching, his teeth aimed at the target, nowhere to run away from him. But his attack is interrupted powerful blow. Plans turn out shattered and he feels hopelessness his provisions. The rest of the wolves don't stop, keep going offensive. Their movement becomes clean a reaction devoid of places for reflection. Feng Zhuo Ran lifts your voice in mockery, teasing stranger, calling him an old man. He emphasizes importance movements and actions in this deadly scrum. These words hurt stranger in pride. He is desperate is facing it new enemy, sharp feeling its power. Unfolds before him a terrifying picture. Wolves, merciless and thirsty for blood, are approaching. In their eyes lit the thirst that makes their move forward. Situation becomes more and more tense, and a stranger realizes that inaction can lead to devastating consequences. His anger and helplessness mixed up inside him. Wolves at last reach his goals, but in front of them eyes disappears body. It dissolves into the night darkness as if never existed. Feng Zhuo Ran again falls to the ground, and his order sounds, "How command." Wolves, obeying his will, return to him. Raising his head to the sky, he sees how stranger swiftly disappears using Yikrao telekinesis. His actions may turn out to be more important than he thought, and Feng Zhuo Ran realizes that the power of this stranger exceeds all expectations. When evening the light began to slow down, mind move, Feng Zhuo Ran, breaking monotony time, began to rub hard imperial ring on your finger, exquisite stone on his finger. Alive, absorbed energy movement. His desire to connect with a certain human and convey to him something that had huge meaning was unbendingly. And now, as if from another reality, blurred before him holographic image. Projection girls, her outline smoothly passed into space. Her eyes radiated anxiety, and hands would reaching out to him through air. Her voice sounded inviting when, she began to speak. Her words were about his uncle and safety, main character later life. Even with a smile on Uncle's face, Miss Lan, standing in a holographic form, noticed that something happened. In her look blew through anxiety and a smile as if frozen for a moment. Her intuition suggested that his voice and mood carry something deep and important. Eludes the surface glance, hiding their reflections on the outside carelessness. He could not resist desire, share their thoughts with a girl, and it turned out to be difficult. Task. His feelings became heavy burden after Lin Huang intervened. He was aware that Lin Huang had upped the ante by sending against him too much powerful adversary who even the best hunters would cope. The fact that young woman from holograms was owning information that changes the picture of the world baffled him. She found out that attempt liquidate the main character was not random. The information that she uncovered related to the murder of one person from ancient pedigree 2nd Division. Uncle's words confirmed that, to him, this information through the distinguished killer. Following this frankness, Lan addressed Feng with a strong and important request. Protect this young man any means. Not only duties and power, but also a duty to what more than himself. They spoke after her. Her words sounded like call, followed by invisible strength, giving her the strength to achieve goals. Meeting her request with confident smile, Feng Zhuo Ran felt myself ready for responsibility. His ability allowed him eliminate almost any threat that dared would approach one of his relatives. From this he agreed with a smile on his face. "Fulfill your request, nieces." Feeling determined. Protect. But when talk nearing completion, in his mind doubts began to appear. He realized that he himself was vulnerable. Deprived guarantees survival in this dangerous game. Interior dialogue with yourself began to flare up new by force, turning attention to what defender same needs protection. At the same time, near huge building second division was not no sound or movement. Everyone was in their rooms, privacy which seemed to be islands in this ocean of obscurity. Silence reigned around, as if the world was holding back breath, waiting new events. Even in this atmosphere voids, inside buildings where, usually voices and steps sounded, a riddle was found. On an ordinary pillow lay the skull of the deceased person. He was here but didn't belong this place. Strange light fell on him, surrounding his aura with mystical radiance. Unexpectedly in this, a woman appeared in the atmosphere, her touching a human skull. How echo past-like, touch of history. Her soul was full resentment that human died trying to save prisoners' girls. Her hands clenched, her voice trembled as she expressed their thoughts aloud. Sight strangers slid over the skull, and her expressive face issued her dissatisfaction. She regretted that the deceased did not pay attention to her advice and did not take into account her spiritual support. Her own weak physical state did her participation in his fate especially meaningful. In the world that she lived, she was his mother. Her heart torn from loss, and neither time or degree guara space could not overshadow her pain. Her bitterness and longing moved through measurements, and she could not just accept the death of her native son. The desire to talk to him was so strong that she pressed her skull against his head. The name Shan sounded like a prayer in her voice. She repeated it, name over and over again, like trying to bring it back, even if, just for a moment. But something incredible began to happen. Suddenly, the human skull spoke. His words repeated the same phrases that she uttered. His voice was like echo returning to her from the other side, great abyss. Shan, skeleton, to everyone their creature wished his mother would continue go and search revenge for his death. In every the word that he uttered through the mouth of his mother sounded his unshakable decision. He believed that she will be able to do what he could not and achieve justice. And in this instant connection with mother, Shan shared his Rachash understanding. This was protagonist, one who Achash took his life. He believed in the need for revenge, even if for this required face the mighty family Lan, armed ideal fighters. After finally choosing her next goals in later life, the mother of the deceased decided to put the skull back in its place and came up with a plan to fulfill the desire of her own son, who wants to see the death of the protagonist as soon as possible. The woman clapped her hands loudly so that the servants, having heard, would soon bring one necessary person to her and not say what exactly they were called for. At the invitation of the woman, Lily entered the room, along with the maid who had been watching the girl all this time, left without a father. She immediately ran to the nearby skull, which was her father, and he was very glad that the girl managed to get out of the trouble that had developed then. When a woman saw a poor child missing her parent, she asked if she wanted to avenge her own father. Lily, without hesitation and with joy on her face, agreed to revenge. But despite her joy in the speedy return of her father, the girl, imagining the image of Lin Huang, wanted to eliminate the main character and his entire family without pity. The main conditions of a non-native grandmother with whom Lily will be given permission to take revenge was a test where you need to survive for 1 year and then get the strength with which everything will work out. After listening to all the desired demands from the mother of her folk father, Lily began to leave the room with her overseer. At that moment, the expression on the girl's face instantly changed due to the fact that she was 100% sure of her survival given her trial time. The next day, events take place in the Shogun Museum, the most famous for the entire association of hunters, where there are very rare finds. Therefore, after hearing about all the rumors and finishing his business, Lin Huang went with his sister to inspect the museum because Xing Lin was very interested in this many times. The girl, first of all, preferred to look at all the collections from the ruins of Shogun together with her older brother and tell a few stories that she heard during her studies. When the main character agreed to go with her, Lin Xin considered him the best brother in the world who constantly does everything possible to please her and not make her sad. The guide of the museum, in order that those present not to get lost in the building, took the visitors to the inner hall of the museum where many exhibits are collected. And Lin Xin did not listen to what the story was about, as she stared at the beautiful bowl not far from herself and wanted her brother to also look at her. While she was rejoicing, Lin Huang was seized by the shock of what he saw in front of his eyes, and it could not give the guy the opportunity to be near his younger sister. Xing Lin suddenly noticed that her older brother was leaving without saying a single word of warning. The guy began to get closer to the exhibit located right in the middle of the center of the museum, and none of the visitors gathered around him. Seeing the exhibit in front of him, the main character could not believe his own eyes, and even his sister could not ask what was happening to him and why he did not answer any questions. The conductor said that this thing is their treasure studied by archaeologists for some time, and they were unable to find out anything for what it was needed at all, and therefore the name of the object remained unknown, not even paying attention to the misunderstanding of how to use it correctly. But for Lin Huang, it was not clear why this is an archaeological artifact that has been mined for so long for nothing. The main character, trying to better understand everything, pointed his finger at the computer with a lack of understanding. Is this really an archaeological find? The conductor confirmed his words with the statement that, according to archaeologists, this thing was used by people living in the old era, and therefore it was not clear only how it turns on, and the essence of the application. What he saw gave the protagonist a clear thought about other travelers who could bring such things with them, and from now on it will be dangerous for him to do anything while there are other travelers. And when they came back to my boyfriend, called his girlfriend, asking about the ruins of Shogun, and then she told what happened 300 years ago. Especially she found out information in the archaeological ruins. Among them there were decorations that are much different from the excavations of other places. Lin Huang, due to the small opportunity to find any information, felt a little uncomfortable distracting a very busy acquaintance. The friend, however, didn't think about this and began her story about Xia Hao, also known as the evil spirits of the old era, who managed to ascend to the rank of a demigod for several years, and soon, due to some circumstances, he disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. How long life is in comparison of levels and ranks made the main character perfectly understand that this person had died a long time ago and was the same traveler with a laptop. The girl who helped sent all the information that she could find and asked for forgiveness for this little thing that turned out to be obtained with a few minutes to search. The protagonist was grateful for all the help she invested, because of which she managed to find out the information of this world in more detail, and also noting her beauty that day, he embarrassed his friend in this way, so she had to find a reason for him to stop. At the end of the conversation, they completely said goodbye. Then Lin Huang was cheerful because of her behavior, receiving only one pleasant compliment addressed to him. But after thinking about Xia Hao, unlike the rest of the association's hunters who have received excellent rank for several years, Xia Hao managed to achieve the rank of demigod in a short time with the help of a blessing. Reflections on everything led to the guy's goal to visit the ruins of Shagun one day in order to get a better look at the entire territory about which there are so many rumors. The next morning at the entrance, Lin Xin was sitting, who, eating all sorts of sweets, asked for what purpose the brother was going to Xiaoxia City. He had already prepared the equipment, talking about the issues that had arisen in the museum, and therefore there was a desire to better and slowly examine the ruins of Shagun. So that the sister would not be bored all this time, the main character left Bai with her, who could not speak a word and just looked at the sweets of the girl, drooling. After some time of traveling around the country, when Lin Huang got to the desired Xiaoxia city, the sun was already disappearing a little over the horizon. The main character did not understand this area a little, and therefore, using a special map, he looked for where he had booked a bed in a hotel for a couple of days of exploring the ruins. The same huge hotel was constantly open for new guests who wanted to relax or take a walk. At the entrance to the hotel, the owner met the guy and told about the summer holidays, because of which there are not very many visitors, because those who want to have a little fun immediately go to Shagun, and therefore it will be possible to have a better rest until the neighbors are in their place. In order to find out more information, the main character asked about interesting stories related to the ruins of Shagun and heard that there were not enough of them and it would be too boring to tell. While they were talking about their business, a young couple came to meet them and the girl greeted Juan. When they passed, the main character continued to look at them with courtesy in his eyes. Entering the empty room, the owner told about a powerful man named Xia Hao who built an entire empire in ancient times, and the ruins of Xiagun became his palace.
Lin Huang went out onto the balcony listening to a story in which, due to incomprehensible circumstances, the entire empire disappeared overnight, just as it had appeared before, and that is why it was absolutely incomprehensible what happened.
At the end of the conversation, the guy decided to quickly go to the place where there was a huge magical barrier that did not allow dangerous creatures to go further. There were too many guards around this place, and Lin Huang went there as a tourist to avoid asking countless questions. When Xiao He appeared at the same time, it was a good opportunity to separate from the rest of the group by talking about all the information behind the existence of the Forbidden City in the old days. Having finished talking about all sorts of topics regarding too many people who wanted to see the famous Shagun ruins where they managed to find a lot of interesting things, the air-flying assistant noticed something to the side of himself, and when he decided to go there, he immediately ran after him and the main character, inquiring what could be there at all. When they came closer to the territory of the ruins, right among the soil, there was an imprint unknown to them of large sizes and the area that it is able to occupy. Having examined this place, it was not clear to them who managed to do this. Hay said that the material from which the floor was created under their feet comes from a sea cliff on which even an excellent hunter himself is unable to leave such a trace. While the main character was going about his business, the assistant discovered an unusual energy wave under the left trace. When collecting it, you can get new and more interesting skills. Having talked to their husbands, they were finally convinced that there really is some kind of energy that belongs to the destroyed blessing that every person can receive. Having measured the approximate depth at which this energy is located, the optimal choice was to return back to my room in order to come up with a plan for further development of events. After some time, the main character finally returned to the hotel. It was already completely dark on the street, and it seemed to them that going back was not a very different decision. Therefore, Xiao He did some research, and they all showed that there was an unknown double-mutated silver rank monster in that place, right underground. The main character began to think about what he could not do at the moment due to the lack of transformation cards for which it was possible to turn into a ghost and get under the ground. It was then that an assistant jumped out from the side offering to exchange 60 fragments for the desired card of a similar rank, and this seemed to Lin Huang not a very reasonable decision. But since there was no choice at all, he had to agree and take as many as 5 pieces just in case, and completely exhale from such a purchase. Forgetting about all his duties, the guy immediately switched to eavesdropping on his neighbors, and then He did not quite understand what the main character was trying to achieve by distracting from more important matters. From the moment Lin Huang started eavesdropping, a couple of minutes passed and the lights in the entire hotel abruptly turned off. Xiao He felt fear when he stopped hearing sounds and hid behind the back of the main character, but the guy himself was careful because something else was actually happening. The guy felt something was wrong, and especially behind the door right behind him. There was a frightening aura and a desire to destroy the person inside the room. Deciding to make sure that he was safe, the protagonist approached the door holding a firearm ready for use and asked if there was someone outside the front door to the room. Outside, the owner of this hotel was standing in complete darkness and began to knock on the door in order to talk a little about important matters. He asked for forgiveness due to power outages and the inconvenience put on Huan. On the face of the old man at the time of communication there was a strange smile that did not inspire any confidence. Lin Huang suspected something was wrong, and therefore he had to lie to ask the person to leave as soon as possible in order to give a normal opportunity to sleep. And in response, he received a reminder about the stories associated with the ruins, which the owner remembered and politely asked to open the doors. But the main character also could not trust the person with whom misunderstood things were happening. While they were chatting amidst the tension, a woman burst through the window, breaking the glass and ruining Lin Huang's attention. What the guy saw scared him a little, and he had to snuggle up to the front door until he could fully understand what the girl who appeared was. The unknown woman looked very strange and constantly made frightening sounds. She also looked like she lost her real self and simply died, turning her own body into a zombie. She instantly ran to attack the man in front of her, wanting to taste his meat, acting exactly like some kind of non-jelly. And she failed because of the good reaction of the protagonist at the last moment, who simply ran a little to the other side from the place where a strong attack was being prepared, and this blow left a mark on the front door. Xiao He's assistant knew about the possibility of saving this woman by removing the influence of the parasite from her, and tried to convey this idea to the protagonist. But not having time to fully finish, He saw how the guy simply, without listening to the words, eliminated the attacker with one shot to the head and without giving a chance to do anything. Then Huan asked him what his friend was telling him, and He realized that it was already too late to explain something to the guy who does everything as it turns out. While they were talking about unimportant things, the owner of the hotel managed to completely break through the hole that had already appeared in the door in order to open them from the inside and be able to do something. The main character began to listen carefully to He's instructions on how to make a person return to consciousness from the control of the parasite, and for this they needed to find the source of infection to destroy it. When the owner managed to fully enter, first of all he spoke about his owner who is looking for the right thing inside the main character, and at the same time set the goal of capturing the body of a living guy. And these words made Lin Huang take up arms for self-defense, and preparing at any appropriate moment to pull the trigger of a powerful pistol capable of eliminating a monster of a silver rank or a hunter of the same level with one projectile. After one shot with a high-speed bullet and the accumulated dark aura around the owner of the hotel, he instantly dissipated and he immediately died. By the resulting shots and all the loud sounds, the rest of the people burst into the room under the control of an unknown parasite. They still continued to approach their prey, preparing to eat it. and little by little they drove the guys into the very corner of a dark and distant room. When things got really bad and there was no point in staying in one place, the protagonist and his assistant jumped out of the window of a collapsing high-rise hotel. When falling under their feet, there were many people who were not in themselves and could only follow the orders of their boss, capable of such control of people. And this made Lin Huang very angry, so he started preparing a special move along with using the monster summoning card. Soon they took off into the sky with the help of a ward eagle for abilities that have no side chapels regarding being in the sky. Xiao He, after reconnoitering the situation, supposedly thought that the monster under the ruins is a parasite that controls people. Hearing this, the protagonist thought that the monster could also sense Hei's energy. With the help of this information, they contemplated mutually capturing the blessing of the enemy, which also applies to the helper himself. The protagonist guessed the plan of the monster who sent people in order to capture the body of the guy and bring him something very important in the body, namely the incredibly powerful life force of Lin Huang and Xiao He combined. At that moment, the streets of the city were completely clogged with infected from a strong parasite capable of transmitting its infection in some incomprehensible way using already infected people or animals. The assistant suggested a couple of ways out of this situation, one of which is to escape, and Huan decided not to retreat because this parasite is the goal of this parasite, which will continue to move after the main character and will not let anyone survive on its way. Therefore, the best choice was to call the Association of Hunters so that they took control of the situation, and they instantly accepted the request for help. The guy did this in order to save more human lives, and if it is suddenly necessary to eliminate the parasite, they have a chance for a higher percentage of survival of residents and hunters whose consciousness can return after the elimination of the twice-mutated monster.
The protagonist tuned in many times more seriously because he could only worry about his sister. But she will be safe with Bai for some time, and it will be possible to fight against the parasite that has detected anomalous energy, and will try to get it in any way. Lin Huang's most basic goal was only to get through the crowds and straight to the ruined ruins of Shagong, because simply running away and doing nothing was not the best option. At this moment, on the previous call, people from the Hunters Association arrived and gradually eliminated the infected residents of the city who were under interactions with the parasite. Lin Huang himself flew over them, talking to his aide about the next plan to carry out the plan and try to avoid losing Xiao He at all costs. For the main character, there were only a few optimal choices left, and it was either to kill, or to be killed at the hands of a mutated monster, and give him the opportunity to destroy all the inhabitants of the city to the very end. Wan's eyes were instantly filled with determination and confidence in his further actions that could save the life of his younger sister and all other people. Some time after the discussion of the plan, they had already approached the ruined ruins of Shugan, which was almost completely captured by infected tourists and ordinary residents of the city. Lin Huang and Xiao He began to walk near the barrier talking about the energy body that can feel the assistant's life energy, and then He mentioned for his ability to hide his own presence so that he could not be detected. When the guy began to praise his comrade, setting as an example the desire to die once, He instantly began to insult, talking about a small intellect not able to make compliments, and at the same time, a friendly atmosphere remained around them. Suddenly, the main character heard from the back some strange and prolonged sound, as if someone was approaching them. In order to hide from the unknown danger, Lin Huang had to tightly and quickly grab Xiao's little head. They hid behind the rocks when they saw a lot of the infected, not even paying attention that they could not see the assistant, and He was unhappy as a man grabs his head without warning. People under the interactions of the parasite constantly repeated the words when they felt the energy of Lin Huang and his aura desired by the Lord. Since the infected were ordered to bring the main character to fill the desired, they had no right to retreat from the search actions. Not expecting such a turn of events where even his energy can be felt, the guy conceived one idea and took out a special skill card to execute it. With the help of this transformation card that Huang received after the exchange, they were able to move underground where the infected currently walk and not attract too much attention. During the movement, the guys started talking about the ability of the monster to get evolution thanks to the energy body. But at the same time, the energy entity is the owner of the monster, and therefore the main character must be extremely careful. When they got to the very core of the earth, there were vines enveloping the magical core, and over time, it completely absorbed everything around it in order to receive more gentle energy. Huang carefully examined the energy body and the parasite, at the same time listening to the story of a friend about a monster of just a bronze rank that received more than 10,000 people in its possession, and if the monster reaches an excellent rank, another catastrophe will appear in the world. Since this turned out to be true, Lin Huang clenched his fist, venturing to eliminate his opponent by any means possible and stop infecting the rest of the people. Immediately after clenching his hand, Ember appeared in the air and prepared for further battle against the huge parasite. The pet in flight inflicted fire breath on the vines enveloping the area of presence, and thus gives all its orders to the infected on the surface of the cave. Little by little, the feathers of the vines lit up from the scarlet fire and began to emit a bright light, showing that such a fire is capable of causing some harm to the plant, or completely destroying it. Seeing some result, the main character, along with the assistant, were delighted because the fire monsters are quite strong and by their nature are the enemies of most plant monsters. But simultaneously with the burning of the energy of the insides of the vines, an ultra-fast regeneration of the inner shell of the monster began. The parasite decided to respond to the attack of the summoning dragon in a similar way and take root a little further in order to completely disable or neutralize its opponent. And in this way he was able to briefly unbalance the fiery creature belonging to the main character and throw him some distance away from himself. Lin Huang wanted to help the dragon because he could at any moment find an assistant and immediately destroy him. But at the same time he himself did not possess a special power capable of resisting such a creature that could easily swallow any person. Pet Ember, in its immobile state, has already become completely shrouded in vines, while it could hold out for some time because the monster's spores did not affect it, and an ordinary person would die at any moment. The little dragon, fulfilling his previous assignment from the owner, carried out another strong and burning fire attack on an enemy superior in body regeneration. The parasite instantly caught fire because it is a monster to plants anyway and tried to restore its body while the battle was in full swing. The protagonist, together with Xiaohei, decided to end the battle as quickly as possible, since the enemy does not move a mile away from the energy body, and this can lead to fatal or even tragic consequences. Suddenly, the guys began to fall to the earth just when the time of the transformation ended. Simultaneously with this incident, an energy body began to attack them, sensing the presence of Xiaohei, who had a very attractive life energy for a monster. The blows with the help of all available spores were so fast that the guy doubted his own academic performance, and evaded and believed that in a short time he could turn into an infected or simply die from the blow. While he was thinking about this, the parasite launched its attack, breaking the entire soil of the land where Lin Huang was. And there was absolutely nothing alive on the spot, only a dark spot on the ground from the previous attack spread more and more throughout the entire area of the territory of which the monster owns. The protagonist still managed to survive using the remaining transformation card and hid under the enemy, and even so for some reason felt a bad feeling about this. But even in this scenario, the protagonist has become only a larger target of a growing parasite that will try to eliminate it at any moment it appears in the field of view. The main character, while the monster was all looking for a person, noticed something was wrong and therefore raised his head up above him. And I saw how the parasite again releases many spores that are infectious for the human body to the outside in order to infect more peaceful people and subordinate them to their desires. Since a huge crack formed at the entrance to the tunnel, it became easier for small spores to spread through the area thanks to the associated air. and even a special barrier that protects all living things behind its possessions could not stop them in any way. After just a couple of seconds, the spores managed to fly to the city where the hunters were currently fighting with infected residents. The battlefield in the blink of an eye became covered with a curtain of parasite discharges that are not worth breathing at all, because you can also submit to the monster. But one hunter still did not have time to defend himself and lost the ability to think normally due to lack of air. Ultimately, each of the people passed the same fate of becoming infected, on the heads of which their images of the soul were formed. All human souls, together with consciousnesses, flew high into the sky together. And they went back to the ruined area through the barrier, which did not manage to prevent the global infection with a special plant monster virus in any possible way. Under tiled fragments of ancient ruins where once past bloody battles and forgotten history, the parasite lurks, feeding on the souls that the unfortunate brought in these gloomy places. His meanness and greed only grew with each sacrifice, and the power he received made him stronger. Restlessness and anxiety covered Lin Huang, the protagonist of this saga. Every moment the parasite became more powerful, and the coal that he grew in his heart seemed less and less suitable for confronting such an incredibly strong opponent. He called strength and consulted with a smart assistant, hoping to develop strategy that can win this terrible threat. At the time of the battle between the fire dragon and the parasite, Xiao He suddenly remembered a small fragment of the map that he had discovered before. This tiny snippet information promised an outcome capable of wrapping any enemy, even so terrible as this parasite. But both Lin Huang and his devotee assistant realized that you can't just leave the parasite alone. Its accelerating growth and spooky power-fed energy of the victims terrified them. Time worked against them. Every second brought closer the moment when the parasite became more and more dangerous. Looking at the displays of Zhao's powers, Lin Huang couldn't help but feel some envy. He thought about what blessing assistant maybe not as much as wanted would. This irritated him and at the same time prompted demonstrate own ability to cope with the challenge was abandon them. At that time how discuss paths and energy, the ember did not stop my in desperate parasite resisting combat. He strained every cell, every fiber, fighting like only could. The superiority of the parasite amazed Lin Huang. He understood necessity victory but could not hide some envy of power this beings, before possibility have such force. As he thought about the parasite, a daring thought might be worth it try to deprive him of the ability to regenerate. This was boldly, but Lin Huang believed that exactly such a risky move may lead him to victory over this dragon. Supporting idea, Xiao He fast added that for this it takes 3 minutes direct contact host with energy sphere. Limitation, which could be fatal. So Lin Huang began to think about how simplify the task. Slowly but surely, an idea began to take shape in his mind like a light in the dark solution capable of alleviate to him this hard way. Moving to a distant area where Kim was calmly discussed the new plan, they understood that the monster would not possibilities move the energy sector. This has become a key aspect of their revised strategies. By other discussed details plan, Lin Huang stayed under energy sphere. The thought occurred to him what if would try touch her from under land. With determination in his heart, Lin Huang decided go for execution his plan. On him lay down huge responsibility for success operations. Began quiet but significant countdown time. 3 minutes contact with energy sphere seemed to him not even too much difficult task. However, suddenly everything went wrong expected. Parasite getting rich energy, stepped over to the new level power, which didn't even live up to expectations. Following this started strange events. Around energy spheres started form dark, indomitable waves breaking the ground below them. The power of the parasite grew with each second. The assistant, previously so confident in Lin Huang's plan, began to have doubts. Loyalty selected way was under question. Energy flows and waves destruction intertwined together creating his kind magical whirlpool. The fight got more intense, each move is more important. Monster used their abilities, enveloping terrain light and destroying everything that was in its environment. Vortex destruction surrounded him, creating creepy spectacle. Lin Huang stood, his sight blinded by bright light energy spheres. Stones, dust, and dirt rose in the air, creating amazing spectacle. Into a time the Ember did not lose heart, he continued their assertive attacks on the parasite. His perseverance and determination were just amazing. But the parasite was to it ready. Its roots squeezed coal more tighter without leaving to him the slightest a chance to escape. At that time how Lin Huang fought the parasite, fiery dragon at the ready, preparing for the unknown attack. The flames on his back surged, creating the impression that awaiting his moment. And then Lin Huang received critical information. Pet could be in death danger, and it should call back. The parasite struck and around places contact started grow his bodily structures. They opened up, growing additional parts, like blooming leaves. In the slow and consistent rhythm of the vine continued grow by creating complex patterns and shapes, reminiscent natural leaves. Around energy spheres started mysterious phenomena. Lin Huang couldn't straightaway figure out what going on, but it added an extra element uncertainty in their scrum. With lost fear began to grip Lin Huang. The time was approaching the decisive moment, and he began to feel that need to do something. The parasite didn't give up, his aggression was limitless. He went on search vulnerable places trying get to the coal. The parasite was already too close to Lin Huang, and fear seized him. His plan was not yet completed and sudden turns events had become for him basic threat. But then relief came. The parasite completed his absorption energy. This gave Lin Huang a brief respite, but he understood that the battle is far from over. The main character took solution back off to revise your absorption plan energy. Thoughts rushed through his head, each step required attentive deliberation, because at stake was not only his fate, but the fate of the world. Stopping in place, Lin Huang sharply waved hand, activating your draft card. Magic signs started sparkle, and suddenly Bai materialized in front of him, his faithful ally, ready to join the fight to help. However, Xiao He, looking at Bai's appearance, is dissatisfied frowned. He strongly disagreed with this idea. After all, use of such a powerful beings like Bai could bring about unpredictable consequences. Parasite Acute felt new presence in the battle. The vampire Bai. Its roots went on the attack, seeking destroy this new threat. Interior, the instinct of the parasite made him immediately respond to emerging danger. Lin Huang, realizing that valuable summoned card is in danger, fast reacted. He threw 2 cards amplification promotions that promote creation powerful protective barrier around Bai. This barrier was able repel and attack the parasite. Surprised watching Wan act through his guesses about the weaknesses of the parasite mutation, Xiao He experienced admiration. This allowed them effectively resist threat. Yet in his praise slipped shade dissatisfaction, mixed feelings. But suddenly inherited Xiao Hei's ridicule brought Lin Huang to the extreme point of patience. In a rage, he inflicted assistant a strong blow to the head, the reaction to which was so unexpected that Xiao He almost lost balance. Lin Huang's soul mingled various emotions. He was puzzled and could not figure out how respond to sudden aggression coincides his longtime ally. After all, previously such conflicts between them did not have places. A whirlwind of parasite attacks was gaining turns, with each minute becoming more and more powerful and destructive. Lin Huang understood what was in front of him. Incredible, dangerous adversary. As a result of this intensive skirmishes, protective Bai's shell began to crack. Air filled with the sounds of crunching and creaking, as if nature itself was groaning from the onslaught of such mighty forces. Yet Lin Huang did not give up in front of the terrible threat. He held out his hand, and the vampire, as if breaking Ban's barrier, all of a sudden escaped from his protection, standing in front of Wan throughout his strength and readiness. Something strange started to happen after double promotion. Lin Huang and his assistant looked at what was happening with amazement, as if events eluded them understanding. The protective wall so served for a long time destroyed. Before Lin Huang revealed new monster card 4-winged Bloody Baron, Servant of God. This was weapons their hands, new tool in the fight. Yet the parasite didn't plan yield. His attacks continued advance one after the other, and now he directed his menacing attack from the rear hand, seeking get around their protection. But quickly reacting to the invisible attack, Lin Huang dodged instant Bai's disappearance. His reflexes and attentiveness were at the top level, allowing to avoid danger. Vampire, using the roots of the parasite, began to rise up, as if dancing through the air. His movements were as sure and precise as if he felt each movement air. He aspired to the top where flared up the most fierce fight. The main character tried his best support Vampire, which helped stop regeneration enemy. When the parasite was distracted by Bai, the ember was released and began to burn through the long body of the monster with its flame. Xiao He tried to stop his comrade, sensing something was wrong. And he was not mistaken, because the parasite consumed more souls of people in order to increase its rank to a stronger one. Disputes released earlier completely swallowed the city and gradually flew to Saigon. While things were not going smoothly and disputes were spreading on the streets, Lin Xin was sleeping peacefully in her bed. Juan was ready to fight with some thoughtful plan of action planned in advance. And having distributed where everyone from the team should go, for protection he ran further in order to stand in his place. Therefore, I had to push off the ground too hard to further accelerate in running. When the main character fled, he jumped into the sky in order to grab a piece of coal, because if he didn't succeed, many innocent people would die, including his sister. Nearby, a Bai flew by at high speed, aiming at a certain place on the body of the enemy. And hitting there, the monster caught fire with a scarlet flame, and the vampire himself managed to land in a safe place. Because of Bai's flame, the roots of the parasite began to mutate little by little. Juan, in order to prevent this from coming true, jumped off the dragon, already preparing a blow with the blade at the enemy. With one swing of his sword, the guy managed to cut through the flesh of the matting parasite. But suddenly he felt some kind of hellish pain and consciousness was immediately confused. The monster, when the main character attacked, responded in kind and pierced the body through and through with its roots. The rest of the comrades were shocked to see the leader get seriously injured. Opening his eyes little by little after losing consciousness, Juan blurrily sees the image of his assistants in front of him. Having fully sewn into oneself, consciousness becomes clearer, and Xiao Hei's excitement becomes. The guy himself is covered in sweat, thinking that he died immediately after being wounded by the enemy. While the ember was licking its owner, Hei told the last moment before losing consciousness, in which the main character used a cure card. Lin Huang quickly got up from the ground because he believed that the enemy had not yet been defeated and now the battle was in full swing. But all went well, as the final lethal attack was strong enough to eliminate the parasite once and for all. Huang was pleased to receive a new epic card and decided to call it the Demonic Vine. He held in his hands a card with all the characteristics and abilities of this card. At the end of the battle, the main character let the others go about their business, and listened to Hei's dissatisfaction with the strange names that Huang gives his cards. The assistant was pleased because now they could release all those infected with this parasite. The protagonist thought to take advantage of the moment, and, having called on the tyrant, decided to carry out a double promotion. While the ward bowed to the owner, he spoke for the demonic vine, which is a new species and has only basic skills in its arsenal. At the same time, there were problems regarding the overflowing storage of the protagonist, and it is worth combining several cards. When the improvement came to an end, the protective shell began to crack again. And a new tyrant came out many times stronger than his former self, in a completely different guise. The card of the ward has changed colossally and the creature has received the name Armored Giant. Juan's expression spoke for itself. Contentment with the decision made regarding the improvement of the wards was beyond any words. Having finished all his affairs in this city, the main character, sitting on an eagle, flew high into the sky, rather going about his business. During the flight, it was about quickly disappearing from this place, until one of the excellent ones noticed the guy who used the advance card many times. Therefore, Huang was interested in the inscription Servant of God and Bai's card, and the assistant spoke about the rare blood in the body of a vampire, allowing the use of a holy skill. That's why a lot of stats in Bloody Baron's card have increased when upgraded. When everything became quiet, the main character heard how Hei would open the function of resurrecting cards with the help of the energy that he had absorbed. The assistant explained in detail how it works and took into account all the risks in case there is no suitable replacement for the card automatically disappears. The guys at the time of the flight over the city spoke for a long time how cool it is and at the same time risky. Some time later, they returned after jumping back from the Eagle and rather wanted to rest. For some reason, Juan began to sneak up to the window, telling Hei to be quiet for a while. The guy went closer to the open window and carefully looked into the room. Inside, Lin Xin lay sweetly asleep on her bed. The protagonist just smiled when he saw the expression on her face and closed the curtain of the room. Without waiting for the guy to turn around completely, Hei wondered what important matter Huang wanted to talk about. And he immediately spoke for help in finding the energy sector and expected something as a reward for hard work. Hearing sincere Huang's demands, Hei in the end eventually accepts, deciding what to do him a good gift as a token of gratitude for the rendered help. 10 cards become such a gift, each from which is yourself enigmatic mixture opportunities and risks. They may affect one's future, and the chance of choice each cards fully depends on intuition and personal one's choice. Before one arises assortment of cards looking how heap mysterious opportunities. He realizes that each card can change his fate, and excitement pervades his body. Each card is like representing your own history, like invites him to choose and find out what lies behind her reverse side. Before begin choose, one feels like his heart starts beat faster. The moment of choosing such a set of cards causes in him some shock and he momentarily stops like swallowed up energy this moment. The main character wonders why choice limited 10 cards, although it might seem that there must be more. This question encourages him to think about nature these cards, and what meaning may be hide behind it choice. Suddenly, one realizes that the number of cards is not as important as their essence. Opening up new horizons opportunities, Hei reveals to him universe in which he can choose. Mixing emotions embraces him, and he decides no more wasting time on endless reflections. All that to him need to do is simply to choose, to trust his intuition. Are laid out in front of him, and each of them seems such real, such live. He sees in them more than just pictures, he sees the potential that they carry in themselves. Lin Huang decides begin mind first choice cards, which lies in front of him inviting him to secrets. This is the beginning of his journey into the world of possibilities and choices. Next map located somewhere in the middle attracts his attention. He feels that it has something special that he needs reveal. His choice latest cards concludes this exciting process. Each card is chosen according to his intuition and desire. Disclose new horizons. When all 10 cards have been chosen, Lin Huang has his own deck in front of him. He feels that these the cards became part of his destiny, and each of which represents a key to a certain aspect of his future. After cards revealed, Lin Huang discovers among them map of lesser destruction and 2 cards healing. These cards remind him about his experience and the power he can use. He feels good familiar as use map of lesser destruction from personal experience, and he realizes what destructive strength she capable call. However, among the cards there is also a card of insight, which he did not encounter before. This card opens up new horizons and possibilities of which he had no representations. Hei gives to him more deep understanding effects of the insight cards and explains how they may affect its cultivation. This new knowledge expands his understanding card capabilities. With new knowledge and cards, Lin Huang realizes that he has opened new world of possibilities. He realizes that each card can be useful in his future adventures and battles. However, despite all these moments between Lin Huang and Hei arise playful arguments and jokes. This due to the fact that Juan is trying share glad on, but Hei plays the role of a skeptic, unable to sincerely be happy for a friend. A new day is coming, and Lin Xin, sitting in his room, delves into the news. This moment symbolizes the beginning of a new stage, when heroes meet new calls and events. However, Juan suddenly appears in her room to invite her for lunch. This gesture highlights their close connection and care for each other. Talk moves on to Bai's disappearance and worries. Juan tries to calm down her and tell him that he is able to handle the monster, but Xin saves their doubts. Discussion news about the monster in the place where he went emphasizes the seriousness and danger with which they face. Xian does not give up and continues to insist on one's own opinion, despite Juan's attempts to persuade her step back from your fears. In an attempt to convey to her their thoughts, he affectionately strokes over her head, trying comfort and show you care. Inspection of a ruined Shogun after lunch reflects his desire to spend time with his sister and share new experiences. Despite all the arguments, Xing decides to stay at home, emphasizing their beliefs and plans for the future. Interior Juan's conflict intensifies when he realizes that Xing's decision is due to her future plans for holidays and graduation class. Xing expresses their serious intentions for study and training, showing their determination and fortitude. Seeing my sister like this resolute and strong, Juan is not held back and hugs her, proud her striving for growth and creation. After meeting co-sister, Juan is heading to another room to begin preparation for the upcoming night travel. When he leaves, Xing turns on news where speaks Ouyang Binli, famous huntress. Her words about strength coming in critical moments cause deep impact on Xin. These words become key to Xing, inspiring her to struggle and rise in the future. This phrase pervades her heart and start change her look at yourself and the world around you. With new determination and ambition, Xing is ready to stand next to Huang and accept participation in their future battles. The next day brings them return home, emphasizing that new challenges always follow one after the other. Xing hurries to his room, leaving Juan with his business. This moment symbolizes their individual paths and adventures. Knowing what's left is only trust his luck and strength, Juan decides use the map missions to use his free time most productive. Looking at the map, he realizes that every detail can have value. He pays attention even the smallest details, like looking for the key to success. In the beginning everything goes smoothly, but as you progress missions, faces the unexpected difficulties. Doubts start penetrate his confidence. He falls to his knees, experiencing despair when understands that mission may be impossible. He has to face the fact that reality may be harder than he expected. He realizes that mission that requires achievements 6th level military tactics in just a month, it turns out huge test. Trying to cope with the situation, he turns to his sister for help. This emphasizes their close communication and readiness to support each other. Juan's offer of money in exchange for cooking food Xing shows his readiness sacrifice to fulfill missions. He starts wonder if he's ready to reach success and save the card of destruction. Returning to his room, he decides begin more in-depth workout military tactics to increase their chances. He realizes that time goes on and the task becomes more complex. However, he decides not to give up and fight to the end. Suddenly appears He, who comes with the unexpected visit. His presence alarmed Juan, and he expects some important message. He provides not only the answer to his expectations but also asks question which makes Juan think about his readiness to overcome all difficulties. The guy agreed do your best only if undertaking really will help execute entrusted job. When conditions He were accepted, happened something unexpected and amazing. The main character, Juan, felt like a powerful blow stunned him, waking him up, purple glow in his eyes. This a sudden blow knocked Juan off balance, and he started slowly lose control of your body. His legs swayed like paralyzed and he slow rolled forward trying restore balance. Gradually, as if absorbed gloom, Juan felt like his mind immersed in something else measurement. He's like absorbed the portal that appeared from out of nowhere straight away after blow to the head. His body began to disappear piece by piece, as if it dissolved in this implicit blackness, as if merging with her. At first disappeared his limbs, then his torso, finally as a result of his head, and he seemed to become part this darkness absorbed abstract entities. And so, when Juan came out to the other side of the portal, a picture of an absolutely unknown places. The landscape was strange and mysterious, like he was in another dimension, where shapes and colors different from everything habitual. The sky was rich purple colors, trees had metal ebb, and the plants radiated light as if owned sources energy. All this created feelings some wonderful and alien world. Suddenly, like an old man materialized from past, he stood in front of Juan. This old man, who previously was only holographic projection, now stood here in this mysterious world. This old man was the one who taught Juan military tactics, but now he looked more real and substantial, as if he were part this strange reality. The old man expressed wish check how Juan is ready for the new tests. Without warning, he struck, and Juan, being engulfed sudden insight, managed to avoid this hit. His reaction was instant, like instinct self-preservation took over. However, the old man did not stop there. Instantly responding to the attack, he demonstrated cunning tactics. His hit was accurate, and Juan felt sharp pain when that hit him. He fell to the ground, holding on with difficulty. Painful moan. In the blink of an eye, when pain seized him, Juan noticed that the old man was preparing for the next attack. He sharply reacted by taking dodge, and at the same moment the ground under his feet cracked, as if in response to his actions. At that time, how Juan thought about his next step, the old man launched an attack again. But at the last moment Juan dodged. His reaction was so fast and accurate that under his feet, the ground began to crack and split. Realizing that he can't just defend himself, Juan decides to respond to the attack. His attack hits the old man, and it brings him not only satisfaction from success hitting but also new knowledge. He starts to understand that the battle is not only physical confrontation, but also the path to enrichment his experience. The battle goes on, and every blow, every collision brings Juan closer to new discoveries. He extracts information from each situations, learn from mistakes and improve their actions. As the battle continues, Juan's face becomes covered with wounds, but he does not give up. His determination only strengthens, and he continues to fight despite pain and fatigue. In the end, eventually, when he returns to reality, his body haggard and covered in sweat, but his spirit remains unbroken. His determination continues to burn like unshakable fire. Despite Zhao's words expressing doubt about Huang's ability to complete the mission, Huang is not going to give up. It's not just a task, it's call he ready accept and overcome. His hands are slowly sink to the ground, but his will remains adamant. He feels in himself the forces that allow to him continue fight despite the hardships. Conversation with Xiao Heiam concerns lost magical cards. Despite possible consequences, Juan decides take advantage card epiphany. He realizes that in this world full of mysteries and dangers, every step requires wisdom and determination. Meeting with Xiao Hei, they start discussion conditions. Juan agrees, and around them begin take shape magical waves. It's a moment of change, and it's ready meet call eyes. But accelerated cultivation does not go without internal struggles and upheavals. Juan feels destruction and restoration his body, faces pain and bleeding wounds. But he doesn't give up, his determination remains strong. He focuses on the climax, refuses give up in the face of difficulties. His will becomes house stone, steady before the raging storm. However, he is aware that the control of the magical card escapes from his hands. He finds himself in a painful fighting with himself, but he won't let himself stop. With each second aura around him becomes brighter, and he fights the agonizing pain. His inner fire burns brighter, like the answer to all difficulties. He calls out to his internal strength, feels like images faces, unfamiliar, but wise, fill his mind. This how as if Jet's wisdom fill his essence. Each a new picture of the world brings to him knowledge and experience. He adapts to situations like cunning warrior, using every moment to your advantage. At this moment, he realizes that the battle is fought not only on the surface, but also inside him. Interior conflict between pain and determination becomes his partner, not his enemy. Interior conflict intensifies, but he does not give up. His determination becomes huge and unshakable. On the brink of crippling, on the edge of his strength, he finds in himself the remnants of energy. He squeezes teeth and continues move forward. The battle with the enemy turns into a battle with oneself. This a challenge of his own restrictions and fears. He realizes that he can control their reactions, even when pain and suffering become unbearable. His determination becomes how unshakable a stone that does not succumb to the flow of suffering and adversity. Governs their thoughts and actions, despite all the difficulties. During long minutes battles, every blow becomes not only action, but also a lesson. He assimilates lessons from every one collision, perfects their skills and strategies. Although his face disfigured by wounds and fatigue, Huang's eyes glow determination. He continues struggle, and every moment brings to him new experience. With each collision, with each attack, his experience is growing. He is learning read enemy movements, anticipate his intentions and respond to them. Although his face is covered with wounds and bleeds, his eyes sparkle perseverance. He understands that every battle makes him stronger, even pain becomes the source of his strength. The battle is drawing to a close and Huang's face becomes mangled and distorted. But that doesn't stop to him feel victory inside yourself. Every beat, every overcoming is a step forward. When he finally returns to reality, his body emaciated, covered in sweat and blood. But his will remains steadfast like stone. He feels victory despite suffering his body. Every reflected blow, every moment of confrontation is his personal victory. And now that he's back to reality, he's exhausted, but his inner fire is burning. Inextinguishable. He stays invincible in your soul. Zhao's words, Heya, full doubts about success, become for him call. Oppression and fear did not break him, they made him stronger. His determination grows stronger with each second, his breath synchronizes with the pulse of battle. He is ready to accept this challenge and prove that he is capable of more. Every blow, every attack becomes for him experience and lesson. He uses your fears and doubts how fuel to move forward. His determination becomes his ally, his inner fire illuminates dark corners of his soul. When talk comes about magical map, one decides to take advantage it, despite the possible risks. He understands that only taking calls, you can reach great heights. Dialogue with Xiao Heian becomes for him how sounding dangerous depths. He dares go ahead even if this means go through danger. He invokes his inner strength and acceptance of what may befallow. He is ready to accept everything that brings fate. Magical waves start to surround them like wicker from magical threads of fate. This how as if magical fingers interfere with their fate. Process accelerated cultivation causes interior conflict, but one remains resistant. He knows that in order to grow, one must endure pain. His pain becomes more real, it feels like blood coughs along with his determination. But he doesn't give up, doesn't let pain break yourself. Focusing on your domestic state, he moves forward, striving for his goals. The inner world becomes his support. Despite all the difficulties, he continues move forward, fighting not only with external obstacles, but also with yourself. The old men unanimously ordered the young student to begin fight to become stronger. When their talk approaching the end, all of a sudden suddenly attacked from behind. It came as a surprise even for the main character. Attack tactical teachers behind created a situation that Lin Huang did not have time to get ready. Speed development events was such high that Lin Huang stayed only powerless to face the threat. He couldn't react, defend or even understand that happens. After several hours intensive fight when reality again burst into his mind, Lin Huang lowered wounded hands on the ground. Fatigue and exhaustion enveloped him, as if heavy coat. Xiao He, watching the exhausted Lin Huang, thought about it. The mentor wondered question how such sudden attack may be influenced even for such determined and strong hero. Memories of what strong mental trauma can tear the spirit from the body, swept through the mind assistant, adding to the complex situations more and more anxiety. Reaction: the main character was instant. He became how empty shell, devoid of life and consciousness. His body was in place, but the soul seemed gone far. At the same time, Lin Huang continued fight against the relentless attack of enemies. A fire of determination burned in his soul, and he stood how an unyielding shield, withstanding all attacks. He reflected a bunch of beats despite them might, and moved forward like as if obsessed despite the weariness that started cover it. Wish moved forward one fatigue and he managed get rid of one of attackers before then his body began to succumb fatigue. Under impact fatigue and exhaustion, doubt captured Lin Huang. He began to doubt his capabilities continue battle on such intensive level. While Wan was on the verge between reality and another world, the younger sister, Lin Xin, heard strange sounds coming from brother's room. Her heart writhing in fear for her older brother. Fear and anxiety prompted the girl check that going on, and find out what caused such noise in Lin Huang's room. Lin's house was enveloped in an atmosphere of slow currents time, as if every second has become precious in anticipation and hope. One special the stone that earlier Lin Huang's path led to the master, suddenly flashed a bright light, then exploded from excess energy. Using splinters this stone, Lin Huang slowly returned to the real world. His face was as pale as like he's just what returned from the world of the dead. On the other end room stood Lin Xin, first worried about her brother, now filled relief from his return to the world of the living. Girl still felt anxiety, even after intervention a doctor called to her, who consoled her that Wan is fine. When Lin Huang struggled to get out of bed, his head ached, as if from days of amnesia. Days of unconsciousness were imprinted in his body. At that time, as his sister went to the kitchen to cook, Lin Huang thought about a long-absence consciousness, which seemed to him incredible and mysterious. After time room was illuminated the light that based on what has been achieved I'm 8th level military tactics. It added pride and amazement to his inner world. Time helped restore his strength, and he started with an appetite except cooked sister food. The desire to win and improved performance were on top, which could not fail to notice the environment. Past the test showed that successful performance mission gave him conspicuous improvement abilities and experience. In response to Zhao's praising words, Heya, Lin Huang suddenly laughed. Playfully letting go of the food, he teased He, demonstrating his confidence. Noticing how quickly Lin Huang mastered the task assigned to him, Xiao He came to a decision: upgrade it to bronze level. Mixed feelings overwhelmed the hero. He realized his role in this process, and loomed on the horizon choice which seemed fateful. During conversation, it became clear that exists 11 possible monsters for selection offered Hayam. This choice implied difficult solutions. Faced with many options, Lin Huang focused on the analysis everyone, down to the most small details. In progress he embraced it Xiao Heya, experiencing deep thanks for his support. Then he had an idea: call Yujing to share news. But he soon changed his mind. Realizing that explain how he succeeded so fast achieve a rank turned out to be difficult task, Lin Huang postponed call. The phone rang, distracting him from his thoughts. Answering the call, in front of him arose hologram Miss Ling, who had already reached the rank of transcendence. Feeling myself depressed shame, Len asked how he was doing feels and what happened to him, expressing deep anxiety. Because the Miss Lan was prone to action, not to numerous questions, she radiated gentle and caring attitude, finished undoubtedly help. Support Miss Len became the source inspiration for the main character. Her support inspired him to search suitable creature that will help to him reach bronze level life. Miss Len began to actively study possible options creatures, carefully analyzing their characteristics and potential. Sudden interrupt Miss Lan. The question of how he succeeded so fast to move up from iron to bronze rank made Lin Huang think. This question broke his flow thoughts. Miss Lan decided recalculate the characteristics of all creatures that chose Lin Huang, especially those who were associated with protection and speed. She worried about a possible loss of efficiency because of the choice. Miss Lan also emphasized that dexterous hands, about which Lin Huang said, be very useful in learning secret skills. Demonic hand. This remark made the hero think about his skills. At that time how the girl drank coffee, she was interested discovered appropriate creature. However, it remained open. The question of how you can liquidate this creature to get secret skill. During his story about the creature Ugly Puppet and his abilities replace his body artificial, she continued to drink coffee, as if with this liquid flowing idea. Miss Lan assured Lin Huang that having won this monster, you can get Seed Life's limited use, which she called substitute. The main character carefully listened description this monster, and its development potential. His eyes shone with interest and determination. For fixing information in memory, Miss Lan decided send to him detailed information on this essence. She wished that he could more thoroughly explore offer. The hero thanked girl for her help. In response to this, her face covered with a slight blush shame. With the passage time, Lin Huang and his faithful assistant carefully discussed the being and its influence on the future. They together peered into the details and possible way development. In progress discussions, they thinking about how choice creatures may be influenced their destiny and goals. Their vote mixed in the atmosphere tense and at the same time fascinating reflections. So the protagonist and his faithful assistant continued to explore the path in this wonderful world where dangers and opportunities intertwined in incredible symphonies. But according to Knowledge Hay, the taboo land where located this monster can go only excellent hunters, a bunch of who there went and didn't come back. So Sides Hay started insults to the main character, and he, cleaning ears, guessed it next hike to the foggy canyon. The winds already carried hints cold the weather, and the tension in the air prompted some movement. How all of a sudden someone started again call. The sounds broke the silence, violating veil everyday life. This was as a signal to something new and important. When Juan received call, abruptly appeared friend who suggested go together to the very place where the hero was going. There was determination and mystery in his voice, as if he knew something that the rest did not have representations. For the guy and Hay, it became a mystery how a friend could guess the moment for the call so accurately. They have been friends for a long time, but even this seemed insufficient explanation. Perhaps their fate tied with thin threads. It's next morning. The sun's rays gently penetrated curtains like as if portending offensive new phases. This morning promised something special. Waking up first, the main character warned his sister about his intention go to the misty canyon straight away after he lost consciousness for a couple of days. She listened to his words with attention, as if foreseeing that something important is in front of them. Juan explained causes his travel, and what while Lin Xin is busy with her studies, he decided to spend time with his friends. His voice sounded convincingly, as if he himself tried convince yourself in the right this solutions. Was already on the threshold of the house when asked my sister to be obedient and left pocket money. Fraternal Juan's instructions were slightly disliked girl. She looked at him with a student look as if appreciating that hidden behind his words. After he left, she immediately checked how much money left main character on his account. Her fingers easily slid across the screen of the smartphone, and the look was concentrated. Balance nice surprised her. Xingling sipped her juice and almost choked when she saw the balance. She was amazed by this sum. This was not just a gesture, it was something more that made her ponder. Whole house filled with cries of surprise, because the brother left whole million. Sounds of admiration and surprise intertwined as if creating new melody this morning. Gone some hours, and the hero was already at the citadel of the foggy city. A special air means movement. His heart beat in time with the rhythm of the city, as if they were synchronized. Juan and his friend continued on through the city, which was nearest starting point to the foggy canyon. Streets pulsed life, and every step seemed like a step into a new adventure. Here grouped some hunting teams. Views courageous and determined people said that they ready for new tests. Among them felt some special energy. Also can was see groups from two-person. Due to the fact that the main character agreed go together with a friend gratefully took the briefcase help. This gesture spoke of a long friendship, about trust, which was difficult to express in words. Comrade muttered in his ear the information that his father spent a lot of money to find out how easy it is to reach the rank of excellence. These words added mystery, as if revealing only small part secrets. The main character smiled, had the same goal, and decided go together with a comrade, so as not to give out their true strength. His smile was mixture determination and secrets, as if he were hiding something more. Reasonable solution was split up to find an overnight stay and a team leading to the desired place. Juan went search temporary housing, passing down the street where gathered strange people from all countries. For a guy, caution against suspicious personalities seemed the most important. The glances of passers-by slid over him, and he felt that this city hides many mysteries. Suddenly started calling comrade, and it seemed to the main character that something happened to him, because he only would gone. This call interrupted his thoughts, reminding me of the present moment. Through communication, a friend managed to find a group that is leaving at the moment, and he asked hurry to departure. The voice of a friend was hastily and excitedly, as if he knew that each minute is important. Situation looked suspicious, because soon it got dark, and the adventurers went to the canyon every day. Juan decided trust intuition and go on despite the feeling hidden threats. However, deciding to trust Juan, he headed for the east gate of the city. The path to the gate was crowded, impressions and expectations. Each step brought me closer to a new stage. On-site meeting stood comrade with a strange look, and behind him were 3 dissatisfied people. This moment seemed tense and important, like the beginning of something bigger. Coming up closer, comrades discussed the meaning this haste. Their talk created impression, some talkative plan, as if they discussed details, difficult operations. Accompanying people who have silver ranks, Weird smiled. Their smiles seemed mysterious and a little creepy, like they knew something others don't know. Their expression face made the protagonist understand that they somehow hint at possible problems. Mixing anxiety and intrigue jarred his mood, as if this was a sign to unravel secrets. Having finished conversation, the escorts boarded their pets, getting ready hit the road. This moment was like the silence before the storm, as if before the start of an important event. Because of the strange behavior comrade, the protagonist decided that they hiding something, and agreed check house safe situation. He felt that something goes wrong, and decided to prevent unpleasant surprises. With the passage time, adventurers crossed sandy dunes. Sand creaked underfoot, as if he, too, wanted to tell something. This dune terrain seemed some kind of transition into the unknown. Accompanying started small talk rank of Juan, who has as a supreme animal blue wolf. They were thinking about what this choice talks about the character of the hero, as if wolf was his reflection. Coming up closer to the night, they reached the place destination and headed for the entrance to the canyon. The surrounding atmosphere became more and more saturated and tense, as if air permeated energy. Forthcoming tests. Arriving at the place, the main character got down from the pet. His sight slithered through the neighborhood, as if he was looking for signs that this place really special. Looking closer to the entrance, he felt strange smell. Air seemed impregnated something unusual, as if he was breathing in the smell of adventure. The escorts called on their pets back. Their animals obediently moved to the side, as if realizing that them to be waiting. Their head demanded to pay 30 crystals life. This moment created tension, like put before the hero important choice. Impressive-looking young person representing group, thanked for cooperation. His voice sounded confident, as if he were a leader ready to lead comrades. While Juan did not understand the essence of the situation, his comrades suddenly began to tremble. This movement was involuntary, like his body reacted to something hidden. The protagonist turned to see that happens. His gaze was tense, like he's ready was intervene in any situation. The friend leaned on him, holding his throat, with horror in his eyes, and urged him to beware. This moment was how flash anxiety, like something terrible could happen at any moment. Glancing at the adventurers, a friend revealed the identity of one of them, capable manipulate other people. This opening was like a key to solving a puzzle, as if it allowed you to see covert threat. Taking off the mask, the escort licked his equipment. This gesture seemed strange and creepy, like symbolized something unclean. This human was master possession of the word, and his face there was fear. His gaze seemed somehow piercing, as if he could see deep into the souls of others. Asking for payment at 30 crystals life, the master of the word showed his usual immutability. His voice was confident and cold, as if he never doubted himself. The main character thought both all subtleties of such personalities, especially about how they able control and even kill with their words. His reflections were deep, as if he had entered into a fight with nothing of force about which few knew. He stood there, ready for a new challenge, as if before a great test, where every word and action have value. Considering that guys are not capable of liquidation, a man for his low rank began to smile, asking if this robbery. The thieves did not hide their intentions and spoke about it directly, without needing to disguise themselves. They remained confident and even provided 2 possible scenarios. One of these options led to death. The protagonist was not ready to agree with the conditions that the thieves offered him. He felt that he had an alternative and decided to choose the third option, which was his own. His decision amazed the robbers. They laughed derisively, seeing his words as reckless. How could one turn down such an opportunity by saying things that seemed completely absurd? The reaction of the protagonist to ridicule was unexpected. The inner fire urged him not to let his life be destroyed so easily. He ordered the thieves to leave his path, or they would face the consequences. These words were for the protagonist not just a threat, but also an act of self-defense. He was determined to defend his rights and his life. The robbers assessed the situation and took his words as pure insane risk. They raised their eyes in mockery, not believing that anyone could be so reckless. The word master, however, was furious. His impudence and defiance caused a storm of emotions, and he wanted the main character to feel at least a little of the same pain and fear that he experienced. He decides to use his word skills to harm Juan. He seeks to invoke in Juan's mind resentment, fear, and a desire for revenge. The word master starts to say words in a language that Juan doesn't understand. Those words were like a seal starting to activate his ability to induce paralysis. However, Juan does not understand what the master of the word is trying to do. He senses something strange starting to happen, but he can't figure out what it is. Everyone around freezes, creating a moment of awkward silence. The guys standing around cannot understand what is happening, and their eyes are intertwined in anticipation of further events. At this moment, the master of the word orders his henchmen to eliminate Juan. His arrogance and desire to control the situation come to the surface. Juan, sensing danger, immediately calls for help from his companion Bai. They act as a team united by a common goal. Bai instantly responds to the call and helps Huang. In an instant, the thieves are injured and blood begins to flow from their bodies. Pain and suffering embrace the robbers. The unbearable pain makes them feel the consequences of their actions. Their arrogance gave way to fear. The war master is stunned that his opponent could summon such a powerful monster for help. He realizes that he underestimated his opponent. The protagonist sees bewilderment and panic in the eyes of the master of the word. He understands that the person who was accustomed to control has lost power over the situation. The protagonist tells the master of the word about the moment when the spell did not work on Juan. He highlights a moment of strength and determination that allowed him to confront the enemy. The master of words does not even have time to finish listening to the story of the protagonist. He realizes that the situation is getting out of control and begins to run away in panic, calling for his mother's help. The scene ends and the atmosphere of tension begins to relax. The protagonist's friend falls to his knees, bent away from what he has seen and experienced. The look of his trembling comrade speaks of his inner shock. Emotions cause him to lose control of his legs. In order to rest their nerves and get back inside the canyon, the guys decide to move on. They realize that things are just beginning to unfold. Passing through the depths of the canyon, they begin to talk about different things. The conversation also turns to the nature of the summoners, as well as what to expect from the future. One offers to stop and spend the night inside one of the caves. His comrade quickly falls asleep, and the look of his fatigue suggests that he has not had an easy day. At this time, the protagonist watches him and thinks that the word master will no longer cause them trouble. He realizes that the enemy is no longer able to approach them with a threat. The vampire, noticing the danger, decides to return to his true card form. He takes extra measures to protect himself at night to be ready for any eventuality. The next morning, the sharp cries of a man are heard from the gorge. The protagonist wakes up and sees that his friend is frightened by some kind of monster. The entrance to the cave where they spent the night is surrounded by the roots of the summoning monster. This monster has been guarding them all night, keeping them safe. Having completed the rest, the friends continue on their way. Their conversations become more serious, and they discuss various aspects of the life of the summoners and their fate. Juan decides to stop his tired comrade after noticing something strange in front. His instinct tells him that there may be something interesting or dangerous ahead. According to the map, this place is a puppet lair. However, as they get closer, it becomes clear that all of the puppets have been destroyed and left in a state of destruction. The children are shocked by what they see. They do not see living puppets, and this makes them bewildered and puzzled. They decide to go to another point to check if there are any traces of the life or activity of the puppets. On the way to the stones behind which, according to the map, the second lair is located, they feel a growing sense of incomprehension and surprise. Scattered remains of puppets are visible throughout the lair. Previously powerful and important creatures now lie in a ruined state. The protagonist decides to ask the question of which monster was the target of his comrade. This question reveals an unexpected aspect of the situation. The answer to this question leads to the revelation of the mystery. The comrade of the protagonist says that the monster he wanted to hunt was not chosen by chance. With this information, Juan begins to realize that there is much more behind the events than he thought. The master of the word had his own plans and intentions. The protagonist realizes that the master of the word is not just a random opponent. It turned out to be the last clash in the chain of events leading up to the confrontation. Gradually, a determination matures in him to expose the master of the word and stop him. It becomes clear to him that the path to victory lies through the disclosure of the true intentions of the enemy. However, suddenly, someone appears from behind and touches his shoulder. This is an unknown person who interferes in the course of events and changes the outcome of the battle. Touching this unknown brings to the loss of the ability of the master of the word to move. He is paralyzed, deprived of control over his actions. A woman appears with a seal on her jacket, influencing events. Her orders leave no room for doubt, and her presence overshadows the master of the word. The master of the word is horrified by her. The seal on her jacket is the symbol of the members of the Purple Raven, a power it cannot resist. Thus, events take an unexpected turn. The master of the word, who is used to controlling others, himself becomes a puppet in the hands of others. Under its influence, he realizes his powerlessness and realizes that he no longer has power over the situation. The mystery behind these events begins to unfold, and the protagonist realizes that his enemy was part of a deeper and more complex intrigue. When the stranger left, the master of the word asked to spare him and at the same time shouted loudly. The powerful voice of the master of the word swept through space, as if vortex sounds that pierced air and flying to the main character. This vortex sounds bewitched him, forcing him to turn attention to the source this calling melodies. Rising in the air, they felt the sounds surrounding them, as if invisible labyrinth sounds. However, their curiosity was indifferent to these sounds, and they began to ask each other, heard whether every of them is the same. Under influence these words, they began to understand deep meaning their values. Despite the indifference their comrade, they realized that these sounds contained something important message. These words opened up new horizons thinking. Pillar puppet towering in front of them seemed a symbol not only strength, but also mystery. The words of the master of the word carried a hint of something more, and they decided research it further. Their minds are full with details of the battle, strategies, and tactics. Inspired environmental territory, they started discuss your plan of attack and defense. Suddenly, them comrade breathed in deep like as if getting ready for something big. With a flourish he ran out from his hiding places, deciding to attack the enemy. A sharp mind and a dexterous hand allowed him bind the enemy. But even in this captivity, the monster did not resign itself and began to break out, embodying its malice and strength. In the face of danger, he strengthened his resolve. With perseverance and fortitude, he continued to approach the enemy, charged intention overcome him. Powerful sword cut air, and the enemy. Exploded bright flash accompanied formidable crush, and the monster's head flew off to the side. After this amazing event's disappearance, the monster's body turned out to be so strange and mysterious that they couldn't take sight. Next moment monster again appeared before them. This unexpected regeneration instantly caused surprise and astonishment. Despite the amazing monster recovery, they didn't give up. They were ready to accept call and continue fight. Realizing that their strength friendship outweighs any danger, they called on the protagonist for help, knowing that their united efforts may overcome any obstacle. Rallying around targets, they hit the monster. A coordinated and powerful strike allowed them curb it and take it under control. Now, following next stage plan, Bai joined the battle. Its unique ability broke out with a new force directed at the monster. The main character's friend decided to join without even going into the details plan. His attack was aimed at the monster's head, bringing with it the sounds of collision and struggle. Sounds of battle filled air, creating impressive symphony battles. Blows and moans merged into this powerful melody reflecting intensity fight. Exodus battles turned out to be under question. They faced with serious resistance, and their strength started to dry up. Suddenly a vampire showed determination and attacked the monster with his sharp wing. His strength and speed came to help them, strengthening their faith in success. Despite the apparent desperation situations, it seemed to the main character that victory is possible. His determination was as strong as endurable bonds friendship. After the time when the atmosphere of the battle was left behind, Lin Huang began to share their emotions with a friend. He talked about what feelings mastered them, reaching the bronze rank. The old friend listened with gratitude and respect. He felt myself part this experience, and was happy for the achievement's main character. The protagonist, however, did not want to accept honor on your account. He understood that this travel there is more much, and he asked to return to the city. Despite this, his friend remained persistent. His willingness to help and support was so strong that he didn't want to let go main character. Soon followed unpleasant opening. It turned out that the way to improve was long and laborious because of them low rank. This was difficult choice, but they decided go different ways. Saying goodbye with respect and promises assistance in case necessary, they dispersed. Their friendship remained unwavering and they knew that always may count on each other. After care comrade, protagonist again focused on his goals. He realized that each step brings him closer to reaching the bronze rank. Deep inside darkness of the misty canyon was hiding mysterious construction. Around her gathered members of the Purple Raven who shared knowledge of the origin this place's created woman. This woman made irreversible change, touching hell body of water. Her devotion this place and secret knowledge done its great owner's secret strength water. Her the impact on the water was stunning spectacle. Each her touch turned water into a beautiful and mysterious spectacle testifying to her magical strength. Sudden and very disturbing exercise was instructed to the man in the dark suit. Throw away masters of the word into hellish water. However, requests and prayers were useless. As a result, with a determination that did not yield to fear, he rushed down into the power of the infernal water. This the bold step turned out to be his last, and he disappeared in power dark waters. Into it time monsters, subordinates master of the word, were defeated. Their sinister shadows scattered, and the battlefield released. However, the main character stays emaciated after long fight. Even with the support of a strong vampire, he was aware that monsters turned out to be great threat. Lin Huang glanced at the bronze ring life, new decoration on his way. change of rank not only reflected his achievement, but also left a mark on his fate. Feeling the weight of the bronze ring in its hand, he was aware that this is not just an award, but a symbol of his growth and development. Lin Huang's eyes filled deep understanding. He saw that every from his friends also it has potential for growth and improvement. At this moment, his gaze was penetrating. He met Glanceco their friends, realizing that they are all together create incommunicable contact. All of a sudden something intrigued main character in the far end gorges. There, as if caused by his attention, a strange glow. This glow radiated unusual, almost magical light. He felt that this light hid some sort of mystery clue for a new test. On the other side of the gorge, he found a man immersed in agony. That fought hellish water, refusing to leave this place. Views the main character slid on this man, and he saw how he was changing. Mutation was incredible, and he couldn't take away eye. Underwater this human tried to regain his shape, facing the invisible force water. His eyes are full with determination and strange definitions. But even he couldn't avoid scary changes. Instead of hands he has grew up huge pincers, and his body began to change, as if obeying relentless strength. Metamorphosis was terrifying. Human lost mind human shape, turning into something completely different and unknown. One of members of the Crow Club smiled at seeing results this transformations. This was triumph over human nature, victory over her in her own labyrinth. At this moment, the protagonist realized that not only monsters can't resist the force hellish water. Word Master, with his mighty voice, too turned out to be vulnerable to her power. And then woman put out her hand, preparing for some kind of skill. Girl owned unfamiliar, slowly raised your hands in the air, and out her palms started break out strange stripes auras like fabrics light enveloping her fingers and toes opposite hand. The whole aura of this girl slowly disappeared from her body and quickly headed for a new monster standing nearby, as if invisible threads pulled her to him. Gradually it became clear that she has incomparable the force that does her more powerful main character. Conscious danger and his defenselessness, Juan felt steady desire to leave it place. With each for a second he felt how the aura of the girl and her assistant builds up and his heart starts beating stronger hinting that necessary urgently leave. The appearance of a hand on his shoulder was so unexpected that Lin Huang abruptly turned around to look at the face assistant girls. The hand turned out to be cold, and the touch it added tension at this already difficult moment. Seconds seemed eternity when his shoulder touched his hand, and he felt like all his movements freeze. Unusual feeling immobility seized him, as if he were captured invisible a force that rendered him incapable of action. Sudden the tightness in his throat made him cough and fight for every breath air. His gaze met the gaze assistant girls, and at that moment Lin Huang realized that his life really located under threat. Realizing that its ordinary cards and combat skills cannot help in this situation, Lin Huang decided try use your words to convey your intentions. He spoke quickly and vigorously, trying to explain your position and ask for mercy. Young woman turned to her assistant, Suqianu, please temporarily not kill Lin Huang. Talk between them lasted for several moments, and Lin Huang felt that voltage a little softens. Released from the grip, Lin Huang took deep inhale, feeling like air fills his lungs. Young woman approached closer, like showing interest in this young man who was in their world. Feeling unique aura emanating from this couple's, Lin Huang realized that they possessed something incredible and mysterious. His gaze fell on the monster mutation card he had recently picked up, and he realized that this young woman capable unravel secrets even such artifacts. For a moment young woman distracted attention from Lin Huang and introduced herself as Heng Zhuang, the official member of the Purple Crow, enigmatic organizations with incredible reputation. Faced with the incredible choice between joining a group or doom, Lin Huang felt his reality starts to crumble. He knew that solution will complex and has weighty consequences. Events develop fast and gone a little time. Everything went on in a closed place, between the walls of the corridors, as if life all participants this story's narrowed was here to bind your fate. The sound of iron strikes spread from rooms, as if something or someone fought inside. This attracted attention surrounding, adding mystery this place. Lin Huang and his new familiar started discuss ranks and positions inside this organizations. Talk was led into a whisper, as if each the spoken word could lead to unpredictable consequences. To the words of his interlocutor, Lin Huang decided stand up and try to understand the meaning this mystical history. However, herd conditions choice join a group or perish stunned him, forcing consciousness rebel. From that moment passed a lot of time, and the action moved to another location, the place where intersect corridors like weaving history and destiny their participants. Away was heard the sound of iron on iron, as if someone forged or fought metal. Lin Huang was here against his will. He was brought into this terrain along with others, like downtrodden animals. Power over its place belonged the person who considered it training camp, but in this definition was something more sinister. The words of this human were harsh and ruthless, as if he intended squeeze out from everyone here is the maximum without paying attention to them suffering. With these words, he turned and began to leave, not wanting to listen to the young man who stood before him restlessly trying to convey his questions. A mysterious voice interrupted their conversation, asking not to shout, and turning their attention to the dark figure standing in the corner rooms. In the shadow was another guy who looked at them calmly, as if watching a performance. His name was Xiao, and he introduced himself to Lin Huang as roommate in which they both were in last nights. Started up talk about how after hits here disappears connection on their rings and how them now have to do without funds communications. Xiao expressed mind horror realizing that attempt runaway leads only to death, because the outside world is dotted with traps. The main character was intrigued the number of people who have already tried run. How many participants this nightmarish test failed get out. However, Xiao said that everyone who decided to run away instantly died, falling into traps that were scattered everywhere. Bewilderment caused Lin Huang's behavior seemed surprising calm even in this terrible situations. And now, as if emotions overwhelmed him, he suddenly fell asleep on his place despite all the horrors surrounding it. New morning brought everyone participants to the training camp where there met organizers in the form Big Cross. In the distance passed a column of people, each from which came here of your own free will, entering into this dark world of trials. Lin Huang and his neighbor started discuss ranks and titles inside this organizations at the time how participants passing by puzzled looked at them. Xiao asked Lin Huang to speed up so as not to be left without breakfast, and then mentioned that can buy things with accumulated points. However, a sudden commotion and a tremor in his voice made him look at something behind Lin Huang's back. Tenchuan too felt voltage and translated look at those who was suspended from the ceiling. There was fear in the eyes of these people, and their hang body symbolized their test failures. Lin Huang could not miss the opportunity and decided get on the net to know more about the rules places. The neighbor continued talk about shopping opportunities. Suddenly they heard loud voice that turned out to be no one other than security guard this area, dissatisfied Xiao for his insufficient quantity points. Without warning, security guard suddenly kicked Xiao like he was last on the list and demanded additional efforts. Lin Huang looked at this ongoing dispute, feeling that there is something more than just a scramble for points. The man who was kicked raised his hands in surrender, like as if asking forgiveness for your shortcomings. Lin Huang decided not to stand aside and approach the conflict. He grabbed the guard's hand, pointing out that violence is not the only decision. Into a time, Lin Huang began to notice that his hand was not just touching the guard's hand, but was squeezing her with incredible strength, as if rebellious against mess. The tension in the room was becoming palpable, and everything around beginning resemble a foundation pit of struggle and fear. With each for a second, Lin Huang felt like around him is growing tension, like an invisible force began to wrap around him and lift him to a new level reality. Suddenly, as if something in his mind shifted, Lin Huang began to feel myself strange. And seeing what going on with the crowd appeared human under named Gong Suning, ordering the protagonist to immediately let go person. For the protagonist, the event associated with the appearance second person holding second place in the ranking of earnings points turned out to be very awesome. This caused in him interest and some bewilderment. Entering into a conversation, Gong, Suning, and Huang exchanged glances, trying read each other. Gong asked the question of possible violations of the rules Wan sighed in prison environment. However, for Wan himself, this situation seemed illogical. Rule where strong animal eats weak did not find a response in his understanding, because he was man. Words attracted attention and second places in the rankings. This prompted other participants draw attention to them discussion. Reaching no more serious consequences, situation interrupted appeared manager. His order to move further along the route led all from states waiting. Group around Gong Suning decided break away, promising better get acquainted. This gave hope for more deep mutual understanding and cooperation. In an attempt to calm down his cellmate, Wan shared speculation about the future similar the situation could happen without his presence. Wan's gaze explored environment, and his strange look and expression suggested that available peculiar advice. In the end, as a result, by virtue of the past events, the protagonist came to the 6th level educational towers. He stood at the entrance, ready for new tests. At the moment of passage inside, Wan concentrated more than usually. There was a moment to special seriousness and attention. Using special devices in the room was implemented teleportation several monsters. This sudden situation demanded quick response. Realizing that liquidation all creatures can be beneficial, Huang summoned Bai to him. He expected to receive vital strength and points when destroyed monsters. Having analyzed situation, he and the vampire concentrated mind first hit on attackers' monsters. This strategic decision allowed them win time. In response to the attack, Huang bounced off the surface training field. Getting ready for the next action, he took solution jump on a flying dragon. His choice was condition need fight with suitable beings. In this case, dragons were the best option for such fight. The advantage of Bai's Wheel of Life was that Huang could instantly accumulate vital energy. This made it stronger and easier liquidation dangerous opponents. Every new day of training in a huge tower lasted 8 hours. The protagonist strove for perfection, despite the fatigue and shortness of breath that began to appear every time. The 3rd day brought new stage development. Wan was already standing among defeated monsters, confident holding in hand your blade. After graduation difficult training, the main character came out from training towers. Stretching out, he felt that all 3 wheels of life almost reached full 6th round. Special interest called the result how protagonist and vampire. For a couple of days they managed to cope with a huge quantity monsters and earn significant quantity points rating. Thanks to accumulated points, the main character managed to take a place in the top 300 participants. His success was impressive, especially considering late start and scoring. Suddenly appeared new caller, desiring fight the boss hero. Wan instantly understood his intentions and realized that the stakes were high. Wan realized that Li Zihao wants to deprive him of all earned points, grasping the weak place. This prompted Wan to act carefully. In response to the challenge, he simply began to leave, abandoning the meaningless collisions. However, Li Zihao was not going to retreat. He threw challenge to fight death, and the countdown began time. Passion heated up and expected tense collision. Around the main character started discuss how he ended up in such a difficult situations. His success called interest and confusion. Li did not experience pity, but on the contrary, longed to take Wan's life with his blade. His goal was clearly aggressive. The protagonist did not retreat, retaining incendiary look. This was an attempt to undermine nerves of the enemy and confuse him. Before our eyes watching, Li Zihao preparing for his first attack. Climb voltage was perceptible. However, nobody from those present did not expect that bully so fast reacted and had incredible speed. Suddenly Li's sword covered dark energy, as if he released supersonic zipper. Effect was stunning and impressive. However, much unfortunately for Li, the plan didn't work out. Juan with ease repulsed the attack by exposing stupidity and uselessness this attempts. After clashes, Li Zihao felt strange feeling in your body. Unexpected exodus called surprise. The main character did not tighten and called Li losers. This was a fact that became obvious to everyone. Li's words were confirmed when he began to kneel behind Juan. Victory was explicit, and circumstances forced Li recognize this. Fully defeated, Li fell to the ground, causing others surprise. Juan's strength turned out to be much more than expected. The fight did end there. On the battlefield, Gong Suning appeared, and his team was ordered to liquidate Li Zihao, ending the battle definitively. For Juan it became a mystery why Li so insistent wished him dead. Question was given directly and expected answer. They stood while Goon expressed his discontent non-compliance with the rules of the battle. The main character decides share their thoughts on this account. In the end, Gong left, caused by urgent affairs. With a glance, Saninakan was to catch the disappointment towards Juan. Highlighting your words, Goon enveloped chained Li's throat. This symbolized his desire for compliance with the rules and punishment violators. The main character was struck by how easily Li removed familiar human with your own hands. This caused shock and fear. Glancing back, Huang saw an expression on Gong's face. Shocking. Characteristic expression faces spoke of strength impression. Gong's hands were covered chains and he demonstrated discontent towards those who do not adhere to the rules. This was a prime example of how he takes discipline and order seriously. And so promised that next present moment personally liquidates main character. After what happened, events are back to normal places, but in the heart Xiao Mo fear burned. Cellmate could call at any time conflict with those stood higher in rank. Tension in the air was palpable, and even slightest a spark could start a flash. The main character was exhausted endless conversations of this kind. He just lay down on his temporary bed, trying relax and unwind although for a short moment. Rising, the main character began to think new target. New familiar brought into his life interesting element opportunity join the Purple Crows. Even if it represented just a chance, joining an association hunters seemed seductive. Then Xiao Mo told meaning marks on your body. She was characteristic only for descendants Xin, and that because of this the government treated them with suspicion and displeasure. Fetus Sin already in advance bore the seal of rejection. Past suppression children born from the union man and monster was known to Juan. However, with the introduction ban situation only worsened. Instead of subsidence hate, she only intensified, creating more tension and fear. The cellmate became uncomfortable. He realized that silence about his problems earlier only strengthened the overall tension. He thought it was worth whether him to keep everything to himself. The main character tried console his cellmate. He believed that people who called myself sinners, more degrees were victims of circumstance. Inside every one of them hid their own history, which could affect them choice. By the time of counting rating new comrade felt deep thanks to the main character and Juan. He realized that without them help to him was would difficult to deal with everyone difficulties. Bestowed crystals life became for him not only valuable resources, but also a symbol of friendship and cooperation. The main character began to think about the future your friend. After graduation rating, the fate of their paths could disperse. New call was his way of saving Xiao Mo from extra remorse conscience. Viliv throw your friend challenge. The protagonist was ready to recognize his defeat to donate Xiao Mo additional glasses. He understood that such a victim would help a friend and though would partially smooth out their ranking difference. Doubting Mo faced with the fear of breaking the rules. He understood that similar action maybe have consequences and even attract attention the strongest participants. At that time how Mo was full of fear, Juan felt complete absence fear. This confidence was the basis of his steadfastness. Cellmate squeezed teeth, full desire survive and continue move forward. He realized that even fear will not stop him in striving for the heights. Contrary to fear, Xiao Mo threw challenge to a duel. His decision was a bold step, meaning that he is ready to fight even with an unknown result. The main character took call knowing he can be met defeat. This was an act of courage and respect for the opponent. For the next morning people gathered around, were amazed seeing. Rating, which was to end in a few minutes, changed as if subjected to impact by an invisible hand. The person whom Xiaomo overtook was stunned by what I received in one day 5,000 points. This caused surprise at the rest who started think about how this could happen. The guy who took previous place Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction. He was frustrated not only lost positions, but also because previously spent a lot of money to buy glasses. Intervened, who immediately with one powerful blow threw the guy to the ground. The violation of the rules was there, and his anger was clearly reflected in his gaze. Events knocked the goon out balance, and his gaze changed, became more furious and aggressive. At the same time the main character discussed with a new friend their plans to go to school tower. Away from the events in the arena, they built plans and discussed tactics. But suddenly appeared Suning, furious and demanding explanations. He asked about plans and strategies regarding recognition defeat which he considered not allowed by the rules. The main character decides ignore Sun Ina, pretending not to hear his questions. He asked to speak louder, as if emphasizing their innocence and unwillingness participate in disputes. Coming up closer to Wan, started talk about the second breaking the rules. The protagonist advised Goon not to mess with him if wants reach targets and get to the purple crows. Despite the fear of the consequences, in the heart the rest had the idea of fearlessness newbie who took a chance face unpleasant situation. Goon's anger made him quick challenge to fight. This was his way of expressing dissatisfaction and give exit accumulated voltage. Wan with pleasure accepted call. He saw in this opportunity share their experience, and teach a lesson to the second place in the ranking. But the conversation broke off with the advent manager. He wasn't about to let the circus run and disturb established rules. Not even giving a goon start, Suning instantly addressed the main character, accusing him of breaking the rules. Manager recalled the words spoken on the first day, that Wan's choice does not guarantee special relationship. Lin pretended that lost real director. This statement caused understanding of others' guys. Now then it was clear that Wan was associated with the director, and he was not afraid of anything. Manager listened to all the details and ordered everyone back to their occupations, leaving the conflict in the past. It didn't matter to Goon who is behind the guy. It was important to him eliminate Hedge, and he's ready was use all available means for this. Suppressing such reflections, he retired for a while time, leaving thoughts of elimination his enemy aside. However suddenly he heard a voice commanding to him stop. This was something unexpected and aroused his attention. Turning around, Goon saw confident protagonist who challenged the second in the ranking. The whole arena froze, and the main character demonstrated complete confidence. His call was a clear signal for the start of a deadly duel. Moment of announcement call accompanied flashes of bright light around main character. This created an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. For everyone those present, it became clear that when this Wan will fight extremely hard. His fate seemed already sealed. Goon decided give a cruel lesson to his new adversary. He was ready to demonstrate the hell of torment that to him cooked. Gong took advantage opportunity show your cruelty and ruthlessness in battle. He wanted to enjoy the pain and suffering his enemy. The main character, despite the prevailing situation, did not give up. He too called his vampire, preparing for the inevitable collision. At the beginning battles the vampire went on the attack. His fast movements made his attacks difficult to predict and dangerous. Suning, not staying away, directed their chains on the enemy. He aspired control the battlefield by creating vampire traps. However, all his attempts were repulsed the vampire who used protective barrier to repel chain attacks. Glancing ahead, Gong found that he was facing a gold-grade weapon. This changed the picture of the battle and caused him bewilderment. While Gong was stunned, the vampire had already launched his attack. Because of the impossible speed which not even make out, a small incision appeared on Goon's neck and he felt something strange. After Gong received small scratch, happened to him something strange. His head disappeared, evaporated. Protagonist, witness happening, stayed amazed happening and even overestimated his opponent, realizing that he is much more powerful than was supposed to. All the other people present at the scene were in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes when saw how a man of bronze rank control a gold rank monster. This was incredible, a spectacle beyond the ordinary understanding. In response to what happened, the manager ordered everyone go your separate ways deeds and not create unrest. Events stunned all present, and leadership decided prevent additional turmoil. After events began to clear up, it became clear to the main character why Hong Zhuang personally recommended him as a candidate for participation in the organization. He found out that she saw in him the potential that rest only started understand. Point blank watching the scene, observer noticed that even after Gong's death, the guy didn't leave him. This act of compassion and respect for the fallen enemy struck observer, making you think about the hero with a completely new side. Looking through things that belonged to Gong, Huang discovered the talent card. Turning to He, he asked how such maybe he got this item from human. In response, he received clarification that such cards may fall out in the most unpredictable circumstances and moment them receiving is not always understandable. Moreover, among things Guna Huang discovered 2 cards equipment. This was an additional prize, which he decided was worth use in future battles. Without hesitation, the protagonist decided take these cards to yourself for further use. It was clear to him that similar equipment could be key advantage in future battles. Series fights that played out before my eyes, the protagonist, left him delighted. Huang demonstrated incredible speed and skill, with ease inflicting defeat to their opponents. This impressed not only the main character, but also all surrounding. Realizing that the problem was not just in the enemy, but in a huge Gong's strength, the protagonist joked about the situation. Into a time he heard mention of the place where can exchange their glasses for various items. Gone some time, and the protagonist nevertheless decided go to specified place exchange. There a lonely man was waiting for him, who, as it turned out, was responsible for the exchange items. However, Juan was dissatisfied proposed exchange prices. He believed that prices too much high compared co-cost items. After dissatisfaction, Juan greeted the man and asked exchange their items for bronze equipment. He had to talk to achieve more beneficial conditions. Some rounds negotiations did not bring understanding of why price equipment was so high. One felt that there is the hidden reason behind these prices. Finally, the deceiver decided to make the difference clear between proposed equipment and that which was available for more low prices. This explained to one the motivation behind such high stakes. Having understood the whole situation, the main character could only buy 2 items for a huge quantity points. This was serious expense, which made him feel myself how under observation. Returning to the way home, the main character thought. He realized that being able to get mods not available in the city wasn't too bad. Entering his room, the guy noticed something strange. There were already 2 people in the room, surrounding Xiaomo. Obviously, they were waiting for him. The main character is presumably reasoned that these strangers may have come to avenge Gong Suning. Strangers continued stand silently around doors, holding Xiaomo as in the center. Their silent presence caused distrust of the protagonist, who remained lookout. But to your surprise, strangers suddenly showed friendliness. They became more open and trying support tired hero. Cellmate introduced the main character of 2 strangers. One of them turned out to be Wan Feng, who held first place in the rankings and the other was in 3rd place. Despite their prejudice, the protagonist greeted them. He realized that they might may be useful allies in the future. 3rd place rating urged main character confide friendliness and promised that they can become good comrades in the future. The main character agrees to this. Offer and accepted friendly attitude towards new acquaintances. He realized that in the future them to be much divide. 3rd place rating also decided to give the main character a special blade skill. However, the skill did not suit him, which turned out to be some disappointment. The gift was generous gesture, and Juan received it gratefully. He considered this how attempt to establish close connection with Hong Zhuang. After completion meeting, they said goodbye and exchanged promises notify each other at the right time. At this moment Xiaomo was absorbed food received from their new friends. His gaze was chained to this valuable mining. With the advent He Talk moved to the storage ring received from Wan Feng. Inside him was near 3,000 crystals lives valued at 30 billion loans. However, special interest summoned the Sword of Wildfire, creation whom took many years. This skill was accepted how a rarity and an opportunity for the future development. The main character was inspired idea discover fragments to get a new epic skill. However, remembering your current situations, he suddenly became thoughtful. Despite their ambition, Juan understood that now its main task is get out from this prisons. Internal thoughts fought with desire improved their skills. The words of a cellmate about the impossibility of leaving the place alive created additional tension. Exit question from this situations remained in the air, forcing Juan to focus. Suddenly arose the question of how security camps getting rid of the dead participants. The main character has become think about the methods used to remove Tell. Xiaomo told details a process about which few people knew. The dead are simply thrown into the cliff, where inhabit terrible monsters. He also mentioned that people from noble families, perishing, leave their body for family rights. However, the protagonist realized that this information is not applicable to him, since his connections with Hong Zhuang will not hide his death. Suppressing unnecessary reflections, the guy went to the training room tower, hoping to find a new card and thus improve their chances of survival. Entering inside training tower, he encountered an unusual phenomenon. In front of him were huge monsters that were different behavior and size from the previous ones. Juan called his vampire to fight against monsters. This was important test to verify strengths and opportunities receiving valuable items. A vampire took advantage special skill, engulfing the battlefield in flames. This was spectacular and powerful moment of battle. Vampire in battle attacked monsters silver rank, and the main character hoped for a good drop from them. Wings vampire flashed, and he flew into the air, watching the battlefield from above. Thanks to skill vampire, battlefield lit up flame. Effect was spectacular, and the fire engulfed space where a battle broke out. Despite Bai's aggressive attacks, the monsters continued move forward without slowing down. Monsters did not react to attacks, as if were deprived feelings fear. Using their stupidity and inattention, Vampire managed sneak into the back for further attack development. Going through a special entrance, Vampire joined the battle, and behind him enthusiastically rushed forward main character, strong clutching a sword. His heart was beating fast, but there was no places of fear, only determination overcome enemies. Towards to him a monster ran out, a body whom confused traits man and animal. Head with spooky traits animal rose above the uncertain figure. This spectacle drove horror to the soul, but the protagonist did not hesitate. Juan fast reacted and felt disgusting smell from opponent's mouth, instantly attacked, aiming at the head. At that moment, he ordered himself to cover up, preparing for a possible answer enemy. Despite the decisive blow, the result was not as successful as he had hoped. To strengthen the attack, the main character had to do an additional blow with a blade directed towards the enemy. The gnashing of swords broke the silence, and with this blow managed to throw the monster back a little. Thus, the main character a little break the enemy's defenses. The monster that had silver grade, fast restored balance by sliding away from the ground. His movements were smooth and coordinated, making it clear that he is ready to respond attack. Beast was about to strike hard, trying to liquidate person. In his eyes red bloodlust, and he was ready to destroy everything is on its own way. The main character, who is faster and more agile, outstripped enemy, covering open part his sword heads. He reacted to movements enemy with emergency reflection, ensuring their safety. Suddenly from shadows another creature appeared behind, heading for destruction all on your own way. This new appearance added complexity to an already tense battle. After this collision, Huang realized that monster's silver rank significantly outnumber conventional opponents with whom he had to face in training camp. The monster that attacked behind, it was finally defeated, the head was chopped up, the only powerful blow. Restoring breath, the protagonist felt ripple adrenaline in your blood. When main character at last stopped breathing hard, monster finally fell to the ground, defeated. His huge body obeyed strength and fell as soon as his life left. There were several battles lying at the feet vampire and Wan monster bodies. The earth was covered defeated enemies and that reminiscent of furious fight in which them had to participate. The main character experienced satisfaction from the number of conquered enemies, and with a smile remembered how the double metal card helped in getting 600 monster card fragments, silver rank. On request main character, He came inspect 20 cards he received. Each of them was important puzzle in his strategy. He drew attention to the unusual map, which provided opportunity unite skills. She allowed me to combine two the same cards to enhance effect. Also was another card that allowed you to seal a monster and turn it into a card while keeping its power and level. This opened new perspectives and opportunities for the protagonist. The main character was shocked to know that even monsters' epic rarities could be sealed such card. This gave him additional advantage in battle. Initially he wanted to use new card, but Hei reminded him about her disposable use. This made the protagonist think about more strategic application. With new strategy in my head, the protagonist drew attention to another card, which offered Hei. This card allowed you to create and direct own movie that might be useful shelter. The idea of creating movie got in touch with the escape plan from training camps. The main character realizes that this could be his salvation. From this perspective, Huang and his allies moved to the exit, discussing details, creation, films, and plans for the future. Gone some time, and fatigue began to be felt in every movement main character. His face reflected fatigue, but he tried not to show weakness. Suddenly, new ones appeared on the horizon, active assignments, like throwing away main character from state's rest. This unexpected the event made him wince. From the sudden assignments that have come at the very wrong moment, the main character fell to his knees, and Hei laughed at him enjoying situation. With the passage time, events moved to the observation post in the training camp where manager department drew attention to interesting events. The cameras showed how the main character goes to the floor with gold rank 1 monster's level. This fact was seen and it caused manager's interest. Manager was amazed quantity visits main hero educational towers and the fact that it is steady kept leadership in the rankings. Laughter and jokes were on his side. Manager instructed employees follow the person who recommended Hong Zhuang, and carefully watch the battlefield through cameras. The moment when Wan took action, his sword passed through enemies, making the way forward. The cameras showed how the main character goes to the level with monsters of the first gold rank. This information interested manager. Workers shared statistics on the number Wan's visits to the training towers. Manager pleased that it is developing so actively and turns out to be so useful to the center. Employees started follow Wan for more attentively on his actions, which were visible on cameras. They tried to capture the nuances of his combat strategies. And so, at this moment, Wan was moving forward with his sword, ready for new tests. I'm sorry, but I would like to clarify which map goes speech in this line. You wanted would describe in more detail what skills and combinations he used? Covering up their actions disguise, the protagonist requested Hei create a new map by combining skill improved breath and change masks. With the ability to weave skills, Hei began to shape a new card that promised advanced disguise with unique skills. The monster continued advance, and the main character was found next to a huge creation that was set to fight. At that time, as the monster steadily approached, Wan used his wits and, using his head as support, repelled his attack. Instant tension peaked when Wan applied his sword to the head of the monster, preparing for the final blow. So with a wave of the sword, the end came battles. Later this terrifying battle terrain was strewn defeated opponents. all over, and now the protagonist inspected the battlefield, where the defeated lay enemies. This reminded him about the price wins and how much effort he put into his success. After the battle, the main character has question of possibility use cards promotion improvements skill seed life. Hei explained that such action is not possible. The main character trying use cards improvement of the seed of life noticed on Hei's face confusion. This strategy caused interesting reaction. Wan's face was performed expressive tricks when he figured out how use your card to create ingenious strategies escape. Training came to an end, and the main character went to the exchange office to spend his earned glasses for new weapon. His friend Xiaomo was around and started to ask questions about value points outside this places. Together with him, the main character did your way to the exchange office, realizing that outside of this world, these did not have glasses with no values. Wan asked about the crystal's life, which gave in hope what they're enough for a while, and advised how gotta get stronger so that survive. In progress ongoing conversation, the protagonist felt internal worry. He asked to his new friend, a question that I have long wanted to ask. Is he aware of whether the one in the world other way besides becoming a member of the Purple Crow? The hero felt that his fate was beginning to evolve in the unexpected direction. Answer to this question came not with words, but with a silent nod. Eyes Xiaomo caught fire, understanding how like he read thoughts main character. Inside he got the feeling that Wan was preparing for something much more important than just accepting decision to become a member of the Purple Crow. The hero felt comes turning point in their relationship, and him hinted that Wan was going say goodbye to him. As if in response to this foreboding, an insurmountable wall suddenly rose between them. They both realized that their way now disperse, and each to be go his da. The hero felt this solution hard account for him, but he understood that it should be so be. As Xiaomo was removed, a smile appeared on the face of the protagonist. This was Smile Hope, symbolizing his faith in the future meetings. The hero felt their way again intersect as if some unknown force guides them to it. Saying goodbye to a friend, he smiled as if knew that they necessarily see you again. Emotional parting violated a sudden signal warning of a triggered fake incident map. Suddenly in the department observations there was a cry, piercing and unexpected. The hero felt his heart beat faster, and the tension in the air was growing. The hero's gaze rushed to the monitors, where unfolded something is wrong situation. Monster's second gold rank, located on the same from floors, are clearly out of control. As if explosion emotions, this picture enveloped the room tension. From surveillance cameras it was obvious to see the protagonist, preparing for a fight with an extremely powerful being. There was a tense atmosphere, and the hero was determined to fight a dangerous adversary. Into a critical time manager accepted the decision not to leave the hero alone with the threat. He realized that the death of the protagonist may not remain unnoticed, and Zhuang probably wouldn't leave it as without attention. Heart manager burned desire help. However, at the critical moment, the monster threw Wan into the air with a well-aimed blow of the horn. Hero instantly realized that his vulnerability had become clear and his heart began to beat faster. At the same time behind was approaching wolf ready make an attack. The hero orientated himself in the situation, his thoughts worked faster than ever. He was to accept decision in a matter of seconds. Inside the protagonist, everything went according to plan, and the smile carried confidence. All around seemed perfect, organized like he's in harmony, fit into the rhythm of the battle. However, cold-blooded monster suddenly bites the protagonist's throat. Acute pain seized him, and he realized that danger closer than he expected. Huge creature, much stronger than the hero, preparing to crush him along with the wolf. Chances of survival there was practically none left. The hero is on the brink, life and death. Observation room doors sharp swung open, and from there ran out manager. However, the monster managed crush Wan, and what he saw terrible spectacle stunned manager. Steward standing in front of the body dead hero, felt dissatisfaction and sadness. The hero who was recently still alive, now lifeless, lay before him. Appearance manager activated the emergency system protection. suddenly came on stage special robots equipped with lasers. This unexpected reaction added tension to the atmosphere. The monsters that just a second ago seemed invincible were defeated by robots in an instant. The power of robots turned out to be so stunning that monsters didn't have chances. Manager stood over the body-dead hero, expressing anger and discontent. Death, the warrior who was owner outstanding abilities. He stood next to the still Wan's hand, as if silently saying goodbye to him. The hero is gone from the world of the living, but his presence is still felt in the air. Manager had tried contact Shuang to report what happened. However, at that moment, the room began to form strange shadow with a face. Suddenly turned out that this was main character, successful using the deception card. Thanks to this map, his aura became invisible for a month. The hero smiled, pleased their ploy. Time has passed and out educational towers there were screams. This was a sign for the manager about the new trouble. Manager beaten and thrown into the wall. His power was powerless before the sudden aggression. Mrs. Hong Zhuang stood before him, angry and frustrated. Reflected in her eyes. She was clearly unhappy. Terrible events that have taken place under her supervision. Having finished expressed their censure, she asked herself the question of whether Wan really dead. Her interior conflict and doubt remained hidden from everyone. The manager, trembling, began to talk about how they checked Wan's body in front of her arrival, but in vain. His voice was so filled with anxiety that sounded almost illegible. Zhuang ordered to destroy all traces what happened incident. Even availability false rings and equipment could not be discovered. Deeply, the protagonist decided to leave this place. He neatly transformed mind shape into shadow, vanishing from kind. At the first turn of the building his gaze fell on Xiao Mo, standing next to a stranger. The hero realized that Xiao Mo crying mourning the loss the only benevolent person in his life. Third in the ranking had tried console him. Gone a lot of times since then, and the main character was at the foot of mountains. His path was long and hard. He went on your way, walking on the unknown terrain. The environment seemed to him some stranger, and at the same time bewitching. When he finally stopped at hundreds meters from the training camp, Wan felt like invisible fetter broke. He felt myself free and ready for new tests. Following his goals he called his faithful pet to do your way over fast and safe. According to Wan's suggestion, their location was somewhere close to the Western Point's 7th Division. The path to the nearest city promised be long and difficult. Together with He they attentively studied the map of the nearest cities where Ken was to find allies. Them was the long journey that Wan guessed would take about 10 months. In the end eventually they decided go to Dashi City to get fake certificates personality. One of their benevolent acquaintances offered them help. However, the expression on his face it was clear that he was apprehensive. How them will be able to penetrate the city, remaining unnoticed? Smiles slowly appeared on the face of the protagonist. He remembered his advanced disguise and that he has there as a cheat card. However, contrary to his intentions, when he tried accept female appearance, his face distorted and he realized that this appearance is not true to him goes. Impatience had reached her limit, and he decided to bring the protagonist to his senses by hitting him on the head. Gone some hours and eventually they reached the city of Dashi. Main character still stunned by a blow to the head, tried to understand why his disguise was not like He. In the end, Wan decided choose another shape. He has changed into a tough man, completely different from his present appearance. As a result of this conflict the hero is faced with a new problem. He felt that his inner world was torn apart, and the struggle with himself it's getting harder. In the end finally, Wan decided take advantage their abilities and transformed into the appearance beautiful girls. But instead expected harmony and grace, his attempt to accept female appearance led to distortion. He decided resort to more crude methods to bring the hero back to reality. All of a sudden their controversial situation was interrupted strange sound. They heard how someone is loud they're calling, interrupting their conflict. Unknown human who appeared before them became interested in rumors that the main character disbanded regarding fake personality. Let's start with what when the protagonist confirmed everything that was said. Stranger last showed lively interest visit hero's house. He expressed wish continue conversation in privacy where no one could eavesdrop their further conversations. The dwelling of a young guy turned out to be located in a gloomy lane. Urban features. This added some mystery and intrigue throughout situations. To reach necessary doors in the house, it took to go down the stone steps leading down to some underground room. This created feeling some secret passage or hidden rooms. How only door, cut many cracks, swung open. Before them opened a view of the inner world of the house. The checkered structure of the door, even with gaps, added to the atmosphere. Mystique. Once inside, the main character was faced with a complete mess, which literally made me crawl through chaos. Due to stubbornness, the owner who refused to pay the cleaner reigned in the house full mess. Suddenly, new acquaintance grabbed a sheet from some device in the room. This action added some drama in the scene and lifted the question of what kind of device and what role it plays. Guy introduced his interlocutor his creation, a device capable of change personality person. Device suggested new personality according to price, depending on what exactly personality customer wishes. When Juan decided to come in inside device, he felt lung anxiety, relatively high prices. However, his worrisome thoughts broke up when Stranger became recalculate the set of people represented in the data from a purple raven. New acquaintance asked provide the main character his new name to create relevant data to change personality. With confidence and determination, Juan chose for himself the name of Yiso, introducing himself as a new personality. Watching the reaction man, Juan noticed that he started laughing when he heard new name. It added some comic moment in a serious context. Upon completion process changes data, the guy instructed to a stranger see if everything was done right. Satisfied with the result, Yishio agreed to pay 100 crystals in order to contribute the changes have taken effect. Joyfully noting positive changes, new acquaintance expressed willingness to cooperate with such a reliable partner as protagonist, and expressed wish see him again. In progress talking about personal deeds, Juan noticed something strange that caught his attention. In front of him was a round object forms that caused him strong surprise and left him speechless. In the corner rooms he found football the ball, which suddenly appeared by adding more mysteries in the environment. Stranger told him about the origin this ball, and how it is played on the streets. This was interesting contrast to all the rest unusual situations. He also added that he made this ball to save their roots and history, and not to lose connection with the past. Very shocked words heard from him, the protagonist began to think about whether this mysterious human be time traveler or space. In deep in thought, Juan decided try to clarify something. However, Stranger didn't seem to understand what exactly the guy wants. At the moment, Juan did not feel confident start off new acquaintances, especially in such strange situations. Instead of long explanations, the stranger just introduced himself named Yang Ling. Yang expressed hope his name will be remembered by Yishio, perhaps for future situations when Yito will change personality. With completion affairs in the city, the main character took the path to the outskirts city's Daxi where began wild zone of the second level. On the territory this zone started battles between the monsters and the main hero by adding dynamics and tension in the plot. Thanks to their skills, the hero was able to successfully win several monsters, leaving after myself only remnants of the fallen opponents. After several minutes, the remains of the dead lay on the ground monsters. The protagonist looked at them from the tree, continuing a conversation with Hei about how without fragments of the wildfire sword it will not work achieve success. The look of the guy who was watching the battle suddenly attracted attention assistant, and Nat decided find out what that interests him. Juan had been thinking about how to get back home for a long time, and he shared with Hei that usage aircraft will take a whole year. He is forced was calculate the time that required to stay in different parts countries. And now, all of a sudden, guys heard scary sound, which forced their immediately accept combat position. Believing that attack monsters, they prepared for battle. However, most it wasn't the attack that was terrible monsters, and the appearance of the Eye of the Abyss. With the advent this eye has begun panic in the city, and everyone was ready to fight to save so many maybe lives. From the open night began fall various creatures, different types and powers. But each of fall ended destruction or collision with a barrier created to protect residents. All resident cities felt fear and helplessness because they were deprived possibilities be saved or do anything for your survival. Others, more calm, face to face with disaster, sat, continuing drink your coffee while trapped in Purple Crow territory. A guy named Liang Song couldn't stay inactive, knowing that its inaction will lead to the death of many people. However, he could not disclose their identity and abilities. Main person in Association Hunters ordered his assistant, Zhou Qian, take care of security citizens and revise the Hunter's Code. Suddenly he opened eyes, feeling approximation necessary beings. From the Eye of the Abyss grew huge paw of an unknown monster. With every manifestation this huge paws, residents started realize that before them is a monster of superior rank. Zhou Qian along with Liang Song discussed on the formation body by whom is this creation, knowing what if this the heavenly dragon is capable of when only their boss. Straight away after Discovery's Eye, he saw a dragon the size of the mountains. This creature was terribly powerful, capable of one powerful wave smash shatter the whole city, wipe it off your face land as if it had never been there nobody lived. But this was just the beginning of the horror. Not for long later, after that terrible dragon, emerged more and more terrible beings are dark and aggressive. They looked how ghosts death ready immediately pounce on people and carry their life. They turned out to be in vain attempts to attack the dragon. Attempts pierce his skin sharp claws and teeth ended only many deep cuts and expiring the blood of the flesh. Entities fought fearless appetite, but without success. Truly not a protector cities turned out to be white-haired guard. He spoke in the forefront, ready to fly all adversaries, despite the danger, what came from this monstrous army. Into it time for him his faithful approached assistant to share important information. It turns out that this incredible creature, against whom they fighting, it was seen not only them their guardian also experienced this nightmare. The appearance of the dragon was stunning. He was so varied was it is impossible to determine exactly what kind of creatures it belonged to. The creature was some fiery nightmare, shrouded darkness. White-haired defender had tried gain hope, dreaming that this terrible the creature does not belong to the immortals. After all if this it was so, then have to fight him to the death scramble, and it might even turned around with success. However, with the advent of the dragon, which began its destructive attack, it became obvious that all hope for an easy victory disappears. He called other monsters into battle using their terrible abilities, and the path of destruction became obvious. Those who came news the guards were carried by the gloomy news the dragon was from kind immortals. This left the white-haired guard no choice, though not always. It was a pleasure to fight such monsters. He accepted solutions stay on the defensive city, stand to the last. The young guy, despite the danger, was full of gratitude for the opportunity. Protect your city. His soul was on fire determination to save more people even if death awaits him. Into a tense time main heroes, together their faithful assistant, watched from afar for everything going on, discussing probabilities victories against the backdrop of growing threats. However Hay felt it in the air something is wrong. The appearance of the dragon made him uncertain feelings, some foreboding troubles. White-haired the defender did not hesitate without waiting appearance help, he rushed into battle to defend his city from a threat that terribly revealed feed yourselves before him. In a moment of excitement and struggle resounded ominous words from the mouth of the dragon, expressing his desire to destroy everyone who is in this place. His huge paw with a formidable blow fell on the defender, like a hammer of destruction, breaking everything is on its own way. Everyone was looking at it from afar, including members associations hunters who, although they were fighters, but tried not to rush to conclusions. After all such events demanded special understanding. However, it turned out that the fate of the white-haired guy was in the hands of not only the dragon. Invulnerable to such a blow, he could not be, and rising above the dragon, he prepared retaliatory attack. Words spoken youth activated his lightning sword skill, turning his blade into a spark lightning. Lightning shook air around the dragon, deafening, piercing his body and creating the feeling that air bursting with power. This hit. Surprise seized everyone. La Song and her assistant couldn't believe that human managed to destroy with one blow so mighty monster. For a moment even the main character felt surprise mixed with joy. This feat did not remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, Commander-in-Chief Association Hunters understood that events do not unfold as it seems. He felt that all this is only sinister, a trap for people. At that time How some watched the battle, City Guard noticed something strange in front of me, but could not understand what this and what it means. Behavior became strange and unpredictable as if he was leading myself not at all like a monster of his level. Members Association's Purple Raven began to notice that the monster is like as if he began to disappear, dissolve in the air, as if never existed. And at that moment, an incomprehensible object began to approach the guard of the city from the rear, calling in him, feeling something unusual. He turned and something inside him hinted that now happened something unexpected, but understand that exactly, he couldn't. Instantly huge magic sphere fired from darkness, and dealt a crushing blow to the body of the guard, as if taking a piece out of his life. After this followed explosions and destruction, limited a barrier that was aimed to protect territory. But no one from members of the Purple Crow did not understand that happened, like as if one of them was in the center of a powerful explosion. Around barriers began to emerge electronic ranks like as if jagged teeth snakes surrounded them, creating peculiar barrier from electricity. Outside city, Huang heard from He that townspeople attacks excellent creature, and it turned out that the dragon, it seems, was not real. All were immersed in the illusion created unknown enemy. Boss Association's Hunters told to his students about his guesses. He believed that the monster had unusual force, create illusions that may turn out to be extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian and her satellite faced controversy. The guy aspired help people how can faster. At the time how young woman tried to find a way to save everyone while keeping her identity a secret. Boss stopped them, drawing attention to the need continue surveillance of the unfolding battle in spite of internal disagreement. As it develops battles, it became clear that even white-haired the defender failed to break the force emanating from such a powerful hit. Behind him disgruntled guard moved forward, as if furious animal, and unleashed his own fight. Tirelessly cursing the monster and getting angry, the guard prepared to use his special a skill designed to inflict an enemy maximum damage. With a powerful blow of the sword on the ground, the entire area in front of the guard was covered. Many discharges lightning, repeatedly attackers surrounding opponents. Thanks to this skillful attack succeeded in destroying more weak opponents who stood in the way of the main enemy. For the main character and He watching everyone these lightning shards, it became clear that the guy fighting the superior monster had incredible force. And suddenly something out of the ordinary distracted white-haired defender, taking his attention away from the battle. Feeling presence desired monster, target whom should destroy, he rushed to meet him, in the hard battles. And then he saw how to him approaching something a strange, indefinite form flew in his direction. Could get in. His attack broke through the monster's defenses and damaged it, destroying fragile barrier of his protection. When the monster was defeated, it became clear that this strange ghost with 3 eyes was creator illusions, manipulating consciousness and misleading. For participants, the Purple Raven Association remained a mystery personality, the person who attacked the monster enemy. Then something appeared, unknown human possessing several monsters, and he was more against people. When the battle has reached its completion, and now it became clear that mysterious Boss Association's Hunters was behind the defeat enemy. His hit was so crushing that the enemy could not stay alive. At the moment when Zhou Qian wanted to express her gratitude and admiration, your boss shy, claiming that all this happened due to chance or luck. White-haired young man with tenderness greeted 3 powerful warriors who came to the rescue the area for which he was responsible. In an attempt to raise the question of when association hunters join the fight against monsters, he got refusal. Until all the monsters are defeated, them support is not required. Suddenly into conversation intervened a stranger in a mask-like face of the monster, and announced his intention to destroy all hunters who avoid his fate. With a grin on his face, he taunted his adversaries, rejoicing their hopelessness and desire to see their dead. Then Zhou Qian responds by pointing out the unequal ratio of the number of people and the fact that a stranger there is less chances of winning. At that moment he hears cute girl voice and his face hiding behind a mystery mask. Immediately after this, his team rushes to the attack, ready to fight the enemy. They ready meet with unknown monsters of high rank and fight to the last. Even Boss Association's hunters takes out Mind Fire Blade in readiness fight on a par with the enemy. However, the stranger already holds in his hand a mask with the face of one of Comrade's boss, and that gives to him advantage in numbers. Boss Association's hunters puzzled this turn of events and turns around to understand who stands behind him. Suddenly Zhou Qian starts to attack their fellows, without the possibility resistance that shocking all those present. During Boss Association's hunters dodges the attack, fleeing from blows, and instantly aware established situation. The white-haired guy notices how disappears a stranger in a mask, and is aware that got control of the girl. Now, driving Zhou Qian, stranger skillfully fights in close combat, avoiding strong strokes. The old man is trying to return girl to reality, uttering soothing words about self-control. But instead of this, Zhou Qian's voice sounds, expressing hostility, and actions become controlled. The protagonist realizes that situation becomes more and more critical, and him necessary intervene. One of members of the Purple Crows struggles with Lava Giant, but can nothing do with his defense that brings difficulties. Into it Liang Song Time also gets in trouble trying break out from the grasp of the four-winged demons who drain his strength. Wan understands that the only one who may be changed situation, it's an old man. The white-haired guy is trying to convey his thoughts relatively Zhou Qian, hoping that there is though any chance to save her. But the old man can only endure blows his ward, despite her aggressive behavior. Patience Boss starts dry up as he realizes that preservation members' teams turns out under threat. So he retreats for a while distance and bounces, getting ready to use his skill. Boss Association's hunters uses his fiery magic to attack stranger standing over Zhou Qian. By force his immeasurable magic old man knocks down Zhou Qian down, forcing her to land. At this moment a stranger appears again, teasing the old man with failure. But the Boss Association's hunters inflicts powerful blow that displays Zhou Qian of stupor and allows her to rest. This time the mask is slow removed from the face stranger, and in front of everyone reveals its true face. All of them realize the scale of his game, and what he can control people through masks. Subject to unacceptable bullying, old man can't more endure, and resolve end the game getting ready destroy stranger. Stranger extracts another mask and asks who to become this time, enjoying game and embarrassment of the old man. Boss Association's hunters expresses hope that the stranger will soon die. But instantly it turns out behind stranger, ready finally take initiative in their own hands. A fiery blade rises to the throat of a stranger, and he shows that he is frightened and on the verge of death. All powers Boss Association's hunters heading for the attack, and the old man starts burn his flesh with fire. However, his attempt fails. Success, and a stranger invites the old man to guess who he has become now. With understanding situations, the old man continues repel attacks, gradually stepping back. Into it time stranger finally completely controls Liang Song, and he starts firing from pistols, attacking their allies. All this going on along with the Boss Association's hunters who skillfully reflects bullets falling on it. At that time how the old man tries repel attacks, the white-haired guy creates protective shell around yourself while trying to hold off the monsters. But even this powerful protection cannot endure intensive blows monsters, and shell starts collapse. When protection in the end up failing, going on huge an explosion that shakes the entire battle. Defender in the end eventually avoids doom but explosion throws it back, creating additional tension in the battle. Then a member of the Purple Crow cried out that he was not going to nobody from monsters to let wreak havoc in the city. Directly after spoken previously words on the battlefield happened something incredible. From under earth began to form magic beam that slowly rose to the surface. This beam emitted mysterious light and pierced air mysterious energy. A white-haired boy named Xiaoyu demonstrated readiness go to the extreme measures to save the city. His determination was so strong that he was ready donate own life. Gathering all his incredible strength, he concentrated her in his hands and sent magic beams on attackers peaceful people monsters. These rays are like fiery arrows rushed towards the enemies and began liquidate them one by one. The main character and his ally Hei continued attentively watch what is happening. They saw how Xiaoyu's powerful beams destroyed attackers' monsters. However, despite the excellent performance, they realized that even such power will not allow to him fully neutralize superior their monster level. Into a time boss association's hunters, be careful following the events, missed from the sight of a stranger who appeared behind him. The stranger began to slowly approach the battlefield, carefully studying situation. Old warrior who guarded boss associations, decided use fire blade to protect against potential threats. He is a well-aimed movement extracted weapon and tried to strike the enemy, wanting to strike at least some damage. However, the stranger just laughed at the old man's attack. He was so confident that even flying from such he took the attack with ease. This was impressive, the destructive power of an attack that can cope with any creature a certain rank. The old man was in no hurry rush into battle. He was experienced warrior and noticed strange the energy that intertwined in the body stranger. He suggested that all this maybe be trapped and decided act carefully. Old man lengthened mind fiery blade, preparing for the possible collision. With his wise actions he managed to grab the weapon stronger, so as not to lose control over it in the future. Concentrating all his strength, he fired their weapon, turned into a spear-shaped form, and tried to fend enemy. He managed to get the enemy, but the attack did not inflict any damage. Critical damage and only a little pushed him aside. At that time as the fight continued, the masked man, standing aside, began to show activity. He used an artifact capable of hypnotize, and directed him towards Liang Song Assistant Boss Association's hunters. Boss, realizing that situation changes in favor stranger, applied brute force to bring the assistant back to consciousness. However, the blow was too much strong, and Liang Song was temporarily paralyzed, lying in the arms of the commander. Watching this dramatic scene, the masked man began ironically make fun of the old man. He spotted like an old man, even when their strength could not restrain himself and practically killed his colleague. This mockery pissed off the old man. He decided stick no more caution and took advantage his internal force. His body was enveloped in flaming flame, symbolizing his readiness fight to the fullest power. Every moment the old man used his power gave opportunity stone golem restore severed limbs. This was difficult and hard fight, and the old man used every chance. Also one of creature's top rank, formerly wounded, began to heal quickly. All his wounds and injuries disappeared and he returned to the fight in full combat readiness. When attacking monsters restored their strength, they began to stand behind his hosts, waiting for his next commands. They were ready to test the old man's strength, and show what they are capable of. Members Purple Crow factions, including Lioli, stood aside, looking out over the battlefield. Their fear was feel, because their fate was associated with the success of the hunter. From his victory the fate of everything cities. Hei, understanding the complexity of the battle, decided that the old man would extremely hard to resist three superior creatures at the same time. He ordered his comrade Wan to prepare for a quick retreat to save their strength and come back later. However, the old man did not give up. He accepted call masked stranger, preparing for battle. He got into position ready confront the monster behind the mask. Suddenly from depths forests, flew out strange creature. It possessed ability to fly and incredible speed movement. His appearance added dangerous situations. Noticing the threat, Boss Association's hunters decided to take advantage fiery arrows. A bunch of arrows that look like flaming projectiles fired towards the attacking monster, intending to destroy it. Shells pierced air like well-aimed arrows, and one after another hit the monster's body. He was shrouded fiery aura, but despite this, he continued to move forward. Stone Golem also entered the game. He raised your fist-covered magic, and directed it towards the monster. Golem was ready to deal a devastating blow. Battle continued, but the old man thought that it boring and dull. He understood that to him need to undertake something special to change move battles and turn it to your advantage. Fiery the spear that the old man used continued to steadfastly resist Relic Stone Golem. It seemed that this weapon was specially created to resist incredible physical monster strength. Flame fire slowly ascended the limb golem, enveloping him with his warmth. As you moved fire, the stone began to heat up and radiate heat. When the flames reached the top part's monster body, it transformed into shape burning dragon. This image represented power and destructive power. The old man did not lose time, and using the moment when the monster was busy battle, inflicted new blow. He directed Mind Fire Blade to the head stone golem, hoping for success. The sudden turn of events shocked Hay greatly. He finally realized how powerful old man who reached the peak of his strength in this battle. At the same time, attacking creature that first attacked, approached the old man. That managed to prepare his gear whip, and with confidence took position, preparing for the next fight stage. However, the old man was ready for defense. He is fast reacted to danger, and used Mind Whip in order to cut off the hands of a creature that able was fly with wings. So he removed opportunity being in the air. Boss Association's hunters also did not stay away. He prepared Mind Skill that reminded fiery ball comparable to the surface sun. When he released this skill out of hand, it took the form of an arrow surrounded by many others. She expressed its power and was different from other arrows in this battle. The epic fight went on. Every moment brought new twists and turns events. Power and magic fighting clashed on the battlefield, creating incredible spectacle. Arrows fired Boss Association's hunters, took off into the sky and exploded, forming bright outbreaks. Then they started fall on the battlefield, sowing destruction and annihilation. Everything is on its own way. The attack power was so huge that formed thick clouds of dust rising into the air along with the dirt, creating gloomy atmosphere in the territory cities. From the very beginning of the fight, the old man demonstrated incredible accuracy. Each arrow fired them, accurately found its target, and penetrated through body. How excellent monsters and allies stranger. Turn of events forced Boss Association's hunters draw mind gaze towards a masked stranger. As part of the agreement concluded before the battle, he wished fight at mystical opponent one-on-one, without help their wards. Masked Man enjoyed spectacle battles and even applauded, expressing own delight the strength of an old man. Stranger, being directly above the old man, Jun Yen, and close whirlwind that formed in the firmament, announced that it was not going to grab body his opponent so that the fight was fair. Despite the seriousness battles, Masked Man continued scoff. He decided restrict myself certain prohibitions to do battle more interesting. The old man realized that he doesn't have to choice other than how continue fight to the very the death of one of them. He did deep exhale and get ready for the next tests. Everything that happens caused reaction in the sky. The eye of the abyss began to sparkle with a bright brilliance, and in the clouds arose vortex giving environment more mystical shade. With golden sunshine light penetrating from whirlwind, start gradually illuminate body Jun Yen giving to him majestic view. Even for a masked man possessing superior rank, what is happening has become something new and exciting. Far from the battlefield main character, Hay shared their observations with Jun Yen. He explained that Jun Yen's opponent, regardless of his strength, is not capable of have even a monster in the face of such superiority. Using Mind's special skill, Old Man Out Association's hunters began gradually disappear into the dazzling light, leaving behind only shimmering trace. Finally, Jun Yen fully merged with gold sunny beam outgoing from the vortex of the eye of the abyss. This moment meant completion battles and disappearance two mighty adversaries from the battlefield. One of falling rays almost hit the stranger and spun him around himself. Events start with a single shot beam light on the enemy. However, this just the beginning. After that shot followed many others, equal in power and speed first. This uninterrupted the flow of attacks delights everyone except Masked Stranger. His ability to evade these powerful attacks causes him feeling pleasure before he inflicts the final blow, destroying all life. Into a time assistants Ju Nanny, leaning on a stone, carefully follow the events. The monster demonstrates incredible agility, dodging thousands of attacks that created by hunters with impressive skills. This moment emphasizes the strength and skill of the monster. Ahead, a masked stranger who doesn't give up. He tries to avoid sequence of attacks rained down on him from heaven with laser shots. His determination to save life inspires his actions and shows his prowess in the face of incredible danger. Despite the current situation, the appearance of the old man on the stage brings unexpected turn. Suddenly, where only what there was a beam of light, now stands an old man, ready attack special magical with a spear. This moment creates mysterious atmosphere and raises questions about the capabilities and intentions of the old man. Ju Nian starts reflect on the situation. He assumes that the monster, which pretending leader, in fact deceiving by pretending commander. This the cunning maneuver of the monster confuses people and makes situation more and more mysterious. However, old man's displeasure with false does not find representation support from the enemy. The opponent claims that question has no rank values and that people themselves confused in their thoughts and beliefs. Important dialogues unfold at this moment. The main character, Hei, answers the question of how powerful monster leader level. His answer emphasizes the greatness of the monster and its level unsurpassed strength. The old man continues, watch your enemy. He realizes that even in association hunters who has supreme rulers, there is not enough strength to resist to this opponent. This moment reinforces feeling tension and impending battles. Arises interesting interaction between the old man and the monster. The monster notices strange old man expression and wondering cause of his desire run away. Interior, the conflict of the old man becomes bright against the backdrop of a large-scale battles. At this moment, Ju Nian accepts solution act. Hearing like words, he rushes into battle to protect innocent citizens, cities, and guards. His determined action emphasizes his courage and loyalty responsibilities. Attack speed increases with each second, approaching the moment when will become possible special attack. This moment of tension emphasizes growing tension in battle. The monster continues show off your power. It claims that man has no chance to defeat him because it has unique skills and physical force. Arises impulse, passionate emotions in the old man. It's filled with hate and desire fight to the end to others may have survived. This moment underlines his determination and willingness make sacrifices. In the sky start form burst strikes rather fiery, the old man's flame spreads, filling heat space. This creates a visual image amazing view of the battle and show the strength of the old man. Wan, watching the battle, is surprised to see how human fighting such a strong monster. This moment highlights anxiety and bewilderment before power, the person who decides fight the unbeatable force. Purple Crow members don't give up. They stay in the city fighting for survival, all alive creatures in this place. This act gives reflection their courage and determination. Lia Song and Zhou Qian face the impossible choice. They can't go back to the city that located controlled by the association hunters, without their boss. After unrest, participants battles, the voice of the monster begins, expressing his displeasure stupidity of people. This moment demonstrates his contempt for the human unreasonableness. The mist that has formed in the sky disappears and the stranger with the mask completes his game by attacking the old man and piercing his chest cage. This moment changes move battles and emphasizes strength and determination. Stranger. Fear covers all those present. Feeling panic distributed by among people because Ju Nian, the only one capable, resist the monster, lost after one hit without using their skills. With the decline of the old man, the monster guides their monsters attack anything that moves in their direction way. This moment marks turning point in the battle when situation becomes critical. Hei, watching on the side, and realizes that a leader-level monster is capable of fast collect a horde of 10 monsters commanders and many lower-rank ordinary creatures. This emphasizes magnificent strategic monster mindset. Assistant, feeling danger, advises Wan quickly leave. Into it time he notices strange Wan's behavior and sets to him question trying to figure out what happens. Main character standing with serious expression faces. Orders use a special seal card for a monster he calls the clown. His decision and confidence emphasize its strategic approach to the situation. The main character is sure of success's plan, since a leader-level monster is able to cope even with a large number of people. He knows that the seal card won't just disappear. In addition, the location enemy is convenient to use card's print, because this will allow to avoid attract superfluous attention. The masked stranger turns around, hearing the beginning of the process sealing which aimed at him. This demonstrates his awareness threats and reactions to the upcoming danger. With each new body piece's attack, enemies start scatter across the sky and it expresses painful pain. This moment describes suffering the enemy and his fight in the face of a ruthless attack. Spiritual, the energy and soul of the monster are sent to the main character, who stands in the shade. This emphasizes its role as key figures in this battle and shows how he manages events from afar. Liang Song and her partner start suspect that the monster might pretend and prepare to call another monster high level. This shows their vigilance and distrust of action's enemy. At that time how they are discussing situation, Wan continues create a print map depicting sealed creature. This moment demonstrates his confidence in the plan and his determination. In the end, finally Wan completes creation epic monster cards named Ghostly Clown with satisfied expression faces. This emphasizes successful performance plan and its success. After chieftain level monster disappearance, Eye of the Abyss starts turn bright scarlet color and absorb all issued previously beings. This moment concludes the battle and highlights her end. Completed, the Eye of the Abyss fast closed, and almost all evil spirits disappeared also quickly as it appeared. This instant disappearance demonstrates strength and effectiveness sealing. Zhu Nian and his students stood leaning on their weapons, carefully watching. They did not understand who and how could destroy such powerful creature in just one moment. This moment highlights their amazement and bewilderment at the incredible the force that only what showed up. At that time how they discussed happened. The members of the Purple Crow were preparing to attack and destroy remaining monsters in the city and beyond. This testifies to their determination to bring victory to the end. The people were divided into groups of 5. Men with a purpose, more effective control of the situation and increased chances of success. This move demonstrates organized and strategic approach to battle. Wan carefully considers received card with 6 skills whose rank fell 1 after sealing. His gaze slips through the description and he realizes that combat power cards limited to his own level. The main character sees good skills on the map and decides to ask Hei for one of them for his free slot skills. This moment emphasizes his desire for improvement and strengthening their abilities. Successful performance plan acquisitions mask control Linum skill seems assistant He with the sign of disappearance curses loser. This internal feeling emphasizes changes in attitude towards yourself and your influence on events. Wan realizes that despite the good skills, they associated with many restrictions. This leads him to reflect that force always has its price and limitations. He gets up and gets ready leave from cities. Since the city is many people from associations, hunters and members of the Purple Crow, Wan believes the best decision leave. Wan decides go to the suburbs, cut unnecessary time to the moment discovery's portal. His thoughts agree with the decision, walk away, and at the same time Hei pleased with his growth and skill analyze situation. Before finally leaving cities, the main character starts be interested to all that associated with monsters, commanders and leaders. This moment demonstrates his longing for more deep understanding of the world in which he finds himself. Hei detail explains the main character about existence levels of sacred flames that correspond levels superior and above ranks. This gives the hero more complete view of the world of monsters. Explanations make it possible to understand that holy flame level achieved in accordance strength body certain level. After killing a commander rank monster can get a flame that shows additional opportunities for reinforcement. In the end, out total narrated, Juan is surprised by the moment of burnout strength life person, if the body can't take it. This the percentage aspect warns him that strength is also requires balance and caution. An example total explanation became Zhu Nian possessing excellent 5th, or gold level, and actually that's why turned out to be the strongest among all excellent which he met before. Hearing detailed the story of the old man, the main character turned out to be surprised and a little shocked. After all, a leader-level monster who corresponded human-level immortality, looked how invincible opponent. He was intrigued and wanted to understand all the details this history. He began to explain situation more in detail. It turns out that in order to go to the level immortality, need at first defeat the chief monster. And only after this can extract his soul and use it to obtain lamps that prolong human life. The main character is surprised difficulties this process, but his interest research this became more stronger. Despite its discontent mixed ridicule coast sides Hea, Juan continued attentively listen. He understood that the path to these high levels requires huge effort and fight against powerful opponents. Looking at Zhu Nian, the hero thought about his ability to cope with a large quantity enemies. His inner fire is incredible strength and determination called respect. He expected the future will be able to see in practice how hunters of a higher rank are strong. Their journey continued, and Huang with He sought master all available them skills. The protagonist, who dreams of becoming a demigod, was disappointed when He reminded to him that at first the need to get home alive. After a few days many people moved through the spatial portal. This allowed them fast move to desired places and towards new adventure. Among crowds was the main character. He felt free from the restrictions of the Purple Crow and joyfully traveled in an unfamiliar world. In peaceful city he felt his little part of the world where everything was calm and comfortable. He walked the streets, enjoying a moment of peace after heavy days spent in detention. Suddenly he heard a scream behind him and his attention instantly switched to the source of the sound. Something happened and he decided to intervene if this will be required. Turning around, he saw a boy who didn't seem to pay attention to the environment. The main character was alert, ready to respond to any changes in the situation. Suddenly boy with power flew into it, and Juan felt his bones just crack. He was not ready for such an unexpected attack and was overwhelmed by his strength. Trying to recover from the blow, Juan showed some bewilderment. He couldn't understand how the boy did not notice where he was running, or perhaps he simply did not see the road ahead. Wishing to get at least some answer or apologies, the protagonist began to express own dissatisfaction. He needed to understand why boy so carelessly flew into it. However, boy seemed anxious and frightened. He couldn't give answer, be maybe out of fear of a stranger who was much stronger. Into a time to boy came up a baker, clearly outraged that boy stole from him a few pieces of bread. The baker's anger mixed with desire to take revenge on the little thief. The protagonist intervened, defending boy. He covered it with his body, trying to allow conflict and come to a common understanding. However, the baker was not inclined to listen clarification. He believed that Juan was just covering thief and trying to mitigate his punishment. With these in his thoughts, Juan realized that he could not achieve reasonable dialogue. Deciding change tactics, he changed expression faces and started talking about his beloved hobby, which allowed him to get into his own case. Continuing to discuss the situation with the baker, the main character tried to use your words to convince a man to compromise. It was important for him to show that violence is not always his decision. As a result of ongoing discussion, situation came out of control and the baker turned out to be beaten and incapacitated, falling into a pile of rubbish. The main character understood that situation went far beyond the limits he aspired to. A little dumbfounded by the results of the fight, the protagonist realized that he had used brutal violence instead of reasonable discussion. He strongly started a conflict that thought necessary allow. After that, he approached the boy, picking him up from the ground. He wanted to explain him how important it is to follow the rules and respect others, especially children. Trying to no-name boy, the protagonist heard total only strange number 327. He was puzzled and tried ask again, but boy continued claim his name just like that. Faced with such strange reaction, Juan tried to understand that happens. Boy continued point to himself and claimed that he is really 327. Confused and not understanding, Juan tried ask more concrete questions about the boy, about his parents, the place where he lives. However, boy only grabbed his t-shirt and shook head, demonstrating that he can't nothing answer. Realizing that it was already getting dark, the main character could not leave the boy alone on the street. He suggested boy stay with him in the booked hotel to, although would be on time, provide to him comfort and safety. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin immediately began sword training. He was actively waving weapons, performing various movements and skills on the training field. With every new movement and used skill, Juan was getting small fragments of wildfire sword lore. Each movement gave him small part this relics. When Juan decided that collected enough fragments to combine, he stopped. He knew what to do. The next step is to collect all the fragments into one whole. Upon completion process, a rare wildfire sword card appeared in front of him. Lin spent a lot of time to get this skill, and now his knowledge was transferred to Juan. He looked at the map and explained that she has inaccessible level skill. This meant that she could be excellent, a skill that will outside reach for ordinary people. However, He also emphasized that fragments discards can only be obtained by using skill. It was important for the main character to create their own movements that would be based on the wildfire sword. Story approached an important moment, the Tao of the Sword, which gave me a chance to reach maximum results. One began to realize that all this is not as simple as to him seemed initially, and the path to perfection really complex and full of difficulties. During that time, while Huang and Lin stubbornly were engaged their training at the training playground, past them slowly passed boy 327. His attention attracted conversation he accidentally overheard concerning meanings of the Tao of the Sword. This mysterious term and its significance became to him a riddle, and he couldn't resist desire to know more about it. Couldn't help but notice the boy face to face with the reality that he is in the present's future savior, Juan. He listened to the conversation between Huang and Lin, who included ridicule and mockery remarks concerning weak physical strength boy. Sudden appearance boy caused small gap in Juan's attention, who began to wonder why boy came into it place. After all, at first sight was difficult to assume that interest boy could be associated with training. Before how anyone managed to do something, boy took over a small impromptu workout by following Juan's movements and exercises. However, his attempt was enough superficial and he didn't apply too much a lot of efforts. Seeing how the boy began to reproduce his movements, Lin invited him closer to talk. The boy, expecting a severe reprimand, was nice surprised to hear Lin's apologies for his previous activities associated with the exercise bamboo cane. Instead of subject boy punishment, Juan took bamboo cane and began to clean her by removing unnecessary branches and jagged places. He explained that single workout time can become boring and decided offer boy join him in the exercises. Without hesitation too much long, boy agreed to the offer. Juan conveyed to him practice sword, getting ready explained basics combat exercises. Boy took the sword in hand and began to feel weight and balance of weapons. He felt a slight fear of the unknown, but also an exhilaration of the possibility development new skills. Before how begin exercise, boy carefully put a towel around his neck to prevent sweating and distract from the process. When the boy began to move, Huang and Lin attentively followed his actions. Outwardly, he seemed complete beginners, but as he moves it was clear that he was trying reproduce movements real sword. Huang and Lin were amazed at how fast boy studied and how he confidently brandished his sword. This caused surprise because boy could reproduce movements even without proper preparation. With the passage time one began to realize that the boy not only copies his movements, but also strives recreate principles of the Tao of the Sword, about which has been said before. Some hours later, Hei watched the process learning. Boy 327 not only successfully studied but also shared their knowledge with the main hero, helping to him deal with the smallest details of the mastery of the sword. At the end of this rich training session, Huang and Lin felt pride and admiration for the boy who not only showed incredible learning ability, but also proved to be marvelous kind and open man. After obtaining the new wildfire sword skill fragment, Lin Huang finally made sure what with general workouts can earn a lot of necessary materials. The main character, whose name is still in shadow, carefully watching the boy. His eyes sparkle, talent open before him, as if stars in the night the sky. Whisper Hei flattened into infinite flow words, but the main character does not give in doubts, he believes in the power of what sees. He slowly approaches the boy, his arms open as if they welcome new miracle. The moment he hugs boy, the world is around freezes like keeps breathe before the inevitable change. One moment changes everything is now they connected indestructible communication. United warm desire satisfy the hunger that tortured boy so long they go to lunch. The joyful noise of the restaurant, the aromas of spices and hot food surround them by filling air incommunicable energy. Boy almost with pleasure swallows first piece. His eyes sparkle joy and cheeks swollen chewing gum. The protagonist watches with a smile, pleased that finally a boy is in good hands, where his wishes will satisfied. Days flow like sand through fingers, but the main character has no time for empty reflections. He starts workouts with the boy, complete determination help to him unleash its potential. Don't wait superfluous days until next discovery's spatial portal target becomes as clear as bright star in the sky. Together they work hard, everyone movement, each acceptance is a step forward. After intensive training, they go to the institution to finally satisfy your hunger. But their appetites turn out to be as relentless as their determination. Boy being imprinted these new tastes and sensations, can't resist the magic food. Their appetite becomes almost mythical, like destroying all stocks in the cafe. They leaving institution, but not without distressed views waiters, facing the consequences his insatiable appetite. Day by day boy becomes closer to the main character, a traveler on the road of friendship. He not only develops his talent, but also learning control own body. The main character is no longer alone in this world, he has an ally believes in him as much as he does. Sun begins to lean towards the horizon, casting the sky red and gold shades. Close to home where they live, they continue exercise. Wan picks up fragments of knowledge, precious stones ready to be embodied in his skills. The protagonist watches him with pride, realizing that helps the boy to become stronger and wiser. Through the perseverance of Wan succeed earn an epic wildfire sword card. However, despite this, the level skill remains inaccessible. But this does not reduce their enthusiasm. The main character feels pride and joy in seeing results their efforts. Long-awaited success comes in 20 days. The protagonist and Wan earn 2 epic skill. This becomes reward for their perseverance, work and faith. The protagonist feels that his efforts were justified, and he is glad that he could give the boy this success. Happiness the protagonist is overshadowed when boy suddenly grabs his t-shirt and calls him like a brother. This unexpected appeal causes curiosity, and he silently turns, ready listen boy. The protagonist realizes that for Wan these days become special, and it starts feel that boy sees in him not only a mentor, but also an older brother. Anxiety about the possible gap their connections makes protagonist to ponder. He understands that their days together were for a boy meaningful, and fear of loss encourages Wan to ask himself this question. Wan tries sort out your emotions, realizing that up to a certain moment, he thought myself only useful for the main character. This new dynamics and communication make him reconsider his self-esteem. On this day, against the backdrop of unrest boy, they heading towards the dimensional portal. Moments fiduciary communication become priceless, and they talking about fears and doubts boy. The main character looking at the sad Wan's face, does important recognition. He says that divided some personal information to help boy to find his parents. Time goes by and inner conflict between desire stay close to the boy and the urgent duties starts grow. But the main character understands that it is forbidden slip away from what really important. Conscious of his responsibility for the boy, the protagonist puts his hand on his head. Promise protect him until Juan is reunited with his parents. Sounds sincere and warm. The name Lin Xin becomes the symbol of this promised protection. The main character explains that chose this name for a boy because the younger sister is called Lin Xin. This connects their Hao family by creating special connection between them. Time is running imperceptibly and they return to their native Juan's house. Loud screams at the entrance indicate excitement caused by their return. Younger sister, not having news of his older brother, expresses his annoyance and anxiety. She furiously expresses his resentment, grieving at being left in the dark. Attention junior sisters attracts important detail. Juan returned with the main hero. This change situations breaks chain her resentment, and doing her more attentive. The appearance of Juan next to the main hero causes interesting reflections. His protective attitude like he's a son protagonist, puts them into funny position, and the protagonist refutes this hypothesis, promising explain everything later. The younger sister shows taking care of them by preparing delicious food. They gather at the dinner table, share impressions and talk about events recent days. In the family circle, they start discuss heavy trials that Juan had to endure. Separation from parents and ignorance of one's own family become topics of conversation, filling air mixed emotions. Having completed such conversations, they look at the table, littered with empty plates. Mountain collected plates becomes their symbol shared adventures and moments happiness. Night comes and everyone goes to his room. The furniture in the house is insufficient, and Xian forced sleep in the living room. Close space only strengthens their communication, making them closer to each other. Returning to his room, the main character activates his ring empires. He understands that much change for a time and waiting news from friends. Ring reacts loud sound, inviting him into the world of communication. He examines messages and his gaze freezes on calls from her sister and an old friend. Alarmed, the protagonist immediately contacts Ko, your friend. Anxiety in his voice makes think about possible accidents. Friend delicately reveals that heard about the tragedy in the foggy canyon. Appearance a swordsman has led to the death of many, and fear seizes him. The protagonist remembers the monster in the canyon, the place where he met Hong Zhuang. He deliberately hides their knowledge about an event to protect a friend. However, friend's reaction changes and he starts sob, revealing that his father died from fatigue. Forces ordinary man proved insufficient to cope with the high-cost life in the world of swordsmen. The protagonist feels helpless in front of such pain. He feels empathy for his friend and his family, realizing the anxiety with which they face. Friend and protagonist share a moment in common sorrow. These two diverse worlds are colliding and connection intensifies. Together they realize that regardless of the worlds in which they live, human connections remain irresistible. Watching Huang, Lin felt that to him need to somehow support the guy in this difficult period. He decided to offer meeting to discuss everything happened. However, his proposal faced with Juan's refusal. Lin understood that exams and going to college are important steps in his life, but he also felt that Juan needed support now more total. Therefore, Juan, refusing to meet, plunged into exam preparation, relying on his effort and determination. He realized that in this world everyone man fights for his dreams, despite obstacles. Wanting to find a moment of solitude and immerse himself in reflection, Juan prepared room, depriving it of bright lighting. He created an atmosphere of calm and concentration by closing windows and curtains. Sitting on the floor, he picked up a special stone that used for training. This stone symbolized his desire for improvement, military skills and self-improvement. Returning to the training field, where he overcame many times himself, Juan felt that to be new call. Elder the master surrounded him, ready again test his skills. The old men attacked Huang with the same determination as the first time. There was a battle of selfishness, striving for perfection and superiority. During battle Juan was receiving strong punches, but he didn't give up. His patience and determination were backed up the experience he gained in unknown lands and in duels with strong opponents. He realized that it was important not only fight to win, but also trust those around you. It became for him additional source strength and motivation. Upon completion intensive workout, Juan lowered tired hand, but his fist remained compressed. This was a symbol of his perseverance and determination to overcome any difficulties. After heavy battles, willpower won. Juan was left alone on the field, translating breathing and feeling that every battle makes him stronger. All new fragment skills gained in battle led him to create new cards. This card symbolized his growth and efforts towards perfection. Workout came to an end and Huang returned to the real world. He lay down on the bed realizing how suddenly failed rest. He heard loud cry of the youngest sisters wafting from the living room, and this is his very confused. When he ran out from room straight away saw how Lin Xin sits on the ground to him. Look what happens right in front of it. Because of the screams, at first it was not clear what was happening, and at the moment when the main character saw Xian in the kitchen eating raw meat and getting dirty from the liquids flowing down it from the meat. Not understanding the whole essence of what was happening, Juan tried to cover his younger sister from any possible danger, and ordered the boy to tell him at the right moment of fasting instead of eating raw food. Coming closer, with the help of courtesy, Huang tried to take the raw piece, and if there were no other options for the manifestation of aggression, he was ready to eliminate Xian, considering that it was dangerous to leave the boy alone with his younger sister. Suddenly, Xian simply let go of a piece of meat from his hands and ran into Xian's arms, shedding tears like the smallest child. The boy hugged his older sister asking for forgiveness, and then she told the main character that she was just a little scared when she suddenly saw like that, and Juan's reaction scared the child. Believing that it was just a false panic, the main character, with strange feelings of guilt, asked the guys for forgiveness for such a reaction. Watching how they get along with each other, the guy, even a little doubting, decided that he could leave his sister with the 237th for some time in case of going about his business. According to her younger sister, one could rely on her because she would take care that Xian did not remain hungry and constantly ate well. But even remembering this and trusting Xin in all cases regarding the supervision of the younger ones, the protagonist could not help but worry about his family being left alone. With all the problems, a few more appeared when the guy went to the city of Beixian, to the very center of the Hunters Association, where an unmeasured number of ordinary people gathered. Suddenly, at the entrance to the huge building of the association, the doors opened, broadcasting something very interesting. The protagonist was already ready for the beginning of everything that could possibly happen, and did not take his eyes off what was happening right in front of his face. A man came out of these huge doors in a good shape of his body, and had specific eyes of different colors each time. This person introduced himself to everyone present as Su Jinping and was the main examiner of the preliminary stage. According to his assessments, he made his choice and announced the official end of the exam. The main character, along with the rest of the people, having heard such unexpected information, were simply dumbfounded, as if they had come only to hear this announcement. The examiner proceeded to announce the lists of people who did not pass the test and were disqualified due to pre-selective circumstances. Hearing his name, a man near Juan wanted to hear an explanation why he was not accepted, even having good strength in some areas. Su Jinping, with his gaze, tried to belittle the impudent person who dared to ask for an explanation and evidence regarding not being accepted into the association. But even so, I counted all the violations of people upon admission, in which there were people who wanted to buy information about the competition on the internet, as well as guys who wrote offensive comments, and many other quite a few important violated rules. Seeing such severity, the protagonist was surprised by the exams in which people expelled from the exam tests received marks on their imperial rings that did not allow them to enter the hunter associations. Immediately after the first examiner, people approached another bearing the name of Zhuo Lin, and he greeted the lucky ones who managed to pass the qualifying stage of a practically important moment. The old man smiled while talking about his expectation that there would be fewer people than there were and blamed the previous examiner for giving away the opportunity to reduce the number available by more than 50%. Looking at this man, Juan had a strange feeling that something was not right at all. This only happened at the sight of the examiner. At this moment, the old man raised his hand holding the crystal with 2 fingers, and the task of the exam was to find 5 million of these things hidden in a vast area that includes the area of Beixian City. While the small allotted seconds were going on explaining the mission, Lin talked about a given time of 48 hours and you need to find exactly the same crystal. After that, you should give it directly into the hands of the examiner. In order to help the participating guys a little, the old man wanted to give them a little hint on the correct trajectory of the search for crystals. Namely, the key hint was absolutely any possible color or height, and other definitions of the appearance of the grass. At the end of the conversation, a couple of minutes passed and the main character sat sipping a drink all in thought about the task, which is not at all easy as it seems. Xiao He was unhappy that Huang just sits in the cafe and gradually uses up the supply of time allotted for the task, but heard that the main character had already completely checked all the herbs around the city. In order to make his work easier, the guy put into action the demonic vine in advance, looking instead for the necessary crystals to complete the task. According to the protagonist, one could understand that he completely checked the possible places, resting on the examiner's hint, and therefore, starting from piece types of sewing and ending with a company specializing in cleaning products. So he just waited outside the bar waiting for the black market to open until it was completely dark outside. It seemed to Juan a good opportunity to show everyone looking for the passage of the test of the hunter not only personal qualities, but also finding ways when faced with a problem in which you need to be able to think like a real hunter. Hey, at the entrance to the Zavdanya, asked if the guy was trying to become a bloodhound, but in response he heard a retaliatory strike where he himself looks more like some kind of dog. There was only one bartender in the establishment who instantly greeted a new client. Coming closer, the main character made the desired order, and at the same time kept the thing with which he tried to pay for the purchase. In the hands was the same crystal that the examiner showed before starting the test to check the participants. The bartender instantly saw the item and named the price for which he can tell the necessary information. Therefore, Juan prepared for such twists and turns in his venture and named the keyword, presumably thinking that it was the word grass. As it turned out, he was completely right, and the bartender took out his card with which a person could find everything he needed in a marked place only when paying for such assistance. After that, they exchanged their cards and didn't mind interacting for a while. When they were about to disperse, the main character asked if any other people came with questions regarding the word grass. The bartender managed to remember that one person whose name he does not know came exactly an hour before the appearance of Juan, and had a similar question in addition to his extreme unfriendliness. Having received everything that was needed, the main character went to the exit using a mask with which he managed to breed a person as required. A couple of hours later, Lin Huang went to Gießen Castle, located outside the city of Beixian, right in the thick of forest trees. At that moment, the guy himself was hiding in a tree, having managed to find out the meaning of the word grass, namely that it is a special chemical thing that very few people know about, and the creation of which takes place in this place. For one, the desire of those who use this thing was absolutely clear, because they get a certain feeling of pleasure, but only a few are able to control their life force so as not to go crazy or die. Hay was a little shocked by such a good reflection of everything that was happening, but he could not understand some points on his own. Seeing changes in the eye's protagonist, fear and anxiety reflected in his soul. The terrible and frightening began to prevail in him, and this was strikingly visible. Hay realizing formidable change in his expression, it became clearly clear that in this city there is something terrible, something that able temporarily bring relief, but at the same time extremely dangerous to health. Additional information was excavated on black market. Rumors and secret conversations led to the fact that it was possible to learn about the mysterious creator of these medicines. It turned out that this creator was a hunting apprentice college in the past. After leaving college, he exalted himself and created his castle. Now 3 incomparable hunters rule. The most difficult part for the main character was that in the castle Gießen there were many people, on much more high rank than him, and also several located below. This created difficulty in accepting decisions and actions in this difficult hierarchical structure. The protagonist thought about the complexity of the building itself, which was serious a test already for a bronze rank hunter. But in spite of this, to get required sample, one understood that he doesn't care have to come in inside the castle. And now he began to contemplate the possibility cooperation with other participants' exam, for the task was extremely complex. At that moment, when doubt seized him, the guy who violated his own caution felt internal worry. This a feeling of uneasiness, as if the wind pierced him to the very bones, forcing him to freeze heart for a second. Carefully turning around, Juan saw a girl standing a little below it. She is like shadow, followed him, starting times mysterious black market and leading up to that mysterious places. At an amazing moment figure disappeared and she dissolved in the air. Pushing off the ground, she easily soared up, as if free a bird reaching for the sky. And suddenly, as if from air, she appeared right before my eyes main character. One was dazed and lost ability to pronounce even a word. The girl, beautiful and mysterious, introduced herself as Xiaoyu. Now it has become clear that she claims to pass association exam hunters. At that moment, Juan remembered the words of the bartender from the black market. His suspicions regarding her started acquire appearance reality. Bad behavior and attitude towards others he caught some negative. But Xiaoyu was in no hurry answer his confusion. She continued talk about the system guarding the castle, revealing all of them cunning traps scattered throughout territory. Exactly that's why she believed that the guy has almost no chance, but nevertheless, she suggested cooperation. Young woman clarified your plan to unite efforts to get more pills. The main character will distract attention until she penetrate inside and steal everything you need. After successful fulfillment plan they will share booty. It turned out that for Xiaoyu the target is crystals. Money and the possibility of selling them on black market were for her before total. Results did not have an exam values. Similar greed and indifference to others struck Lin Huang. Self-centeredness, thirst gain, unwillingness caring for others is all changed his mind about Xiaoyu. Rejecting an offer cooperation, Lin Huang jumped from the tree. He did not want to get involved in a plan that not only did not guarantee a safe share, but also implied possible trouble. Young woman demanded explanations. She wanted to understand why the main character does not want command work despite her benefit. Lin Huang, looking at her, conveyed all the seriousness situations. He talked about the danger substance created here, about that it shouldn't get on black market how food product, and how it intends destroy it. And at this moment, as if reflecting his determination, on the body the main character started grow indefinite, black wings. This transformation symbolized his readiness for action. Taking to the air, he went to the execution assignments convinced that he won't need outsider help. Lin Huang's behavior hurt Xiaoyu. She was offended by how indifferent he has treated her offer. It became for her motivation take revenge. Into a time members' exam encountered a difficulty. No one could find the right sample. Everybody got cryptic message from anonymous source. Information spread that Lin Huang had successfully infiltrated Gießen Castle and ripped off booty. Now every hunter who wants to achieve such success will pay a huge the price of 1,000 crystals. The main character, without ideas about what happened, continued research surroundings. Attentively watching, he noticed mechanical beetles, which, it turns out, were traps for thieves and enemies. Arose the idea that can take advantage card transformation to become invisible like ghosts, and sneak inside the castle. However, arose question how avoid surveillance cameras. Suddenly someone is loud called Juan, causing him to flinch. He realized that such a cry attracts superfluous attention enemies. The voice came from Bai Yan, who their abilities jumped off a big eagle soaring in the sky. Bai Yan, descending to the ground, knelt right in front of the main hero. This unexpected appeared created tension and frightened Wan. Displeasure and hatred towards Lin Huang were explicit in expression by Yan's face. For the first time he found the person for whom he is ready to take revenge because felt that his honor was offended. Lin Huang remembered that companion was Crimson Eagle, house whom was on a snowy mountain. But the name remained mysterious. But despite its irritation and resentment, by Yen I decided to introduce myself again, because respect for formalities still prevailed. At that time, how turning around, the guy shaped in his hands something strong and dangerous. This was huge, a spear symbolizing his readiness to protect themselves and strike at those who dare resist. Huge, the spear on his hand spoke of determination and readiness to fight. This symbol of strength and power became metaphor for what he is capable of resist any challenge. This the spear became the personification of his determination confront Bai Yen, who expressed clear hatred of Lin Huang for the previous shameful event. Bai Yen mentioned his family connections that he said helped him get this far. It became the last drop that caused even more disgust Ko's side of Lin Huang. Despite the possible negative consequences that might lie in wait for him, Lin Huang with incredible determination attacked like he didn't care, nothing but instant overcoming obstacles. Barriers that could arise in the form of being blacklisted by the association hunters seemed to him secondary to his desire to show your strength and determination. Having accepted challenge to hand-to-hand combat, Lin Huang felt like adrenaline began to seethe in his veins, urging him forward. In his hands he held his blade, a symbol of his own strength and determination. Bai Yen went on the attack, trying breakthrough through external restrictions and erase negative perception about yourself. In his movements was determination, desperation, and thirst victory. Could he have won? Was what evidence of his ability and strength would be his celebrity he so aspired to conquer. Although his attack failed, Lin Huang managed to gracefully dodge blows while maintaining your calm reaction. He went on talk like ignoring situation, because for him more important was to express his equanimity in front of Bai's words. He did not succumb to provocations, remaining faithful his strategies. Sharp blades slid across the surface. Long Bai's spears, creating illusion, pressure, and danger. At that moment, it was as if the whole atmosphere was filled, energized, like as if the gods themselves watched the battle. Two young hunters facing him and pressing him against the unfamiliar positions, Lin Huang reminded Bai that in real situations escape can lead to disaster. His words were not only a warning, but also an attempt to show Bai that there is no place in this world carelessness. Bai could not contain his rage at the words of humiliation thrown at him. His eyes caught fire resentment, and he was eager to prove your worth in the eyes surrounding, and just before Lin Huang. Rejecting further insults, Bai with courage and determination went to the enemy, as if he were ready quick call even most fate. His weapons moved towards Lin Huang, ready fight him in a fair fight. But malice, inner anger, mastered Bai, forcing him to attack without thinking. He inflicted numerous blows, but they didn't have clear concentration strength, as if his internal imbalance was reflected in his combat strategies. Lin Huang easily evaded these uncoordinated attacks, was predetermined that uncontrolled anger will lead to failure. His movements were flowing, his reaction was accurate, and he kept composure in battle. Feeling impossibility reach goals began to cover Bai like heavy fog, drowning out his thoughts and eclipsing determination. And so, at a distance, being in different points of the arena, Lin Huang took advantage of their fiery skill. He embodied his power in fiery wave, which spread from it like anger nature. Under impact this powerful attack, Bai's equipment split into two fragmented parts as a symbol of his own internal disorganization. This fault became evidence of his failure battles, causing in it feeling frustration and helplessness. Dazed this unexpected turn of events, Bai could not take away from destruction his weapons. What seemed impossible happened, and he couldn't understand how Lin Huang could achieve such wins, and what waiting for him further. Then the main character told about his countless quantities training with which he became stronger, not like Bai who did nothing, just waiting independent the arrival of forces without investing labor into it. The main character, having said the last words, became interested. Wishes does the guy continue senseless battles in which they won't reach to nothing good, and then Bai Lin simply did not want to listen. Pity Ko sides his enemy. Then he lowered his head strongly enough, felt that in the case if we'll call his pet has a chance of losing much faster, how we'll expect it. Huang Lin began to smile, saying, you don't have to waste your time for unnecessary battles. After all, boy enough talented, and once when succeed again can definitely fight, take victory. The conversation began to turn into a story about an old man, which, according to the protagonist, was too much confident and tried use only their fists in battle. The main character said that saw such a person earlier, and even tried to repeat its stupid movement in the hope of success. This brought a touch of humor and lightness to the atmosphere, diffusing tension. Realizing that the fight doesn't bring to him favor, Bai Lin encouraged his pet, symbolizing the decision to leave the battle arena and complete the exam tests. At that moment he realized that continuation fight pointless and made the conclusion that defeat is the best decision. Huang Lin warned Bai that the consequences of his actions are not limited only current situation. News of the theft drugs fast scattered among participants' exam, and this could lead to negative consequences for him. Bai Yu cost be more careful, because his actions have already led to serious consequences. The main character didn't speak additional words, stopping Bai in his departure. There was a moment when even without words it became clear that further steps carry hidden meanings and intentions. Realizing potential chaos that may be call arrival of other participants, Huang Lin asked Bai for help with an important question concerning all. This emphasized seriousness situation and importance cooperation. At that time, how other the participants were approaching the castle, waiting find inside, Bai Lin appeared in front of them, holding lamps that illuminated their way. His appearance was unpredictable and caused mixed emotions among participants. Bai said that Huang Lin had already collected all necessary items in the castle and run. This caused some confusion and even doubts among participants, because their relationship with Bai were complex. Attention participants attracted by Yan's words, which were addressed to those who looking for Wan. He suggested help them and lead the others in his footsteps. This was an act of trust and cooperation despite their previous disagreement. Everyone was well aware that Bai's relationship with the protagonist was far from ideal. However, in this situations there united general desire to find Wan, and they decided give him a chance. At the end of the conversation they went followed Bai, who knew the way to the place where can get materials for passing exam. This cooperation was unexpected and important step towards achieving general goals. At this moment, the protagonist remembered his new friend, mysterious ally who could help them to enter the castle. He decided to use a special card that would allow they go unnoticed. Huang Lin continued, think about your further actions. He realized that patrol robots could not notice the inanimate organisms in their zone review that gave him some advantage. He decided to take this advantage and chose the path of shadow to climb through the open window buildings. This moment demanded of him accuracy and precision evaluation. When the main character was inside rooms, he felt yourself safe. He returned to his usual state and began to think about the people who created that a dangerous drug could lead to death. But now a dark pulse of desire began to appear in his thoughts. Destruction, everything that was in it building. There was a moment of weakness and ambivalence feelings when intelligence fought the lust for revenge. In a special section of the castle, isolated from views, continued secret shenanigans. An object was being prepared there, which could be the key to passing examination and association hunters. But this subject carried danger and risk. He can cause harm and even death. Those who worked on this project understood its severity and wore a protective clothing and gas masks. Materials accumulated, and the boxes filled faster and faster. At this moment, the protagonist watched the process and realized that every detail and component have a role to play in the complex puzzle. His attention was focused on how these boxes are sent to a distant warehouse, waiting his use. He realized that this moment can be the key to unraveling the whole riddle. Leading observation, he realized that members were attentively selected to follow the process manufacturing. Camera's observations followed each stage, and nothing could stay unnoticed. At that time, how the main character continued to speculate, the camera watcher didn't notice nothing unusual. Inside, silence reigned in the building, and no suspicious movement was observed. Explored data revealed a picture in front of him. On surveillance cameras were recorded members' gold rank associations, including their commander-in-chief. However, in this situation, the main character realized that gold rank is not always means outstanding intelligence and wisdom. He saw how boss observation began to laugh as if discovered something exciting on your monitor. This caused Huang Lin bewilderment. He decided that actions observer testified to his frivolity and misunderstanding difficulties situations. At one point, the main character decided to take a chance and tried to take his life observer. It seemed to him that this no action logical sense and carries some chaos. Rest the onlookers, hearing the cries and sounds of a struggle, became alarmed and rose to figure out what's going on. Open before them horror scene, them boss was killed, and before them stood Bai Lin, ready for a new attack stages. In the room, observations spread anguished cries showing that unknown them face exposed strong pain. This scene called horror and helplessness among participants. But then suddenly everything was quiet. Screams and pleas fell silent, and in the room there was dead silence. This sudden transition from torment to silence was strange and frightening. However, when members started to discuss happening, they realized that sounds from rooms observations all of a sudden stopped. This caused more confusion and fear among them. When doors observant complex swung open, a human leg peeked out from behind them, slowly stepped on the stone floor. His glance carefully dipped room, looking for potential threats. Among tense situation came out main character and his faithful vampire satellite. Their appearance contributed additional portion unrest into an already chaotic picture where every remained alive for a reason. In one from other parts of the castle, signs of excitement began to be seen. Workers and employees started gather, striving find out the reason for this unexpected collection and understand that happens. Those who responsible for creating lethal pills were fully armed and anxiously waiting. They prepared for the inevitable skirmish, trying to figure out which man managed to get into them protected refuge. At that time, how they continued discuss situation, one appeared on the horizon. He is so crushed with a mighty blow grouped around guards that they scattered like feathers in the explosion wind. One of guards, noticing the intrusion, began to shoot at random from their rapid-fire weapons, as if trying restrain wave the apprehension that comes over them. Protected powerful couple vampire graceful wings, the protagonist successfully reflected the streams of shells, not allowing any of them to even come close to him. Later successful defense, time for a counterattack. One of experienced guards managed hold blows such a strong opponent, trying not to succumb panic. At this moment, the protagonist raised eyebrow with a sneer, turning to the guard asking how much monsters he thought it took wood to resist him. As if in response to his rhetorical question, from behind security guard came out looking ugly silhouette Cole. Stately dragon raised his head, ready for action. However, an attempt Ember was successfully prevented. The guard, being alert, dodged the attack, only a little changing position head avoiding fire encounters. The main character left security guard under supervision his reliable satellite, and moved on, aimed at eliminating everyone who stood in his way. Approaching the first counter door, one shot his feet pierced her by releasing pass. From this action seemed a storm of devastating emotions lurking inside him. He soon found himself face to face with those who was in the room. Suspicious figures as if deprived life reflected surprise and bewilderment, noticing in front of him main character. The main character carefully looking at these people in the same second I realized that human middle owner Skill the puppeteer and the rest are just his toys, unable to do it on their own meditate. Having entered a new phase of events, the person managing puppets at last learned about Pet's main character. However, for the moment they proved unavailable for help, leaving him completely alone in front of the army. Puppets. With such news in his head, he decided sent their toys to attack. After all, He was sure that in case his defeats, the authorities will order their excellent warriors go looking for main character. This take the guy out of his hiding place, and force him face to face many hazards. Meanwhile, Lin himself did not lose optimism. With light smile he activated a special card perfect suited to the current situations. It gave him a chance to level up position on the battlefield against Master's puppets. From the Azure card activated Magician, almost instantly arose a huge monster that in the past fought with many strong warriors in a fight for survival. The old man was surprised that the main character had one more monster in stock. But who he is has become known only now, and this information on the deed called from Lin more worry. Attentively following the development events, the monster obediently performed orders his lords. It made something like entertainment, and clicked their fingers as if dressing up for fun staging. The old man who owns army puppets, for a while could not recognize what the monster is up to. His mind decided to prepare for any meanness, but he could not predict. The old man who owns army puppets, for a while could not recognize what the monster is up to. His mind decided to prepare for any meanness, but he could not predict what cards holding the master puppets. The eyes of the clown lit up strange, the glow that like gathered all the tension in this room's. Air buzzed from electric discharges, creating threatening atmosphere. Impact this light led to unexpected consequences. Puppets, formerly who were under the control of the old man, all of a sudden changed their targets and began to attack their former master, obeying stronger puppet wizard. Each from toys devoid of peace and life, grabbed the old man, crushing him under gravity sets puppets. This an agonizing moment made him realize that his end close and his thoughts, focused only for salvation yourself. Upon completion this creepy fight, other satellites the protagonist burst into the room, responding to creepy human screams resounding from this premises. Inside room appeared Sang and the clown, bringing with them required item for the job. They ordered the dragon to burn everything to the ground, and the flames engulfed everything around. Upon completion his missions, the castle broke out flame. This fire was not so easy to extinguish. It was required something more than plain water or sand. Those who pursued Bi Yang saw in front of him burning house where presumably could be the right one. ZC. Calm place turned into hell. In the thick of it hell was main character. Supported their companions, he demanded the return of his things hard-earned despite being suspicious circumstances. The question of why the old man did not set fire to place and did not cause chaos to find the crystal logically overlapped with the discussion of the castle of Gießen. There they are found footprints, different crimes ranging from arson. Su Junpeng decided take advantage opportunity participate in the test, because he already had experience with crimes silver ranks, and he realized that gold ranks significantly stronger. Exactly so he couldn't restrain laughing, thinking about what the old man would expel everyone, leaving only 2 people. Because such as target testing is not only mining but also gathering important information. At this moment, Lin heard the protagonist's words, which turned out to be directed right to her. He realized that she is ready to go to the edge to reach his revenge. The next day they returned to the place recreation hunters in the city of Beixian. Here they expected next stage exam, which will check their ability collection information and teamwork. Main examiner second stage congratulated 5,000 participants who have passed test and mined crystals. Now there expects next stage checks. With the exception of one, all members lost something during trials, starting even with simple hair that burned out in the heat of the search. First examiner reminded I'm that following trial will much harder. Will arrive at the port in the evening, aircraft ready, send them for the next stage. Around main character grouped restless people discussing upcoming complexity. Everyone understood that following trial will more embarrassing. Lin Huang carefully followed everything this, especially for Shui Lin. He was strict but at the same time friendly in dealing with people, and this could not but attract attention. Examiners continued discuss how pass test. They noted suddenly warm attitude guys to this stage, waiting greater severity. However, Zhuo Lin dropped a phrase indicating the true target test collection information, not just booty crystal. Su Jinping received answer to the question of why the old man could only leave two. It turned out that he could not set fire to place and create chaos, as its purpose was information. The discussion turned to the castle of Gießen and the aftermath of setting it on fire. This caused dissatisfaction in the group, but a little improved mood when Zhuo Lin shared their understanding situations. Zhou thinking about the possibility participation in this test. But he understood that silver ranks will not be able to compare with gold. He decided join, thinking about how double mutation maybe influenced the result. Discarding doubt, Zhuo Lin accepted participation, knowing that his familiar, a monster of silver level, can compete with gold. He wondered how double mutation will affect the outcome this tests. This unexpected moment the protagonist felt strong tingling in the nose and could not stop sneezing, as if a sudden cold attacked him at the very wrong moment. This happened against a backdrop of stress events when the fate of the hero was hung on a hair. He couldn't help thinking that someone outside his team so interested in his personality that mentions his name in his conversations. This riddle added a certain amount of mystery to the already existing one. Environment that has become more confusing. Su Jinping, listening fantasies his friend, began to laugh and slap him on the back, as if evaluating joke about so unique students capable of urge twice mutated creatures. In their friendly jokes, it became clear that the old man seemed would oppose to such ideas, was kindly agree. After time, arrived at the port air ship, interrupting endless discussion problems with arson. His appearance was truly impressive, huge, flying a building resembling a monster from legends. Involuntarily think about why spend huge resources for the third stage, and what secret motives may hide behind it large-scale representation. The ship gently sank to the ground, meeting long-awaited participants directly on the training field of the Association Hunters. All eyes were focused on it metal miracle, which looked like able to soar into the sky at any moment. When the hero and others members occupied their seats on board, and the examiners invitingly gestures asked food take to the air, started slow takeoff procedure. Every moment, the movement of the ship seemed so exciting as if this first flying into them life. How as soon as the ship began to approach its maximum altitude, a foot appeared on the steps of the ship, slowly descending to the ground. This man, Mr. Fu, was considered captain this impressive ship. He stood majestically on the ground, with the airy spirit of the leader, and waited until all the participants will take their places on board. The way he raised his hand in greeting made it immediately clear that he was human, respected and authoritative. At that time how guys sat on their places, the examiners asked Fu to deliver them on his new, immaculate-looking ship, at the specified place. It seems that for Fu similar requests were how little things, and he agreed to such a trifle as if this was his daily occupation. Admiring his ease and confidence, the protagonist couldn't help but question why the old people, including him, referred to the captain this vessel with such reverence. Perhaps this was due to its exceptional reputation and status in the Association Hunters. How just took everything their places, the ship soared into the sky, rising higher above the ground. The landscape beneath them changed with each second. Large buildings and streets, cities shrunk in size like toy objects, leaving feeling unearthly beauty. Soon after start, the ship began to gain speed, and the protagonist felt like wind plays with his hair. He watched the world around him. On board was so comfortable that the hero almost forgot that he is in the exam. Every detail of the ship, every tiny element interior created an atmosphere of indescribable comfort, like as if they travel in luxury yacht. However, even in such atmosphere, unexpected gesture of the Captain Ugg attracted Wan's attention. Seeing how Captain lowered rod into the water, he couldn't help but wondering what this strange moment is. It suddenly turned out that even on this the perfect ship is placed for unusual activities. Everyone on board was holding breath when Wan felt like something on the rod began to twitch. He took up the rod with the expectation that will catch good fish. For a moment of his reflection carried him into the world of fascinating fishing. But instead expected fish on the hook caught something absolutely unusual, huge octopus. During cooking plentiful portions hot and fragrant food, which was intended to satiate appetite captain aircraft participants in the turbulent process cooking became clearly interesting. Note that the main character of this story chose not a typical path at all. He did not leave retire to your room like this did everyone else, but stayed in the center of the action. Inspired attractive aroma, Juan did not miss possibilities enjoy each cooking dish. He experienced the present enjoyment tasting every delicate detail, which old master culinary art cooked their craftsmanship and dreamy movements. Upon completion fisheries time came closer to night, and the captain of the ship prepared huge saucepan food from freshly caught seafood. Mr. Fu, carefully following the skillful handling the guide with food and noticing his skill estimate even the thinnest aspects taste and texture, lost in thought. He wondered how much good Juan appreciates technique and nuances in cooking, and as a result came to the conclusion that the young man definitely has the art of the sword and consider him strong warrior. When finally the time has come, try dishes prepared by the hands of such a master as Mr. Fu. The main character, having fun, took only small piece of food. However, the taste that he felt evoked in him incomparable feeling pleasure. All his essence lit up this opportunity enjoy such divine tastes. Gradually and unexcitedly chewing soft meat, Juan at the same time found opportunity express gratitude captain aircraft for the provided to him this incredible possibility. In response, the captain couldn't hide the smile that expressed his sincere joy. This was proof of what unusual efforts undertake members associations hunters to only try culinary masterpieces. Mr. Fu, having finished pleasure the last remnants of food in the mouth, the main character came up with an interesting thought. He thought about the captain aircraft, which turned out to be legendary gourmet hunter. Finally to him got a chance to meet this living myth about which so much has been said and written. How only the old man confirmed all the stories about his legendary reputation. Conversation moved on to more personal topics. They began to remember their old friend Juan, who same aspired to become a hunter and did not give up his dreams. Their conversation stretched out all night like time stopped for two friends immersed in a conversation about dreams and adventures. With the dawn of a new day and arrival at the place appointments, participants' air trips waiting unexpected treatment. Everything is like under one team, were asked to leave the ship on which they profit. This was made with determination, as they stood on the threshold of a new and important stage his travel. At that time how rest the participants went somewhere forward. The main character wanted to say goodbye to the captain of the ship. In his reflections, the idea was born that would not bad somehow bring him down to it old friend. In response to his thought, Mr. Fu seemed to agree. He raised his hand in farewell and wished Juan good luck in his future tests and exams. This was a symbol of mutual respect and understanding between student and master. So time came, the long-awaited moment when all 5,000 participants gathered together, in a place that was intended to start next tests. Fuss, noise and din enveloped this territory, creating feeling complete mess. However, in this chaos there was one man who decided to end endless conversations and arguments. Rising above the crowd, he shouted command shut up to begin test under conditions complete silence and concentration. When surrounding silence came around the main character, a man who introduced himself Hao Jiangxin, did next step. It turns out that he was appointed main examiner for the third stage checks. Up, Jiangxin pointed to the door, which was nearby, and said that every from participants must pass through her. These doors led to long corridors where expected monsters silver rank. Basic purpose it was not just to pass, but to win 3 monsters representing different levels complexity. Very important circumstance consisted in the fact that there were many doors, and each participant provided only an hour to pass this part's tests. In case injured participant, rescue came to the rescue group. But in just a minute after the start of the test, the protagonist heard that one of participants have already been disqualified. This unexpected the event began to propagate panic among the rest participants. As members continued to approach the door's perceived established situation, and, it seems, deliberately refused go on by yourself leaving test. By the most amazing and scary moment for the protagonist was that one of participants was killed during trials without even having opportunity to receive a guaranteed protection. This death is completely tore apart Illusion's security. Straight away after this tragedy, the main character seemed more impressive, even requirements tests associated with passing 3 corridors filled with silver rank monsters. This moment made him re-evaluate complexity and unpredictability this stage. Minutes passed, and with each of which increased quantity members dying under attack from monsters. Trust in the help that was mentioned at the beginning trials gradually disappeared, and people remained themselves alone their fears and dangers. Noticing that 2 people died in a row, Chief Examiner Jiang Xin thought. He began to suspect that room 66 was going on some troubles. To ensure security, he decided temporarily close this door and provide participants choice which one door they want log in. From crowds of people, few brave souls, a young one appeared person. This was Lin Huang. He called impression fearless and determined, ready to meet any danger, despite the risks. Sudden solution. Lin Huang caused surprise. He strongly stepped forward and chose 60th door, calling astonishment the rest his adamant confidence. After explaining his determination, Lin Huang shared with their own motives. It turned out that he did not intend yield his Xiaoyu's rival, who was first among participants who passed through the test. Looking for confidence, Lin Huang, Jiang Xin opened doors trials, getting ready attentively explore this young man. He was interesting, what hiding behind a talent that Lin Huang may not have proudly displayed. Stepping inside, Lin Huang found himself on the unknown territory that has already claimed to life. Despite this, he remained calm, ready to accept challenge and make it clear to others that he is not going to give up. Something was waiting for him at the entrance. Strange, a creature similar to a bird with wings, wrapped in mysterious symbols. But instead of attacking, the bird allowed its wings turn around, creating wind and enveloping Lin Huang's mysterious aura. However, this monster turned out to be not so scary. It turned into a girl ready to give battle to another fool who invaded her territory. This was a phoenix feather that could revive its flame on fire battle. Charmed this unexpected transformation, Lin Huang gradually realized that meets not only a worthy opponent, but also an interlocutor. He caught that young woman can speak human language. Phoenix Feather was excited that it would start soon duel that will give her the opportunity to repay another wrong hope. With a question about readiness, she made it clear to Lin Huang that battle inevitable, but she wanted to make sure he was aware their chances and risks. They stood face to face as if there was not only a fight, but also a dialogue between 2 absolutely different entities. The protagonist started the conversation, wondering how the girl managed to master human language, just being around people. But instead explanation, she suddenly began to attack, embodying its aggression in the attack. In my head, the main character started take shape assumptions about the reasons rage girls. Perhaps her former master treated her cruelly, depriving her freedom and humiliation, and now she had a deep hatred for everything humanity. Such reflections called more Phoenix's wrath. Young woman tried to express his bewilderment. In her eyes reflected misunderstanding. How can do such accusations against what she didn't even hear it? Aggression inside girl stirred up and manifested itself in a new attack. She literally flared with anger, trying to destroy the enemy, who, according to her opinion, deserved only death. The main character was under impression her attacking energy and combat skill. Her movements were accurate and fast, like she has long mastered art battles. During the fight, the Phoenix girl began to talk about her owner. She said how he fed her every day fresh the meat of people, feeding hope for mutation and transformation. However, once he was deprived life, and her world collapsed. Memories of lost the owner forced the girl cry. Her tears were as a symbol of sadness and loss that she experienced. The protagonist began to understand that the person at the center of them conversation, was a member of the sinister grouping Guarantors Black Blood. This secret organization known his cruelty and ability imposed magical spells on people, turning them into mutants. They played with people's lives for their own gloomy goals. Upon learning of this, the main character felt a new strength in himself. He used your blade to repel the attack of the Phoenix girl, and realized that now he has there is not only physical weapons, but also knowledge of one's own enemy. He smiled, feeling that his courage and determination give to him advantage. He noted that owner about whom walked speech was absolutely worthy his fate, and these words only increased the rage girl's anger. Girls more and more permeated her creature. She sought to destroy everything around, embodying in their actions memory of the deceased the owner and his cruelty. Gradually around it began to form dark aura, as if evil and aggression accumulated and prepared to explode in a powerful flash. However, the main character kept calm. He stood there without feeling either fear or anxiety. His inner fire of determination shone bright, preparing for the difficult battle. By smile it became clear to the girl that all the dead in this corridor served her as victims like offerings for her deceased owner. In her eyes read strange mishmash, bitterness, and vindictiveness. Suddenly she opens her wings and prepares to attack the protagonist with an evil smile. But Lin Huang was not surprised by this. He was ready for battle, so he wanted to finish this as soon as possible. In the end up Phoenix Feather got other his guys, which could lead to terrible consequences in case if someone went other. Hearing the prayer of the Phoenix Feather, the protagonist felt how awakens wish help girl. She stands before him, thirsty go to the most depths hell to meet their stupid owner. This strange wish shrouds the whole moment in mystery, and Juan feels that this may be the key to something more. However, without even unravel this strange request, the monster is already accepting solution attack. Particles her wings suddenly break out from dark shells and start rush towards him, creating his kind of a halo of danger. Through this flying flow Lin Huang notices what the monster is doing, some graceful turns in the sky like trying gather all your strength before the attack. Lin Huang is not going to just stand and look at all this attack. He doesn't intend let down your hands like as if ready accept call. Instead of he decides take advantage his card call. This map is a tool that allows present summoners show your strength. Lin Huang feels his hand reach for the card as if she herself wants help him in this decisive moment. Suddenly, like as if answering the call, all flying at it sharp monster feathers start explode, releasing the force stored in the wings. But magical essence cards call, chosen by Lin Huang, begins create something in front of him special. Flashing before him light sparks and then formed effect as if it were opening a portal. Effect portal becomes all more intense, and suddenly everything is sharp monster feathers disappear like dissolve into nowhere. As if responding to everything, it's a phoenix feather pulses in Lin Huang's hand. It felt something, but did not understand what exactly. However, this misunderstanding warns him against possible threats. At that time, a young woman trying to understand what happens, in front of them suddenly arises figure of a tyrant. He stands there ready to liquidate the first monster on the way tests. This moment is like frozen in time, creates tension in the air. Deciding not to lose time, the tyrant commits unexpected dash forward and grabbing the monster by the throat, begins slowly squeeze it with huge hands. The monster groans, unable neither move or do anything else. Into a time, the phoenix feather in Lin Huang's hand, as if absorbs the fear coming from the seeing monster. This monster is capable twice mutate, leaves even the phoenix feather is at a loss. His master, being only a bronze level, cannot be so strong. At this point, fear becomes part of the pen, but it retains its brightness and magical shine. The gaze of the tyrant is filled confidence, its huge teeth flicker in the darkness. It is obvious that this monster hasn't been satiated for a long time meat, and hunger adds cruelty in his actions. Finally he bites the shoulder of a monster with wings, leaving her one last chance either live with the wound or utter their last words. Phoenix Feather felt desperate. His master, the protagonist, fights the strength of the monster and the fear that it is inside bears. But even in these situations when chances of survival tend to zero, the pen is still desperately calls the owner. And at that moment the look girls, slightly delayed in moments pain and fear begins fade away like hope itself starts fade away. Watching this scenario, the main character adds mind comment. He understands that the power that the monster has received from dirty blood makes it practically invulnerable, and doomed to him inevitable. At this point, others members' tests receive notification of Lin Huang's completion of the passage first test in 10 minutes. Guys can't believe it and feel incredible respect for his strength. Main examiner third test smiles seeing Guy results. Its good potential pleases examiner, and he rejoices for the young summoner. At this point, Lin Huang moves down the corridor to the next opponent, leading conversation with He. They are discussing happened and Huang takes into account He about what's not always need to show all your strength so as not to call suspicion. Xiao He continues repeat their concerns about disclosure true Lin Huang's strength. She warns of possible consequences, including loss assistant. The main character, tired of it recurring conversation, asks He stop. In the end he ends up getting annoyed because He continues scold him at this moment when the enemy is advancing and he can't afford now lose concentration. Upon completion conversation Lin Huang takes out 2 pistols, wishing demonstrate his hidden power to the monster in front of him. One-armed gorilla starts attack, relying only for their physical strength. She approaches the person, waving their massive arms and trying to strike. However, Lin Huang easily avoids kick, jumping back and letting gorilla scold in vain. Now Lin Huang returns the attack. He starts open fire on the enemy, despite his great strength. Fiery shots burst into space between them, like an attempt to pacify the rampaging nature. However, Lin Huang remarks that gorilla trying protect your head by covering her his huge hand. This suggests him what the head is her weak place, and he can use this against her. With new Lin Huang's knowledge decides that normal attacks to the head won't work. He smiles because he's not going to kill this opponent. At the moment when one-armed gorilla strikes at Lin Huang, he instantly disappears using mind skill traceless gate. In his place remains only one shadow, frightening reminiscent of his appearance. Gorilla realizes that her attack failed. She sees Lin Huang walking away and realizes that according to the rules of the assignment, he doesn't have to kill enemies, just go through the corridor. Into it time someone is watching them with special chambers hidden in the walls. This third examiner who decided to move away from the rest participants to see how much successfully goes passage tests. He's silently watching what is happening, a bunch of interesting moments in battle main character against such strong opponents. Lin Huang then heads to the next corridor, where a last opponent. He is surprised at how an association was organized hunters, creating ideal conditions for passing tests. The last enemy is rare being that is lizard with silver scales. Unlike the previous monsters, this one doesn't possess huge force or speed, but his protection beyond all praise. Lizard starts attack by enveloping his spear special aura, giving it additional physical strength. The main character looks their pistols, thinking about strategy. He decides apply the method that used earlier, hoping that here too it will bring success. But suddenly he notices something that maybe destroy his plan. Costs only moment, and he sees that the last opponent has something that maybe cancel his plan. This awareness evokes in him new wave tension. He will have to put in a lot more efforts to overcome this new obstacle and complete the test. Before Lin Huang unfolded difficult situation. Lizard, realizing that her opponent aims to find her weak seats, began to wag with their tails, which were covered solid scales. These movements created his kind barrier, not allowing to him move forward and attack vulnerable points. With every moment the lizard became more and more dangerous. She fully closed myself their massive body, as if forming its protective armor. Her prickly scales that cover vulnerable plots did her practically invulnerable. This tactic forced Lin Huang to seek new attack paths. Unusual behavior lizards caused the guy's bewilderment. Xiao He even expressed the assumption that creation may have somehow learned of the method which used by Lin Huang to defeat the previous monster. But Lin Huang was not going to just give up in the face of difficulties. He approached the lizard, starting kick her foot. This was attempt force her change strategy, and open some weak places. In my head the main character was born bold idea. He drew the blade, deciding use it to attempt bypass the lizard's defenses. He realized that it is not so easy for an experienced hunter to deceive one dexterity. concentrating all his attentiveness and skill, Lin Huang inflicts accurate strike aimed at the weak place in the lizard's armor. He manages to get through the hard scale and create small crack. And so Scales succumbed. A thin blade went through the shell lizards and hurt her. At this point, it became clear that even such strong protection may be overcome with good tactics. However, as this is often the case, even with success may arise unforeseen circumstances. Lizard that has silvery scales reacts to the blow and begins to show activity, causing Lin Huang to reconsider your plan. Upon completion battles, Lin Huang and He are discussing the strategy he used. Wan is pleased talks about how he was able to discover weak place with the enemy, but He indicates that it's not worth it, praise too much. By inside examination rooms happen battle, outside spread news that Lin Huang successfully completed third stage tests and coped with the problem in 66th room. Surrounding members' tests were amazed this information. Go through all the corridors in such a short time, with several strong enemies, demanded incredible strengths and skills. Main examiner realized that Lin Huang possessed capacity, and instructed Hayes send advisory Video Leadership Association's hunters. Message quickly reached the headquarters of the association, which was outside cities. Started at the headquarters viewing footage of Lin Huang versus Lizard, a monster that twice mutated under his influence. First, the chairman started the conversation, Su introducing the guard who was recommended from the Island of the Devil, and ordered their employees begin acceptance decisions about Lin Huang. Upon hearing Chairman Su's request, the woman first responded by agreeing to accept the protagonist for his potential with which he can have a double mutated monster at his bronze rank. However, the opinion of the third member of the council turned out to be fundamentally different from the previous one. He expressed his refusal, explaining that Huang's choice of a giant monster lacking special intellectual abilities would create many problems in the future. This, in his opinion, can seriously hinder the improvement of the rank of the protagonist at a higher level. The importance of this point of view led to Chairman Su having to carefully consider the situation. Despite the initial support he gave Wan, he decided to go along with the councilman's argument. It became clear to him that Lin Huang was not able to show outstanding skills during the exam, and this was one of the main reasons for the refusal. However, further discussion showed that the opinion of the third council member is not absolute. The third participant insisted that the recommended list include a twice mutated monster capable of subordinating the mind. This opinion was supported by the first woman, and in the end the chairman was forced to agree with their decision. The next person to contribute was the masked man, who analyzed the protagonist. He counted and analyzed all the good and strong sides of the protagonist, including his ability to keep his cool in critical situations. However, he expressed the opinion that such skills and qualities should be characteristic of every hunter. After all the council members had spoken, Chairman Su thought for a moment. His face expressed reflections, the struggle with conflicting opinions and the desire to reach a common solution. He had to weigh every opinion against the opinion of the majority. As a result of a long discussion and analysis, the final decision was made in the council. Lin Huang was not included in the list of recommended for intensive training, despite his potential and ability. At this time, in the territory of the third stage of testing, Huang felt that people around him began to talk about him. His thoughts were that many might be discussing his fate. He, trying to maintain a good impression, continued to sneeze, in the hope that some beautiful woman might think of him. Suddenly a girl appeared in front of him. Her task was to distribute personal rings of the Empire to everyone who passed. Her appearance attracted attention, and Wan felt slightly aroused. The main character managed to find out that the fourth stage of the exam will take place in a certain place, but the time of its holding remained a mystery. Upon learning of this, Huang inquired about the possibility of accommodation for the trial period. He asked where he could stay for a couple of days and what was the name of the island. The assistant provided information. It turns out that this place is known as the Island of the Little Devil. The island is devoid of infrastructure and facilities, and participants will have to take care of themselves. Wan was stunned. He had heard about this place many times, but he never expected to be here. From the maps of the island, it became clear that the 4th level contains wild areas where monsters live. Also, the island does not have convenient ways to travel, which makes it even more difficult. After receiving information about the location of the monster he chose to advance to the silver rank, Huang went to the thick of the forest. His target was the demon of the silver blade. It was here that there was a high probability of finding this creature. The guy worked his way through the thick grass and began discussing the sense circle ability with He. He was interested in the details of the function of this ability, which allows him to see events around the wearer. He confirmed the importance of this ability, especially when reaching the rank of supremacy. Its power lay in the ability to control a large area. Suddenly, Juan noticed that someone was watching him. He alerted He, and they decided to deal with the situation. Juan readied his pistols and demanded that the observer come out of hiding. The stranger became visible, and it became clear that he was thinking of something suspicious. Carefully examining the situation, it became clear that a stranger with some intentions was hiding not far from the tree. It turned out that the stranger was Xiaoyu. She could not go unnoticed and came into the light, like an old friend. Cause of Xia persecution you became a mystery to Huang. After all, she was the first to complete the 3-corridor test, and has a higher rank. She explained her intention to spend time with Huang, because he has great power. With every second, her interest in Huang became more and more obvious. She expressed the hope that spending time in his company would be interesting and rich. Xiaoyu tried to hide her shyness and awkwardness by looking away. She was visibly embarrassed at the words. However, when Juan tried to look at her, he saw him fly away on the back of an eagle. His words that he doesn't like flat girls angered Xiaoyu. Because of this, she showed her indignation by hitting a tree. Her strength was so impressive that the tree could not stand it, and fell to the ground, kicking up dust. The girl's powerful blow was evidence of her indignation and rage. Even the tree was powerless before her fury. Xiaoyu continued to harbor hatred towards Lin Huang for how he humiliated her, and showed his arrogance without reaching the heights he should have. Huang continued to float in the air, sharing his thoughts with He. His voice was saturated with a share of irritation towards those who are arrogant, but at the same time inaccessible to destruction. Inner anger towards such individuals forced him to remain cautious and constantly vigilant. He, listening to Huang's story, peered into his expression and realized that his companion was becoming even more dangerous at that moment. Gradually the sky began to darken, and the streets plunged into night darkness. Now the movement has become even more risky than before. Under these conditions, fighting the monsters became even more difficult, as low visibility limited the ability to adequately respond to dangers. Huan stepped deeper into the territory of the Silver Blade demons, and each step he took was accompanied by a clash with new demons. Their numbers only increased, creating more and more difficult tests for him. At this moment, the main character, along with He, were on top of one of the trees, from where they watched the actions of the monsters. Their eyes were fixed on their target, the mutated demon. Rapid breathing and rhythmic heartbeats did not leave Juan. He knew that there was only one purpose for him, for which he had come here, and he was ready to destroy it without any hesitation. As He pondered what might be behind Huang's words, only one possible reason for such an explanation arose in his head. Juan's eyes swept over the surrounding area, and inwardly he was glad to see what he was looking for. Among the monsters was the mutated demon he was looking for. One of the demons stood out. It was a mutated one-eyed silver blade demon, surrounded by less powerful copies of its kind. But Huang decided not to listen to He's advice and jumped down from the tree, ready to start the fight. His goal was clear: just a mutated demon. As if the whole universe was subdued by his intentions, the mutated demon sensed the presence of Huan, hidden among the trees. Huan didn't make a sound, maintaining absolute invisibility. The mystery of what was happening became utterly confusing, and Juan realized that silent progress would be dangerous for him. After a moment, Juan began to search for words, explaining to Hei that using the circle of senses made the demons feel the presence of others. It was this ability that the mutated Silver Blade demon possessed. While they discussed the situation, the mutated demon gave the order to his weak subordinates to attack the enemies. Every moment the enemies were approaching, and it became clear that using the card to call a clown who would hold the monsters would no longer be possible. Preparing for the difficult test, Huang decided that the situation required raw strength to either push forward or retreat. In order to turn the course of events in his favor, he used the card, summoning a giant who, upon appearing, let out a loud roar that sounded throughout the battlefield. In accordance with the plan, the giant began to unmistakably make his way, while eliminating the enemies of the bronze and even silver levels. After that, the main target of the monster was a mutated monster standing at a short distance, and then the giant, waving his arms, ran to his enemy in order to finish him off. In response to the giant's provocative attack, the monster mutated by exposure to environmental Wednesday, rushed into battle. His body was distorted, and in his hands he held a huge sword, which radiated electrical charges, creating impression-powerful energy. The monster moved with swiftness and aggression, preparing to strike back. A silver swordsman with incredible agility managed to aim accurately and strike directly at the top monster part. His sword flashed, and the air discharged electrical energy. However, the monster did not stop. He continued to gain strength to keep your huge enemy under control. The sword left on the monster's body glowing brightly trace, but it was critical wounded. Impressive ability regeneration. The cells started to work, and the traces of the attack started flow like trying to live. Giant, possessing colossal physical the power that was several times larger than that of his opponent, grabbed the monster by the neck. His huge fingers cowered and the monster felt threatening pressure. Despite the physical pressure, the protagonist's monster still showed perseverance and willpower. Straining all your muscle, he finally managed to expand situation in your favor. With an effort, he was able to topple the silver swordsman, knocking him to the ground. Giant suspended their movement, while standing still. He raised his hand in preparation, concentrate attention and strength for the next hit. His gaze was persistent, as if he was striving to collect all the potential for destructive hit. Suddenly the giant began to strike a series beats that were so fast and powerful that they left nothing whole on its own way. Surface land cracked and shattered on contact with his percussion waves. At that time, how the protagonist focused on the fight with more weak opponents, he lost control of the giant. His attention was so absorbed current of battle that he didn't immediately notice how situation changes to giant. Tyrant, a monster with a unique mutation, ran into a problem because I did not receive clear instructions from owner. He decided raise one-eyed demon as if preparing for something big. The tyrant, having gathered strength in his hands, was preparing to strike a decisive blow, which could fully destroy enemy. In his movements was palpable even concern and expectation. At that moment, the protagonist began to lose hope for salvation his families. However, unsuccessful move giant due to its limited mind, gave the one-eyed demon a chance. The event did not surprise Hei Warning, who foresaw similar development. Suddenly, Lin Huang noticed a detail that missed out of sight, busy their worries. It became clear to him that even in stressful situation it is important to stay attentive to all the details of what is happening. The tyrants slowed down their movement and expected commands. He published growling, trying to attract attention the protagonist, who in turn continued fight monsters. Around arose a misunderstanding as the tyrant nodded in response to Huang's questions about the monster's intentions. In this difficult environment, one guessed weak place giant, and realized that the tyrant was trying to convey to him this information. At that time, how the main character gave attention battle and his pet, Xiao Hei, felt yourself aside, not understanding the reason for the special monster abilities. She wondered why this monster has unique features. The tyrant demonstrated emotions just like man, and it made the protagonist feel that it was his influence that spurred the monster into action. This created more and more comfort in interaction. Upon completion discussions, Juan instructed the tyrant hold one-eyed demon he didn't run away. This was an important step to keep control of the situation. When instruction was done, Guy attached mind-sharp blade to the one-eyed demon, inflicting final blow. After this, the moment has come for the transition to the next rank, silver. Body. The main character was enveloped in a bright light, symbolizing his success and new achievement. Along with receiving silver rank was discovered new seed life, which opened up a new map skill. This card has been dropped after victory over the one-eyed demon. For Juan, this was one of most pleasant moments in the last days spent in passing exam assignments. New skill card provided to him more opportunities. However, besides all awards and skills received in battle, he was also able to earn a rare monster card, Sword Demon, which became testament to his incredible feats. Lin Huang and Xiao He attentively considered a new card, realizing that they have dealing with valuable acquisition. They also started discuss what possibilities open using these cards. Xiao He caught a look movement behind and heard male voice wondering her observations. This voice belonged to Lin Huang, who, tired of watching, decided find out who is following him. Unknown human moved through the forest, jumping from tree to tree. His movements were silent, and he approached them imperceptibly. And it turned out that this human was Xia Yu, who, having completed his own test, joined the main character and Xiao He. She landed calmly, demonstrating her agility and confidence. However, her behavior caused Lin Huang's suspicions. The girl seems to be up to something, supporting distance between the two so as not to appear observers. Lin Huang's voice sounded suddenly, and he asked Xia Yu what she looking for. His displeasure, unnecessary supervision, and constant the figure following him became clear. In response to this, Xia Yu tried to explain their actions, hiding their true intentions. She had to find excuses quickly behavior so as not to cause additional suspicion. Lin Huang's attention disappeared, but his anxiety was preserved. Xia Yu understood that his doubts remained, and she decided continue observations but more carefully. At that time, how the main character continued fight and move forward, Juan noticed persistence Xiao He follow him. He felt that she wants to know more about his abilities. To his surprise, he heard Lin Huang's voice, offered Xiao He use their remaining cards promotion to get new skills. The statement confused Juan and prompted him to ask why he chose association hunters when existed many other options. Xiao He continued to be persistent and clingy in her communicating with other people that beginning bother main character. He thought about how would contribute some drama in the setting to show her that such the present tension. Deciding surprise Xiao He, Lin Huang slowly offered his blade to her throat, creating feeling like he's ready to accept radical measures. But instead of accept this how a menace, the girl turned out to be amazing calm. Main character surprised her reaction, began to demand explanations. Xiao He did not belong to an organization associated with the current exams and her presence violated move events. Not realizing that she here does, Juan decided to unravel her secret. Showing good test results, Xiao He intrigued main character. He started to wonder the question of whether which organization she. As far as he could tell, she was not associated with the association hunters and that piqued his interest. He wanted to know more about her and her motivations. Seeing Lin Huang raise his blade, Xiao He frightened looked at him. She began to assert her innocence, and explain that her task was only becoming an association hunter. She didn't have either slightest concepts about what goes speech, and began to try convince Juan of his innocence. Seeing that she frightened, Lin Huang decided let go girl. He turned away and continued her way, leaving her a final word of caution. He did not want to deal with her, and hoped that she no longer haunts him. However, he decided not to leave anything just in case. He glanced at Xiao He with awesome glance, and warned it's not going stick to her rules games. If she decides to approach him again, he's ready will accept resolute measures. How only Lin Huang flew away on his eagle, cutting off communication with the girl, she was left alone, feeling anger and resentment. She watched after flying eagle, feeling mixed feelings. In her expression faces anger and curiosity mixed. She started to wonder. The question is how much seriously Juan spoke when warned her. She was resolute, and did not rule out that he was capable of go to the extreme measures to protect your privacy. In the end, eventually Xiao He made a decision: move away, realizing that now is not the best appropriate time for further proceedings. She was to focus on your responsibilities and continue your way into the association hunters. Into a time in the area where the battle unfolded take place inexplicable explosions that spread loud sounds. Clouds of dust concealed happening, creating an atmosphere of mystery and uncertainty. The protagonist and the tyrant continued mercilessly fight the monsters left after battles. Their perseverance and courage led to results, but each new victory was covered traces fight. In his role as assistant, He explained to Lin Huang that they were able to accumulate 4 full wheels of life. This testified to what huge efforts they invested in battle's recent 2 days. He also shared plans for the future, confidence that their cards have reached the gold level and this will give them advantage in the following test. This must was due passing the 4th stage lighter. During their strategy talks, He offered to leave outside the demonic monster card vines because of her mutations and unpredictability. They discussed what monsters may turn out to be most useful in the following tests. Next morning on site gathered only 489 participants, among them was Lin Huang. Organizers accepted decision to complete the 3rd stage exam, and movement participants continued forward to new challenges and trials. Absolutely everyone was shocked having heard how few people managed to pass the test, and a little got excited. Even the main character himself could not believe in such heaviness requirements tests for admission to the association hunters. At a time when everyone was overwhelmed by the small number received for the next stage exam, Chief got interested. Strange sound that suddenly appeared on his head. These sounds were made 4-winged condor charming participants' tests. In fact, being was human face whom was as hidden because of the big distances between earth and sky. When unfamiliar personality descended from the condor, forming a small discharge into place where further talking about the 4th test, it became clear to people what exactly this human will conduct the exam. Premonition participants turned out to be completely true when young girl who called herself Mulan stepped forward. Her sight was resolute, and her demeanor expressed self-confidence. At this moment she withdrew his faithful satellite, a 4-winged condor that up in the air like personification her power over magic and power. Against the backdrop of events, it became clear that the participants caused extraordinarily complicated test. They ran into a huntress whose Mulan's name was already known among gold hunters holding peaks ratings. Her skill mine precious trophies and fight monsters next stage exam and hard to reach challenge capable of shocking even most experienced participants. While everyone was doing stupid gossip, the protagonist at this moment was expecting outrun the Condor girls with help of his purple-eyed eagle capable reach more mighty strength. Loud vote participants a little tired of Mulan, and so she had to close everyone's mouths shouting out the beginning of the announcement of the rules of this them assignments. Young woman counted all possible clashes with strong creatures in the area demonic island and ordered to fulfill mission to bring only 5 different liquidated silver monsters during 15 days. The task was so complicated that members started exposed doubt their abilities. After all, they were far from being masters of monsters, let alone destroy them in large quantities. Fear of the unknown and danger enveloped their doubts. All of a sudden from crowds one hand stood out, raised up to ask examiner question. There was a moment of interest and anticipation when all kinds scenarios flashed through the minds of the participants. By the most first question addressed main character. He was concerned the question of whether any punishment for attempts by other players steal killed them monsters. In response to this question, Mulan emphasized that detailed rules were voiced in advance, and did not include prohibition of theft killed monsters by other players. However, she warned that attempts' physical impact on other participants will be severely punished, and the guilty will excluded from exam. After this, shaking organizer gave out to each participant a map of the demonic island, where housed the monsters that them had to be found and destroyed. The start was done, and everyone went in search of creatures that will be the key to successful passing stage. During tests some decided unite efforts, forming commands for promotion, chances of survival and success. One of these groups decided go to the most dangerous part of the island is a dense forest, where, as known to have lived the most dangerous monsters. This team consisted from 4 the person who decides unite efforts to ensure your own safety. They understood that on the island not only monsters may threaten but others participants who will try steal their booty. But suddenly Lin Huang appeared on the horizon, and his appearance caused loud scream and mixed emotions among participants who didn't want to face him. Huang was interested from the very beginning opportunity steal booty from others, causing fear among those who met him in the past tests. Fear of Huang crept into the hearts participants, forcing them think how much difficult will go through the test, being under his attentive with a glance. Many didn't even have time begin their way on the island, as already faced with the restlessness piercing their thoughts. However, Huang tried calm down concerned participants. He explained that his purpose was not robbery, and he did not intend to deprive them of their mining. On the contrary, he suggested them their own monsters he had already defeated. Now he's ready to sell them according to acceptable price. On Huang's ability to propose their monsters looked with bewilderment, but also with some hope. They wondered not breaking whether it's the rules of the test, but was nowhere to be found a ban on such exchange. Uncertainty covered them. After all, how estimate price and suitable proposal was difficult question. In order to prove his veracity, Huang brought one of defeated monsters certain rank and level development. He showed that the monster that is value was successfully overcome them and is ready for sale. Huang addressed everyone present, surrounding myself strong monsters. He suggested price for each of them, in proportion difficulty and monster level. Starting with 6 crystals, he offered redeem monsters for this rate, increasing price for more powerful opponents. However, even with such offer participants could not help feeling that price enough high. Let their booty and promise countless wealth, but the price for this success has been much higher than they expected. But Huang decided more and more convince participants in the expediency of the purchase. He talked about new monsters, twice mutated on the island, their huge dangers and values. He emphasized that meet such creatures possible at any time, and they can be a decisive factor in overcoming tests. Huang's words made the participants ponder. They exchanged views, discussed the proposal, and developed an action plan. From this moment, guys decided purchase some monsters. After all, this seemed them safe investment. They believe that if them will be able to pass this stage, they will be able to return the spent repeatedly. This participant was especially important. He was the one who planned go to the examiner to complete tests after a few days. He was confidence that can pass this difficult stage and prove your willingness to become a hunter. The smile on this face participant testified to his joy and excitement. He could calmly relax, enjoy their success and preparing for the final stage tests. By this guy enjoyed peace, arose on the horizon figure like as if materialized from air. On her eyes can was see determination and will, and on her hand stood out brightly strange tattoo. She walked up to the tenth participant, and without unnecessary waved her sword. Tent instantly torn apart like magically dissolved in front of her with a glance. Appearance this enigmatic figures caused shock and surprise. Who's she? And why she decided come up to it participant and destroy his tent? The guy found out tattoo on her neck was unusual and mysterious. He felt that seen somewhere her before that she connected with something important, but could not remember exactly where. Time passed, and the guy's eyes filled with fear and bewilderment. Before him stood a figure whose intentions remained unclear. She obviously came not for help, but for something more. Mysterious and gloomy nestled in her look. The night forest has become place terrible sounds human screams torment. These screams pierced the silence of the night, scaring all animals that flitted past. This atmosphere of fear and horror created nervous voltage among participants' tests. At this point, the participant was lucky. He stayed alive, but his condition remained extremely unstable. He tried to pretend to be unconscious since met that mysterious person. Rising from the ground, the adventurer found himself in an unfamiliar place. He didn't know how he managed to survive and why the stranger did not kill him immediately. Questions popped into his head, but he was too much dumbfounded to find the answers. Watching around, he found their comrades with whom previously bought monster carcasses from the main character. They told him that they also attacked this mysterious man, and they ended up in this place. The participants ended up in a cage along with other people. They witnessed how people with a tattoo on their neck, similar to the one that the guy has, were accused of heresy and bringing others into captivity. Turned out participant heretic took there, everyone is captured. One of adventurers tried break apart iron cell, which turned out to be something like prison relic capable block actions, even magical artifacts. Time in prison was filled panic and anxiety. One of participants fell into tears, hoping that Mulan would start search missing. However, it is clear that tests continue and went no release before graduation 15 days. At some point they realized that their cell located inside something was shaped pocket, thus created a heretic who caught their victims, attracting them into a trap. Heretic turned out to be the same mysterious the person who now expected their next potential victims. This was cunning a trap, and the participants ended up inside her by being captured by a man who haunted their gloomy goals. In another part's demonic island happened strange events that led to the destruction forests and education gigantic dusty curtains. These inexplicable phenomena added mystery to the island. Cause total, this turned out to be a creature resembling a wolf with human limbs. It wandered around the territory, examining surrounding. Suddenly it felt sharp the pain that pierced his weak place. Pain deprived him of thinking and forced him to seek salvation. But then he entered the stage main character riding his pet. Having made an attack, he inflicted a cut on the monster, leaving a deep marks on his body. Lin Huang continued search monsters to sell their, wishing to go further and become full-fledged hunters. His goal was clear: find more monsters and provide mine success in this world of hunters. As long as he talks about it, thinking behind your back appeared someone's pet desiring liquidate the main character, attacking from invisible to the eye places. Noticing the approaching monster, the protagonist instantly reacted and with the help of the blade struck a blow that created a successive attack wave that could add trouble. When the monster was eliminated, an image of some unknown person holding a sharp katana appeared behind him. When the monster completely disappeared, the same heretic ran forward, venturing to eliminate the main character who managed to achieve a good result in the previous examination tests. With all the current situation, Lin Huang took out a gun and pointed it at a person. He was not at all worried that the enemy was capable of defeating him. He even asked if the stranger himself was sure of this. The heretic was speechless because he felt the enemy's unexpectedly strong stamina and until that moment simply underestimated his abilities. The protagonist managed, simultaneously with the withdrawal of the summoning card of the ward pet, to shoot directly at his enemy, near which a small blast wave formed. Having finished their battle while in the air, they finally descended to the ground and stood very close to each other at arm's length. The heretic of the pistol that stopped the projectile wondered if Juan had somehow managed to break through his special technique that hides the extraneous presence. And in response, I received that Lin managed to notice the enemy a long time ago, and therefore decided to warn about not returning funds for the purchased bodies of silver monsters. After thinking a lot about other options, the eyes of the protagonist changed, suspecting something unclean in this case, because the participants in the exam are forbidden to attack each other. Actually, therefore, he had to keep his distance with the help of a blade and asked if the sect of heretics had sent the person. It was not the stupidity and intelligence of the guy that even pleased the interlocutor. But Juan, unlike the rest of the guys, first of all drew attention to the tattoo, which was absolutely not hidden from human eyes, and therefore could draw conclusions. According to the stranger, the previous attack did not pose any danger to the lives of the hunters, and he wished that Huang would join the sect. He just smiled, so refusing an offer from people who, without the will of a person, are trying to take him under his control as if they were some kind of servants. The heretic got angry because he did not give the main character the right to choose at all, and something very strange began to happen with his hand. At the end of what is happening with the body of the enemy, instead of his hand, a huge weapon was formed, attracting the dark aura accumulated in the area to the body of the wearer. Seeing this in front of him, Huang could definitely tell that the heretic is a gold rank detailed of the 3 he had recently liquidated and wanted to do the same with it. The stranger, not listening to the guy and having priority in rank, decided to attack from the air from where it was impossible to block the blow. The heretic, not having time to do what he wanted, felt something completely wrong that went against his idea. The attention of the man was attracted by the tyrant belonging to Lin Huang. The monster easily managed to stop the hand of the heretic aimed at killing the owner. Simultaneously with the blocking of the attack, followed by the preparation of his own strike with a fist wrapped in a special skill of the monster itself. The attack, like an explosion of some dynamite, threw the heretic away for some distance, breaking all growing trees behind him. The protagonist, watching the height of the battle, ordered the tyrant to forget about ruthlessness for a while and leave the enemy alive to use for his own purposes. Since the attack was not at full strength, the heretic managed to stay alive, but the whole body covered with wounds remained unable to continue the battle. Coming closer to him, Lin Huang began to ask about the rest of the people who managed to get into the examination tests, and ordered them to name. But the heretic was not at all going to hand over his comrades. And smiling as if he had won, he was ready to die for the idea of the sect in which he participates. Without hearing what he wanted, the main character summoned a clown who could help with his existing mind control skill. And when the monster turned his face like this into a heretic, he realized who this creature was, because he had already heard many times about the attack on the city of Dashi, where there was a skirmish with a monster of a rank higher than excellent. Instantly after using the skill, Huang was beside himself with anger, and so asked what the purpose of the sect was by infiltrating the Demon Island and capturing several of the exam participants. When it was possible to completely wash the mind of the enemy, it turned out to be recognized as a sect that managed to infiltrate the examination camps with the help of their people working in the Hunters Association, and it was they who helped hide the tattoos of the sect. The main goal was to take the best participants to themselves. Lin was interested in the largest number of people who followed this exam, and what power they have in general. The heretic listed all 11 people, among which there is one person who has an excellent level of holy flame, and the rest are not above the gold level. Then he took out a cage capable of capturing living creatures, but when you tried to extract them, the cage will break, and the most optimal way to open it is to repeat the pattern depicted on the cage several times. Huang carefully examined this thing, in which the rest of the participants in the examination tests are now, and asked where the heretics are going to run when they finish the task. In response, absolute silence followed from the stranger. The guy tried to somehow force the enemy to say where they were going with his cry. But as the clown told his master, the heretic, having taken on too much power of the tyrant's blow, ultimately died, and this was precisely the outcome that one tried to avoid at all costs. Returning back to the place where the tests began, the protagonist threw the dead heretic to the ground. The fourth examiner approached the man and reminded Lin that it is forbidden in the rules to eliminate the participants in order to take away his silver monsters. Juan had only to tell who this guy was and count the entire number of members of the heretical sect who entered the tests, also known as the spies of the organization. Seeing the cage in her hand worried Mu Lang a little, who received information about all 63 examination points that are currently in a similar situation. The girl had to carefully examine the dark pseudo-dungeon, which actually belongs to the members of the heretic sect. Behind her back, gossip began regarding heretics not far behind in power from the Purple Raven. According to all, the tests were carefully checked for a similar situation. Mu Lang, who did not listen to the rest of her comrades, had to check if the main character was telling the truth. After that, adhering to the instructions for using the dark cage, we managed to release all the people who were stuck inside. The adventurers who managed to get out of that horror were very happy to be saved from the examiner and just took a breath. Mulan demanded that the guys explain in detail why they were in a holding cage and who managed to create such a thing. Each of them said the same thing. All the guys were grabbed at an unexpected moment by people of gold rank pretending to be participants in the exam, and somehow they managed to hide their real power. After carefully listening to everyone, the examiner asked the wards to take the victims to rest and eventually draw up a report on the disorder that had occurred. Offering all possible assistance to the victims, the examiner of the fourth test learned from Lin Huang that he was unable to find out the detailed place where the heretics were gathering and the exact time of leaving the demonic island. It was only clear that they needed to act faster. Mulan demanded that the assistants report the whole situation to the authorities so that they would send one of the excellent ones to help. Since there was very little time left, any opportunity for the leader to escape could happen. The very first heretic continued to lie in one place, and none of his comrades had even the slightest idea for the death of one among them. The girl took the Empire ring from the criminal with which you can easily track the location of the other instigators of the disorder, and asked the main character to take refuge in a safe place for a while. But he simply refused, wanting to help a little, because he independently managed to eliminate a person with a gold rank. Mulan was a little hesitant, as she didn't intend to put anyone in a dangerous position, and so she just remained silent as she pondered the offer of help. Some time passed and she finally agreed to accept the service of the protagonist only by asking him to be more careful and when meeting with a superior rank leader, just run away. After a couple of minutes, Juan went on his eagle to inspect the entire territory where there may be an enemy trying to grab the participants in the mission. When looking through the special equipment to find the right energies of the presence of strange personalities, Juan managed to find a heretic right under him. The guy jumped off the eagle and called to him a man dressed completely in dark clothes and with a dark cloak covering his face. The unfamiliar person just smiled, feeling that something very funny would begin right now. When the heretic pulled off his cloak, under it was a young girl who was very pleased with such a gesture of goodwill when the victim independently serves himself as if on a silver platter. Little by little, the protagonist moved closer to the enemy, warning her that he never intended and would not hit a woman. She, in response, considered this a good trait of a man and began to attack in order, in her opinion, to take care of the poor young man in this way. But suddenly Lin Huang called on the tyrant to deal with the girl instead of him, and make it easier for him to work where he had to beat women. The fact that a silver-ranked person was able to tame monsters was a bit of a surprise to a stranger who thought that this task would be much easier. Having a certain experience in battles, the criminal managed to evade the powerful blow of the tyrant, capable of easily killing a person. The girl was already behind the summoning monster, and tried to carry out several retaliatory strikes in a place invisible to him. While in flight, she got an idea about the amount of tyrant's mutation and thought about what she should do in order to still be able to win. While she was thinking for so long, the tyrant just continued to move closer, inflicting many blows with terrifying power. The main character could only watch everything that was happening while thinking about dexterity and other privileges that people of the golden rank have. At this moment, the giant readied his solo technique, covering his fist with fire to eat more power from the muscles, and swung to strike. The girl did not manage to dodge this time without being able to oppose something to the monstrous force of the enemy to fully take the blow on herself. After the blow, the criminal was thrown back for some distance, taking away the full ability to move or hold weapons in her hands. The attack of the tyrant was so powerful that even after finishing the battles, the shock wave with which the girl flew some distance destroyed some part of the territory of the demonic island. When everything was completely over, one of the broken trees still crushed a member of the heretic sect. And the main character finally decided to pick up the equipment located not far from the dead girl. Juan's last request to the tyrant was to destroy the Imperial Ring so that it would not transmit the location of the participant to the rest, and with the help of this, the guy received a skill card for the flow of 100 blades. Warning Mulan about the elimination of one enemy, Huang went on his eagle in search of the rest of the heretics hiding in every place. The examiner, in response, asked the main character to quickly return to the camp where the excellent one had arrived, which was discussed earlier, and the guy agreed because he himself was on his way there. While Lin was pondering where the leader of the heretics of superior rank might have gone, someone put a hand right on his shoulder. Turning around to look at this, Xiaoyu was there, who noticed that when she appeared, the guy was not at all happy and asked if he really hated her so much. Trying to somehow get rid of the presence of the girl, I had to make several turns in the sky talking about all sorts of little things. But when Xiaoyu asked about the desire of the protagonist to join her organization in order to avoid persecution, the guide became uneasy at the mere thought that she was a heretic. It was after this that the girl changed her facial expression, introducing herself as the leader of the heretic organization and a person with an excellent rank. The rank he heard could not normally fit in Juan's head, and there was no time at all to process the data. Therefore, without hesitation, I had to speed up the flight of the pet, also immediately changing the trajectory and the place where it was necessary to fly before. After that, the pet crashed into the first oncoming tree in order to do away with the leader of the heretics, and the main character managed to jump to the ground. Juan, in order to provide himself with even the slightest opportunity to survive, jumped back to a distance with which it would be easier to move if the girl wanted to start attacking. He simply remained silent as he watched the situation in which he could not win without experience in battle against superior rank hunters. Xiaoyu formed the available abilities around herself, and, using them in the sky, asked why Huang was not going to run away from her. In response, he simply took out a blade to be ready to fight if necessary, and said that his pet was not able to overtake an opponent of such a rank. They were in such a position, Xiaoyu offered endlessly to join her in order to save his life, and the protagonist refused, ready to fight for his freedom. But even Xiaoyu was perfectly clear that he was not able to fight such a strong opponent with a much weaker rank and monsters that were not higher than the gold level. Lin Huang thought about it himself, and understood that if he summoned a tyrant, he would simply allow him to die instantly. Suddenly, while the guy was thinking about how he should act in such an unpredictable situation, someone again put his hand on his shoulder as if there was another enemy that could not be felt. But it was Xiaoyu, who had unrealistic speed that the main character could not see, and added that she was not mistaken at all about the guy's interestingness. While they were in such a terrible situation from which it would be difficult to get out on their own from the sky, an incomprehensible force of enormous force struck, which separated the guys from each other, and a voice was heard ordering them to remove their hands from one. In the collision of the magical power that fell from the sky, created thanks to a familiar person, the main character managed to jump back in time and escape from the hands of Xiaoyu, whose intentions are unknown. The reason for the appearance of such a technique was the appearance of the fourth examiner, which appeared due to the notification that Huang sent when he got into trouble that was hard to get out of. The main job for the guy was to warn a comrade about the senseless use of pets against an opponent superior in strength to some excellent ones. At this moment, Xiaoyu was already preparing to use something strange, slowly bringing the item in her hands back to normal. After cooking, the girl got a strong equipment wriggling an aura around her like other heretics. While she did this, she immediately recognized Mulan and all the information regarding her belonging to the royal family. The examiner, having prepared for the worst, was waiting for the moment the battle began, in which she was going to use the sword of the sea abyss to the fullest all the time she had. Xiaoyu, seeing such a strong opponent in the fourth place in the ranking of gold hunters, wanted to capture the girl so that the heretic operation would have an opportunity to succeed. Not intending to listen to such words, Mulan attacked the very first and, in order to maintain a safe distance, used only a splash from the weapon. Xiaoyu became interested in all possible hunters with potential without knowing it, and prepared to respond to the opponent in the very way that she decided to use. The heretic leader's attack was too strong for a gold rank hunter, and when their blows touched each other, strange things began to happen on the battlefield, so intervening remained a dangerous idea. At the very end of the enemy's shockwave, Mulan had to block all the pressure by using his strong weapon to fight and cut Xiaoyu's skill a little. Having dispelled the technique, it was possible with all available strength to launch the Sword of the Sea Abyss to fly to its target set by the owner. But the attempt turned out to be unsuccessful when Xiaoyu broke the weapon into two parts, and at the same time was extremely surprised that the Mu family taught Mulan the Sword of the Way of the Immortal, and the broken equipment is only a prototype of the original. Using a real sword, the girl was about to get a little closer, realizing that it was pointless to run somewhere from an opponent using a death test skill that only holy heretics are taught. The girls closed in the chain of battle without giving each other a break, and Xiaoyu tried with all her might to hurt the opponent's strength, claiming that all her strength was due to equipment with 4 stars, and then Mu Lang let slip for an excellent one who should arrive soon. Lin Huang, while fighting, people with such ranks could only observe from a safe distance, because when approaching, on the contrary, he could interfere with a comrade. Xiaoyu, who was preparing to carry out an unknown attack, finally realized why the opponent was stalling for time and decided to finally take the protagonist with her before leaving. The blow of such a powerful weapon was slowly approaching the face of the 4th examiner, ready to strike back even after losing her own life. But when she was about to block, she saw Xiaoyu's equipment disappear in the spatial technique and did not hit her. Mulan guessed what plan the opponent was following with such actions and therefore turned around to warn the protagonist about the impending danger of life. The technique turned out to be much faster than expected, and Wan got into an area where sharp weapons can eliminate a person. Each time the blade got closer to the throat, preparing not to leave at least one person alive, so Lin Huang became a little worried and scared that everything might end up like this. But when he managed to gather his thoughts, he instantly summoned a tyrant who repelled such a strong technique that could easily finish off the owner. After all, a tyrant is much weaker than a superlative human, and so the monster was lucky to get off with a small hand injury. Mulan decided to check again if the comrade was in order and at the right time to somehow help him, or even give him the opportunity to escape, while he would distract the enemy to himself. But as he replied, help was not required yet, and Wan prepared to fight on his own with the support of his draft monster. Xiaoyu at that moment was right above her head, surprised by the excellent defense and regeneration of the protagonist, as well as the tyrant, who was able to stop twice the strongest opponent with brute force. With all the surprise shown, the fact that a person with a silver rank can summon a twice mutated monster seemed too interesting, and changing her mood, Xiaoyu decided to be completely serious. Such a statement only worsened the situation of the protagonist, along with the examiner, who can only hold out until help arrives. Xiaoyu raised the weapon above her head, which began the formation of various things around the wearer, and so the moment approached to show the true strength. Immediately after that, the ground under the feet of Wan and comrade began to crumble, as if a huge depression was formed. When using such a technique, an earthquake passed for some distance, and where the guys were standing there was a hole at all. When Lin Huang wondered why she was unable to resist such a strong pressure from which the earth collapsed, Mu Lang called this strong equipment the royal relic of the scythe of the reaping of the gods. The girl, who was able to withstand such a force, had already completely signed up for the dead without having any chance to fight the excellent one. The protagonist had absolutely no idea what kind of object Xiaoyu had because he had never seen such a thing before. At this moment, the girl was preparing to take on all the power hidden in the weapon, talking about her scythe that reaps the gods, which is a high-level relic and only a few people are able to control this equipment. Xiaoyu smiled to the fullest as she prepared to show the most interesting feature of the described features of such things. Immediately after that, an aura unknown to anyone formed around her, and then the girl said that with the help of this technique it is possible to cut anything you want. And she sent a scythe reaping the gods to the main character and his comrade in order to finally eliminate the people who revealed her personality. Mu Lang was trembling all over, and even with such a weakness in her body, she tried to protect Lin Huang by standing right in front of him. After that, he ran into the midst of the battle, having more opportunities to save the guy by fighting a little further from him. And with the help of her weapon passed down from her parents, she created a small barrier in contact with Xia Yu's scythe. When she tried to somehow take priority in the battle, a huge magical energy hit from the sky. This power was too strong for an ordinary person and grew in size. Mulan miraculously managed to get out of the place where the blow was struck, and the area was covered with a wave of dust. The protagonist tried with all his might to help the fourth examiner by holding her body, which was a little tired after receiving a large number of blows. With the complete disappearance of dust, Xia Yu became visible again, and she only radiated more evil energy, and while playing, only tried to destroy Mu Leng's armor. After that, the girl began to laugh, considering that she didn't leave any opportunities for the guys to escape at all, and added about the good value of a living gold rank hunter than paying for a dead one. Mulan also continued to stand her ground, not intending to give herself to any sect, and it would be better to die altogether instead of admitting defeat. Being right behind the back of the fourth examiner fighting for the opportunity to survive, the main character could not think of a way to help, because with every movement, or the call of some monster, they will instantly die and the situation will become much more difficult than it was before. It was not difficult for Xia Yu to eliminate the guys with a single wave of the scythe that reaps the gods and break the precious sword of the sea abyss belonging to the Mu family at will. Suddenly, a huge spear began to fly from the sky at such a speed that it would be quite difficult to stop it just having time to notice. Therefore, Xia Yu had to use a technique with a chance of avoiding unnecessary injuries, since the spear that struck near the guys formed a powerful energy of the equipment itself around itself. Seeing this spear, Mulan recognized who it belongs to and called him uncle. Huang also once had to see him, and he tried to remember. Xia Yu even dodged, but at the same time she could not believe that only a few seconds were left for death, because this item is strong enough for an ordinary Hunter Association member. While the girl was thinking about what to do on the battlefield, a man who could only break the surface of the earth under his feet arrived and pulled out a spear. Thus, Zhu Nian, who is related to the Mu family, turned out to be a strong opponent. He was glad enough to meet such an excellent enemy that the heretic sect sent. Xia Yu descended back to the ground, also recognizing the old man from somewhere, which actually seemed extremely incomprehensible to Zhu Nian. Therefore, the girl explained in detail about receiving information from the heretic sect, which said that Zhu Nian was the first candidate for the position of executive officer of a certain division. The old man understood everything perfectly and thought to ask for a favor in which Xia Yu, with respect for him, could let the innocent guys go behind his back. Due to the fact that a superlative-level hunter appeared who could thwart all plans to capture the exam participants, and this case would definitely lead to a war between organizations, Xia Yu had to obey the request with no other choice. The girl, using a special technique, slightly opened the spatial portal in order to leave without any unnecessary battles and leave everything as it is. But she turned around for the last time to look at the opponents who could not be eliminated, and the thought that she had failed to complete the goals for the first time made her very angry. After that, the spatial portal was completely opened, which makes it possible to move to any designated point and began to gradually enter it. With the time of Xia Yu's disappearance, the main character, watching the place from where she returned back to her sect, could not understand why the girl finally dares to snap back. Mulan was delighted to have a chance of salvation due to the instant appearance of Zhu Nian, who solved the whole problem only with his presence, and did not have to go to extremes. The old man stroked his niece on the head and was pleased that the guys managed to stay safe and somehow resist the strongest of the heretic organizations with the highest relic. According to Zhu Nian, the current situation was not very pleasant, and he ordered everyone to go back to the camp together in order to free the rest of the participants in the exam, as well as take a break before starting more serious problems. Returning back, all the guys were given the opportunity to relax by building them pallets where they can stay for the duration of the suspension of exams until all difficulties are clarified. In one of the tents, Lin Huang and He were discussing the extremely lucky guy who managed to stay alive even after facing such a strong opponent, and the hero was just trying to ease the pain in his body. He, at the request of his master, took out a list of all 95 cards available with different names and skills of use. Juan, after listening to the whole name, noticed several cards that he had never met. One of these cards was teleportation and a temporary summoning card. First of all, He decided to reveal the abilities of a new card called a one-time skill that gives the ability to seal one of the opponent's skills and activate it at will in his favor. He also called a card with which you can go to any place chosen by the carrier, the summoning of one random monster, the time of which is limited to 1 hour, and the last test card that sends a person to a space where one monster appears. When defeated, you can get his card. Juan was delighted with good cards with which this time he was very lucky, even without paying attention to all the danger of the test card, because if you lose in its space, you can completely die in the real world. Suddenly, the guy heard a voice calling him from the street, and forgetting about everything, turned all his attention to it, not realizing who could be there at all such a late night. But even with all the understanding why at such a time someone can walk down the street, he left the tent in order to make sure it was safe. An examiner appeared on the street in clothes completely unusual for the participants in the exam, and she was embarrassed by the first unexpectedly calling Juan. The girl looked somehow strange and wanted to say something, so she called the main character to go with her to another place. When they moved a little further from the rest, Lin Huang turned to the examiner asking what the conversation was about, and Mulan asked to stop calling her that because the tests had long ended, while they were the same age. But she immediately changed the subject and asked what life skill Huang was practicing because she had already heard many times about his quick result of reaching the silver rank in half a year. With all the possible early level of military tactics incomparable even with high life skills, the protagonist still answered for his kind of skill. When he had to name the level of military tactics, the guy had to lie and name the 6th, but even so, Mulan considered this a fairly large result for such a time, because half of the people remain at the 5th level for 10 whole years. The girl beamed when she said she wanted to recommend Juan for intensive training at a special place. Only now the guy himself had no idea what it was about, and considered it an exclusive pass. Seeing the lack of understanding on the part of the protagonist, the examiner had to explain about the special privilege for geniuses to the outstanding association of hunters, and this makes it possible to gain access to a huge supply of resources or necessary information. But remembering how Juan had already been rejected once in the final selection, Mulan was completely upset, and the guy had to not be reassured because it does not matter to him in order to fulfill his goal. While the girl was trying to explain for the last consideration of the candidacy in which 12 people have to vote, and if one refuses, this means that the person did not pass, Juan could not understand when he was recommended and instantly refused without his knowledge. Trying to support the main character, Mulan put on his shoulders believing in the ability to go through all the difficulties. This is what led the guy to think about the stopped exam and inaccuracy in joining the official Hunters Association. Then the examiner asked her to just rest while there was time, and the next day she would announce very good news to everyone. The next morning, all the vacationers near the beach were called to one place and told to leave the tents as they were. While the rest of the people gathered in the crowd were worried about the suspension of the exams, Lin could not understand what Mu Lang was talking about last night, and what she was trying to convey. The examiner of the 4th test, when she entered the podium, sentenced the announcement of the association of heretics who entered the exam, among which they managed to capture about 10,000 people, and therefore each participant was accepted into the hunters. The protagonist was glad to hear such good news and was among the people who also received the opportunity to enter. Mulan carefully looked at only one Huang, who was in a crowd full of people. She did not take her eyes off him, trying to convey something in this way. She was very happy to finally become colleagues in the case with the guy, and the joy could be seen on her face. Lin Huang also looked at the examiner in response, hoping for her further support. He eventually guessed what the girl was talking about last night. At the end of the announcement regarding this event, given to the participants who were trying to interfere with the Association of Heretics, an aircraft appeared over the heads of people on which they flew to this demonic island. Captain Fu shouted at the top of his voice about his return in order to take the main character with him to the further departure of the ship from the landing site. Those around Lin Huang could not believe that only one person was being taken by the captain of the ship and assumed that the protagonist was simply from some wealthy family with a high status among the Hunters Association. After that, they set off to sail across the vast night ocean, leaving the people on the demonic island and giving no explanation for the spectacle that had happened before their eyes. On the very deck of the airship, Juan could not tear his insatiable gaze from the fried fish cooked by the hands of the owner of the ship, and the guy was drooling because of the incredible smell of food. When he asked with what intentions Captain Fu arrived on him, he heard a counter-question regarding the military level of the hero, which showed that he was either 7th or even higher than expected. Lin Huang had no intention of hiding his 8th level power while eating the treat, and he wondered if every superlative hunter had the ability to judge another person's characteristics with just a glance. The old man, having heard all the details of the rank level, recommended that the main character carefully distribute the increase in the stability of his base, and not focus only on increasing the rank, and Huang obeyed him. Next, Captain Fu told how several times he had heard about the refusal of intensive training where Mulan tried to recommend Huang again, and ordered to be careful with distributors who were able to accept after some time so as not to spoil their reputation by refusing the first time and accepting the second. But Lin was not at all worried about this, since intensive training was not part of his goal and he was able to independently achieve some results simply by pumping strength. The behavior of the guy seemed to Fu very unusually interesting, unlike other people who had previously met on the path of the hunter, and therefore he offered to become his student. Such words were a little unexpected for the main character, who did not understand why such a strong person suddenly offers such an advantageous offer. When the old man tried to give some time to think about his decision, he quickly answered without even letting him finish that he agreed to become a student. The speed of the response surprised Captain Fu, who wondered why the guy didn't think well and heard that he had no other choice but to make an agreement with the old man. The captain, after hearing the detailed explanation, accepted the protagonist as Fu Qingshan's disciple and was a little overjoyed to have a well-capable guy on his team. At this moment, in the 7th Division where the building of the group of leaders of the Association of Hunters is located, the beginning of the meetings of all the voting people took place. In the very building of the darkened street sat each of the 12 voting hunters gathered to discuss an important matter. Chairman Su received a written message during the meeting, which directly angered him when he read every line. This letter in the hands of the chairman was sent from Captain Fu directly ridiculing the group of leaders by taking away their only chance with which they will regret that they failed to accept the main character for themselves and now he will become Fu's disciple. Su squeezed the message in his hands, simultaneously feeling angry and desperate. He realized that he had not been able to look after himself well before accepting an outstanding guy. From that moment of the exchange of messages, the next morning came and the aircraft gradually reached its destination. Being on the deck itself, the protagonist, together with A, discussed the possibility of becoming a student of Fu Qingshan, who is not a member of the Hunters Association and at the same time has an excellent reputation. From that moment on, training will become much more and this pleased the guy. Sharply, Juan remembered the 3 cards he received, which he wanted to immediately open and try his luck, blocked by a black streak of failures. When one card was revealed, Xiao Hei saw something very interesting that caught even his attention. The item dropped was the Elixir of Insanity, which is only used on monsters and gives the ability to go into a rage for more combat power of any summoned monster. The assistant warned of all possible good functions or disadvantages of the elixir, and proceeded to combine the remaining few skill cards. After using the combination, the main character acquired a new skill called a kaleidoscope and some strange eye appeared above his head. Lin Huang held the new card in his hands and ended up being happy with the luck of getting additional illusion skills, as well as being able to add 2 skills to monsters. While he was thinking, Captain Fu returned to the deck, calling the main character to his place for an important conversation. The master warned of an imminent arrival in the city of Baixian, where they would have to split up for a while to complete the remaining business and stay in touch until they returned. Old Fu was pleased to get the main character the opportunity to become a member of the Hunters Association and added that after some time he was going to entrust an important task in which to become the top 10 silver rank in the Hunters arena without the help of pets. It was then that Juan had a misunderstanding of how to fight without the help of his pets if he is a monster summoner. Fu Qingshan ordered to use his own physical strength without constantly relying on his summoning monsters to do all the hard work. After carefully listening to the old man's demands regarding his own true abilities and talents, Huang simply agreed to carry out his task according to the rules. In a few minutes they completely arrived at their destination right in the city itself. The protagonist disembarked from the aircraft in order to walk with He through the streets, talking about the master who asked during his task to record the battle and send it to him for verification. Lin Huang decided not to pay attention to the difficulty of completing the quest in order to be able to get a good rating among many gold hunters and put a lot of effort into it. While the guy was thinking about his problems, all of a sudden, loud statements to the Hunters Association from an unknown person lulled from all possible message transmitters, and this scared Juan. The protagonist carefully examined all the places from where the image of a person speaking on behalf of the entire organization of heretics is transmitted, with apologies for the unrest that happened, in which a large number of people disappeared. According to the masked man, heretics did not want to start a war against the Association of Hunters and wanted all people to accept their intentions not to endanger civilians in cities. The next words, in which the stranger was inviting people to volunteer to join the NI, became incomprehensible to Lin Huang. When the transmission of the message ended, the protagonist went further on business, listening to He's comparisons between the Purple Crows and the organization of heretics. Among these two, heretics are more insane, and the assistant asked what the guy thinks about this. In response, the hero said that the heretics were smart enough once to give the Hunters Association the opportunity to complete the hard work instead of them, and simply gave them a chance to steal the exam participants. It was these thoughts that Juan thought only harder, since the heretics publicly managed to apologize to everyone and also call on people to join them as volunteers as an attempt to buy more participants. The main character just had to listen as He says that all 10,000 people who fell into heretics in any case would not have been able to hold out among the Hunters Association for a couple of months. All of a sudden, Lin Huang's imperial ring received a notice grabbing all of the guy's attention. Having opened the messages, the main character became interested in an invitation to participate in the battles in the arena of hunters, and in order to find out the full information he needs to find a place where to start participating. Therefore, before the arrival of the aircraft or the master's call, Lin Huang went to a rented hotel in order to practice a little with the help of the hunters arena. Sitting in a completely empty room, the main character wanted to choose the name of his profile on which he was going to take part in the arena of hunters and raise the rating. Only the chosen word did not fit due to the fact that someone had already chosen it. The guy tried to come up with such a word that no one could think of it, and still failed to register with a similar profile name. He slowly begins to despair of not being able to get the right nickname, and begins to come up with absolutely stupid words, and none of the made-up words can be used. Therefore, completely upset by the situation, he decided to go on self-humiliation and calls himself a knife for cutting fruit, but even such an offer was taken up by another hunter. The current problem, finally getting angry, the main character shouted the demon of the sword and finally managed to find a free nickname to start using, which simply requires confirmation of the carrier. While Lin Huang was trying to take a break from countless attempts to find a nickname in a game with a large number of players, the system began to scan the body on which conscious control of its game model depends. Having completed a full examination, the main character gradually began to move to a world where the player's injuries will be transmitted in the real world 100%. The body was able to finally form in the arena of hunters and not get any facts of violation of the real physique. Juan carefully looked around in all possible directions, noting that some details of this world are different from the real one, and even so there is a similar environment that looks quite natural. First of all, the guy wanted to activate the battle mode in order to experience the place where he managed to get, and he did this using the game console. The system instantly processed the request of the player under the nickname Demon of the Sword and sent him to the 6th floor, resting against the silver level of the participant. This was the very first battle of the protagonist, who had not yet received any accumulated points or the number of battles, and in order to hide his real appearance, he decided to use a mask that hides his identity. Simultaneously with the preparations for the battle, an enemy appeared under the name of the Lord of the Golden Cannon. His number of battles exceeded the mark of 200 battles, and for some reason the accumulated points went to -19 units. The protagonist, seeing how many numbers the points went down, called the enemy incapable of having special fighting strength and is completely weak. The previous insults touched the Lord of the Golden Cannon to the very heart, and he, not intending to endure some newcomer, was the first to run into battles, releasing air-clearing waves in front of him. The protagonist also decided not to stand in one place, because moving from one place to another there is a high probability of not getting hit, and thinking about the opponent's nickname, he suggested that the enemy would use a gun, and therefore it is better to fight in close combat. It was then that the wearer was preparing to strike by revealing all the cards regarding the nickname, which is a common trap to hide the art of fighting in the close duel. But when he tried to deliver his strong attack, the main character was right behind him without any physical effort. Following the unsuccessful attempt to eliminate a person, the Lord of the Golden Gun heard ridicule behind him. The guy continued to talk about how monster-like inaccurate in strikes. When the enemy failed to keep his anger under control and simply attacked Hedon without planning any further moves, Lin Huang decided to use this to his advantage as he had planned earlier, and found himself in an uncomfortable position for the enemy. After that, he struck a strong blow with his fist on the body of the Lord of the Golden Cannon, and threw him back some distance. 1. When he looked at the enemy trembling from unbearable pain, only then realized that he overdid it too much and hit harder than expected. At that moment, the beast-like could not move a single step back or to the other side, because a huge hole formed in his stomach after the blow received. The protagonist, while the enemy disappears like some ordinary dust in the wind, received 2 points for winning with 1 blow and was pleased with the power of combinations of military tactics instead of fatal techniques. After that, he looked at the ceiling, thinking that if you defeat each enemy with only 1 blow, how did this duel end? You can earn for 10 victories in a row not 20 points, but as many as 40 points. When the system demanded an answer regarding the start of the next enemy search, Lin Huang agreed without hesitation, and the girl who was the next enemy instantly appeared. Juan blushed slightly, because fighting a girl is an extremely difficult thing. Besides, it's impossible to beat a woman without using a tyrant for this. The girl with the nickname Mistress had a higher percentage of victories, unlike the rest of the parameters of the battles, and held a whip in her hands, which actually gave the main character the idea of /U200B/U200 battle at a long distance. Therefore, he ran to distances from which it would be more difficult for the enemy to move or even fight with the wrong weapon. The mistress, in response to the attempted display of brute force, sent the boy a kiss, telling him to surrender in order to get something very interesting from his sister. Immediately after these words, strange things began to happen to Lin Huang's body, which did not allow the limbs to move in any direction. Over time, he realized the opponent's intent to get into his mind with the body grab technique and the human coronation skill. 2 more copies of the girl formed in front of the main character, endlessly instructing him to say the words in which he admits his defeat, and in response she did not hear a single word. Therefore, wanting to end the battles as soon as possible, the lady aimed her whip directly at the main character and did not doubt her actions at all. But when she landed several permissive blows, she saw that the guy's body was not real and it was just an ordinary illusion that deceived the player's eyesight. The sword demon itself was already behind her, ready to eliminate the enemy without a single chance. And hit the mistress, who couldn't believe her first defeat from a rookie who had only just begun to improve and defeated only 1 enemy. The protagonist himself just watched the girl fall to the ground. He did not succumb to the attacks of the mistress because of his possession of the kaleidoscope's skill, and the information about the permission to use such skills in this place was new to the guy. This enemy, like the previous one, disappeared immediately after losing, and the system was endlessly interested in the main character whether he was going to continue to fight, and he decided to fight until he got tired. After a few days in similar battles, an airship finally arrived. And Lin Huang at that moment received a lot of praise from Captain Fu on the phone regarding excellent results, and a series of victories in 30 fights for which he managed to get more than 200, or even more points. According to the old man who looked at absolutely all the records of Huang's battles, it became clear to the main character that he has a superior body that differs from the rest of the silver ranks, and even some of the gold hunters. After that, he counted his shortcomings independently noticed during battles, the most basic of which is the speed of movement, or reaction speed, and he even vouched for improving these skills. Fu Qishan was pleased with the disciple's own understanding of his shortcomings, and called him the strongest among the other hunters of a similar rank at the moment. Wan could only listen to the rest of the shortcomings, unlike other hunters, consisting in a lack of speed when dodging blows and a large number of unnecessary movements. The old man tried to explain the remaining problems in detail using a special skill card display function and wanted the student to memorize everything. That is why the main character took out a notebook as if studying at some professional school in order to write down everything that was said and not lose sight of anything. Rekindled with a strong attitude to make everything better, Huang warned the master about his change in the number of battles in one day, and the beginning of correcting all the shortcomings. In response, he simply heard words of trust. Having completely stopped the call with Master Fu, the main character told He how comfortable it was for him to communicate with a teacher who had an excellent rank for a reason, and in response from the assistant he heard a reminder of a past life where the guy did not try at all to enter a high school. Lin Huang, angry at what he heard, politely asked Xiao He to keep quiet for a while, even a person who was not guilty of an activity. Suddenly, while they continued to quarrel, as always, a message went to the personal ring of the protagonist, making strange sounds that had not been heard before, and then the guy became very interested. Having opened the system, the guys noticed a secret letter sent from the official leadership of the Hunters Association, addressed only to a certain person, in addition to whom no one should read this. Such a message came as a bit of a shock to both Wang and Xiao He, since the leadership rarely contacted anyone. After fully reading the received message, the protagonist became very happy because due to his outstanding performance and successful passing of the test and the exam, he managed to get permission to join the ranks of the gold rank hunters. While the guy was immensely happy with such a case, He claimed that due to refusals for intensive training, the association's leadership had to somehow get out of an awkward situation. Therefore, the protagonist, having gone to the right place on his aircraft, was glad to get the usual opportunity to watch the battles of the gold hunters. Thus, the place where the guy kept the direction was the house in which his younger sister met him at the entrance, glad to return. Lin Xin continued to run around her older brother, worrying about his well-being, because he had lost several kilograms, which was very striking to her eyes, and then the main character asked for a start to give him the opportunity to lower the heavy briefcase from his back. Xian also appeared, changed in height, which actually Huang was the first to notice, and saw how the boy behaved strangely as if something bad had happened. He also could not properly call his brother. Therefore, Lin Xin hugged the main character, telling how obedient the boy was all the time and only did not obey when she was going to cook other food instead of meat, and tried to meet her every day from school. After carefully listening to her story, Wan patted his younger brother on the head in order to praise him for his good behavior and his attempt to protect his sister. When they went home together, Lin Xin first of all desired her gifts without even giving her older brother a chance to rest before giving everything away. The sister, in the end, nevertheless achieved her goals by delivering the gifts bought by the main character and, looking at toys or similar things, wanted to tell her brother important news. While she was talking about some game she let Xian play, they just sat down to eat cooked food and listen to the story of the sister who spoke with some surprise. But Juan was also surprised to hear the result achieved in one evening, in which 237th managed to take first place in the ranking playing as a shooter. Looking at Xian continuing to eat without a care, Lin Huang appreciated all the skills along with the techniques that the younger brother is able to use and thought that he could be a six-sided warrior. So he had to disturb Xian to ask for his hand for a while, and the boy stopped eating when it seemed strange to him. After Huang explained what to do if the boy felt pain and if he said so, the main character immediately stopped, and then Xian agreed to give a hand. The purpose of the request to stick his hand was to infuse the protagonist's life force to circulate through the body of the younger brother, and how to find something suspicious in his body. But when nothing could be found, Juan made it possible to continue to eat his evening dinner normally. The main character was even worried about not finding anything suspicious in the body of an ordinary child with no reaction to vital energy, and with incredible combat talents for all types of weapons or the ability to learn skills with a limited time. For long gatherings, Xian could not stand falling asleep without wrapping himself in a blanket so as not to catch a cold, and behaved like a small child similar to other children of this age. The protagonist enveloped him so that he could sleep well. One wanted to forget about the problems regarding his younger brother for a while and focus more on the task of the master. After finishing all the affairs related to the family, Lin Huang returned back to the hunter's arena, ordering the system to quickly find an opponent suitable for battle. The protagonist put on a face mask to hide his identity, preparing to test all the learned information obtained thanks to Captain Fu over the past 10 days of long fights in the arena. Little by little, particles of the appearance of the first opponent of the day began to appear, and he appeared for quite a long time after a detailed selection by rank. As a result, a man appeared who was surprised at the consistency of 30 victories with one blow, and said that the main character was extremely unlucky to meet with him and lose. Lin Huang said absolutely nothing while attacking, so as not to waste precious time during which several opponents could be eliminated, and therefore used a kaleidoscope map. The enemy, who had been planning to win this battle for some time, felt something strange happening in his body and seemed to be unable to move. While this was happening to him, the protagonist, who was not going to just watch, attacked him and with one blow broke almost all the teeth of the enemy, making it impossible to ever underestimate opponents again. With the completion of the first battle in which he managed to throw the guy into the sky, Juan desired to continue finding those willing to fight. For some time after the end of the first fight, the demon of the sword was among the battlefield of hunters, where each time several players disappeared, giving the main character 2 rating points each. Lin Huang finished another battle and tried to somehow catch his breath after having already acquired 14 consecutive victories and decided to continue as long as his strength remained. Suddenly, unknown things began to happen to the arena of hunters, as if the arena was falling apart. Following this, Lin Huang received a warning from the system about the end of successive victories and the beginning of the battle against the Guardian being the 50th person. The end of the destruction of the arena has led to a new area in the style of the ring for duels where there is observation of prying eyes. As the protagonist expected, he ended up in a place where a large number of people were watching. Only the voices of those watching were not heard thanks to a special skill so as not to interfere with the participants. While Juan was looking around, a master began to appear in the arena, according to whom the demon of the sword was frightened only at his sight. The main character faced a too strong opponent under the nickname White Master, the number of battles and the accumulated points of which exceed 1,000 battles defeated with one blow. The protagonist was a little scared by the win rate of 98%, which is quite high compared to the fights fought. At that moment, there was a discussion in the stands that the challenge was not at all a demon of the sword, and this happened at the choice of the system as which the White Master is the anniversary battles of the protagonist. Some could not believe at all such cruelty towards a novice who got into battles against a White Master who was in the 18th place in the ranking of silver hunters. And the man in golden armor, who was opposite, considered that the series of all the victories that one had made in such a time would be interrupted in this duel without even having time to begin. The White Master took out his blade in preparation for the battle and added before the start that he had seen videos of the past battles of the demon sword, which, in his opinion, had a fairly good fighting style. Being in such an aggravating situation, the main character could only thank the enemy and add that he himself has hope for the idea in which the White Master has good sword fighting skills. For a long time joining the main character in the battle against the White Master, who is one of the most artificial sword-wielding warriors, watching the beginning of the battle completely buried Juan without giving a chance to show himself. Especially people were worried about his nickname Sword Demon because he was not at all appropriate for a person even once not fighting with a sword. The White Master began to attack in the first place, putting everything on the line and believed that the novice was not able to defeat the enemy many times stronger than him, and used it every time. While moving towards his opponent, the White Master praised Lin Huang for his prowess in battle and tried to humiliate him in some way due to the appearance of the inspiring person several times weaker than he actually is. And there was no answer from the chief, because such words are not at all able to anger or even offend, so as not to lose balance, and not do some stupid things during the fight. The White Master was absolutely calm while doing what he had been doing for a long time, and in order not to waste his or his opponent's time on stupid discussions, he was preparing to use a special white feather sword technique. The sword demon managed to dodge the successive beam of light fired from the enemy's blade and was dumbfounded by the unrealistic speed at which it is possible to eliminate an inexperienced person. But even with the fact that the main character managed to dodge, a bleeding deep scratch still formed on the neck. The White Master had already almost completely approached the enemy himself in a short period of time in which one tried to understand the whole essence of what was happening. The White Master who fought with a blade used a technique that allows him to deliver countless piercing blows with his sharp sword blade at arm's length. Lin Huang stood in one place watching how the attacks used by the enemy gradually reached his face and managed to find out all the information regarding the fighting style of the White Place, the conclusion of which consists of many consecutive attacks that do not allow the enemy to move from one place. But since the main character got the opportunity to fight not at the very beginning of his journey, but precisely at the moment after long training, he managed to dodge all the blows. This use of his cloud tread techniques greatly shocked the White Master, who hovered in view for a period of time while the battle was in full swing. While he could not come to his senses underestimating the enemy who was able to dodge the speed of attacks and use them to his advantage, the main character managed to get behind him, preparing for the further development of the battle. Only now he managed, without using most of his strength, to eliminate the White Master with one swing of the sword, which he took out only at the very end of the battle. The enemy himself, according to his assumptions about the possession of a sword demon, is not the usual profile nickname in the game, but in fact the ability to fight with cold-blooded weapons. The protagonist, having dispelled the keeper under the nickname White Master, got a streak of 50 victories with one blow and also the passage of the 6th floor of the arena for a victory on which 2 units of points are obtained. The observers were seized with a misunderstanding why the demon of the sword had not used weapons before, believing that he had simply pretended all previous battles as if he did not have any spare moves. With all the squabbling of the onlookers, a man appeared who was quite interested in advancing in the battle style for some 10 days in the hunter's arena. As it finally seemed to this stranger, Lin Huang was capable of surpassing many players and eventually becoming too dangerous for any hunter who would ever meet him. Having finished all the training, the main character returned back to the real world and exhaled, trying to catch his breath a little from the accumulation of fatigue throughout his body. But at the same time, he thought about the White Master and suggested that if the opponent had some abilities like lengthening his clinic, then in the end it was he who won and would have to accept defeat in this duel. Suddenly, the attention of the protagonist lost some unknown sound coming from near him, and he turned all his attention to these sounds. As it turned out, the reason for the loud noises was the appearance of the sleeping Xian in his older brother's bed. The protagonist instantly got to his feet, feeling the power of life in the boy's body, and due to a recent test, could not believe that he was able to be not an ordinary person and had the opportunity to use his life energy. After that, Huang only had more misunderstandings about the amount of morning energy that Xian was able to have at all during the entire time he lived with him. So Lin Huang knelt down to check something very interesting to his attention in the sleeping boy's body. Having fully checked the 237th warning of the protagonist, they were confirmed when he noticed that the boy managed to absorb some of his life energy that has been cultivated from now on, and in addition to this, the younger brother got a copy of Wan's life force in order to open his own wheel of life. Looking at the sleeping child, I had to conclude that he is able, if possible, to copy the strength of other hunters without restrictions and instantly become an excellent rank, or even a demigod. Such thoughts seemed too unthinkable to the main character due to the fact that if such a person appears, everyone else will want to get him in their favor. Actually, therefore, it became a priority for Wan to find out everything possible with regards to his younger brother, but for a start he was going to quickly find a place where he could escape from this territory where the house is located in order to save the family from trouble. The next day, a male bird that could speak human language appeared near Lin's house, and he brought a package that the main character ordered for himself. When the guy went out into the street, there was a creature in front of him that, in addition to communicating with people, could also carry heavy things on his wings, and having received what he needed, Wan thanked the delivery man for his help. When the main character carefully examined the parcel, he noticed one extra box that he didn't order at all and had no understanding of what was there. He sat down on the ground in order to carefully examine everything and find out about the thing inside the mysterious box. In addition to the interests of the package, the main character took out a personal ring in order to call the right person and discuss all the moments that concern him. The very person he wanted to call turned out to be a guy who creates fake identity documents, and at the same time was the sender of one of the parcels that, according to the main character, were poorly packed. Lin Huang opened the package little by little, talking with the interlocutor about the need to receive an empire ring for his younger brother, and the absence of all possible misfires should be especially desirable conditions. But when the conversation turned to the purchase of housing, which the main character, looking inside one of the boxes, was interested in for a possible price, Wan asked the interlocutor to stop for a while so that he could think normally. Due to some misunderstandings, Lin Huang hung up the call saying that after some time he would call back until he finished some remaining business. What was seen inside the box became a little incomprehensible for the main character, who was unable to look away from this object. In a package unknown to him, there was an urn with ashes that Wan would not have been able to order because he does not need it at all when using it. The protagonist raised this urn above himself, thinking of all possible people who are able to send him a similar thing that does not have an exact purpose of use. Suddenly, a large symbol on the urn itself with ashes came into attention, which did not allow one to think normally about the whole situation. The main character was too scared because this logo belongs to a purple crow from which one managed to escape with difficulty, and suddenly they find his place of residence in order to send an urn with ashes inside. On the same dark night, two unfamiliar silhouettes of people appeared near Lin's house, planning to get into this particular building on orders that undoubtedly belonged to their leadership. Those very silhouettes turned out to be members of the Purple Crow who received an order, in accordance with the rules of their association, to eliminate the main character and everything that could be connected with him, especially relatives. They ran forward for the duty of destroying the escaped man, appearing to all the Purple Crow as a criminal who managed to escape from the training camp. The members of the Purple Crow undressed in different parts of the house so as not to miss a single possible person who might escape while they search all the buildings. When the planning of the further plan was fully completed and they separated, one of the members of the Purple Crow decided to climb into the building through the open balcony, and he succeeded without any trouble. The target elimination specialist opened the front door to one of the many rooms, trying to move without making unnecessary sounds that would attract the attention of a potential victim. The room where the killer entered belonged to the protagonist currently sleeping and not expecting anyone to be able to enter the house this late at night. The Purple Crow member took out a special dagger impregnated with many ruined souls which is handed out to each person from their association. The stranger who was sent for Lin Huang's life raised a cold-blooded weapon over his head, preparing to avenge all the deceit the hero used to escape. But when he struck a strong enough blow that could instantly get rid of problems, the bed broke into 2 parts, and there was no sleeping person at all. The killer could not understand where the victim had gone, because only recently he just lay on the bed without suspecting anything. When the current member of the Purple Crow looked around the whole room and raised his head a little, he noticed that there was a summoning monster of the protagonist on the ceiling, and this attracted all the attention. The vampire monster he saw scared an unknown person who did not expect such a thing, having some kind of secrecy to see which is quite difficult for an ordinary person. By using a special technique that allows him to add a little movement speed, pushed himself off the ceiling in order to strike directly at the body of the enemy and deprive him of the ability to move. But the Purple Crow Association's special assassin was not that weak, and while taking a hit, he managed to throw the vampire back a controlled distance with his blade. When things were going easily enough in the battle against what the killer thought was a normal summon monster, he sensed that something was wrong. It was at the moment of attempting to strike back at the vampire that the member of the Purple Crow became tangled in the threads of Bai's technique, which showed the person his mutation amount. At the same time, his comrade appeared near the stranger, half of whose body was not visible due to the darkness in this room. A specially trained person, in order to get rid of unnecessary members of the association, ordered an assistant stuck in fetters to quickly find and eliminate the main character. To speed up the execution of his order, he put a knife to his throat in an attempt to show the price that would have to be paid for not completing the mission. At that moment, bound by tension threads that did not allow making any movements without the permission of the owner himself, he could not restrain the trembling of his own body and was left without the possibility of guessing who is capable of doing this. After that, the protagonist appeared, taunting the pitiful man, unable to resist any force imposed on him. Lin Huang appeared with his monster right in front of the enemy without fear of getting injured or even dying while the person was held hostage by Bai. A member of the Purple Crow Association fell to his knees as if obeying all the orders of the protagonist, thanks to the clown who was seen in the city of Dashi where he did a lot of chaos and almost killed all the people. When the right time came, Lin Huang leaned over to his new prisoner to point out how pathetic he once wanted to eliminate not only him, but also his younger sister, who was not at all guilty. But wanting the killer to justify himself as if he had nothing to do with this case, the protagonist ordered him to shut up, because the show is about to start, which you can't miss. Huang's idea was to get one of the assassins to report the information about the Lin family's death task, which ended in success without any difficulty. The superintendent of the training camp for new members of the Purple Crow Association ordered his people to return back without forgetting to destroy all traces of their crime. Having finished talking with his wards, the manager exhaled heavily, because he was extremely sorry to lose the opportunity to get such a strong person in his team. One day has passed since the events, and Lin Xin, along with his younger brother, met the main character in the place where they agreed. The sister showed her extreme dissatisfaction with staying on the street with the 237th, while the main character was in a cozy house because of this. Juan had to apologize. They held hands while moving along the street, and then the sister remembered some things forgotten in the house, wanting to return to them. Only the main character did not let her do this, claiming that he would buy a lot of new things because some kind of mess was going on at home. After that, Lin Huang warned the guys to move to a more beautiful place where they can live much better than before. As before, the main character spoke with an accomplice of identity documents. It turned out to find a place in the Winter City and go there with his family. The younger sister, together with Xian, examined such a huge and beautiful city that they had never visited in their entire lives. At this moment, Lin Huang, talking with his acquaintance accomplice of documents, thanks for the first help, because of which he managed to acquire property, and he simply asked not to die before becoming an excellent hunter. One also asked a friend to increase his level of secrecy of his confidential information, with which you can hide everything related to the main character, starting from relatives. An old acquaintance was quite the contrary to help and set several conditions for obtaining the desired status of an official in order to hide the details of Juan's profile. Suddenly, he noticed something very interesting after looking through the detailed characteristics of the protagonist's account, and told him to wait for a while. After that, Lin Huang heard the surprised voice of his comrade in the headphones, who considered the words of the chief as if some sort of prank, since according to the information received, he already had an increased level of confidentiality due to some kind of good connections. But not having time to finish talking about all the details, the younger sister called the protagonist and had to postpone the conversation for a while in order to have a normal conversation later. The guys were finally happy when they found a new house which, in their opinion, looked pretty good. And standing in front of the buildings, Lin Huang considered that from this very moment their new ideal life begins. The next day, the guys dressed warmly so as not to freeze on the way and went to a new school saying goodbye to their older brother. The protagonist himself was drinking warm coffee, told his sister and 237th to behave well there, and asked Xing to look after Xian going to school for the first time. When no one was finally at home, Lin Huang wished to lock the front doors to go about his own business. The protagonist went to the arena of hunters to complete the task given by Master Fu, which has only 1 month left. The scene of the battle remained the same, and the onlookers were glad to see the sword demon again disappear for a while and return to fight with another guardian. There were 2 people in the stands at that moment who wanted to see Juan's abilities in action and expected something very surprising. The sword demon, while the selection of the right opponent was taking place, just thought how many victories he needs to make in order to get a certain place in the rating. Then an opponent named Fei Wu appeared with a number of battles exceeding 4,000, and the percentage of victories stopped at 93%. The protagonist prepared for battle by pulling out a blade for this, since this enemy has incredible power in the possession of the sword. As they prepared to fight against their new opponent, the overseers from the stands started talking about Feng Wu, ranked 11th in the hunter rankings, and his ability, according to the masked man, is enough to end the protagonist without leaving any chance. At this moment, in the arena itself, the guys politely greeted each other. Lin Huang decided to address the person more respectfully, calling him Senior Master. The enemy, considering it superfluous to call him that, changed a little, changing his facial expression to a more hostile one than it was when the hunters appeared in the arena. But in fact, he was not at all going to somehow teach the main character a lesson for the wrong choice of words, but on the contrary, for some reason he wanted to become a best friend, and this became an incomprehensible event for Lin Huang. Feng Wu tried to explain normally why he suddenly decided to offer friendly conditions, putting under the pretext of the knowledge of a white master capable of possessing incredible speed, and suddenly a person who defeated him appears. This is what attracted attention and a desire to become a friend. Only now the main character did not plan at all to make new acquaintances in order to hide his too well-known identity in some circles such as the Purple Crow Association or the Heretic Group. Hearing Feng Wu's refusal, he was the first to immediately run into battle, not even paying attention to the role of the guardian he had received, and he only had the chance to fight. The movements of the enemy were so fast that it was extremely difficult to see all the movements, and after the move made, the image of an attacking person appeared. Feng Wu did not stop for a second to deprive him of any opportunity to end the duel with one blow, and therefore he had to jump from one place to another until he got to the right strike position. Seeing the movement style of the enemy that is fast enough for human vision, the sword demon assumed that it had a superior level technique that gave a certain improvement in movement speed. In order not to worry about it just like that, the main character closed his eyes trying to concentrate on the most important thing in this battle and not show any weaknesses. With the help of this, It was possible to repulse the enemy's attack with just a wave of the blade and at the same time did not have to retreat a single step back. It was new for Feng to see how a person in such a situation did not try to use any technique to increase his chance to deflect the sword and even so considered his enemy a loser. It was then that he told the whole secret of his sword art called Thunder Touch, the level of which reached excellent, but at the same time it has some disadvantages in mastering the technique. Hearing everything said by Feng Wu, who is trying to hide his weaknesses due to his speed and has no idea he is somewhat mistaken, so the protagonist had to ask to attack with all the available strength. Such a statement seemed to the enemy as some kind of motivation in order to fully show their ideal ratio of movements between each other and the speed of the blows. But all attacks were stopped as it was before, while the main character, defending himself from countless waves of blows, tried to somehow help in the teachings of a more experienced person who wanted to exchange some knowledge. The spectators watching the sword demon battles for a while were told of the sight that looked like a teacher was trying to teach his student how to properly use a sword and were happy to see the protagonist's strength. One of these people, during most of the confrontation between the players, was waiting for Lin Huang to finally move from one place to use a strong sword technique. The Hunter's Arena gave the sword demon a chance to talk about Feng Wu's sword skills, which have a certain strength and, in addition, many shortcomings that can be eliminated by training the existing weak versus excellent blade skills. Grateful for the help in teaching an older person who was unable to learn another skill in a short amount of time, Feng Wu admitted the guilt lies in himself. Lin Huang held back the full pressure of the attacking person, knowing full well how Feng Wu is right when it comes to defeating the worst enemy, which is one's own mind and body refusing to fight at the most unnecessary moments. Therefore, Feng Wu could only continue to fight, using all the strengths and techniques available with him, allowing the bodies to remain in a normal state. The protagonist was also not going to belittle his opponent, who had put in enough effort to achieve such a result, and the guy got ready to use sword techniques. Thus they exchanged equally strong blows capable of harming a person's life or leaving him to perish altogether. As a result, Feng Wu was unable to stop the inevitable defeat, in his opinion, from a light breeze capable of passing through strong thunder, and believed that he had finally seen the true art of wielding a blade. While the opponent was slowly disappearing into space with words of acknowledgement of defeat, the sword demon thanked him for the chance to defeat him. The watching hunters instantly rose from their seats shouting words of phantasm and a show of support in anticipation of the next victories against strong players. At this moment, people sitting with masks on their faces were discussing how the fair-haired man was not mistaken by putting his voice on the main character. Lin Huang could only listen to all the screams being in the very center of what was happening and not answer them in any way, because he could easily reveal his identity after completing a series of 60 consecutive victories. It was then that he decided to get 20 more wins to speed up the process of completing the task given by Master Fu, and little by little in the ring begin to form the body of the next player. After the completion of the personality upload, a young and beautiful girl appeared in front of everyone, holding some paper in her hands, and she wondered if the enemy was really a sword demon. When the main confirmed his identity, the girl told how many times she watched his excellent battles because he was the only person to receive such a huge number of victories in a row. For all the watching hunters, it became a little incomprehensible what is happening where the participant simply forgot her whereabouts and calmly talks with the enemy. As it turned out, she was just an ordinary fan who wished in exchange for the opportunity to go further without any battles, only to get an autograph of a sword demon and be added as a friend. Lin Huang, a little embarrassed, agreed to accept the friend request and also an autograph on paper. This situation where the demon of the sword agrees became not entirely clear for Feng Wu, because Huang refused him without thinking. After some time in the battles, the main character managed to win 8 more times, and after that the battlefield began to change in order to move on to the search for the keeper. The man in the yellow mask was extremely pleased with the good result where the sword demon managed to reach 69 victories in 10 minutes, and the interlocutor asked to simply continue to observe the battlefield. When changing the arena of hunters, Lin Huang first of all took into account the addition of more people who wanted to watch the duel of a man known for his victories under the nickname Sword Demon. Little by little, the appearance of the whole body began to appear, and it became known that the opponent himself was a female. The enemy turned out to be a girl of almost the same age as the main character, who also believes, according to all the rumors heard about him, that he is simply not a capable person and has nothing special. One supposedly thought that the opponent was offended by him, but the concept of why was completely incomprehensible to him, and he had to ask directly. The girl instantly summoned 2 pistols as she prepared to fight, talking about how the protagonist made her return from her vacation after hearing for an outstanding hunter who did not suffer a single defeat on her way. Having completed a long story, the opponent fired almost several clips of shells trying to somehow hit the evading sword master and eliminate the guy who, in her opinion, was arrogant. At this moment, the main character was thinking how strong the shooter is, who does not give a little time to rest and only continues constant shelling. The hunters who are on the observation stands, seeing how the main character dodges bullets with heaviness with super speed, got a little worried, since his opponent is a demoness who fought on a par with the second place in the rating and eventually got a draw. At the same time, the masked men had some precautions to vote against the 5th-ranked girl and, unlike the sword demon, showed the best initial result in this duel. The extent to which the protagonist at the moment of the battle is able to quickly dodge shots with the speed of several swings seemed a little like something very ingenious to the mask-wearing men, but also could not help but praise the opponent using only a small part of her own power. A man in a mask with a horn on his forehead was trying to somehow show his friend how a sword demon is a capable player, and can interest him at any second. At this moment, one of the many projectiles of the demoness focused on one target managed to damage the mask of the protagonist, hiding his real appearance. Simultaneously with this wound near his cheek with blood flowing, Lin Huang felt something was wrong and all the hope that the masked old man was trying to speak about him. An observer in a mask with a horn invited a friend to bet who will win by putting a 3-star relic on the line and voted for the main character, and the man in the dark mask really wanted the guy to lose and bet on the demoness. While their strange disputes were developing, the sword demon decided not to stand in one place and attacked directly in the forehead, trying to slip between all the projectiles flying right at him. The mask of the protagonist did not change its appearance for a long time when the wearer wished to eliminate his opponent by chopping off something with a blade. Immediately noticing Lin Huang's hostility, the demoness pointed one of the powerful pistols at him, planning the course of events for some time in advance and preparing a special trap for this. The sword demon managed to dodge a little in the other direction from the high-speed projectile previously fired by the opponent, and it seemed to him that all the fun was over. But without having calculated all the possible options for planning the enemy, the main character noticed behind his back a bright glow from a bullet that did not hit the desired target. After that, the demoness jumped back to a safe distance due to the devastating explosion that formed at the place of the guy. Not trying to give absolutely no chance to get out of the fire alive, the girl took out 2 more special weapons, preparing to wipe the guy into the dust with them. The demoness, like some kind of insane killer, began to shoot at the fire curtain with all the projectiles available and laugh with pleasure at finally eliminating the desired player. The masked men watching this spectacle, ignoring the madness of the girl, were very surprised by her restless strength, and the person who voted for her suggested that the sword demon had already died. The fire from the side of the girl stopped in order to celebrate an easy victory for her in a battle that did not even have to use the main power of the equipment. But time also continued to flow quickly, and the Hunter's Arena system did not declare the girl who did not understand anything the winner of this duel. The demoness, being not far from the place of the explosion, felt some unknown trembling of the earth in her legs, and it penetrated her entire body. From all the dust formed from the explosions, the silhouette of the protagonist began to appear, and his surprised voice from underestimating the girl's available forces. When the masked onlookers, along with the participant herself, heard the words of the sword demon, they were shocked that he even managed to stay alive after taking so many shots. Using almost the entire smoke curtain, Lin Huang came forward, who was forced by a definitely strong opponent to use a wing-shaped self-defense technique. The demoness was inflamed with a desire to show her own true power instantly for the privilege she saw, which the protagonist owns in this situation. Taking out several firearms, the girl used the shooter's technique called the celestial net, and the entire territory in front of the owner was covered with launched projectiles. The masked men couldn't believe how strong the demoness' true power was, which had no blind spots and could hit just about anyone. The network of projectiles was gradually approaching the demon of the sword, and his main task was simply to stop the girl, or die. Suddenly, all the shells flying at the main character passed through him and did not carry any harm to health or simply risk his own life. Seeing the sword demon's technique like this, which allows anything to pass through itself, it seemed to the demoness like some kind of strong illusion skill. Together with the whole shocking situation that has developed, an ominous mask has formed on the face of the protagonist, which taunts the opponent. In a fraction of a second, Juan was behind the demoness, reminding her of her stupidity in underestimating the enemies, and put the blade to her throat. The girl, dissatisfied with her own defeat with an evil face, publicly gave up and lost without showing any great result. Fans not doubting their 16-year-old idol, they began to shout from the stands, trying to somehow attract attention. After that, the demoness gradually continued to disappear into space, wishing that the main character waited for the next time where he would have to suffer an inevitable defeat. Then in response he said goodbye to her and agreed to meet someday, only to fight at any time possible for her. A man in a mask with a horn laughed at his losing comrade who lost 2 relics at a time, and the second agreed to another argument. Presumably thinking about the possibility of the main character meeting against the person visiting in the first place of the current rating, the old man was about to bet the blade demon again. To make the game more interesting, a man in a mask with a horn wanted to increase the reward to the winner by as many as 4 3-star relics, and this began to escalate the situation around a little. Therefore, in order to agree on taking part in the dispute, they hit each other on the hands. After finishing the previous duel and deciding to start the next one, Lin Huang stood in one position, not considering doing unnecessary things and just waiting for the enemy to appear. The guy perfectly understood what a huge number of consecutive victories in order to fulfill the order of the captain of the aircraft named Fu. Little by little, the image of a man whose aura was much different from the rest of the players appeared before the main character, and therefore Juan was not going to completely rest. In place of the enemy, a small detective finally appeared, whose body was trembling violently only from being in the arena of hunters. At that moment, the old people on the podium were just talking about the ideal defense of the detective who appeared, which only an attacking relic of the gold rank can destroy, and they believed that it was the demon of the sword that would not succeed. The rest of the watching hunters were a little upset because the selection system gave the main character the final guardian who would interrupt the streak of 70 consecutive victories. It was then that Lin Huang had to confess to the enemy about his impossibility to find the idea of against a player under the nickname The Last Fortress, which differs from many hunters in its protection. For some reason, the enemy was completely shaking with fear, and he tried with words to stop the demon of the sword who wanted to get closer to him. But due to his too much fear, he formed the strongest defense of all silver rank hunters around him and stopped in that position in front of Huang. The main character had no choice but to approach this unknown magical sphere emitting a dark aura, and Lin tried to find at least some loophole. For some reason, the sword demon thought about protecting the little detective, which, in his opinion, is a hereditary gift. Therefore, the observing male was also informed of a gift that only hunters with a similar gift and superior or higher ranks can fight against. One of the spectators, who was sitting in the stands, told his friend that he felt sorry for the demon of the sword, because he was simply unlucky that he was chosen an opponent with a hereditary gift. Moreover, this gift is an impenetrable defense. Suddenly, the protagonist took out his modified pistol and pointed it at the enemy's protective sphere. Everyone in the stands was shocked that the guy had such a weapon, but they were not only surprised, but also that the guy also had a shooter's license. Shot 50 times in a single point, he was surprised that the attack power of the modified pistol was at least 3 times higher than that of a normal one. But even such a strong attack could not penetrate the outer layer. The depth of damage from such an attack was only 1 centimeter, which was quickly restored in a couple of seconds. After seeing the result of the gun, Lin Huang decided to use a heavier weapon, namely machine guns. He immediately began to shoot from 2 machine guns at one point to try to break through the protective sphere. Having stopped firing, he was enveloped in waves of smoke that were from the shots. The guy watched as the protective sphere was restored after his attack. This time it took 5 seconds. He didn't waste any time, so he pulled out a flare gun from his inventory. Everyone in the stands was shocked by the capabilities and arsenal of weapons of the protagonist. The masked friends continued to watch and discuss the battle of the main character. They understood that the matter was approaching a draw, because the last fortress always plays for time until the last. In order to finally achieve a draw, this annoyed them very much. The masked spectator was upset that if this fight ended in a draw, then the victorious streak of the sword demon would be interrupted, and everything would have to start from the beginning. At the same moment in the arena, Lin Huang did not lose hope. He understood that his opponent wanted to gain time, so he took up the sword to take one last chance. The protagonist, having reached the protective sphere with his sword, pierced it with it. He used the 23 technique to pierce the defense. And suddenly after that, he was pushed back. This protective layer had not only a heavy physical structure, but also a powerful repulsive force. The deeper, the more resistance there was. But Lin Huang did not give up. He took a fighting stance and began to apply a new sword technique. The hero attacked the protective dome again, because of which, the air force pushed him even more strongly. Watching the radiating protective force that emanated from the protective dome, Wan was a little upset because there was no way to punch him completely. At the same moment, the audience did not say anything. They just silently watched what was happening in the arena. But the main character did not want to give up, so he picked up the sword again. After that, Lin Huang began to implement his newly invented plan. He jumped up high to try to attack with the strongest sword technique, Wildfire Purify, the protective layer from the top. The masked guys were shocked by the actions of the protagonist, because this attack would completely empty his wheel of life. After the sphere collided with the sword, everything around began to collapse due to the strong energy that emanated from the sphere. Debris with dust began to cover the fans in the stands. But this did not stop Lin Huang at all. He continued to hold on to the sword and press it harder into the protective layer of the dome. With every second, the protective dome cracked even more from the pressure of the sword that the guy was pushing through. After holding out to the end, he was still able to push the entire sword into the inside of the protective layer. And he just had to look at what would happen next. With a smile on his face, he was glad that he still succeeded. But suddenly, a strong energy began to splash out of the protective ball from the place where the sword was. And destruction began to occur throughout the arena because of her. The spectators in the stands were angry because the masked guys stood up and blocked their entire view. The guys were very excited about what was happening, so they got up so as not to miss anything. Suddenly there was an explosion, which threw back the blast wave of the protagonist. Due to the strong blast wave, he was thrown straight to the invisible edge of the arena he collided with. He was in a lot of pain. But the audience was not worried about his condition, but the fact that only one handle remained from his golden weapon. This meant that if he could not win with a golden weapon, then there was nothing left for him to do. Lin Huang activated his healing again and got to his feet, ready to continue the battle. But his opponent was not ready. He asked with a tremor in his words that the main character no longer fight, but simply surrender to him. Lin Huang was hurt by these words, so he became angry. And wings began to appear from his body. The masked guys were shocked at this outcome because they couldn't believe that there was a vampire in front of them. But he was not a vampire, and it was just the ability of a blood spirit monster. Lin Huang, looking at the protective sphere, had just realized that even the most powerful realm had its weaknesses. He immediately jumped and flew up on his wings. And the spectator and the mask at the same moment did not understand that the purification should have already devastated the hero's wheel of life. But this did not happen. Because of this, he wanted to watch this battle even more. Lin Huang slammed his wings against the protective dome with all his might. He managed to pierce it again with his wings. He understood why he failed last time, because last time he used only one wheel of life, but this time he used 3 wheels at the same time. More and more gigantic cracks began to appear throughout the protective area. And in a moment, his attack pierced through the opponent, who was shocked by what was happening. Immediately after that, the entire arena was covered with a strong blast wave from the destruction of the protective sphere. All spectators in the stands were in great shock from this outcome of the battle. The masked man could not say anything with surprise on his face, because he understood that the main character had defeated the guardians of 36 fights in one day. Lin Huang, having won this battle, was able to perform a miracle that had not happened for a whole century. After this, the events are transferred to the guy's room, where he sat on a chair completely exhausted, because his 4 wheels were already empty, so he was very tired and did not feel his body. But suddenly he heard that someone was calling him. He immediately received a call from his master. The mentor was very happy that the guy was able to defeat 3 guardians in one day. He was very impressed. The main character was pleased that the master praised him, but he had not yet completed his task. He needs to win one more keeper. Lin Huang had one question for his master, so he immediately began to ask what interested him. The guy with the impression said that he used the technique of the sword to the limit, and after that he felt such a power that he had never felt before. He seemed to have fallen into another dimension, but did not understand what that feeling was. After listening to Wan, the master understood what the guy was talking about, namely, about the first level of the concept of the blade, which was called the microcosm. When someone gets to this level, they gain full control of the blade. He completely masters all micromovements, and you can see all the subtleties with the naked eye. With a serious look, the master continued to tell the guy about the unique feeling that the hero was talking about. It was very similar to the second level of the concept of paradox. According to the mentor, the paradox is the harmony between the owner and his blade. When he reaches this level, the sword is no longer a tool for him, but a partner or friend. The guy, after listening to his mentor, decided to ask him how he can fully master this all. To which the master immediately replies that the guy may not enter the arena for a couple of days. He said that the hero should master this knowledge well, and only after that begin to train. After all, his next opponent will be Umoli, the one that is in first place in the ranking. Events are postponed to the next day when Lin Huang is training. He practiced every time newer and newer movements. And suddenly he stops, because he managed to master a new stage of the paradox. While the guy was enjoying the new stage of the paradox he had learned, he was suddenly called by his younger sister, who wanted him to take a break. After all, according to the girl, it was possible to understand that he had been working out for 2 whole days, so she wanted him to rest. The girl came closer to him to treat him to the sweets she had bought, but Lin Huang was not interested in this offer, because he wanted to finish what he started. These actions of the guy offended the girl very much, because she just wanted to share the news with him. But she did not know that this news was dedicated to her older brother, because the news was about a genius who was able to get 80 victories in a row in the arena. After that, the events are again transferred to the battle arena, where the main character defeats his opponent with one swing of the sword. Having defeated the enemy, being in a demon mask, he gave each time consent to continue the battles. But suddenly a girl with an umbrella appeared in front of him, who immediately recognized the main character. Lin Huang pretended to be embarrassed. But in fact, he was waiting for this moment, because this girl was not easy. Her name was Ebenella, and she is ranked second in the ranking. It was her who he considered the most difficult opponent. The girl wanted the main character to take off his mask, but the guy did not want to do this, so he came up with other excuses each time. After listening to the answer, Ebenella immediately began to attack the main character. The guy dodged all of her bullets with great speed, and he still had time to tell Miss that with her shooting technique, she was still inferior to the explosive demoness. But the girl was not at all upset. She, on the contrary, smiled, because she knew that this was not all. Lin Huang did not wait for a new attack from the girl, so he immediately hit her umbrella in advance. Ebenella looking at the guy. She sharply waved her umbrella, almost hitting the hero. But Juan was indifferent to her attack, because he continued to humiliate the girl by the fact that she had many weaknesses. Listening to the guy's criticism every time, Ebenella got more and more mad every time, so she attacked him more and more. But he always dodged and waited for the right moment for him. And one of those moments was right now. Lin Huang dodged the attack and abruptly moved behind the girl to attack her. Ebenella, expecting such an outcome, turned sharply to her opponent in order to catch him on a mistake. But suddenly a guy cuts her with an umbrella into two parts. Starting to disappear, Ebenella, with a disappointed look, did not understand how it all happened. And at the same moment, the audience in the mask began to frighten the sword of the protagonist more and more. Lin Huang simply stood silently and waited for the next opponent. He really expected him, and as soon as he appeared, he immediately appeared before Lin Huang. Yumoli was very happy to meet the main character, because after his duel with the last fortress, many began to compare them with him. He was completely confident in himself, and did not even think that the hero posed him some kind of threat. But these humiliating words did not upset Lin Huang at all. On the contrary, he became even more confident in himself. After his opponent stopped talking, he immediately started attacking him. At the same moment, Yumoli was ready to defend himself. His hands were wrapped in magical flames that did not burn him. The opponent easily stopped the sword attack with one hand. Lin Huang was shocked that his opponent caught his sword with his bare hands. But Yumoli did not present any difficulties at all. He praised the guy with a confident smile for having a good sword technique. But this was not enough to defeat him. He immediately threw his fiery fist of the protagonist. The masked guys were surprised by the protagonist's new opponent because they had only seen him using purple flames before, so they thought he wasn't very good at close-range battles. Watching the duel further, they realized that past opponents simply were not worth it for him to fight them at full strength. By using yellow flames, Yumoli could fight at close range with ease, so he easily deflected sword attacks. With great confidence, he laughed at the protagonist because he was just warming up. Magical red snakes appeared from his hands, from which Lin Huang immediately opened his wings and became alert. Yumoli, without wasting time, began to attack the main character with his snakes. Luckily, Lin Huang was able to dodge this attack. He flew high on his wings. And then he sharply began to lower his height in order to attack his opponent. Yumoli expected such an outcome, so he decided to catch the hero at this moment. The enemy tried to attack the guy with great force, but he managed to dodge. Lin Huang did not lose his chance, so he continued his attack. With great speed, he moved towards Yumoli, which again already attacked him in advance. But suddenly one of the opponent's hands was covered with red lines that bound his hand. It was the main character's new technique. Yumoli from this became even more fun. He began to fold some seals with his hands, which dispelled Huang's techniques in an instant. The guy, from the unpredictable actions of the enemy, did not understand what to do next. But suddenly opening his eyes, he saw a fiery king in front of him. The audience was shocked to see Yumoli's strongest trump card live. Lin Huang understood the secret of this card. It was that everything depended on the seed of life. Yumoli attacking the hero was surprised that being a tamer, he could see it. Hitting Lin Huang each time, he said, 100, and all this was an excellent seed of life. Lin Huang is really hard to resist him. He felt its flames with his whole body. Remembering the words of his mentor, he understood how to deal with such an opponent. He needed to prevent the takeover in order to save him. At the same moment, Yumoli continued to attack the guy. He was completely sure that he would defeat the main character. Suddenly concentrating, Lin Huang noticed the Flame King's central core where his opponent was. But he did not attack him, because for him the priority was now to survive. At the Flaming King at the same time, the attacks became stronger and stronger on the main character. And the spectators had already stopped believing in the victory of the sword demon due to the fact that even excellent warriors could not easily repel such blows. But the main character himself did not give up. He continued to confront the strongest opponent, using an illusion. Yumoli knew in advance that he would use an illusion, so he was ready for it. He was sure he had already won. Suddenly, the main character's sword flies into him, which pierces his shoulder. With such an attack, Lin Huang proves to everyone that this is not the end of the battle. The enemy looks into the thick smoke in front of him, and does not understand where the attack came from. Away from the dense smoke stood the main character, who taunted his opponent that he was very confident in himself. Suddenly, a certain force that came from the sword begins to act on Yumoli. She fettered the guy's movements, and took away his strength. Because of this, the fiery king begins to rage in different directions. And the audience cannot take their eyes off what is happening, because they were shocked by the situation. The protagonist himself just stood and watched as his opponent was slowly destroyed. Suddenly, Lin Huang took out a second sword from his inventory. In the stands, they immediately understood what the guy wanted to do. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, so he immediately jumped up and flew at his opponent. As he approached Yumoli, he began swinging and activating the wildfire sword technique. After that, Lin Huang cut the Flame King in two in an instant. The center of the fire giant began to crack. And then he completely exploded into small pieces. In front of the protagonist, Yumoli sat on his knees, who was completely powerless. He looked at Lin Huang and thanked him for this fight. All spectators simultaneously glorified the sword demon, because he did the impossible. And the main character himself just stood silently and did nothing.